Chapter 1. Transforming into the true young master. What a surprise. At the charming sign-in area, the alluring host beckoned. Please leave your brain behind. You mean to say, I have transmigrated into a novel titled The Fake Young Master's Rebirth and Rampage? And you're my bound melon watching system, named Guagua? Indeed, host. Oh my god. Lucci cried out in despair. As an insignificant internet celebrity, I finally secured a chance to date my goddess on a reality show. And now, I have transmigrated? Is it possible for me to return, please? Guagua replied, Host, you have already perished in the real world. Returning is an impossibility. You can only live well in this world. Of course, if you wish, you can still pursue your dream of being a celebrity here. Lucci fell silent for 3 seconds, suppressing non-existent tears. Then, who have I become? Surely not the reborn, fake young master who wreaks havoc? No, host, you have become the true young master. Ah, the true young master? Lucci laughed maniacally. You're not deceiving me, are you, dog system? I truly am the true young master? Then why should I bother being a mere celebrity? Being a wealthy heir and inheriting a vast fortune is far more appealing. The system sighed, Host, perhaps you should first familiarize yourself with the plot before dreaming too fancifully. Husband, is our son living in such a place? Oh, how pitiful he is, what a misfortune. In a dilapidated alley of a slum in the western outskirts of Jing City, the elegant socialite Pan Feng, supported by 2 bodyguards, was struggling to navigate the dusty and uneven bluestone path, holding her nose. Her customized black, fish-pattern high heels were worn and her hairpin askew. Lu Yuanqing surveyed the shabby surroundings, his anger escalating with each passing moment. Damn it, Li Chunhua. If it weren't for her, our son would not be suffering like this. Li Chunhua, the Lu family's maid, had, 18 years prior, in a moment of manipulation, taken their 3-month-old son, now Lu Qi, under the pretense of vaccination and abandoned him in a remote location. Fortunately, Lu Qi was found by a childless couple who adopted him as their own. Ironically, the scavenger man also bore the surname Lu, and over the years, the couple prioritized providing for Lu Qi, ensuring he grew tall, handsome, and fair, far removed from the image of a child raised in a scavenger household. Sadly, his adoptive parents passed away in a tragic car accident when Lu Qi was 16. Had it not been for Lu Yuanqing and his wife, Lu Qi might have been left to wander alone in this vast world. Child, we are your biological parents. We have searched high and low for you since the day you were lost. Yes, I am your father. Oh, my son, I am your mother. My poor child. Having briefly skimmed the plot, Lu Qi found himself tightly embraced by the opulent middle-aged couple before him, their tears flowing profusely. Had he been unaware of the storyline, he would have been moved to tears. After struggling for 20 years in his previous life, only to remain an unnoticed internet celebrity, he now found himself as a true heir of a wealthy family. With a vast fortune at his fingertips, who wouldn't celebrate? Yet Lu Qi could not. According to the plot, upon returning to the Lu family, he would be targeted and sabotaged by the reborn fake young master, Lu Jiang, leading him to become an object of disdain, beset by numerous derogatory labels. Labels such as gambler, thief, fraud, and scoundrel. Moreover, country bumpkin, gold digger, and pitiful wretch would be affixed to him. In short, the Lu family wished to label him from head to toe. The most tragic fate awaited him when, less than a year after returning, he would be beaten by Lu Yuanqing and forced to kneel in the courtyard, falsely accused of being a fraud and left to suffer alone during a torrential downpour. What a farce of a wealthy family. Why must I endure being a so-called young master? Why not simply hand me my money and allow me to live freely? Pushing aside the weeping couple before him, Lu Qi smiled awkwardly. Uncle, Aunt, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. As he spoke, an inexplicable pain surged in his heart. Is this the original owner's unyielding spirit? Having transmigrated, the original owner must have perished otherwise. How would I have arrived here? The original owner's misfortune stemmed from discovering that his biological parents were coming to find him, leading to his emotional turmoil and subsequent demise. Pan Feng dabbed her tears with a tissue handed by a bodyguard, elegantly revealing a stack of paternity tests, each clearly indicating that Lu Qi was indeed her son. Cheer, mother knows how you have suffered these years today. Your father and I have come to bring you home to enjoy a life of comfort. You shall no longer roam aimlessly. Lu Qi shook his head. Enjoy comfort? Surely you mean to subject me to torment. The fake young master Lu Jiang is waiting at home. That venomous snake is eager to devour me alive. Yes, host, once you return, Lu Jiang will intentionally set traps for you to incite hatred. Then, I shan't return. I would rather remain in this slum. Though alas, this slum is quite unbearable. Lu Yuanqing stared in astonishment at his surroundings. Who was speaking? Pan Feng was equally puzzled. She distinctly recalled no one speaking moments. Before, was it merely her yearning for her son manifesting as hallucinations? Uncle and I. Lu Yuanqing was furious. Child, we are your parents. How can you call us uncle and aunt? You must call us father and mother. Lu Qi replied helplessly. Father, mother, I wish not to return. I have grown accustomed to living alone. If you truly feel pity, perhaps you could provide me with some money to live on? Rest assured, I will visit when I have the chance. Pan Feng embraced Lu Qi tightly, her body trembling with sobs. Silly child, what are you saying? Now that your parents have found you, how could we bear to let you suffer outside? Come, return home with us. Your 5 sisters and brothers are eagerly awaiting you. Lu Qi sighed in resignation. Indeed, my 5 biased sisters await my return to give me a stern warning, all to please their favored brother, Lu Jiang. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng exchanged bewildered glances, having once again heard Lu Kai's voice, despite his lips not moving. Could it be that they had just heard his innermost thoughts? The couple was left in utter astonishment as footsteps echoed in the alley, followed by a thunderous shout that left all present dumbfounded. Chapter 2. Attempting to defame me? Not a chance. Lu Qi, you better return my money. You've owed me this gambling debt for over half a year, and each time you claim you have none. When will you pay up? A scar-faced man in his 20s, brandishing a wooden stick, stormed into Lu Kai's dilapidated abode. Behind him trailed 4 brazen youths with striking yellow hair. One of them had a metal ring hanging from his nose, reminiscent of a bull's nose. Upon entering, the scar-faced man cleared his throat upon noticing the crowd. His gaze landed on 2 men, clearly bodyguards in suits, who exuded an air of exceptional prowess. Regaining his composure, he reached into his flamboyant pants pocket, rummaged for a while, and finally pulled out a half-torn photograph, clutching it tightly while stealing a glance. He squinted and surveyed the room, confirming that the target was indeed Lu Qi, standing at the entrance of the chicken coop. With a burst of determination, he rushed forward, pushing aside the elderly Lu couple. Seizing Lu Qi by the collar, he bellowed, Lu Qi, did you not claim to be the young master of the Lu family, promising that your parents would return to fetch you and restore your wealth? Hurry up and repay your gambling debts, or I swear I will ruin you today. The Lu couple stood in stunned silence. What? Their son owed gambling debts? He gambled? Confusion clouded Lu Kai's mind as he was unceremoniously yanked by his collar. Who is this scar-faced man? I don't even know him. When did I ever owe him money? Do I even gamble? The system, named Guagua, chimed in. Of course, the host does not gamble, nor could he possibly owe this man's debts. This is a scheme orchestrated by the false young master, Lu Jiang, to slander you. The intent is to convince the Lu couple that you are a rogue gambler, thus laying a foundation for future treachery. How outrageous! Lu Jiang is utterly malicious. I haven't even returned to the Lu family, and he's already plotting against me. If I go back, I might as well be signing my own death warrant. I refuse to return to the Lu family. Give me money to escape. The Lu couple, after hearing their son's voice repeatedly without seeing his lips move, finally realized they were privy to their son's innermost thoughts. Not only did they hear Lu Kai's voice, but they also heard another female voice, belonging to the system named Guagua. Upon learning that their son was not a gambler, they sighed in relief. Thank goodness. As long as Cheer does not gamble, a family tainted by gambling could squander even the greatest fortune. However, upon hearing their adopted son Lu Jiang was not a good person, they exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed deeply. Jiang had always been a well-behaved and diligent child, excelling academically. He was respectful to his parents, cherished his 5 sisters, and united with his classmates at school. How could he be the bad person they were describing? It was inconceivable. Clearly, Cheer had misunderstood Jiang deeply. They needed to foster their relationship upon returning home and clarify these misconceptions. The future of the Lu family depended on these children. Yet, first, they had to deal with the ruffian gripping their son's collar. Who is this man daring to bully their child? Lu Yuanqing stepped forward, grabbing the scar-faced man by the back of his collar and forcefully pulling him away. In a commanding tone, he shouted, "Who do you think you are, bullying my son? Do you have a death wish?" The scar-faced man glanced at Lu Yuanqing, recognizing him as the head of the Lu family. As a powerful figure from a wealthy family, Lu Yuanqing's dignified presence was enough to instill fear. However, the thought of the promised reward of 500,000 yuan for his efforts spurred the scar-faced man to stand tall. "Who are you?" "This brat owes me 3 million and refuses to pay. I'm merely here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. What business is it of yours?" "You claim he owes you money?" Lu Yuanqing's voice resonated with authority. "When did he incur this debt? Do you have any proof?" The scar-faced man seethed with anger. "It was, of course, 6 months ago. He lost money to me playing dice. He must honor his debts. What proof do you need?" Lu Qi crossed his arms, coldly observing as his father confronted the scar-faced man. He felt a surge of satisfaction. "Is this really my dad? Handling matters with such decisiveness, truly the head of a powerful family, my own father. How impressive." Hearing Lu Kai's thoughts, Lu Yuanqing felt a swell of pride. It seemed his image in his son's eyes was quite admirable. He straightened his clothes, brushing off non-existent dust, determined to maintain his composure before his son. Raising his voice further toward the scar-faced man, he declared, "I have already inquired at school about my son. He is a model student, absolutely not involved in gambling. If you cannot provide evidence today, I will not let you off easily." The scar-faced man wavered, but the promise of 500,000 yuan bolstered his resolve. "I'm not lying. 6 months ago, Lu Qi played dice with me and owes me 3 million. My brothers were all present. You, tell them he owes me money." The 4 youths behind him stepped forward, each thumping their chests and affirming, "Yes, we were there. This guy owes our boss 3 million, and he promised to pay back within a month, but he still hasn't. Yes, he even boasted that he was the son of the wealthy Lu family. Once he returned home, he could easily get the money. He claimed the Lu family was overflowing with riches. He could sell a few valuables and clear his debt. It's been half a year, and he still hasn't paid. It's only right for him to repay his debts." As they chorused, Lu Qi could no longer remain a mere observer. This was the first time he had seen someone frame another with such shamelessness. He released his arms from their crossed position and raised his hand, beckoning the scar-faced man. "Come here, Scarface. Tell me, where did you say we played dice 6 months ago?" The scar-faced man sneered, having prepared for this moment. "Where do we play?" "Obviously at the casino. Where else could we play?" Lu Qi clapped his hands. "Oh, now I remember. Wasn't it that internet CAF directly across from our school? There's a casino inside. That's where everyone goes to gamble. But since I've gambled with so many people, I forgot if I played with you." The scar-faced man nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. That internet CAF. I don't know about others, but you definitely played with me." Lu Qi turned his gaze to the 4 youths behind the scar-faced man, who all unanimously agreed that Lu Qi had gambled with them at the CAF across from the school. Lu Qi nodded. "Well, you've jogged my memory a bit. Tell me, what is the name of our school?" The scar-faced man, brimming with confidence, replied, "Your school? Isn't it Guoqing Middle School? Your memory is terrible." Suddenly, Lu Qi burst into laughter. "Oh, Scarface, the place directly across from our school is the National Sports Stadium. Where would there be an internet CAF? I must have remembered wrong. Is that a problem?" The scar-faced man faltered, realizing that the National Sports Stadium was indeed situated at the entrance to Guoqing Middle School. Who would even notice such details? "I don't care about academics. Why would I pay attention to that?" Lu Qi pulled out his phone and shouted at the scar-faced man, "If you don't reveal why you're here to slander me, I will call the police and have you arrested." The scar-faced man, upon hearing the mention of the police, panicked, contemplating a hasty retreat. Just then, a figure appeared at the door of the Lu residence. Chapter 3. Walking the path of green tea. Leaving him no escape. "Father, mother, I have come to bring brother Lu Qi home." Lu Qi frowned. "Who is this?" "Gua Gua. Host, this is the fake young master who intends to harm you. Lu Jiyang." Lu Qi sneered. Lu Jiyang has arrived at just the right moment. Standing around 175 meters tall, he was handsome with fair skin. He wore a white shirt layered with a gray vest, paired with gray casual suit trousers and black shoes. He appeared to be the epitome of a well-mannered young master, far from the sort who would resort to treachery. "So this is brother Lu Qi. Lu Jiyang surveyed his surroundings, concealing the disdain in his eyes deeply. He strode forward, embraced Lu Qi, and choked out, "Brother Lu Qi, I am so glad to find you. Do you know? Over the years, Mother has turned gray searching for you, and Father has lost countless nights of sleep. With you back, our family can finally be reunited. I have been looking forward to your return. This way, I will have both a sister and a brother. Life will be perfect." Lu Jiyang held Lu Qi deeply, indulging in his theatrics. Noticing Lu Qi's lack of response, he rolled his eyes in a place where no one could see, a glint of malice in his gaze. "Humph. If you wish to seize the Lu family fortune, you must first have the fate to do so." Beside them, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng watched the two brothers embrace, their eyes glistening with satisfaction. Pan Feng linked her arm with Lu Yuanqing, cheerfully saying, "Cheer, this is your brother Lu Jiyang. Our Jiyang is such a wonderful child. He followed us here as soon as he knew we were coming to pick up Cheer. He truly loves his brother." Lu Yuanqing nodded in agreement. Blood ties run deep, and although these two children are not biological brothers, judging by this display, they are bound to grow closer than brothers. The Lu family's endeavors will surely ascend to greater heights. It was no wonder the couple felt elated. Both sons excelled academically. Their adopted son, Lu Jiyang, attended an elite school, while their biological son, Lu Qi, studied at Guqing High School, an ordinary institution. Yet, both excelled academically, holding great promise for prestigious university admissions. Lu Qi, tightly embraced by Lu Jiyang, did not push him away in front of his parents. When dealing with a scheming person, one must play along with their act. In the next moment, heaved Lu Qi's stomach churned. Having previously stood near the chicken coop, he found the odor unpleasant, but the scent emanating from Lu Jiyang was far worse. The Lu couple remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, while Lu Jiyang noticed the retching sound and discreetly released his hold on Lu Qi suddenly. However, Lu Qi stumbled back, falling to the ground in a most undignified manner. With a look of grievance, Lu Qi exclaimed, "Brother Jiyang, why did you push me?" "Ha ha!" Walking the path of green tea, leaving the green tea with no escape. Lu Jiyang, "Me? Push you?" The Lu couple. Pan Feng hurried over to assist Lu Qi, struggling to rise. Lu Qi clutched his lower back, resembling an aged man. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he articulated, "Brother Jiyang, I know you do not wish for me to return to the Lu family, but rest assured, I shall not compete for your affection. How about this? If you give me some money, I will continue living here and not disturb you." Lu Qi spoke these words not out of malice, but from genuine sentiment. Rather than returning to the treacherous Lu household, I would prefer to take some money and leave, ensuring a life filled with flavor in this world. Hurry and give me money so I can take my leave. I have no intention of returning to the Lu family. Today they arranged for Scarface to tarnish my reputation as a gambler, and who knows what other trials Lu Jiyang has in store for me. Guagua, yes. Yes, host, why don't we take the money and run away to enjoy some leisure elsewhere? After all, the Lu family is destined to fall to Lu Jiyang sooner or later. Lu Qi, clutching his aching back, squatted down again. No, I want to go. I want to go, ugh. My rear hurts. Cheer, what is wrong?" Pan Feng's heart tightened as she quickly knelt to help Lu Qi. The conversation between Lu Qi and the system was fully audible to Pan Feng and Lu Yuanqing. Although Lu Yuanqing found it somewhat perplexing, he believed Lu Jiyang could not have possibly pushed Lu Qi. The scene before him ignited his anger. "Jiyang, your brother hasn't even returned home yet, and you pushed him. What on earth is going on?" Lu Jiyang feigned terror, shaking his head vigorously. "Dad, you know me well. I was thrilled that brother Lu Qi is coming home. How could I possibly push him?" Pan Feng also shook her head. "Indeed, dear, you know Jiyang. He would never push Cheer. It must have been an accident. Jiyang, I too believe you're not that kind of person. Apologize to your brother and be more careful next time." Lu Jiyang nodded pitiably, squatting down alongside Pan Feng to assist Lu Qi. "Brother Lu Qi, it might have been my foot that accidentally tripped you. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." Lu Jiyang was astute, understanding that to continue denying fault would backfire and lead his parents to believe he was scheming. It was better to graciously admit he might have tripped Lu Qi, thereby shifting the dilemma onto Lu Qi. Should Lu Qi persist in feigning pain, it would be excessive. Lu Qi recognized his intent and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. Since Brother Ji Yang did not intend to do so, I shall not pursue the matter further. I will only investigate in secret. Perhaps it is best to return to the Lu family after all. Being part of a wealthy family is preferable to the hardships of poverty outside. Do not worry. Host, Guagua will accompany you." "Thank you. You're truly a good Gua." The Lu couple exchanged glances, a deep sense of guilt swelling within them. Alas, poor Chi'er, having endured a long time in the outside world, suffered countless indignities and scorn. Now he had become so timid, constantly fearing that returning to the Lu family would lead to further hardship. Pan Feng embraced Lu Qi, her heart aching. "Rest assured, Chi'er, when you come home with Mother, no one will dare bully you again." Lu Yuanqing also patted his chest in assurance. "Fear not, Chi'er, your father will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to answer to me." Lu Qi felt a wave of confusion. Strange, the Lu couple does not seem foolish. How could they allow a fake young master to bully their biological son? I do not understand. By the way, where did Scarface go? Where did he slip away? Guagua. Host, Scarface and his accomplices slipped away while Lu Jiyang was embracing you. Lu Jiyang approached to divert everyone's attention and let those people escape. Lu Qi felt uneasy. They dare to slander me. I shall surely find them and make them regret it, leaving them searching for their teeth. Guagua shook his head. Do not worry, host. The old master Lu has long since dispatched someone to pursue them. Look, only one bodyguard remains here now. Lu Qi looked up and indeed saw that where there had once been 2 bodyguards, only one remained. This seemingly inept father was rather astute. Yet, he wondered if the Lu family had any chance of victory in this endeavor. Chapter 4. The first encounter. Please be disdainful upon returning to the Lu family's villa. Lu Qi gazed in awe at the 9-meter-long diamond-encrusted chandelier above him and the smooth marble walls surrounding him, feeling a surge of delight within. Wow, is this the life of the affluent? It truly feels wonderful, he mused. I used to be just a poor nobody, a minor internet celebrity, never having glimpsed the true essence of a wealthy family. I thought I would never have the chance to see it in this lifetime. Yet here I am, a genuine young master of a prestigious family. It seems that fate has been kind to me. The false young master, Lu Jiang, observed Lu Qi's naive wonderment and feigned brotherly affection, while internally scoffing at him. A bumpkin. Look at your astonishment. Just wait. I'll have you out of here before long. Lu Yuanqing and his wife, Pan Feng, listened to Lu Qi's thoughts with satisfaction. Their son had suffered for years outside, and they vowed he would never endure hardship again. Pan Feng took Lu Qi's hand and led him to a genuine leather sofa at the entrance. Gently, she said, "Sure, this is our home. You will no longer have to endure hunger and cold in that slum. If you need anything, just tell your father and me. We will do our utmost to fulfill your wishes." Lu Qi nodded happily. "Yes, thank you, mother. You are so kind." Lu Yuanqing batted Lu Kai's shoulder. "Kai, you have 5 older sisters, all exceptional in their own right. Your second sister is a popular singer and actress, currently on a world tour in the United States and unable to return today. Your eldest sister manages half of our family's businesses, about 80 companies, so she is quite busy. Your mother has already called her. She will be back soon. As for your third sister..." Lu Yuanqing turned to Pan Feng. "Where are Yinxin, Xiaoya, and Yunk? Weren't they supposed to be waiting at home for Qi?" Pan Feng shook her head. "I personally informed them before I left today, instructing them to stay put and prepare to welcome Qi. Where could those girls have gone?" Just then, a sudden ringtone echoed from the second floor, startling them. "Master, that person is calling again." Lu Yuanqing sighed, realizing the situation. He shouted upstairs, "Third, fourth, and fifth sisters, your brother has returned. Why are you still up there? Come down and greet him." In the second-floor living room, 3 stunning women huddled together, casting disdainful glances downward while whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, the phone of the youngest sister, Lu Yunk, rang, causing the trio to jump. Still shaken, they gathered themselves before reluctantly descending the stairs at their father's command. Pan Feng's voice grew louder. "What kind of older sisters are you? Your brother is here, and you hide upstairs? Come greet him." The third sister, Lu Yinxin, pouted and muttered, "So he is here. What is the big deal? We're not obliged to make a fuss over him. My beauty salon is busy. Yet her voice was low, going unnoticed by the others. The fourth sister, Lu Xiaoye, added irritably, Mom, I have to work on my design draft this afternoon. You all can be happy about his return. I'll just attend to my own matters. Lu Yuanqing replied. When else could you work on your drafts? Cheer has finally come back. We should all sit together as a family and share our thoughts. Lu Xiaoye sulked but dared not contradict her father. Her discontent was evident to those watching. The fifth sister, Lu Yonk, scoffed, What brother? Yes, just a gambler. It would have been better if he hadn't returned. The Lu family's wealth, 1T cover his debts. That is nonsense. Lu Yuanqing corrected her. Your brother does not gamble. That is merely a misunderstanding. Lu Yonk stuck out her tongue, unsure of whether to believe her father's reassurances. It appeared she was skeptical. Pan Feng noted her daughter's lack of enthusiasm for Lu Qi's return, but felt no anger, understanding that they had grown up apart and thus did not know one another well. Such reactions were natural. Lu Yuanqing refrained from scolding them further, instead instructing a servant, Wang Ma, check on the preparations for old He's family banquet. Wang Ma bowed and hurried into the kitchen. Lu Qi marveled at the luxuries of the wealthy, reflecting, life among the affluent is splendid. They have servants to attend to them and a dedicated chef for meals. How fortunate! Oomph. Lu Yinxin rolled her eyes, muttering, such a bumpkin. Indeed, just another country fool. Lu Xiaoye added scornfully. Lu Yonk nodded in agreement. So, out of touch. If only I could escape those troublesome matters. Living here would be bliss. Waking up to tea, enjoying the garden view, napping in the afternoon, playing golf, and sipping coffee while gaming in the evening. How delightful that life would be. Indeed, that is the life I long for, the voice of Guagua chimed in. Yet, Lu Qi's musings were quickly interrupted as Lu Yinxin realized something and turned her gaze sharply toward his lips. Lu Qi was still looking around, seemingly unaware of the thoughts he had just expressed. She found it peculiar. If he had not spoken, whose voice had she just heard? Before she could inquire further, Wang Ma returned with news. Master, the dishes will be ready in 10 minutes. Very well, I shall check on them, Lu Yuanqing affirmed, heading to the kitchen with Pan Feng. Before leaving, he instructed his daughters, you three should sit and chat with your brother. Though reluctant, the three sisters complied, taking seats opposite Lu Qi and immediately engrossing themselves in their phones, ignoring him entirely. Lu Jiza joined them, looking at Lu Qi with a gentle smile while harboring a glimmer of malice in his eyes, as if to say, what does it matter that you're back? Your sisters don't care for you. Lu Qi paid no mind to Lu Jiza's sneering demeanor and focused on conversing with Guagua. So these three are my sisters? They truly are beautiful. It's a pity they are a bunch of dimwits, completely oblivious to how the false young master is deceiving them. They will inevitably face dire consequences. They prefer that fraud over their own brother. Lu Yinxin, overhearing Lu Qi's thoughts, glared at him, her heart seething with anger. How could he call them foolish and predict their demise? Such insolence. Host, they certainly do not favor you. Lu Jiang has spoken ill of you before them, claiming you were destitute and resorted to theft, that you gambled away millions, and that you reek of poverty. They would gladly expel you from the Lu family. No wonder the Lu family faces misfortune. With such foolishness, how could they expect a favorable outcome? They choose to believe a false brother over their own kin. I am nothing but a principled, charming gentleman. Gambling, that is completely off limits. I foresee that they will soon meet a tragic end. Isn't this how novels depict such tales? The naive young master's family, blinded by their own ignorance, ultimately fell victim to the false heir who usurped their fortune, leading to their demise. Lu Yinxin exclaimed, what did you just say, you rustic fool, to imply that we are? If Lu Yinxin had any doubts before, she was now entirely convinced. Lu Qi's lips remained motionless, yet she distinctly heard his voice. In sheer astonishment, Lu Yinxin turned to ask Xiaoye and Yunkai if they had heard Lu Qi's thoughts. However, as she opened her mouth to speak about Lu Qi's inner voice, no sound emerged, only the static hum of a disrupted frequency. Xiaoye, Yunkai, did you hear Lu Qi say? Chapter 5. You wouldn't want me to depart with resentment, would you? Lu Xiaoye turned around, her face a mask of astonishment. Third sister, what are you talking about? Did you all hear Lu Qi saying zzz? The rest of her words were drowned out by a series of zzz sounds. Lu Xiaoya and Lu Yunk covered their mouths and erupted in laughter. Third sister, you're so funny. What are you buzzing about? Ha! You sounded just like that electric noise. Zzz, ha zzz. Lu Yanxin was left speechless and choked up. Was it me who wanted a buzz? It was about Lu Qi's inner thoughts that could not be voiced. Lu Yanxin pulled out her phone, opened the family group chat, intending to share what she had just overheard about Lu Qi's thoughts. However, after a lengthy struggle, she found herself unable to type anything concerning those thoughts. The keyboard seemed to malfunction. She could type other words, but anything related to Lu Qi's inner voice vanished as soon as she typed it. Lu Yanxin found this very strange, almost as if she were under some curse. In exasperation, she could only tell Lu Yunk and Lu Xiaoya, just keep your eyes on Lu Qi's mouth, and you'll understand what I'm saying. The two obediently focused on Lu Qi's lips. Initially, when Lu Qi's thoughts had emerged, they had responded to him, but until now, they remained oblivious to the fact that those were his inner musings, thinking they were merely his spoken words. The chef had finished cooking, and Wang Ma, along with 2 servants, had already set the dishes and utensils on the dining table. Lu Yuanqing called out to the children, "Dinner's ready, come and eat." Guliulu Lu Qi felt a wave of hunger. It seemed that since he had entered this story, he hadn't eaten anything. The aroma of the food intensified his hunger. Instinctively, he rose from the sofa but sat back down immediately. Lu Qi, Guagua, should I eat this meal or not? Is there some trap waiting for me? Guagua, let me check. Not good. There will be a trap later. Lu Qi inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng in the dining room perked up their ears, eager to hear what trap Lu Qi would encounter. The 3 sisters, Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoya, and Lu Yunk, remained motionless, fixated on Lu Qi's mouth. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Qi's inner voice resonated again. Lu Qi, what trap? Is there poison in the food? Woe is me. On my first day at the Lu family, I'm destined for game over. Guagua, not quite. Today is your first day back at the Lu family, and the pretender, Lu Jiang, temporarily dares not strike you down. However, shortly he will pour you some juice, and when you reach out to take it, you will accidentally spill it all over him, and then he will falsely accuse you of targeting him. Lu Qi, that scoundrel is truly wicked. I must sit far away from him. Lu Jiang would pour juice for Qi, and then slander him. Pan Feng felt puzzled. Such a good child as Jiang wouldn't he do something like that? Would he? Lu Yuanqing wore a stern expression, thinking, if Lu Jiang dares to do such a thing, I will not spare him. Third sister Lu Yanxin whispered to Lu Xiaoya, standing beside her. This person must be suffering from a persecution complex, constantly buzzing. Lu Xiaoya replied in a hushed tone, "Ah, third sister, I just heard Lu Qi's inner voice." He said, "Zzz." Lu Yunk also nearly lost her balance in excitement, muttering to herself, "I just heard Lu Qi's inner voice. Ah, how could I hear his thoughts?" Guagua, the host must steer clear of bad people and act wisely. Lu Qi, indeed, let us proceed as such. Though Pan Feng did not believe Lu Jiang was that kind of person, she still beckoned Lu Qi over. Heir, comme c'est busy de mom. Lu Qi obediently nodded. Thank you, Mom. Everyone gathered around the dining table, but did not start eating, as they were waiting for someone. They awaited Lu Qi's eldest sister, Lu Songning. She had just called to say she was at the door. 2 minutes later, the commanding presence of Lu Songning returned. She was clad in a fitted black suit that accentuated her statuesque figure. Her red stilettos added to her formidable aura. Her fiery red lips and piercing gaze were sharp as a blade. Her cascading waves of hair exuded confidence. Lu Qi was left mesmerized. So stunning, absolutely stunning. My eldest sister truly embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. It's a pity, however, that she is merely a blind and clueless vase. Lu Songning, of course, did not hear Lu Qi's thoughts. She strode in with purpose, washed her hands in the kitchen, and then took a seat at the dining table. Songning, this is your brother Lu Qi. As soon as she sat down, Pan Feng began to introduce Lu Qi's situation. She also turned to Lu Qi and said, Qi, this is your eldest sister Lu Songning. Lu Qi stood up and bowed to Lu Songning. Hello, eldest sister. Lu Songning said nothing, merely nodding coldly in acknowledgement. The family dinner commenced. Pan Feng served Lu Qi a portion of food and then turned to Lu Songning, asking Songning, "Why didn't you invite Zhang Yong to join us for dinner?" Lu Songning replied, "Mom, Yong is on a business trip to city. He wants to be back for a week." While eating, Lu Qi paused. "Who is Zhang Yong?" "Guagua. Zhang Yong is your eldest sister Lu Songning's fiancé. They are set to marry next month. But, well, let us not get into that. Lu Qi, what is going on? Is there some juicy gossip?" The family appeared to eat, yet each one secretly listened intently to Lu Qi's inner voice. Just then, Lu Jiang interrupted. "Brother Qi, this is the juice I made for you. Knowing you were coming home today, I personally squeezed it this morning. I hope you like it." As Guava was about to share the juicy gossip about Lu Songning, Lu Jiang's voice rang in Lu Qi's ears. "Ah, juice." Lu Qi felt a shiver and quickly stood up from his seat, stepping back a few paces. No, I'm allergic to juice." Yet Lu Jiang was relentless, determined to ensure Lu Qi did not escape this glass of juice. "Brother Qi, this is juice that your little brother made just for you. Please drink it. If you don't, are you rejecting my craftsmanship, or have I done something to upset you?" "Lu Qi, I don't mind the craftsmanship. It's just that I'm allergic to juice. Drinking it could be fatal, dear brother Jiang. Surely you wouldn't want Mom and Dad to find me dead on my first day back, would you?" Lu Jiang stood frozen, holding the glass of juice, unable to advance or retreat. Tears shimmered in his eyes, and his voice trembled with grievance. "It's all right, brother Qi. I didn't know you were allergic. I only meant well, so please don't hold it against me. We are all so happy you're back. If I ever make a mistake, please be lenient with me." Lu Jiang's retreat, disguised as advancement, made everyone perceive him as understanding and genuinely caring for Lu Qi, subtly laying the groundwork for future schemes against him. Lu Yuanqing, who had already overheard Lu Qi's thoughts, initially believed Lu Jiang would not act this way. Yet he was surprised that he truly brought the juice. A wave of irritation washed over him as he found Lu Jiang increasingly displeasing. He barked, "Lu Jiang, Qi has said he is allergic to juice. Why are you insisting he drink it? Are you trying to harm him?" Pan Feng was equally furious. "Indeed, Jiang, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I hope you will not behave this way again." The three sisters, Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoya, and Lu Yonk, exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging the truth of Lu Qi's thoughts. Lu Jiang indeed sought to harm him with that juice. Oh, but wait. Perhaps dear brother Jiang simply wanted to treat him to juice. Only the eldest sister, Lu Songning, remained oblivious to the situation, coldly addressing Lu Qi. "Jiang only wishes to win your favor. How could a single glass of juice warrant such alarm?" Chapter 6. The big scoop about eldest sister Lu Songning. Upon hearing that his eldest sister Lu Songning was helping him, Lu Jiang quickly feigned nonchalance, saying, "Sister, it's all right. It's all my fault for not knowing that brother Lu Qi is allergic to fruit juice. This cannot be blamed on him. In the future, I shall inquire beforehand. Please do not be upset over this matter. You are so busy every day, worrying about us. It nearly breaks my heart." As Lu Jiang spoke, Lu Songning felt an even deeper pang of compassion for him. Simultaneously, her disdain for Lu Qi grew. Indeed, as Jiang had said, Lu Qi's character was questionable, and his intentions were cunning. He had returned solely to vie for the family fortune. Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoya, and Lu Yunkai, who had initially believed Lu Jiang was at fault, now felt sympathy for him after his pitiful confession. Surely, it must be Lu Qi who was overly suspicious. How could such a good person like Jiang wish harm upon anyone? Absolutely impossible. Lu Qi resumed his seat, took a bite of his meal, and glanced at his several unfriendly sisters. He recalled that he had yet to hear the juicy tidbit about Lu Songning, which had been interrupted by Lu Jiang. He hastily addressed the gossip system, saying, "Guagua, you mentioned earlier that Lu Songning had some juicy news. Please continue." Guagua replied, "Of course, host. Lu Songning has a fiancé named Zhang Yong, and they are set to marry next month. However, that fiancé is not even human." Lu Qi exclaimed, "Not human? Don't scare me. Is he a ghost?" While Lu Qi conversed with the system, the others at the table appeared to be engaged in their meals. Yet each was secretly eavesdropping on his thoughts. Even Lu Songning caught wind of his inner voice. Shocked, she turned to her sister Lu Yinxin, who gestured for her to remain silent. Sister, let us continue listening. Lu Songning nodded, refocusing her attention on Lu Qi. Guagua continued. That Zhang Yong is even worse than a ghost. He has always belittled Lu Songning for her boring personality, refusing to sleep with her before marriage. Behind her back, he has been keeping a mistress with whom he has been involved for 3 years. Lu Qi, what are you saying? Lu Songning was furious. Zhang Yong was such a good man, handsome and knowledgeable, and devoted to her. How could he possibly have a mistress? Furthermore, Lu Qi accused her of being boring. Was it wrong to save her best for their wedding night? Why was that deemed dull? In her anger, Lu Songning slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Lu Qi, how dare you? Lu Qi looked up at her puzzled. What is wrong? I didn't say anything. You, Lu Songning retorted. Sister Lu Yinxin quickly pulled Lu Songning back down, whispering, Sister, we can all express our thoughts, but we cannot voice them aloud, not even in writing. It must be understood implicitly. Lu Songning was both shocked and enraged, feeling as if she were haunted. Lu Yuanqing, Pan Feng, as well as Lu Yinxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yunkai had all heard Lu Qi's thoughts. Lu Yuanqing, suppressing his irritation, continued to listen for what Lu Qi would say next. If Zhang Yong truly was a scoundrel, he would not spare him for Lu Songning and the Lu family. Pan Feng was equally infuriated, feeling weak all over. Zhang Yong, who seemed gentle and cultured, could indeed be a despicable creature. The 3 sisters, Lu Yinxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yunkai, felt a chill in their hearts. Lu Qi finished a bowl of rice. Standing nearby, Wang Ma promptly asked, Young master, would you like a refill? Lu Qi nodded. Wang Ma added another scoop of rice to Lu Qi's bowl. He picked up his chopsticks, and Pan Feng served him peeled Australian lobster onto his plate. Thank you, mother. While eating, Lu Qi continued his conversation with the system in his mind. Ah, that Zhang Yong is indeed worse than a ghost. However, I find it perplexing. If he despises Lu Songning's boring personality, why would he even agree to marry her? Why not simply be with that mistress instead of taking such a convoluted route? Guagua responded, why? It's all for the Lu family's wealth. Lu Songning currently manages half of the Lu family's company. Once Zhang Yong marries her, he can gradually infiltrate those 80 companies and eventually seize the family fortune and shares for himself. He promised his mistress that once he obtains the Lu family's wealth, she would be given a legitimate status. Lu Qi thought, isn't that tantamount to swallowing all of the Lu family's assets? What significance would my return hold then? Surely, he would devise a way to eliminate me once he obtains the fortune. I must find a way to escape with money quickly. This plot cannot continue as is. If he succeeds, I shall lose my life. Guagua replied, indeed. Lu Jiang believes you pose the greatest threat to his claim on the Lu family's fortune. But in reality, his most significant threat is Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and no one suspects him of being a villain. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Songning and shook his head. Alas, these daughters of the Lu family are all beauty without brains. They can manage dozens of companies, yet cannot see through a scoundrel. It is obvious that if Zhang Yong acquires the Lu family fortune, he will not treat Lu Songning kindly. Her fate may well end in tragedy. Guagua added, yes, Lu Songning will eventually be poisoned by Zhang Yong. However, that will occur after you are harmed by Lu Jiang. Lu Songning claims Zhang Yong is on a business trip in the city, but in truth, he is vacationing with his mistress, Zone Nana, in Coen City, where they are currently enjoying themselves in a hotel. Upon hearing Lu Qi's thoughts, Lu Songning could no longer eat a single bite. Seeking an excuse to go to the restroom, she discreetly dialed Zhang Yong. After several rings without an answer, she tried again, but still no response. Doubts began to creep into her trust for him. Lu Yuanqing set down his chopsticks, his face darkened. I'm full. I'm stepping out for a moment. Upon reaching the door, a bodyguard approached him. This was the bodyguard Lu Yuanqing had sent to intercept the scar-faced man who had previously slandered Lu Qi. Sir, we have completed our investigation. The scar-faced man was hired by the second young master to defame the eldest young master, aiming to tarnish his image in your and Madam's eyes. Upon completion, he was promised a reward of 500,000. Understood, ungrateful child. I will deal with him later. Lu Yuanqing seethed. But the priority now was to verify the truth about Zhang Yong. He instructed the housekeeper, Zhou Fu, please investigate Zhang Yong's current whereabouts. Remember, it must be done discreetly. Yes, sir. Zhou Fu acknowledged the order and set off to investigate. Lu Yuanqing returned to the dining room, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, he did not wish for Lu Qi to realize he could hear his thoughts, so he restrained his fury and waited for Lu Qi to finish his meal. In the restroom, Lu Songning dialed Zhang Yong's number again, but after several rings, there was still no answer. Her faith in him began to waver. Chapter 7. What are you so proud of? Sooner or later, I will drive you out of the Lu family. Lu Songning repeatedly dialed Zhang Yong's number, but to no avail. She then sent him a message. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering your phone? Still, there was no response. Unease began to creep in her heart. Lu Yuanqing, noticing that she had been in the bathroom for quite some time, knocked on the door and asked, Sister, are you okay? Feeling somewhat anxious, Lu Songning steadied herself and opened the door for Lu Yuanqing. I'm fine. Lu Yuanqing sighed. Sister, Lu Qi said something. Don't take it to heart. Lu Songning shook her head, her tone tinged with disappointment. Yuanqing, I just called Zhang Yong. Lu Yuanqing inquired, what did he say? Lu Songning replied with a shake of her head, showing her call log to Lu Yuanqing. I've called him over a dozen times, and he hasn't picked up or replied to my messages. Lu Yuanqing, though beginning to believe Lu Qi's words, knew that without evidence, it was unwise to jump to conclusions. She could only comfort Lu Songning. Sister, don't let it bother you. Perhaps he's just busy and can't explain right now. You'll know once he returns your call. Lu Songning nodded, still feeling unsettled, but replied affirmatively. The two returned to the living room, where dinner had already concluded. Pan Feng instructed Wang Ma, please tidy up Qiyer's room. Yes, madam, Wang Ma replied. At that moment, Lu Qi was sitting on the sofa, enjoying some fruit after the meal. Pan Feng approached him, saying, come and see your room with mom and dad. Lu Qi eagerly followed Pan Feng and Lu Yuanqing upstairs. The Lu family mansion sprawled over 5,000 square meters, comprising 3 stories, each housing over a dozen rooms. The first floor included living quarters, a gym, a swimming pool, and accommodations for staff and bodyguards. The second floor featured the rooms of Lu Yuanqing and his wife, along with an entertainment area, a study, and a piano room. The third floor housed 5 daughters and the adopted son, Lu Jiang. As Lu Qi ascended to the third floor with Pan Feng, he was awestruck by the opulence. Upon entering his room, his face lit up with delight. Spacious, luxurious, comfortable. This was Lu Qi's assessment of his new bedroom, with its soft, inviting bed, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a cozy sofa by the bed, and an elegantly designed coffee table before it. This is fantastic. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng were pleased with Lu Qi's reaction, relieved that he liked the room, as they had previously worried he might not. Pan Feng stepped out of the bedroom and called to Lu Qi. There's a terrace outside, too. Lu Qi rushed to follow her, brimming with excitement. Wow, I love this terrace. The terrace was adorned with lush greenery and fragrant flowers, and a small pond housed a collection of exquisite ornamental fish. Lu Qi marveled. Life as a wealthy heir is truly splendid. It's a pity such bliss won't last long. The Lu family will soon come to ruin, with many suffering dire fates. Lu Yuanqing, overhearing his son's thoughts, silently vowed never to allow the Lu family to fall apart, determined to extinguish any sources of unrest. Pan Feng also felt the need to safeguard her son. The couple took Lu Qi on a tour of the entire mansion. As the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, Lu Yuanqing left to attend to company matters after settling Lu Qi in. Pan Feng arranged to play mahjong with her friends. Lu Songning, the eldest sister, along with her younger siblings, Lu Yuanqing and Lu Xiaoye, had all left the house. Only the youngest sister, Lu Yonk, and the adopted son, Lu Jiang, remained. Lu Yonk, a writer, led a free-spirited life, often either staying at home or traveling. When inspiration struck, she would update her novel. When it didn't, she would simply relax. Fortunately, she had no shortage of funds. With everyone gone, Lu Yonk retreated to her room, not to emerge. Lu Qi, too, intended to take a nap in his room when he heard a series of knocks at the door. The system chirped, Host, Lu Jiang is here to see you. Lu Qi chuckled, That rascal thinks he can take advantage of my solitude? He should consider his own standing before crossing paths with me. He should remember I was once an 18-line internet celebrity and had even dabbled in acting. His skills pale in comparison. Outside, Lu Jiang spoke softly. Brother Lu Qi, are you sleeping in there? Lu Qi flung the door open and retorted, am I sleeping? Or am I relieving myself on your head? Oh, it's you, Jiang. I thought it was some clueless servant knocking at my door. Lu Jiang. Clearly, he is just a bumpkin from a poor background, speaking so rudely. What brings you here? Jiang? Lu Qi asked, standing by the door, observing Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang replied gently, Brother Lu Qi, I just wanted to say that I'm quite happy you're home. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. We are brothers. Your matters are my matters. How kind of you. Lu Qi stretched and continued. Actually, I do have a bit of a dilemma. Could you assist me? Lu Jiang's brow twitched, feeling a bit uneasy. He had merely been making conversation, not expecting Lu Qi to take it seriously. Yet, having already spoken, he felt he could not refuse. Brother Lu Qi, what do you need help with? I will gladly assist if it's within my means. Could you lend me 5 million? With all the favor you receive at home, I've heard your allowance is in the tens of millions each year. Surely, lending me this amount wouldn't sting too much? Lu Jiang awkwardly smiled. I don't have that, but send me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Lu Qi quickly added Lu Jiang on WeChat and cheerfully sent him his card number. 3 minutes later, 5 million arrived. Lu Qi yawned. Ah, Jiang, you truly are a generous soul. Rest assured, from now on, I will be your brother. But now I must take a nap. Goodbye. With that, Lu Qi slammed the door shut, nearly catching Lu Jiang's nose in the process. Outside, Lu Jiang rubbed his nose, filled with resentment. Bah, what is he so proud of? I will surely drive him out of the Lu family. How dare he swindle me of 5 million? If it weren't to keep him off guard for future schemes, he'd never have laid his hands on my money. Curse him. Inside, Lu Qi lay sprawled on his lavish bed, listening to the system recount Lu Jiang's insults outside the door. Lu Qi laughed heartily. Let him rant. Tomorrow, when we're back at school, I'll find an opportunity to deal with him. The system cheered. Host is formidable. Host is imposing. Meanwhile, Lu Songning returned to the main company, feeling increasingly anxious in her office. She frequently checked her phone, hoping for a response from Zhang Yong. Finally, at 2 in the afternoon, his call came through. Hello, my dear. I was preoccupied and had my phone on silent. I didn't hear your calls. I'm so sorry, my lovely darling. While Lu Songning pressed, what were you busy with? I was at the base for an inspection, listening to reports from the assistant. I didn't notice your calls or messages. Please don't be mad at me, my dear. Lu Songning's defenses lowered. You're busy with work. How can I be upset? Remember to take your medicine for your stomach issues. Yes, thank you for the reminder, my dear. I love you, moi. The flicker of doubt that Lu Songning had managed to cultivate was swiftly extinguished by Zhang Yong's words. They indulged in a lengthy phone conversation for half an hour before Lu Songning hung up, only to receive a call from Lu Yuanqing. Sang Ning, there is something your father wishes to convey to you, so please brace yourself. Chapter 8, Unfilial Son. Before Lu Yuanqing could finish his words, a sense of foreboding surged within Lu Sanning. She steadied herself, forcefully suppressing the unease that threatened to engulf her. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuanqing was also struggling to contain his simmering anger. Sanning, I dispatched Zhou Fu to investigate, and indeed, Zhang Yong is not in the city, but is traveling with that Zhou Nana in Cohen City. What? Lu Sanning could scarcely believe her ears. Dad, Zhang Yong just called me, claiming that the reason he hasn't responded to my calls and messages is that he is busy with an inspection at the base. Lu Yuanqing sighed, aware that it would be difficult for Lu Sanning to accept this revelation immediately. However, he was resolute that Zhang Yong, a contemptible scoundrel, could no longer be tolerated. The engagement between their families must be publicly annulled. Sanning, I understand this is hard for you to accept right now. I will grant you time to adjust. For the moment, refrain from revealing your knowledge. When Zhang Yong returns, we will seize the opportunity to expose him. I intend to ruin his reputation. Bah! How dare he deceive the daughter of Lu Yuanqing and covet the wealth of the Lu family? I shall ensure that the Zhang group vanishes from this world. Upon ending the call, Lu Sanning sank heavily into her office chair. tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken necklace. Though she could not bring herself to believe her father's accusations of betrayal, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped her. Having been in a romantic relationship with Zhang Yong for 3.5 years, he had always been attentive and devoted. She had also treated him well, never holding back either emotionally or financially. The only thing she had reserved was her body, adhering to her parents' teachings, as she believed in saving herself from marriage. Could her heartfelt intentions truly be so difficult to comprehend? Were those girls who casually engaged in affairs truly enviable? Wiping her tears, Lu Sanning touched up her makeup and attempted to video call Zhang Yong. To her dismay, he hung up after just one ring. Soon, a message from him arrived. "Baby, I'm busy right now. I'll get back to you later." Half a minute later, Lu Sanning called out, "Secretary Qin." Qin entered, noting Lu Sanning's unusual expression. With her keen perception, she promptly inquired, "President Lu, what troubles you?" Lu Sanning did not answer the question, her tone icy as she commanded, "Have Tian Jun come over. We need to head to the city immediately." Meanwhile, Lu Qi had been sleeping in his bedroom, not rising until 6 in the evening. He instructed Wang Ma to prepare a meal and lazily basked in the sun at the entrance of the house. As the Lu family members returned home, Lu Jiang quietly worked on his assignments in the study. Seeing Lu Qi sprawled on the lounge chair, Lu Yanxin shot him an exasperated glance. "Look at you. You have no decorum whatsoever. Jiang has been diligently studying for his upcoming exams, yet you seem utterly unconcerned. Don't think that just because you entered our home, you are now a master of the Lu family. Aside from our parents, none of us recognize you. You cannot expect to live off us without contributing." Lu Qi disdainfully scoffed. "What is so impressive about a family on the verge of collapse? If it weren't for our parents insisting I return, I wouldn't even bother. If you dislike me so much, just give me money to leave. I would welcome it." Lu Yanxin was taken aback by Lu Qi's audacity. Normally, Jiang would obediently listen to her. Clearly, Lu Qi was an uncouth individual, a country bumpkin from a slum. He had no understanding of respect for his elder sister. To desire the Lu family's wealth while possessing such arrogance was laughable. With that, she stormed into the house. Lu Qi snorted. "Bah, I wouldn't even care to stay here. Once I get my money, I'll leave. And whether the Lu family thrives or perishes will be of no concern to me." Hearing Lu Qi's thoughts, Lu Yanxin's face darkened with anger. Jiang was correct. This country bumpkin had returned solely for the Lu family's wealth, and she would ensure that it never fell into his hands. Lu Jiang, hiding by the study window, overheard their exchange. As Lu Yanxin retreated indoors, he quickly set aside his assignments and rushed down from the 3rd floor to pour her a cup of coffee. "Please don't be angry, sister. Lu Qi didn't mean it. He might not have had anyone to teach him anything after his adoptive parents passed. I will take the time to guide him." Lu Yanxin sighed, affectionately ruffling Lu Jiang's hair. "You are the best. Rest assured, no one can replace your position in our family. You are the true young master of the Lu family." This reassurance filled Lu Jiang with happiness. Internally, he was a tumult of emotions, though he maintained a calm facade. "Sister, I don't care about who is the true young master or not. I only wish to be with you and our parents. You are my closest family, and I fear being separated from you." As he spoke with such emotion, tears welled in his eyes. Lu Yanxin gently patted his back, assuring him, "Do not worry. In this home, as long as your sisters stand by you, no one, not even our parents, will dare to cast you out." Lu Jiang cast a fearful glance toward Lu Qi, and though he said nothing, his expression spoke volumes. This look of fear only deepened Lu Yanxin's disdain for Lu Qi. At 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Qi sat on the sofa, engrossed in television, oblivious to the disapproving glances of his sisters. Several hours had passed since he arrived here from a book, and he had not written a single word in his assignments. It was not that he lacked the desire. Rather, in this reality, he was a poor student. The system had assured him that he wouldn't need to do homework at all, as the answers would be provided on the day of the examination. If he would be given the answers then, why waste his energy now? Life is short. One must indulge in eating and drinking. At this moment, Lu Jiang had completed his homework and was now seated on the sofa, playing video games with his 3 sisters, Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yang. Lu Qi felt like an outsider, and indeed, in this household, he was merely an interloper. Lu Qi thought to himself, these three foolish sisters do not regard me as their brother at all. They are far too close to that false young master. They will surely meet their end at his hands. Guagua, the system, chimed in indeed, host. The moment Lu Jiang returned home, he commenced his strategy against the Lu family. As the three sisters continued their game, they each slowed their movements upon hearing Lu Qi's thoughts. Jiang has begun his plan against the Lu family? What plan? Just as their minds were filled with doubt, Lu Yuanqing returned home. Upon entering, he bellowed at Lu Jiang, unfilial son. Chapter 9. Let us not pursue this matter any further. Lu Yuanqing's voice was loud, and his emotions were far from normal. Lu Jiang was taken aback. His phone, which he had been using to play a game, flew out of his hand in a moment of excitement, spinning through the air before landing heavily on the ground with a loud crack. Unfilial son, come here and kneel. Lu Jiang looked up, puzzled at Lu Yuanqing. He assumed that Lu Yuanqing was angry because he had been playing games. However, in the past, after completing his homework, both Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng had never expressed anger at him playing games, even suggesting that a bit of relaxation was beneficial for sharpening the mind. What was wrong with Old Bai today? Seeing Lu Jiang sitting still, merely staring blankly at him, Lu Yuanqing shouted again, Lu Jiang, are you deaf? I told you to come here and kneel. This time, Lu Jiang understood and hurriedly ran to kneel before Lu Yuanqing. Before his knees could stabilize, a heavy slap landed on his face. Lu Jiang, feeling wronged, asked, Dad, why did you hit me? Did I do something wrong? The three sisters of the Lu family were equally bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Lu Yuanqing rushed forward to intervene. Dad, what's wrong? You came back and inexplicably hit Jiang. Did he do something wrong? Lu Xiaya also stepped forward, attempting to support Lu Jiang, but was frightened away by a glare from Lu Yuanqing. Lu Yunk stood nervously beside them. Lu Yuanqing scolded loudly. Why do you think I hit you? Lu Jiang, are you too cowardly to admit your own deeds? With tears welling up, Lu Jiang protested. Dad, I've been at home doing homework all day. Fifth sister knows this. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Fifth sister, please tell Dad whether I've been doing my homework at home. Lu Jiang turned to Lu Yunk, his eyes filled with anxious desperation. Yes. Dad, Jiang has been at home all day doing homework. I can vouch for that. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, seated on the sofa watching television, quietly turned the volume down to the lowest setting. As a mere bystander, it was best not to draw too much attention. Although he was momentarily bewildered by the scene unfolding in the living room, he quickly pieced it together. Lu Qi thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, our dear father has already discovered that the scar-faced man who slandered me for gambling is actually being manipulated by Lu Jiang. Hence, he is here to reprimand him. Indeed, host, the voice in his mind confirmed. Lu Yuanqing learned about this matter at noon. However, he refrained from chastising Lu Jiang then, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Lu Jiang, I never expected you to be such a coward, unwilling to admit your own actions. Do you recognize this person? Lu Yuanqing pulled several photographs from his bag and threw them onto Lu Jiang's face. Lu Jiang picked up the photos, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. After all, he had reincarnated and had faced countless storms in his previous life. As long as he remained steadfast in denial, he would be fine. Internally, he cursed that damned scar-faced man, so incompetent that he cannot even execute such a simple task. And yet he dares to speak of a reward of 50,000. Yet outwardly, he insisted, Dad, who is this? I don't know him. I've never even seen him. Lu Yuanqing snorted coldly. You don't recognize him? Lu Jiang. You had him slander Qi, while we were picking him up from school, promising him 50,000 after the job was done. Surely, you are well acquainted. Lu Jiang shook his head. Dad, I swear I'm not lying. I truly don't know him. Oh, I remember now. When I came looking for you today, I did see a scar-faced man in the yard along with a bunch of little yellow-haired kids, but I can guarantee you, I don't know any of them. Seeing Lu Jiang's earnest demeanor made Lu Qi feel nauseated. He silently pinched his nose and mimicked, Dad, I'm not lying. I truly don't know him. TCH, Lu Jiang is such a fool, thinking that by insisting he doesn't know those people, he can cover up his misdeeds. Little does he know, the scar-faced man had already recorded their transaction to prevent him from reneging on payment. I see you have some evidence. Lu Qi mused silently, I wonder how he'll deny it once the recording is presented. Sure enough, Lu Yuanqing asked again, Lu Jiang, I'll ask you once more. Do you recognize this person? Why did you have him slander Qi, calling him a gambler? What were your intentions? Lu Jiang remained resolute, shaking his head. Dad, I truly don't know this person. You know my character. I have no grievances with Lu Qi. Why would I harm him? Besides, I've already taken 18 years of his life. It's a blessing that he hasn't kicked me out upon returning home. Rest assured, I would never harm Lu Qi. I even transferred him 500,000 as pocket money today. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Qi whether I sent him money. Lu Qi thought, oh, Lu Qi, why did you deceive me out of 500,000? This left Lu Jiang in a bind. The transaction record was still in his possession. Lu Yuanqing turned to Lu Qi. He understood that this situation would not topple Lu Jiang, for he could easily throw a tantrum, claiming he acted out of fear of being overshadowed by Lu Qi upon his return. Lu Yuanqing would likely soften. After all, despite not being his biological son, he had raised Lu Jiang for 18 years, forming a bond as deep as that with his own offspring. However, Lu Qi still wanted to make things uncomfortable for him. He sought to tarnish Lu Jiang's image in the eyes of his parents and sisters, hoping to leave him with no respite. With a sigh, Lu Qi feigned innocence. Yes, Dad, Jiang did indeed transfer me 500,000 at noon, claiming that while he orchestrated the slander against me, it was to tarnish my image in your eyes and lay a solid foundation for future schemes against me. Yet he has recognized his mistake and offered me 500,000 as hush money. Let us not pursue this matter any further. I've already forgiven him, as I've lost nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang was enraged, nearly bursting with fury. Were it not for Lu Yuanqing and his 3 sisters being present, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lu Qi. No, he had cursed him 1,000 times in his mind already. That 500,000 was a kind gift he had offered. How had it become a bribe for silence? Truly, a despicable country bumpkin. Lu Qi, what are you talking about? You clearly said you were broke and needed my help. I felt pity for your upbringing in the slums, so I generously offered you that money. Why are you slandering me? Lu Jiang, you just refer to that 500,000 as hush money. Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally let that slip. Dad, please don't blame Jiang. Lu Jiang, even now you refuse to acknowledge your fault. Let me make this clear. Lu Yuanqing pulled out a recorder from his bag and pressed play in front of everyone. You need to intentionally slander him in front of my parents, saying he owes you millions, and make it believable. Afterward, I'll give you 50,000 as a reward. Understood, young master. This matter is in my capable hands. As the recording played, Lu Jiang had no chance to plead before Lu Yuanqing unleashed a severe beating upon him. The stick, as thick as a thumb, struck down mercilessly, eliciting cries of pain from him. Chapter 10. The Lu family belongs to me alone. Though Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yang felt a pang of sympathy watching Lu Jiang being beaten, their compassion dissipated upon realizing the depths of his scheming nature. They could only allow him to endure the punishment. Despite their aversion to Lu Qi, they equally despised such cunning individuals. How could Jiang have transformed into this kind of person? It was incomprehensible. After several strikes, Lu Yuanqing finally ceased the assault. Lu Jiang, consider this a lesson. If you engage in such disgraceful acts again, I will expel you from the Lu family. Lu Jiang quickly sobbed and nodded in agreement. Father, I truly did not wish to act this way. I feared that once brother Lu Qi returned to the family, your affection for me would wane, which prompted me to scheme against him. I now recognize my error and shall not repeat it. Upon hearing Lu Jiang's confession, Lu Yuanqing's heart softened. He abandoned his previous stern demeanor and spoke gently. Jiang, regardless of whether Qi returns, you will always be our son. That will never change. You need not worry that we would overlook you. Your mother and I love you both equally. You and Qi are brothers. You must learn to coexist harmoniously. Father, I understand. I will strive to get along with brother. As he spoke, Lu Jiang rose unsteadily from the ground, limping towards Lu Qi, bowing deeply as he said, Brother Lu Qi, I am sorry. Lu Qi gently ruffled Lu Jiang's hair and chuckled. It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the mark of a good child. Just ensure you do not repeat such errors in the future. Lu Jiang thought to himself, after this incident, that fool must loathe me. I must remain vigilant. Who knows what schemes he might concoct against me next? Host, when you attend school tomorrow, be wary of him. He will likely conspire with his classmates to slander you, bully you, and then play the innocent victim, leading others to form a deep misunderstanding about you. Sighing, Lu Qi lamented, the mere thought of returning to school gives me a headache. It feels as though I have not attended in ages. Do not fret, dear host. With Guagua's assistance, you shall undoubtedly emerge as the most exceptional individual. Listening to Lu Qi's thoughts, Lu Yuanqing warned Lu Jiang, tomorrow, attend school with your brother. Do not cause any trouble there, or I shall not spare you. A shiver ran down Lu Jiang's spine. How could his father know of his plans to confront Lu Qi at school? Yet he feigned innocence. Father, Lu Qi and I do not attend the same school. How could I possibly cause trouble? Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled, in the original storyline, the male lead attended an ordinary school, while the false young master was enrolled in an elite institution. These two should not cross paths. Guagua interjected, Host, although you are not in the same school, they are merely separated by a wall. Your father is the largest shareholder of the elite school, and Lu Jiang is notorious as a bully there. If he wishes to extend his influence to your school, it would merely take a bit of money to accomplish. There will always be those willing to undermine you for a price. Lu Qi panicked. What should I do? The Lu family provides him with millions in pocket money each year. If he uses his wealth to hire someone against me, I, a mere pauper, cannot compete with him. My father claims to care for me, yet he has not even offered me a cent since my return. How can he call himself a father? I have endured hardship for 18 years outside, and yet he shows no concern. If I were in his position, I would generously provide $5 million as pocket money and even buy me a Rolls-Royce Phantom to drive to school. Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yonk felt discomfort upon hearing Lu Qi's thoughts about money. Indeed, this country bumpkin had returned home solely to demand funds. 50 million and a Rolls-Royce? How shameless. Father would never give him that. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lu Yuanqing's voice rang out, Cheerer, come here. Lu Qi's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that my father, moved by my plight, intends to grant me pocket money? Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Yuanqing retrieved a black card from his luxurious black leather bag. Cheer, this card contains 100 million. Use it as pocket money. As long as you do not engage in misdeeds, you may spend it freely. When it runs out, inform your father, and I shall transfer more. Lu Qi could hardly believe his eyes and ears. A black card? 100 million? Oh my! Guagua, did I hear correctly? My father is giving me 100 million. I have never seen such wealth in my life. What should I do? I'm so excited. Guagua replied, Host. Guagua is equally thrilled. Having a father is truly wonderful. Thank you, Father. You are so kind. You truly are my biological father. I could almost bow before you. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Lu Qi received the card with trembling hands. Prior to transmigrating, he had merely been an obscure internet celebrity, earning a meager income through videos, live streaming, and minor roles in film productions. His annual earnings scarcely surpassed 500,000, leading a life of hardship. Now, having transmigrated into the life of a young master, albeit one fated to die young, he was finally experiencing the indulgences of wealth. Yanxin, Lu Yuanqing continued, tomorrow, you and Cheerer will go to school to arrange for his transfer. He will enroll in our family's elite institution. Lu Yanxin felt reluctant, but, recognizing the weight of paternal authority, begrudgingly responded, Oh, understood. Xiaoye, please purchase a Rolls-Royce for Cheerer, along with the driver. Now that your brother has returned, you should not have to take the bus anymore. Lu Xiaoye was equally displeased and made an excuse. Father, I am busy with my design drafts. There is an international competition next week, and I am swamped. Lu Yuanqing frowned. Child, how long can it possibly take to buy a car? Never mind. If you are too busy, let Yonk handle it. Though Lu Yonk feared her father, she felt immense resentment seeing Lu Qi receive such lavish treatment. Her own allowance paled in comparison, and why should this country bumpkin receive their father's favoritism upon his return? Lu Yonk retorted, Father, why do you give him so much money? And a Rolls-Royce? Jiang only drives a Bentley worth 600,000. Yes, Father, my pocket money is only 50,000, and my car is merely a Bentley. Lu Jiang, still tear-streaked, Watched Lu Qi obtain both wealth and a vehicle consumed by jealousy. That old man always claimed to love me, treating me like his own son. Yet now that his biological son has returned, what place do I hold in this family? If I allow this country bumpkin to continue his schemes, he will eventually usurp my position in the Liu family. No, the Liu family must belong to me. All of the Liu family's wealth must be mine. Liu Jiang's hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched into tight fists. Chapter 11. You are correct. We cannot simply depart from the highway. The driver, Tian Jun, sped towards the city of Hu, with Lu Songning and her assistant, Qin Yi, seated in the back. Although Qin Yi was unaware of the unfolding events, she noticed Lu Songning's troubled expression and felt a pang of concern. Gently, she advised President Liu, "It will take over 2 hours to reach Yu City. Perhaps you could close your eyes and rest a bit." Lu Songning nodded, leaning against the back seat. But sleep eluded her. Her mind was tumultuous. On one hand, she believed in Zhang Yong, feeling deep down that he was not the person he seemed to be. Yet, on the other hand, the fear that he might indeed be that person gnawed at her. The thought of losing 3.5 years of love was akin to having her heart wrenched from her chest. After dinner, Lu Qi had taken a bath and spent some time in their expansive pool. Just as he intended to retreat to his room for the night, his wife, Pan Feng, returned from playing mahjong. Upon entering, she called out loudly, "Darling, has Songning come back yet?" Lu Yuanqing, clad in a gray silk nightgown, awaited his wife, who had a penchant for mahjong. While he adored her, he often lamented her habit of playing the game for hours on end. "Look at you, playing mahjong for half the day, and only now do you think to ask about Songning. As a mother, don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Pan Feng, aware she was at fault, approached her husband and playfully collapsed into his arms. "Oh dear, I haven't played in ages. The girls and I just had a little get-together today," she cooed. Lu Yuanqing sighed, "I truly cannot deal with you. You're not allowed to go tomorrow." Pan Feng blinked innocently, pouting like a child. "All right, I understand. By the way, has Songning returned?" Lu Yuanqing shook his head. "Not yet. That stubborn child. I told her about Zhang Yong, but she certainly won't believe me and will insist on verifying it herself. Let her come to her own conclusions. Zhang Yong is a scoundrel. I've already sent someone to deal with him in Kuan City. How do you plan to handle him?" Pan Feng inquired. "I dispatched Zhou Fu with bodyguards on our private jet. They should have arrived by now and are waiting for the right moment to act." Pan Feng nodded and took out her phone to call Lu Songning, hoping to remind her daughter not to be too disheartened, as her father would always have her back. Feeling glum, Lu Songning saw the call ringing, glanced at it, and then hung up. She hung up. She must be feeling down. Nevertheless, the situation must be confronted. "By the way, where's Qi? Has he gone to bed?" Just then, Lu Qi emerged from the pool area and greeted Pan Feng with a nod. She waved him over. "Qi, come here. Mommy won quite a bit at mahjong today. Here, take this card with 50 million for your pocket money." Lu Qi glanced at Lu Yuanqing and shook his head. "No thanks, Mom. Dad already gave me some today. Forget it. I can't accept this money, or Dad will accuse me of being greedy. I just received 100 million from him earlier, and now I'm supposed to take another 50 million from Mom." Lu Yuanqing placed the card in Lu Qi's hand. "It's all right, son. You keep it." After more than 2 hours, Lu Songning finally arrived in Hu City. Her thoughts still in disarray. She took out her phone and dialed Zhang Yong's number. As anticipated, he did not answer. After repeatedly calling him over 10 times to no avail, her last glimmer of hope began to fade. Qin Yi offered consolation. "President Liu, let's find a hotel to settle in first. Whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow. There's no need to rush." Lu Songning nodded, feeling dazed, as though she were a drifting soul. Having managed her father's company for many years, she was known for her sharp acumen and decisiveness. Yet in matters of the heart, she felt somewhat inept. Once Qin Yi had arranged accommodations, Lu Songning checked in. It was not until 10 o'clock that night that Zhang Yong finally returned her call. "Hey, baby, I've been busy and just got the chance to call you back. What are you up to? Have you missed me?" Moi. Zhang Yong's playful tone and affectionate words once would have charmed Lu Songning. However, now, she felt nothing but agitation. "Hey Yong, where are you right now?" "Oh, I'm in Hu City, staying at the Sigri-La Hotel. Just got back and am about to wash up and rest." Upon hearing the name of the hotel, Lu Songning glanced at the tissue box on the bedside table, which prominently displayed "Welcome to Shangri-La." Her heart plummeted. How ironic. She was staying at the very same hotel. Which room are you in? I'm in room 666. 6 is your lucky number, so I chose 3 6s, hoping my darling will always sail smoothly. 666, great fortune. Yes, Ayeong, you are so thoughtful, always considering me. As she continued the conversation, Lu Songning slipped on her slippers and prepared to leave with Chin Yi. Their room was on the 3rd floor, and they took the elevator to the 6th. Anxiously, Lu Songning approached room 666, while Zhang Yong continued to chatter on the phone. Darling, do you miss me? I wish I could see you right now. Of course. I miss you, she replied, signaling Chin Yi to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Baby, what is that noise? Zhang Yong asked. Nothing, just some sounds. Lu Songning responded before hanging up. Who is it? A man's wary voice called from within room 666. Immediately, the door cracked open, revealing an unfamiliar man, looking irritated. Who are you? What do you want? Chin Yi quickly glanced at the room number and feigned surprise. Oh, excuse us. We must have knocked on the wrong door. The disgruntled man, annoyed by the disturbance, slammed the door shut. To him, these two women appear to be nothing but trouble. As Lu Songning and Chin Yi walked away, Lu Songning's face was set in a grimace, her body temperature plummeting to below 0. Zhang Yong had claimed to be in room 666 at the Shangri-La Hotel. Yet she was currently residing in the same establishment, and there was no sign of him in that room. Zhang Yong was lying. The truth of Lu Qi's words resonated within her. Her father was correct. Zhang Yong had indeed betrayed her. The more she contemplated it, the more her heart ached. Standing beside Lu Songning, Chin Yi felt an icy chill coursing through her veins. It was an unbearable cold, penetrating to the core. At that moment, she grasped the gravity of the situation and angrily declared, Zhang Yong is truly despicable. He doesn't even reside here and still dares to deceive President Lu. This can't be simple. Lu Songning nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhang Yong is a scoundrel, a fraud. With her suspicions confirmed, Lu Songning yearned to return home, to find a secluded space to weep freely. For too long, she had cultivated an image of coldness and authority, unaware that she too harbored feelings of solitude and helplessness. The so-called strong woman was merely a facade, masking the softness within her heart. Chin Yi reminded her, President Lu, if we leave now, Zhang Yong may deny everything later. This statement snapped Lu Songning back to reality. While she had always managed company affairs with precision, matters of the heart were uncharted territory for her, especially since Zhang Yong was her first love. Yes, you are right. We cannot simply depart. Lu Songning retrieved her phone and initiated a video call to Zhang Yong, perhaps eager to swiftly attend to her in order to engage in other enjoyable pursuits. Zhang Yong almost instantaneously acquiesced. Chapter 12. A country bumpkin in our class. How unfortunate. In the video, Zhang Yong stood in the bathroom, utterly unclad, with bubbles adorning his head. Darling, did you just hang up and already miss me? He said. I'm in the shower. Look, my head is still soapy. As he spoke, he leaned closer to the screen, flaunting his bubble-covered hair. Lu Songning frowned deeply, gazing at Zhang Yong's hypocritical visage on the screen. Zhang Yong, you claim to be in room 666 of the Shangri-La Hotel, correct? Zhang Yong nodded affirmatively, chuckling. What's wrong, darling? I just told you that. Why ask again? Typically, she never inquired about his whereabouts, his hotels, or his companions, for she trusted him completely, unconditionally. Lu Songning approached her relationships with the same principles she applied in her company. Mistrust those who deserve it, but trust those you employ. However, she never anticipated that everything over the past 3 years had merely been a facade. Zhang Yong, do you love me? The sarcasm and heartache at the corners of Lu Songning's mouth threatened to spill over, but she restrained herself with effort. Of course, how could I not love you? Would I wait for you for 3.5 years if I didn't? He replied. By the way, why do you seem off today? With a cold laugh, Lu Songning retorted, if you truly love me, would you dare walk out of the bathroom and show me the entire room on camera? Zhang Yong hesitated. Oh, darling, I'm in the shower and I get all dirty walking out like this. Let me finish and I'll video call you, all right? No, Lu Songning mocked. It's not that you think it would be dirty to walk out wet. It's that you're not even at the Sigri-La Hotel. You're not in the city, am I right? A jolt of panic surged through Zhang Yong, who quickly denied it. Oh, darling, why don't you believe me? When have I ever deceived you? Huh? Lu Songning responded coldly. Then why don't you step out and take a stroll around? Show me your room number. Feigning calm, Zhang Yong replied. Oh, you silly girl. Let me finish my shower first, and I'll video call you right away. Be good. Enough with the pretense, Zhang Yong. Look at this. Lu Songning turned the camera towards the doorplate of room 666, which bore the words, Welcome to the Sigri-La Hotel. What? Zhang Yong stammered from the other side of the video. You said you were at the Sigri-La Hotel, so where am I standing right now? I'm right in front of room 666. Open the door for me. On the other end, Zhang Yong feigned composure. Darling, stop joking. I need a shower. Let us leave it at that. Lu Songning was on the verge of breaking down. She shouted at the screen, Zhang Yong, you scoundrel. You've utterly disappointed me. She prepared to hang up, vowing to break off their engagement as soon as he returned to the capital and to terminate all business dealings with his family. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Zhang Yong's side. Who are you? What do you want? In the next moment, a loud crash reverberated through the phone, causing the screen to shake violently. The video camera shifted away from Zhang Yong's face and pointed a location that, while unfamiliar to Lu Songning, was immediately recognizable. It was a bear. Large posterior. Startled, the large backside appeared to plop onto the phone screen. Lu Songning could only guess that the phone had fallen, and Zhang Yong had inadvertently landed on it. You scoundrel! How dare you bring another woman here, behind our young lady's back? You are truly despicable. How do you even deserve our young lady? Yes, scoundrel. Make sure to take plenty of pictures. Let the young lady see your true face. Let go of me. Zhang Yong, help me. What are you doing? A woman's voice echoed from the room, causing Lu Songning to nearly choke on her indignation. The truth of her brother Lu Qi's insights and her father's investigations rang true. Zhang Yong had indeed betrayed her, and his companion was none other than his secretary. Oh, Nana. It was utterly infuriating. She had always observed the distance Zhang Yong maintained with his secretary, convinced it was merely a professional relationship. Little did she know they had been entangled for quite some time. The sound of punches, kicks, and screams filled the room as Zhang Yong and Zhou Nana were mercilessly beaten. Listening to their cries through the video call, Lu Songning felt no sympathy. Instead, she relished in the moment. Her father had truly come through for her, arranging a backup plan she never anticipated. Furthermore, she was grateful for Lu Qi's insights. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to her betrayal for much longer. Minutes later, whether due to a dead battery or water damage, the video call screen went black, and silence ensued. With a cold smile, Lu Songning ended the call, holding her phone tightly. On the other side, Qin Yi was well aware of everything that had transpired. Having been right beside Lu Songning, returned to the capital, Lu Songning commanded. The morning breeze was refreshingly pleasant. The Bugatti, valued at 120 million, glided through the bustling streets. The day after Lu Qi was transported into the story, he reluctantly had to go to school, but not to attend classes. Rather, he was to follow Lu Yuanxing's orders and complete the transfer procedures with Lu Yuanxing for a regular high school. They intended to transfer him to an elite school, citing its superior resources. 10 minutes later, the transfer was completed. Lu Yuanxing took Lu Qi to the neighboring prestigious school, where she introduced him to the head teacher of Class 2, Senior 3. Originally, he was meant to be in Class 1, alongside Lu Jiang, but Lu Qi refused, so he was placed in Class 2 instead. Class 1 was known as the rocket class, the pinnacle of the school, while Class 2 was merely a regular key class. Nevertheless, Class 2 was still equipped with top-tier teachers. After settling Lu Qi in, Lu Yuanxing departed, uninterested in spending any time with him. She had no affection for her brother, having not lived with him since childhood. To her, Lu Qi was merely an uncouth country bumpkin unworthy of being her brother. The head teacher, Gao Chiliang, was a balding old man who appeared quite spirited as he led Lu Qi to the classroom of Class 2. Classmates, this is Lu Qi, our new student. Lu Qi bowed and spoke softly. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Qi. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, an unpleasant voice rang out from among the students. A country bumpkin has come to our class. How unfortunate. Chapter 13. Report to the teacher. I have something to reveal. Following that discordant voice, more whispers emerged. Indeed, why is this country bumpkin in our class instead of class 1? Who knows about him? Lu Xiao said we should try to trip him up. Yes, yes. Let us get rid of him. A cacophony of loathsome whispers reached Lu Qi's ears. The homeroom teacher, Gao Qiliang, pointed to a vacant seat by the window and said to Lu Qi, "There's an empty spot there. You may sit there." Lu Qi raised his gaze and noticed a stunningly beautiful girl seated upright at the edge. She appeared well-developed in all the right places, yet her demeanor was frigid, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, Lu Qi approached, as there were no alternative seats available. He mustered his courage, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and sat beside her. "Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Qi. It's a pleasure to be your deskmate." Su Yunyang chose to disregard his presence entirely. Unperturbed, Lu Qi straightened up, acutely aware of numerous malevolent stares directed at him. It was hardly surprising. This was Lu Jiang's territory, and it was impossible to not feel ostracized here. But what was there to fear? With Guagua by his side, he was prepared to face whatever came his way. After all, he had once been an actor. It was merely a performance. If they enjoyed it, he would indulge them fully. "Everyone, please take out the test papers from last class. I will explain the questions," announced the bald Gao Qiliang, the math teacher. Lu Qi, being a newcomer, had obviously not received the test paper. Gao Qiliang turned to Su Yunyang, saying, "Su Yunyang, since Lu Qi has just transferred and doesn't he have a paper, could you please share yours with him?" Su Yunyang remained silent, but after Gao Qiliang spoke, she pushed her paper slightly towards Lu Qi, placing it right at the midpoint between their desks. Lu Qi expressed his gratitude, but Su Yunyang acted as though she hadn't heard. As Gao Qiliang began explaining the questions, Lu Qi found himself disinterested. Before transmigrating into this narrative, he had already been a 26-year-old man, having barely scraped through high school. He had struggled with Chinese and English, and found math and science to be as incomprehensible as ancient texts. It was no wonder he was floundering, still a minor internet celebrity at 28. Now, being asked to listen to high school math felt infinitely more complex than climbing the highest mountain. Though the original character had excelled academically, he was not that character, and he had no interest in academics. After enduring for a mere 10 minutes, fatigue overwhelmed him. Unable to risk falling asleep, he propped his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the blackboard, while mentally conversing with Guagua. "Guagua, what on earth is that bald teacher talking about? I can't understand a single word. Right now?" he asked, discussing vectors. "Oh dear, host, did you really never read any books in reality? This is such basic knowledge. I barely understand anything. If I did, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I need to go home and have a word with my cheap father. Perhaps I can avoid studying altogether. I feel like studying is far more complicated than being an internet celebrity. Prestigious families value education above all. You're only 18 if you don't want to study. What will you do? Your father would never agree. And who knows, he might even give you a beating, steering your heart towards the false young master. Damn it, others transmigrate to become either rich or powerful or bed beautiful women, while I'm here struggling in school. It's disheartening. Host, there are only 6 months until the college entrance examination. Just endure a little longer. Once it's over and you're in university, you'll have the freedom to pursue whatever you desire." As Lu Qi and Guagua continued their banter, he noticed Su Yunyang staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Her expression conveyed shock and disgust. Lu Qi was perplexed about how he had offended her. Was it because he wasn't paying attention and she had caught him daydreaming, leading her to look down upon him? This girl seems unhinged. Not only is she frigid, but she also ignores me completely. And now she is giving me that revolted look. Am I really that repulsive? Host, this is the renowned campus beauty, Su Yunyang, the goddess admired by all the boys. Even the false young master, Lu Jiang, is infatuated with her, pursuing her relentlessly, yet she pays him no mind. Initially, Lu Qi wanted to curse Su Yunyang for her haughty attitude, but hearing that Lu Jiang was pursuing her and being ignored, he found her much more agreeable. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Anyone who opposed the false young master, Lu Jiang, was an ally of Lu Qi. Su Yunyang was astounded by her new desk mate. Was this some sort of apparition? She could hear his thoughts. He was conversing with someone named Guagua, presumably his system. The narrative was indeed true. Systems existed. However, this lecherous individual wished to embrace beautiful women? How utterly revolting. He even mocked her, calling her insane. Such insolence was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Su Yunyang abruptly yanked the test paper towards herself, placing it firmly in front of her. The sudden motion startled Lu Qi. Just as I called her insane, she snatched the paper away. This girl is clearly not of sound mind. If she doesn't want to pay attention, then so be it. I have no desire to listen to the bald teacher drone on anyway. Fuming, Su Yunyang could hardly contain her anger as Gao Chiliang asked, which student knows the triangular law of vectors and the steps to solve this problem? Su Yunyang raised her hand, her voice melodious yet still icy. Teacher, my desk mate wishes to answer. Lu Qi, who had been dozing off, was taken aback. Wait, is this a setup? I can't even comprehend what's being discussed. Yet I'm expected to respond? Very well, Lu Qi, why don't you give it a try? Lu Qi, caught between confusion and an escalating torrent of curses directed at Su Yunyang, stood up. Guagua, quick, how do I respond? Fear not, host. I've got you covered. The answer is vector AB plus vector BC equals vector AC, and the steps to solve it are. Lu Qi recited Guagua's words verbatim. Su Yunyang scoffed derisively at his lack of originality. Gao Chiliang replied, Lu Qi, a commendable answer. Keep up the good work. Embarrassed, Lu Qi sat down, only to be met with muffled laughter throughout the classroom. He had the audacity to answer such a simple question. Truly a country bumpkin. On his first day, he is already trying to show off. How laughable. Lu Xiao was right. His return is merely a source of amusement for us. What a bunch of fools, daring to mock me openly. How absurd. Listening to Guagua's words, Lu Qi chuckled softly to himself. He slowly raised his right hand and declared, Teacher, I have something to report. Chapter 14. Teacher, there are good things in his desk. Upon hearing Lu Qi's voice, the homeroom teacher, Gao Chiliang, furrowed his brow. Lu Qi, why aren't you paying attention in class? What do you wish to report? Lu Qi was about to speak when the group that had just mocked him began whispering again. Ha ha ha. This fool not only seeks the spotlight, but now wants to report someone. Who is he going to report? This is hilarious. He right. Coming from the slums. He wants to stand out and thinks he is unique. Of course, he has to take a different path. Exactly. People like him are truly annoying. Let us deal with him after class. Let us kick him out of class too for good. The derisive voices targeting Lu Qi caught the attention of Gao Chiliang, who slammed the eraser on his desk. Clap. Silence. You are all classmates and must coexist harmoniously. If anyone dares to speak again, you will stand outside and reflect on your behavior. Understood? Quiet down. Xiao Yugong. If you continue chattering, I will call your parents after class. With Gao Chiliang's thunderous rage, the classroom fell silent. The group that had been mocking Lu Qi obediently closed their mouths. However, this silence lasted barely half a second before the classroom erupted into uproarious laughter. Lu Qi had not even finished his report when he looked up and joined in the laughter. Realizing that it was inappropriate, he quickly shut his mouth, though his shoulders shook with suppressed mirth. It turned out that Gao Chiliang had struck the eraser so forcefully that chalk dust had splattered all over his face, rendering him a comical sight. Silence. What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, you will all stand up and listen to the lecture. Gao Chiliang's gaze turned to Lu Qi. What did you say you wanted to report? Lu Qi raised his eyes to the three individuals seated at the back of the classroom. Qiu Yugong, He Xing, and Zhang De. These individuals were all sycophants of the fake young master, Lu Jiang. Teacher, I wish to report that Qiu Yugong has cigarettes in his backpack. He Xing has a smartphone. And Zhang De has condoms in his desk. Boom. The moment Lu Qi's words escaped his lips, the class, which had just been subdued by Gao's authority, erupted like oil meeting fire. What? Qiu Yugong dares to bring cigarettes? He Xing has a smartphone? Zhang De has condoms? Oh my, what a sensational scoop. The transgressions of these three could lead to serious consequences. This is explosive news. With only half a year until the college entrance examination, receiving punishment now would be detrimental to their records. Wait, How could Lu Qi know their secrets so soon after arriving? The classmates found it hard to believe, as did the three accused, who were wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Despite their guilty consciences, they assumed Lu Qi had no knowledge of their specifics and was merely bluffing. They quickly waved their hands in a panic, insisting, "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. We are law-abiding students. This Lu Qi just entered the class and is wronging us. Someone like him, who divides classmates, should be expelled." Gao Qiliang was skeptical. He advised Lu Qi, "I understand you are new and they may have said unkind things to you, but rest assured, I will address their behavior. However, you must not falsely accuse your classmates." Lu Qi shook his head. "Teacher, every word I say is the truth. If you wish, you can search their backpacks and desks right now." Gao Qiliang remained unconvinced. "Lu Qi, how would you know they were hiding something? Classmates should not falsely accuse one another." Lu Qi's tone was resolute. "Teacher, their items were not just hidden. I encountered them outside school today, and I saw them conceal their possessions." It was evident that Lu Qi was lying, as he had not seen them earlier that day. Yet, he could not reveal that the system had informed him. Initially, he had no desire to become their adversary, but they had targeted him from the moment he entered the class. In his previous life, he had lived in a state of submission, yet here he was, reincarnated as a young master. Now that he had this opportunity, he would fully embrace the essence of a young master. If they wished to make his life difficult, he would retaliate. To bear a grudge without retribution is not noble. I have crossed over, and if I cannot contend with a fake young master, I will not allow these three petty bullies to intimidate me. Qiu Yugong and the others realized they needed to act swiftly. Qiu Yugong reached into his backpack and threw the cigarettes from beneath the desk to the feet of Wang Changgue in the front row. Hixing stealthily tucked his smartphone into his pants. Zhang De, slightly slower, was about to retrieve the condoms from his desk when Gao Qiliang roared, "You three, stand up. Let me see if you're hiding anything. Lu Qi has just joined our class, and I believe he is not falsely accusing you." Reluctantly, the three stood from their seats. Gao Qiliang approached them. "Qiu Yugong, empty your backpack." Qiu Yugong retorted, "Gao, if there are no cigarettes in my bag, should Lu Qi apologize to me?" Lu Qi scoffed, "Teacher, his cigarettes are no longer in the bag. He just tossed them under the desk." Gao Qiliang bent down and indeed found a pack of cigarettes near Wang Qinggui's feet. His face turned pale with anger as he picked up the pack. "Qiu Yugong, you claim you're not focusing on your studies, but on how to smoke. Where did these cigarettes come from?" Qiu Yugong panicked for a moment, then quickly denied, "Teacher, these cigarettes are not mine." Gao Qiliang fumed. "If they are not yours, are they Wang Qinggui's?" Qiu Yugong nodded. After all, Wang Changgue was often bullied by the three. So what difference did it make to frame him for carrying cigarettes? Wang Qinggue, teary-eyed, shook his head. "Teacher, these cigarettes are not mine. I just felt something thrown at my feet, but I don't know whose they are." He glanced back at Qiu Yugong, who glared at him, causing Wang Changgue to fall silent in fear. Gao Qiliang discerned the truth from their expressions. "You two will come to my office after class." He then turned to Hixing, who was seated to the left of Qiu Yugong. "Step forward. Let me see if you have a smartphone in your bag." Reluctantly, Hixing shuffled forward a few steps. Before Gao Qiliang even checked his bag, a smartphone clattered to the floor from Hixing's pants. Chapter 15, Help. A classmate is being violent. Hixing extended his right foot, aiming to stamp down on the phone in an attempt to conceal the evidence. However, Gao Qiliang was quicker, bending down with a nimble grace to snatch the phone from Hixing's grasp. Producing a tissue from his pocket, he wrapped the phone with disdain, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a pungent device." His remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the entire class, as they had all witnessed the phone tumble from Hixing's pant leg moments earlier. The sight of Gao Qiliang's actions only heightened their amusement. "Now it's your turn." Gao Qiliang turned his attention to Qiu Yugong and Hixing before addressing Zhang De. Zhang De clutched a box of rubber tightly in his palm, boldly asserting, "Teacher, there is nothing in my desk. You can check if you like." As Gao Qiliang bent down to inspect Zhang Da's desk, he suddenly saw Zhang De pass the rubber to Hixing, startled. Hixing tossed the item away, as if it were a hot potato, and it landed right at Gao Qiliang's feet. The air turned thick with tension. Gao Qiliang erupted in fury. "Zhang De, I expect your parents to meet with me this afternoon." Zhang De stammered, "Old Gao, I was wrong." Gao Qiliang placed the 3 confiscated items on the desk and continued the lesson, summoning Xiao Yugong, He Xing, and Zhang De to his office after class. Of course, Wang Chengue was not called, for Gao Qiliang's mind was as clear as day. In the office, Gao Qiliang slammed his right hand on the table, pointing at Xiao Yugong. Xiao Yugong, tell me again, is that cigarette yours or someone else's? I warn you, the classroom is under surveillance. If you dare lie, your punishment will be severe. Xiao Yugong, aware of the cameras, shivered and replied timidly, Old Gao, the cigarette is mine. Who gave you the cigarette? Are you not ashamed of neglecting your studies and disappointing your hardworking parents? Old Gao, I was wrong. Please don't tell my parents. I promise to change. It's too late. According to school rules, bringing cigarettes or alcohol onto campus results in disciplinary action. And you too, do you have any explanations? He Xing and Zhang De trembled in fear. Bringing a phone onto campus leads to confiscation and disciplinary action, and as for carrying condoms, this was unprecedented. Gao Qiliang, in front of the 3, called their parents, asking them to come to school in the afternoon. All right, you 3 go back to class for now. We'll discuss this further when your parents arrive. The trio returned to class, dejected. During the lengthy break before the next class, Lu Qi, who had just arrived and was unfamiliar with anyone, found himself lost and unable to concentrate on his studies. He rested his chin on his left hand, staring at the ceiling, engaging in a half-hearted conversation with the system. The school beauty, Su Yunyang, after finishing her class, remained seated next to Lu Qi, feigning intense concentration on her English homework while secretly eavesdropping on his exchange with the system. Lu Qi lamented, I don't want to go to school. Guagua responded, men can cry, it's not a sin. Lu Qi continued, can you alter time? When I open my eyes, let it be the day of the college entrance exam, so I can suffer less. Studying is truly a torturous endeavor. Su Yunyang shook her head in disbelief. What a hopeless slacker. Guagua replied, host, stop daydreaming. Lu Qi retorted, Guagua, I despise you. Guagua warned, host, forget the hatred, trouble is approaching. Lu Qi looked up to see Xiao Yugong, He Xing, and Zhang De, the trio who had just been summoned to the office, approaching him. Their moods were grim, each brimming with frustration. They stood at the back of the classroom beside the illustrious Su Yunyang. Why are you targeting us, Lu Qi? Xiao Yugong began. You just joined our class. We have no grievances. Why act so maliciously? He Xing chimed in, exactly. What business is it of yours if I use a smartphone? You came in here, causing chaos. Zhang De added, my condom was just for fun, not for anything inappropriate. Why expose me? Lu Qi, uninterested in their complaints, shifted his posture and continued to gaze at the ceiling. This action was perceived by the trio as a blatant dismissal of their presence. Xiao Yugong, agitated, nearly slammed the desk, but hesitated, aware of Su Yunyang's presence. Su Yunyang, could you move aside? We need to speak with Lu Qi, they pleaded. However, Su Yunyang believed Lu Qi was simply cowardly, not daring to confront the trio. Internally, she mused, he wants to provoke, yet fears the confrontation. Now that they are bullying him, he dares not speak. Outwardly, she coldly retorted, you 3 are disrupting my studies. Leave. Upon hearing Su Yunyang's anger, Xiao Yugong and his companions quickly nodded an apology. Sorry, Su. We'll leave immediately. He Xing pointed a finger menacingly at Lu Qi, declaring, I'll settle this after school. Zhang De added, you have the guts to report us, but not to confront me? Aren't you supposed to be tough? Pathetic. Just then, the faux young master, Lu Jiang, strolled in from Class 1, having overheard the commotion from Class 2. Curious to see if Xiao Yugong's provocation of Lu Qi had succeeded. The trio quickly bowed and scraped, Young Master Lu, you've arrived. Greetings, young master. Upon his arrival, Lu Jiang exchanged glances with the trio before reprimanding Lu Qi. Lu Qi, our father sent you here to study diligently. Why, upon transferring, do you already have conflicts with your classmates? Lu Qi muttered, what a fool pretending. Guagua interjected, host, hurry. The principal and a group of officials are approaching the window. This is an opportunity for chaos. 10, 9, 8, 7. 1. Sighing, Lu Qi softly lamented, poor souls, I initially intended to ignore you. But since you insist on pressing, I suppose I must let you have a taste of your own medicine. Turning to Su Yunyang, he requested, could you please allow me to step out? Having heard Guagua's warning about the principal, Su Yunyang immediately rose to let Lu Qi exit his seat. As he stepped out, Lu Qi feigned innocence, pleading, "Chiu Gu, I promise I won't do it again. Can you let me off this time?" Oof. Too late. Chiu Yugong's demeanor shifted to arrogance as he pointed at Lu Qi. "Dare to provoke me? You seek death." Yixing and Zhang pressed forward, encircling him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qi sat down abruptly, positioning himself where the surveillance could not capture the scene. He called out dramatically, "Why are you hitting me? Help! Someone! Classmates are attacking me. Bullying is occurring. Principal, save me." Chiu Yugong, Yixing, and Zhang stood stunned. Across the classroom, the principal glimpsed the unfolding drama from the window, his expression shifting from surprise to anger. Today was a significant day for the school, with the Education Bureau's director and other officials in attendance. The scene before him demanded immediate and serious attention. Chapter 16. How wonderful to have wealthy parents. Chiu Yugong and his companions could hardly have imagined that mere minutes after leaving the teacher's office, they would find themselves summoned back to the principal's office. Principal Huang Kiskiviko, with a stern expression, reprimanded Chiu Yugong and the others, stating, "With only half a year remaining until the college entrance examination, you neglect your studies and resort to bullying your classmates. This shows a blatant disregard for your future. Our school will not tolerate such behavior." Principal Huang turned his ire towards Gao Chiliang, the head of the teaching department, who had been called in. "Look at the fine students you have nurtured, bullying their peers in broad daylight." Gao Chiliang, touching his shiny forehead, repeatedly apologized. "Principal Huang, I've already contacted the parents of these 3 students, initially asking them to come this afternoon. Now, please have them come immediately." Huang commanded, his voice resolute. "We will address this matter seriously." Half an hour later, the parents of the 3 students arrived at the school. Naturally, Lu Qi, as one of the parties involved, was also summoned. Lu Jiang, standing nearby, reveled in the situation. You country bumpkin, on your very first day at school, you find yourself in conflict with your classmates and even engage in fighting. What do you think your parents will say about you? Do you really believe the Lu family would entrust their wealth to someone as foolish as you?" The parents of Chiu Yugong and the other 2 students, all hailing from affluent backgrounds, arrived with an air of arrogance. Chiu Mingjun, Chiu Yugong's father, boldly addressed Principal Huang. "Principal Huang, it's just a fight. What's the big deal? Are you really going to expel my son?" Huang glanced at the Education Bureau director, still seated in the office, and coldly replied to Chiu Mingjun, "What kind of nonsense is this? First, your son brought cigarettes to school, violating school rules. Second, he openly assaulted a classmate in the classroom, which is a serious offense. If you refuse to cooperate with the school's handling of this matter, we will have no choice but to involve the police." Chiu Mingjun retorted sarcastically, "If you dare punish my son, I will see to it that you can no longer be principal. Do you believe that?" The other 2 parents echoed his sentiments, believing a mere principal would not dare to touch their sons, as they had connections everywhere. Just then, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng arrived. Upon hearing that Lu Qi had been bullied at school, Lu Yuanqing was both heartbroken and furious. He rushed to the school with Pan Feng. As they entered the principal's office, the first thing Lu Yuanqing did was to examine Lu Qi thoroughly, his eyes filled with concern and his words soothing. "So, are you hurt?" Pan Feng even called for the school nurse to conduct a full examination of Lu Qi, the once arrogant parents of the 3 students. Upon seeing the wealthiest man in the capital, instantly lost their bravado. They approached Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, desperately apologizing and urging their sons to do the same. "You little rascal, how dare you provoke the son of the Lu family? Do you want to ruin your future in the capital?" They admonished, urging their sons to apologize. "Young Master Lu, please forgive us, we beg you." With Lu Yuanqing's arrival, the status of Lu Qi transformed from being merely Lu Xiao to being revered as young Master Lu. The 3 who had previously insulted Lu Qi now sincerely apologized in front of him. For the first time, Lu Qi experienced the immense power of having a wealthy father. "How wonderful it is to have wealthy parents," he thought. "Young Master Lu, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." Chiu Yugong and his companions whimpered pitifully before Lu Qi. "Whether to forgive you depends on my son. If he chooses not to forgive you, I suggest you pack your things and leave. Lu Qi had no personal vendetta against them. His aim was to unearth the mastermind behind the bullying Lu Jiang and teach him a lesson. From the moment I entered the classroom, I heard you whispering, hurling insults and personal attacks at me. Even after I sat down, you continued to mock and belittle me. I do not know you, yet you targeted me from the outset. If you do not reveal who instructed you to act in this manner today, you will not be able to continue your studies at this school. Lu Qi coldly addressed Qiu Yugong and his friends. Lu Yuanqing added sternly, indeed. My son only transferred to this school today, yet you inexplicably insult him. Who gave you the authority to do so? If you fail to speak the truth, we will have no choice but to involve the police. He turned to the parents of the 3 students. Furthermore, you 3 families will no longer be able to operate in the capital. The Lu family will sever all business ties with you and blacklist you nationwide. Pan Feng, holding Lu Qi, gently stroked his head and coldly addressed the mothers of the 3 boys. What kind of rubbish did you raise to bully my son? You won't even be able to play mahjong in the capital anymore. The 3 women immediately gasped in fear, begging for mercy. Please, Madame Lu, I can't live without mahjong. One cried, yes, Madame Lu, mahjong is my life. Without it, I can't survive. Another lamented, you little rascal, you better reveal who instigated you. Qiu Yugong, with a sorrowful expression, glanced at Lu Jiang, who was eavesdropping at the door, his eyes pleading for help. Did Lu Jiang not say that Lu Qi was merely a country bumpkin, unwelcome at the Lu family home, scorned by everyone? Did he not claim that even Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng disliked him? Now, witnessing this scene, it was clear they cherished him more than anything. Yes, it was young Master Lu who instructed us to do this. Qiu Yugong stammered, fear evident in his voice. However, if he did not reveal the truth now, not only would he lose his chance to continue his studies, but his father's business would also suffer. Nonsense. Pan Feng interjected angrily. Look at what you are saying. My son would never allow you to bully him. Qiu Yugong, stuttering, replied, no, it's not that young Master Lu. It's another young Master Lu, young Master Lu Jiang. Upon hearing this, He Xing and Zhang De quickly chimed in, yes, it was young Master Lu Jiang who told us to deal with young Master Lu Qi. He said that young Master Lu Qi had just returned to the Lu family and was a country bumpkin whom everyone disliked, and told us to make his life miserable. Pan Feng, incredulous, turned a glance at Lu Jiang, who was peering into the office. Lu Jiang rushed into the office, his face a picture of feigned innocence. Mom, it's not me. I don't even know these 3 classmates. They probably bullied brother Lu Qi and are afraid of being blamed, so they dragged me into this. He protested. Mom, you have to believe me. I would never let them bully my brother. That would be ridiculous. To absolve himself of any suspicion. Lu Jiang scolded Qiu Yugong and his cohorts. How can you falsely accuse someone? You are the ones who run rampant in school, bullying anyone you encounter. And now you've picked on my brother. How can you shift the blame onto me? That is utterly disgraceful. Before Lu Jiang could finish, Lu Qi interjected calmly, Father. Jiang also brought a mobile phone to school, hidden in the compartment of his underwear. Have him retrieve it, so we can check his chat history with Qiu Yugong, which will surely clear his name. I believe Jiang, but we cannot allow others to tarnish his reputation. Chapter 17. A poor student is just a poor student. Indeed, my dear husband, I firmly believe that Lu Jiang would never commit such an act. Just check his phone, and you will see. Pan Feng harbored deep affection for Lu Jiang, convinced that he had been wronged by others. There was no way he could have done such a thing. After all, even though Lu Jiang was not her biological child, he had grown up by her side and had been raised entirely by her. Their bond was profound. Lu Yuanqing nodded and addressed Lu Jiang. Did I not tell you not to bring your phone to school? What purpose does it serve to have it here? Quickly, take it out for me to see. Lu Jiang retorted, Lu Qi, you absolute fool. Dad, Lu Jiang hurriedly defended himself. I truly did not bring my phone. Brother Lu Qi is merely speculating. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself. Lu Yuanqing approached and reached to feel Lu Jiang's pants. His hand immediately encountered a phone. Lu Yuanqing was the largest shareholder of the school. Bringing a phone to school was strictly against the rules he had established with the board. Now, With his son concealing a phone in his pants in front of so many people, he could not voice his discovery. Instead, he stated, "You indeed do not have a phone. Remember, you must not bring a phone to school now or ever again. Do you understand?" Lu Jiang obediently nodded, "Understood, Dad." However, anxiety began to brew within him. Although he did not admit to having a phone in front of so many witnesses, he knew he would face consequences once they returned home. He needed to find a way to swiftly delete the messages exchanged with Qiu Yugong. Otherwise, if he were to be caught bringing a phone to school, he could argue it was just a moment of folly, especially since he performed well academically. But if his father discovered his discussions with Qiu Yugong regarding Lu Qi, the implications would be severe. Lu Yuanqing addressed the principal. These 3 students should face the appropriate consequences as per school regulations. And to the 3 parents, you must provide a satisfactory explanation regarding their bullying of my son. Should you fail to deliver a satisfactory resolution, you may as well leave the capital. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we will provide an explanation. Yes, Mr. Liu. Let me think it over thoroughly. Mr. Liu, do not worry. I will ensure my son is properly disciplined. As the matter reached a conclusion, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng prepared to leave the office. Lu Jiang hurriedly dashed to the boys' restroom, intent on destroying the evidence on his phone. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuanqing called out to him, "Jiang, come with me to the car." "Dad, I'm a bit urgent. May I use the restroom first and find you later?" Lu Yuanqing replied, "I told you to come to the car, so go to the car." All right, he shot a glare at Lu Qi and followed Lu Yuanqing. Internally, he cursed Lu Qi, that country bumpkin. Could he also be a reincarnated soul? How else could he have known I had a phone hidden in my pants? Impossible. I am the chosen one. Only I possess the ability to reincarnate and wreak havoc. Just wait, country bumpkin. One day I will drive you out of the Lu family. The Lu family fortune belongs to me. It's mine. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jiang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritting together. When Lu Yuanqing turned around, he caught sight of his son's menacing expression. Infuriated, Lu Yuanqing quickened his pace and approached his Rolls-Royce. Once inside the car, Lu Yuanqing swiftly slapped Lu Jiang. "What was that for? What have I done?" "Lu Jiang, you are becoming increasingly unruly. Not only did you bring your phone to school, but you were also glaring at me just now. What? Have you grown wings and wish to rebel?" Lu Jiang, terrified, stammered, "Dad, I did bring my phone. I was in a rush this morning and accidentally took it with me. I concealed it in my pants to avoid being caught." "Take it out," Lu Yuanqing shouted. Pan Feng, sitting in the front seat, quickly turned to Lu Yuanqing. "What is wrong with you? Why are you shouting at the child? Speak to him calmly, instead of resorting to violence." Lu Yuanqing snapped back at Pan Feng. "You don't understand. Not only did Lu Jiang bring his phone to school, but he was also clenching his fist behind me. Shouldn't he be punished? You spoil him too much." "What? Jiang, is this true?" Pan Feng asked in disbelief. "He usually behaves so well. What has come over him? Is he worried that we might not love him enough if we bring Qi back?" "Lu Jiang, I will say this one more time. Take out your phone." Lu Yuanqing's furious voice rang out again. Lu Jiang, trembling in fear, quickly reached into his pants and retrieved the odorous phone. Disgusted, Lu Yuanqing did not want to touch it and commanded, "Open WeChat. I want to see your chat history with Qiu Yugong." "Dad, I realize my mistake." I open it. Reluctantly, Lu Jiang pulled up the chat history with Qiu Yugong. The messages were straightforward, instructing others to make things difficult for Lu Qi and included a plethora of derogatory remarks about him. Terms like country bumpkin, fool, bastard, and pitiful creature filled the conversation. Every vile word Lu Jiang could think of. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng could easily imagine the depth of Lu Jiang's disdain for Lu Qi. Fearing he would lose his place in the Lu family, Lu Jiang began to feign sorrow. Tears streamed down his face as he wiped his eyes and sobbed quietly. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I did this out of fear that if brother Lu Qi returned, you would stop loving me. I hoped to create conflicts between him and the other classmates, so you would think poorly of him and not abandon me." Lu Yuanqing was furious. "Even so, you should not conspire with outsiders to bully your brother. I have already told you that my love for you and Qi is equal. It will not waver because he is my biological son. Yes, Jiang, rest assured, our love for both of you is equal and unwavering." Do not seek to harm your brother any longer, understood? Lu Jiang nodded through his tears, but internally he was cursing. You claim your love is equal. Yet why does he receive so much pocket money as soon as he arrives? Your love is not truly fair. A biological child will always hold a different status. In the classroom, Lu Qi sat idly in his chair. Following the events of the day, he had suddenly become a well-known figure at school. Everyone was aware that he was the biological son of a wealthy family and was deeply cherished. For the moment, it seemed that no one would dare to provoke him. Guagua, I can't take it anymore. I want to skip class. Guagua, host, please don't. If you're too tired, just take a quick nap during class. Lu Qi, what if I snore? You must wake me up promptly. Guagua, rest assured, I will definitely wake you. Humph. The school bell, Su Enian, shot Lu Qi a condescending look. A poor student is just a poor student. Lu Qi, have I offended this crazy woman? Chapter 18. Why are you constantly gazing over at your deskmate? Su Yinyang grew more incensed. You are just. Suddenly, her mouth fell open in astonishment. She discovered that she could hear Lu Qi's thoughts, yet she was unable to articulate them, even to counter him with his own thoughts. After enduring the morning, they finally reached the midday break, and upon exiting the school gates, she noticed that Lu Yuanqing had sent a driver to fetch them. Young master, this is the Rolls-Royce that the master has purchased for you. It will belong to you from now on. I am your dedicated driver, Li Jiao. You may call me Xiao Jiao or Xiao Li. Lu Qi replied, then I shall call you Xiao Li. Very well, young master. I will take you home for lunch and a nap. Lu Qi nodded and was about to enter the car when he saw Lu Jiang emerge from the school, his face bearing a prominent red handprint. The vehicle sent to collect Lu Jiang stopped beside Lu Qi's car, a Bentley. Guagua chimed in, host. Lu Jiang was caught hiding a phone in his pants, which contained evidence of collusion with Qiu Yugong against you. He was ruthlessly slapped in your father's car, and his face is still swollen. Lu Qi remarked, well deserved. Upon seeing Lu Qi, Lu Jiang's eyes were filled with venom, wishing to tear Lu Qi to shreds. What are you staring at? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten. Lu Qi feigned ignorance, calling out in a loud voice, Oh Jiang, you've been hit. Who did this to you? And what was the reason behind it? Lu Jiang retorted, stop pretending. Lu Qi laughed heartily, Jiang. I truly didn't know you got hit. If I hadn't seen your face as red as a baboon's bottom, I would have believed that the esteemed heir of the Lu family could be struck. Lu Jiang growled, shut up and drive. The Bentley sped away, kicking up dust. In high spirits, Lu Qi turned to Xiao Li, saying, let us get going as well. Upon returning home, the family cook, Old He, had already prepared the meal. Wang Ma served Lu Jiang and Lu Qi with bowls and chopsticks, dishing out rice, saying, young masters, please enjoy your meal. You both need to rest afterward. Lu Jiang, seething with anger, remained silent. Lu Qi, triumphant, felt sweeter than honey. Thank you, Wang Ma. Mua Wang Ma, feeling a bit shy, replied, young master, please don't tease me. Lu Qi laughed, haha. All right. Mua Lu Jiang, so infuriated he could hardly eat, slammed the table and exclaimed, Tsh, what are you so smug about? One day, I'll make sure you can't laugh anymore. Lu Qi stuck out his tongue and made a face, be smug. If you're not happy, come at me. Lu Jiang stormed upstairs in a huff. The house was empty during lunch. Lu Yuanqing was busy with numerous matters, and Pan Feng had gone to play mahjong. The 5 daughters of the Lu family were preoccupied. The eldest, Lu Songning, was feeling down due to her fiancé Zhang Yang's betrayal and was out singing and drinking with friends. The second sister, Lu Qingru, was abroad for an international concert and was expected back next Monday. The third, fourth, and fifth sisters were all engaged in their own work. Thus, only Lu Jiang and Lu Qi remained at home. Naturally, they could not quarrel, especially since Lu Yuanqing had just punished Lu Jiang. He would not be foolish enough to provoke Lu Qi now. To bring someone down, one must proceed gradually, without haste, as there is plenty of time ahead. After their meal, they retreated to their respective rooms. Lu Jiang went to study, determined to surpass Lu Qi in academics and make the Lu family recognize his brilliance, while also wishing to portray Lu Qi as an unambitious, incompetent country bumpkin. Lu Qi, however, had no intention of studying. Having finally transmigrated into the role of a wealthy heir, why would he subject himself to the burden of study? Hadn't he read enough in his past life? After enduring a grueling university experience, he had not escaped hardship. Reading was out of the question. Once inside his room, Lu Qi lay down to sleep, justifying it with, "No afternoon nap leads to afternoon collapse. Sleeping is for more efficient studying later." After a tiresome afternoon at school, he managed to survive 3 classes. In the afternoon, the Lu family did not send a car to pick them up, as per the school-less routine. Dinner was served in the cafeteria. After dining, they attended study hall until 9 o'clock, at which point day students could return home, while boarding students remained until 9:30 to continue their studies before going to the dorms. Both Lu Qi and Lu Jiang were day students. After school, Lu Qi took his meal card to the cafeteria. Unfamiliar with the layout, he had to rely on Guagua's directions to navigate. Along the way, he encountered Su Yunyang and her friend Han Xiaoran. "An xiaorang whispered to Su Yunyang, Junyang. Isn't that your new desk mate?" Su Yunyang shook her head, coldly responding, "Don't mention it. He's just a slacker who doesn't care about his studies." Han Xiaoran, puzzled, said, "But I heard he consistently ranked first at our neighboring school." Su Yunyang dismissed it. "Who knows about him?" Guagua interjected, "Host. Su's school beauty is complaining about you, saying you're a slacker who doesn't care about studying." Lu Qi replied, "That woman is simply insane. I can't be bothered to engage with her." Su Yunyang retorted, "You're the one who is crazy. Your whole family is crazy." Han Xiaoran looked at Yunyang. "What are you going on about?" "That was so funny." Su Yunyang replied, "It's nothing." Han Xiaoran continued to chuckle. "Can you stop laughing? You're being ridiculous." Lu Qi and Guagua chatted casually as they walked to the cafeteria. Upon retrieving their meals, he chose a random table to sit and began eating. Lu Qi was exceptionally tall and handsome. Coupled with his newfound fame from the morning, classmates recognized him as the biological son of a wealthy family. A quintessential rich and handsome young man. Female classmates, with their trays in hand, unconsciously gravitated toward him. "Luki, hello. I'm Gao Wenwei from Class 3. Luki. I'm Joey from Class 6. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhou Peng, also from Class 2. I truly admire how you dealt with those 3 bullies today. Senior, hello. I'm a freshman, Zhou Shui." Lu Qi ignored them all, quietly eating his meal. Su Yunyang, having gotten her food, purposely sat at a table neither too close nor too far from Lu Qi, allowing her to overhear his thoughts. Guagua noted, "Host. The girl directly opposite you is stealing glances at you under the pretense of eating. She's the class flower to class." Lu Qi glanced up. With that appearance, she's called a class flower? She's less attractive than Su Yunyang sitting next to me. Meanwhile, Su Yunyang, hearing Lu Qi compliment her looks, remained silent but felt a flicker of satisfaction. "You slacker. At least you have some discernment." "Host, Su Yunyang is indeed the school beauty. What of it? She's just a lunatic." Su Yunyang. The little fondness she had just built up evaporated in an instant. "You're the crazy one." Han Xiaoran remarked, "Yunyang, why aren't you eating properly? What is with all the fuss? By the way, why are you staring at your desk mate?" Chapter 19. What is this madwoman raving about? Caught off guard by her innermost thoughts, Su Yunyang exclaimed, "Ah, did I see?" "I did not see," Han Xiaoran interjected. "But your eyes have been fixated over there." Just then, Lu Jiang approached with a tray in hand, his face still bearing the marks of a recent slap, though the redness had faded somewhat due to an unknown remedy. Su Yunyang coldly remarked, "This is the cafeteria. If I am not eating here, where else could I dine?" Lu Jiang sheepishly offered, "I overordered chicken legs. I can share them with you since I cannot finish them." Su Yunyang glanced at him and replied icily, "No need." Quickly, Han Xiaoran placed the tray in front of Lu Jiang, cheerfully stating, "Jiang, if she doesn't want them, I do. I absolutely adore chicken legs." Lu Jiang, eager to win Su Yunyang's favor, often indulged Han Xiaoran with treats. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Well, if Yunyang doesn't want them, they are all yours." Han Xiaoran beamed with delight, having secured 2 large chicken legs. As the school-less flower, Su Yunyang contrasted sharply with Han Xiaoran, who stood at 1.6 meters but weighed 120 jin. Her favorite pastime was devouring food, eating endlessly. Most snacks that Lu Jiang brought to charm Su Yunyang were devoured by her. making Lu Jiang partly responsible for her weight gain. After finishing their meal, Lu Jiang returned the tray to the designated area. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the family driver arrived punctually to pick up Lu Qi and Lu Jiang. The sight of a Rolls-Royce and a Bentley parked side by side ignited a fire of jealousy in Lu Jiang's heart. Upon returning home, only his older sister Lu Songning and second sister Lu Qingru were present. The others had already arrived. Lu Yuanqing was convening a family meeting. Spotting Lu Qi and Lu Jiang, he beckoned them over. The two complied and stood beside him obediently. With a serious expression, Lu Yuanqing scrutinized both brothers and solemnly advised, "You are both my children. It is imperative that you coexist harmoniously. Do not let petty rivalries amuse outsiders. Our family, the Lu family, is large and prosperous, admired by many, yet there are those who wish to undermine us. Should you brothers quarrel, others will mock us and seize the opportunity to bring us down. Therefore, you must maintain peace. I hope such incidents as today never occur again. Do you understand?" Turning his gaze towards Lu Jiang, he continued, "Jiang, especially you, must cultivate a balanced mindset. Lu Qi has endured hardships outside for many years. Naturally, we should shower him with affection upon his return. Do not allow feelings of imbalance to provoke you into antagonizing him. You are brothers. Henceforth, support one another. This cannot happen again. Do you comprehend?" Though discomfort brewed in his heart, Lu Jiang feigned compliance, nodding obediently. "Dad, I understand. I will not act this way again." He then turned to Lu Qi, saying, "Brother Lu Qi, today was entirely my fault. I hope you can forgive me." With Lu Jiang making such an overture, Lu Qi felt compelled to reciprocate. "It's nothing. Jiang, you were merely worried about not being favored. Let bygones be bygones. However, I must declare before our father and sisters that should you continue to antagonize me, I will not hesitate to retaliate fiercely." Lu Jiang retorted you. Lu Qi continued, "Jiang, do not take offense. I merely speak the truth." Lu Jiang replied, not angry, "Damn you." Pan Feng then addressed her two sons, "You are both my precious children. Be sure to treat each other well. Understand?" In unison, they nodded. Lu Jiang responded, "Understood, Mom." "Huh. The Lu family fortune shall be mine. I must ensure Lu Qi meets his demise." Lu Qi declared, "Understood. If others do not provoke me, I will not retaliate. If they do, I shall make them regret it." While aware that true reconciliation between the two was unlikely, Lu Yuanqing held faith that time would heal all wounds. With prolonged companionship, they would likely grow fond of one another and cease their hostilities. Pan Feng instructed, "All right, you two, go upstairs to wash up and sleep. School awaits you in the morning." As Lu Qi prepared to ascend the staircase, he heard a commotion outside. A young woman, accompanied by Wang Ma, was assisting the inebriated Lu Songning into the house. Clutching a 1979 Lafite wine bottle, her disheveled hair and disarrayed appearance painted a picture of chaos. "Let go of me. I can still drink." "Drink." Her friend, Xiao Wan, anxiously supported Lu Songning while admonishing. "Songning, take it easy." Wang Ma, straining to steady Lu Songning, lamented, "Oh dear, how could our young miss drink so much?" Seeing his daughter in such a state, Lu Yuanqing's anger flared. He harbored disdain for Zhang Yong, the scoundrel, and felt sorrow for his daughter, who had been deceived. Pan Feng and the other three daughters rushed to embrace Lu Songning, expressing concern. Wishing to avoid the drunken chaos, Lu Qi turned to head upstairs. Just as he stepped on the staircase, Lu Songning called out to him, "Lu Qi." Lu Qi thought, "I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you." But Lu Songning's voice escalated in volume. "Lu Qi, you wait for me." Confused, Lu Qi pondered, "What is this foolish woman raving about? I have not provoked her. She returns home drunk and begins a tirade against me." Lu Songning, sensing his thoughts, shouted, "Lu Qi, how dare you insult me? Come here, do you hear me?" Reluctantly, Lu Qi stood still, impatiently replying, "Sister, I am going upstairs to sleep. I have school tomorrow." Lu Jiang, eager to impress Lu Songning, rushed over to his sister. "Sister, if he ignores you, I will not. I am here, your devoted brother, Jiang." Lu Songning pushed Lu Jiang away forcefully. "Get away from me." Lu Jiang was taken aback. What is wrong with you, sister? Have you lost your affection for me? Lu Songning pointed accusingly at Lu Qi. What are you? How do you know my affairs? Speak. Lu Qi thought. What is this madwoman raving about? What are your affairs to me? Ugh. Suddenly, Lu Songning shoved past everyone and stumbled towards him. Answer me. Are you human? You are not. Before he could respond, Lu Songning collided with him, knocking him to the ground. Ouch, he exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his rear. Just as he was about to curse, he noticed Lu Songning began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 20. Do you not find your explanation rather insincere? Lu Qi exclaimed. What on earth is happening? What has gotten into this madwoman? Lu Songning, the woman referred to as mad, hiccuped and stammered. Lu Qi, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Miss Songning, sister. The Lu family members hurriedly rushed to assist Lu Songning. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Qi discreetly slipped away to catch some sleep. The following morning, Lu Qi arose to attend school and encountered Lu Songning in the living room. Having sobered up, she appeared to have forgotten the previous night's events entirely. Upon seeing Lu Qi, her demeanor remained as frosty as ever. Lu Qi, unperturbed, thought to himself, if you do not welcome me, I shall not bother with you. After breakfast, he took a bottle of milk and left the house. Indeed, Lu Songning had no recollection of pushing Lu Qi or berating him. The memories of her drunken escapades were entirely blank. However, she had not forgotten other matters. The most pressing concern was to deal with that scoundrel, Zhang Yong, and that vixen, Zonana. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Songning opened her phone to find a flurry of trending topics, all concerning Zhang Yong's clandestine rendezvous with a woman at a hotel. Lu Corporation's vice president Lu Songning's fiancé, caught in a hotel with a female, Secretary Zhang Yong's infidelity, Lu Songning versus Zhang Yong, Lu Songning's fiancé, cheating, Zonana. The woman at the center of the hotel incident, Zonana. The female Secretary Zonana's candid photos. Lu Songning gazed coldly at the trending topics on her phone. After a night of tears, her eyes remained puffy. Yet, she was resolute. Although years of affection were difficult to sever, betrayal ignited her fury. The deeper the love, the sharper the hatred. Lu Songning sat in her office for a moment, her expression impassive as she made a phone call. Hello. Please investigate the collaborations between our company and Zhang's. Terminate all partnerships. Additionally, notify all companies within Huagua that any association with Zhang's will be considered enmity towards the Lu Corporation. Within an hour, her phone rang. Zhang Yong was calling. He had tried to reach her multiple times over the past few days, but she had ignored him and subsequently blocked his number. This time, he called from a new number. Saining, darling, I'm so relieved you answered. I must explain, this situation is truly not my fault. It was Onana, that wretched woman, who seduced me. Fury surged within Lu Songning. Though she lacked extensive romantic experience, Zhang Yong was her first love, her initial foray into relationships. Nothing repulsed her more than a man who trifles with another's emotions and shifts the blame onto a woman. Not only was he despicable, but he also lacked accountability. Go to hell. How dare you call me? Get lost. She hung up, setting her phone to reject all unknown callers. Zhang Yong could no longer reach her, regardless of the number he tried. At noon, Lu Songning exited the office building, preparing to return home for lunch. To her dismay, she spotted Zhang Yong at the entrance, clutching a bouquet of 99 roses. Upon seeing Lu Songning, he rushed towards her, tears streaming down his face. Saining, my love, I'm so sorry. It's truly not my fault. It was Onana, that shameless woman. She led me astray. I've ended things with her. I realize now that you are the one I love most, not anyone else. Lu Songning wore a mask of indifference. Gazing at the man she had loved for over 3 years, she thought, if it weren't for Lu Qi, perhaps she would still be blind to his true nature. Darling, please forgive me. I promise I won't be foolish again. We're set to marry next month, and I truly love you. I can't let go of our years together. Please grant me another chance. Zhang Yong's incessant pleas did not touch Lu Songning's heart. Instead, they deepened her disdain. Zhang Yong, how foolish I was to have trusted you for 3 years, to have considered entrusting my life to you, only to discover you are this sort of person. Zhang Yong shook his head vigorously, shoving the roses into her arms. Lu Songning, in a fit of rage, flung the flowers away, sending them sprawling across the ground. You scoundrel! Put away your hypocritical facade. Not only will I not forgive you, but I will also terminate all collaborations between the Zhang family and mine, leaving you in a state of despair. Her words left Zhang Yong utterly stunned, especially after receiving a call from home informing him that the Lu Corporation had severed all ties with Zhang's. His heart raced in panic. He quickly grasped Lu Songning, his voice trembling. Darling, I beg you to forgive me. I don't want to lose you. Business matters are trivial. My love for you is what truly matters. I swear this will never happen again. If it does, may I face divine retribution. As he apologized, he slapped himself repeatedly, one cheek then the other, leaving them both swollen and marked with vivid red imprints. Lu Songning regarded the pitiful man before her with nothing but contempt. A man who shifts blame on a woman when he falters is nothing but a coward. Such a man, when caught in his misdeeds, resorts to self-inflicted punishment in a desperate plea for forgiveness. Yet if one fails to catch him, he will hide his transgressions without a second thought. Truly, a despicable creature. She waved her hand behind her, summoning two bodyguards who promptly approached. Take him away, she commanded coldly. The bodyguards swiftly restrained Zhang Yong, escorting him into Lu Songning's Bugatti. Inside the car, Zhang Yong mistakenly believed her heart had softened and that she was willing to forgive him. Darling, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You will forgive me. I merely made a mistake that every man might make. My dearest is the kindest and most understanding. She will certainly pardon me. Huh? Lu Songning scoffed. The Bugatti sped down the road, veering towards a secluded area in the suburbs, near an abandoned pond. Stop the car, Lu Songning ordered, her voice icy. Once the vehicle halted, the bodyguards released Zhang Yong. Lu Songning stepped out leisurely, arms crossed. Zhang Yong, believing a glimmer of hope remained, hurried forward, grasping her arm. Darling, I knew you would forgive me. The scenery here is lovely. Let us sit by the pond and enjoy it while I explain myself. Lu Songning replied coldly. Very well. Zhang Yong continued to hold her arm as they walked towards the pond, joy radiating from him. Thank you, my darling, for understanding and supporting me. Lu Songning made no effort to resist, allowing him to lead her to the water's edge. Speak. What transpired between you and Zonana? Zhang Yong hastily began his explanation. Darling, you know my sincerity towards you. I was drunk once and succumbed to her seduction, but I assure you, it will never happen again. Please believe me. Lu Songning nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do you not find your explanation rather insincere? Chapter 21. Have I provoked this lunatic? Zhang Yong. What do you mean? In the next moment, Lu Songning beckoned with her finger. Two bodyguards nearby immediately approached and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Zhang Yong. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, and lower punch. Then came a left kick, right kick, upward kick, and downward strike. Zhang Yong was swiftly left battered and bruised, a lost front tooth adding to his misery. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Lu Songning felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, the thought of his deceit over the past years and his infidelities with other women extinguished any flicker of compassion she might have felt. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, hit harder. Zhang Yong, are you still hitting me? Damn it. His heart seethed with rage, grinding his teeth in resentment. This vile woman dared to treat him this way. Just wait until I marry you and seize control of the entire Lu family. I will make you wish for mercy. First, I will have you begging for forgiveness beneath me. Then I will consume the Lu family's wealth and eliminate everyone in it. As he seethed, he managed to utter through his bloodied lips, Darling, if being beaten can bring you solace and earn your forgiveness, I would willingly endure it to the end. Are you truly willing to die? Lu Songning leaned in closer. Let me remind you, I loathe betrayal above all else. You know the fate of those who have betrayed me. Zhang Yong quickly acquiesced. Darling, I would not die for anyone else, but for you, I would gladly die 100 times. I truly realize my mistakes. Please, grant me your forgiveness. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Songning replied, If I let you die so easily, it would be too merciful. Here is what I want you to do. Call Zonana and tell her to wait for you at your place. You have a surprise for her. Zhang Yong hesitated. Speechless, Lu Songning, growing impatient, enunciated each word. Make the call. Oh, okay. He hurriedly retrieved his phone, trembling as he dialed. Nana, are you there? What are you doing? Lu Sanning snatched the phone from Zhang Yong, activated the speakerphone, and handed it back to him. A sultry voice emerged from the other end. Oh, you rascal. Why are you only calling me now? What shall we do about our situation? Zhang Yong, glancing fearfully at Lu Sanning, said into the phone. Come over to my place. I need to talk to you. Oh no, I can't. The media is watching. If I go to your place and they find out, what will I do? Don't worry. Just disguise yourself and sneak over. All right, I'll be there soon. Lu Sanning nearly laughed at the ridiculousness of Zone Nana's flirtatious tone. After the call, Zhang Yong looked at Lu Sanning. Darling, I made the call. Can you forgive me now? That wretched Zone Nana. Do whatever you wish to her. Beat her mercilessly. Who gave her the right to ruin our relationship? Lu Sanning looked up. The sky was a brilliant blue, the pond expansive, adorned with beautiful wildflowers. The water shimmered gently, a picturesque scene of tranquility. Holding Zhang Yong's bruised hand, she walked to the edge of the pond, pointing at the calm surface. She suddenly asked, if something were to fall into this serene lake, do you think it would create massive ripples? Zhang Yong eagerly nodded, of course. The ripples would be enormous. As soon as he spoke, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, Lu Sanning took 2 steps back and called out, Zhang Yong. He turned, thinking she had forgiven him. But in the next instant, Lu Sanning raised her right foot and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Thud! Zhang Yong was propelled backward into the pond, the placid water erupting in a spectacular splash. Lu Sanning nodded, as if conversing with Zhang Yong or perhaps speaking to herself. Indeed, when something falls into the water, it creates ripples. Oh, how beautiful these ripples are! With that, she strode away in her high-end heels. Approaching her luxurious Bugatti, opened the door with flair, and drove off. The bodyguards followed suit. Help! Help! Sanning, I can't swim. Please save me. In the pond. Zhang Yong flailed desperately, calling for help. In classroom 2 of senior year 3, Lu Qi felt the hours drag on interminably. The teacher lectured at the front while he chatted with the system beneath his desk. From the first desk in the leftmost row, he began to critique a girl, continuing through to the class beauty, Su Yunyang, seated beside him. As he voiced his opinions, Su Yunyang's expression shifted from black to red and back again. Guagua. The girl in the front left, Lu Hongmei, her father went out one night to find his mistress, and her mother found out. She went on a rampage against the mistress. They kept it hidden from Lu Hongmei to avoid affecting her college entrance exams, planning to divorce after. Lu Qi. Ah, the greatness of maternal love. Guagua. The boy in the second row, Zhang Li, comes from a wealthy family. But his father is involved with a nanny, and they have a son who's 3.5. Lu Qi. Ah, poor Zhang Li. Guagua. The girl in the middle of the third row, Yang Jiao, forgot to wear underwear this morning. Lu Qi. Ah, poor underwear. Guagua. The boy on the right in the fourth row, Lu Xiao, couldn't hold back and secretly farted. Now he has a mess in his pants. Lu Qi. Ah, poor farts. Guagua. The school beauty beside you, Su Yunyang, received 3 love letters today, but she threw them all in the toilet. Lu Qi. Ah, poor toilet. Guagua. Haha, it's hilarious. One of the love letters was from Lu Jiang, who wrote that Su Yunyang is his heart, his liver, and 3/4 of his life. Lu Qi. That fool Lu Jiang thinks he can pursue the school beauty? What a delusion. Su Yunyang could never like him. But why should I care? Su Yunyang is just a lunatic. Let's not discuss her. Su Yunyang, the one insulted as a lunatic, glared at Lu Qi angrily, retorting him, You're the one who is a scoundrel. Lu Qi. Have I provoked this lunatic? Guagua. Host. I just discovered a bigger scoop about Su Yunyang. Do you want to hear it? Lu Qi. Oh, do tell. Guagua. Oh, it's tragic. Su Yunyang's family is one of the most prominent in the capital. On the surface, they seem quite happy, but behind the scenes, her father has long been involved with the family doctor. Su Yunyang. Your father is the one involved with the family doctor. Anger surged within her. But to hear more, she suppressed her fury and forced herself to continue listening. Chapter 22. A dire emergency. Guagua continued to speak of Su Yunyang's life experiences. They are rather tragic. Her mother dotes on her as her only daughter, but her father? He has more than one daughter. Lu Qi gently turned his head and cast a glance at Su Enian, who was sitting beside him. Their eyes met, and an awkward moment ensued, prompting both to quickly avert their gaze. Lu Qi resumed his silent conversation with Gua Gua in his mind, while Su Enian pretended to be diligently focused on the class. Though her ears were keenly attuned to every word exchanged between Lu Qi and Gua Gua, Lu Qi inquired, "Why do you say Su Enian's father has more than one daughter? Is he having children with that family doctor?" Gua Gua replied precisely, "Su Enian is vad, Su Jinggung, has not only one child with the family doctor Zhao Min, but two. The elder is a daughter, the same age as Su Enian, both 18 years old, and born on the same day. The younger one is a son, 15 years old, who suffers from congenital heart disease. Zhao Min, the mistress, shamelessly resides in the luxurious Su family home under the guise of being the family doctor. Su Enian's mother enjoys traveling, leaving the mistress and Su Jinggang to play cards openly in the mansion. Zhao Min has even secretly conspired against Su Enian's mother, Xie Qing, believing that once Xie Qing leaves this world, the Su family would belong to her and her two children. Though Su Enian appears aloof, she is quite naive, making her an easy target. She will ultimately be either destroyed or severely harmed." Lu Qi remarked, "I never imagined Su Enian's situation was so dire. Well, I suppose I shall refrain from calling her crazy. After all, she is just a pitiful soul." Gua Gua continued, "Zhao Min has tampered with Xie Qing's car, and tonight when she drives out, she will meet with an accident. Poor campus belle, soon to be a motherless child." Lu Qi responded, "It's over. Su Enian will be left in a pitiable state." The ringing of the bell jolted Lu Qi and Gua Gua from their conversation. Su Enian cast a heavy glance at Lu Qi. Had it been in the past, she would have never believed in his thoughts. However, after experiencing Lu Qi's revelation about the three classmates hiding items and foreseeing that the principal would pass by the window, she now firmly believed in his insights. Moreover, the names of her father, mother, and the family doctor all aligned perfectly. Su Enian had encountered Zhao Min's two children before, unaware that they were indeed her father's offspring. Just 2 days prior, Lu Qi had not recognized her, making it impossible for him to know her family matters so intimately. Everything pointed to the truth of his words. Su Enian's heart was engulfed in excruciating pain. She had once thought herself to be living in a harmonious and loving family, with a father and mother who cherished her, believing herself to be a carefree and happy girl. Yet, she discovered that her father was such a scoundrel. Not only did he seek a mistress behind her mother's back, but he also brought her into their home under the guise of a family doctor and had children with her. It was utterly outrageous. A tidal wave of fury surged from the depths of Su Enian's heart, crashing against the confines of her mind. It was now the 4th class of the morning, with 2 more classes to go, yet Su Enian could not concentrate on a single lesson, her thoughts consumed by concern for her mother's safety. She needed to find a way to contact her mother and reveal the truth. Time was of the essence. In a frantic rush, Su Enian dashed into the office and addressed her homeroom teacher, Gao Qiliang, saying, "Mr. Gao, I suddenly feel quite unwell. I would like to request leave to return home." The balding teacher, engrossed in grading assignments, looked up with concern. "Enian, if you're feeling unwell, should we call the school nurse?" Su Enian shook her head, replying, "No, Mr. Gao, I just want to go home and rest." Gao Qiliang insisted, "Enian, it's class time. I cannot let you leave per school regulations. You'll need your parents to call me." "Very well, Mr. Gao. May I borrow your phone to call my father?" Seeing Su Enian's pale complexion and labored breathing, Gao Qiliang was convinced of her earnestness. "Sure," he said, handing over his phone and dialing Su Jinggong's number. After several attempts, he reported, "Enian, your father's line is busy. How about your mother?" Initially, Su Enian did not wish to alarm her mother, fearing she might rush to the school and encounter danger on the way. However, with her father unreachable, she realized that without her mother's call, she would be unable to leave. "Mr. Gao, please help me call my mother," she implored. Gao Qiliang dialed Xie Qing's number and handed the phone to Su Enian. Recalling Lu Qi's warning about her mother's impending accident, tears began to well in her eyes. "Mom," she sobbed, I feel unwell. Please help me ask Mr. Gao for leave so I can go home. Oh, you're not feeling well? Hold on. I'll come get you right away. No. Su Enian cried out, terrified of her mother driving. Mom, please don't come. I can get home by myself. It's not serious. That's not acceptable. You stay put. I'll be there soon, dear. Panic consumed Su Enian as she pleaded, if you must come. Promise me you won't drive your car. The brakes are faulty. It will be dangerous. All right, my dear. I'll take your father's car if he is home. If not, I'll take a ride-hailing service. Just wait for me. After hanging up, Su Enian returned to her classroom, hastily writing a leave request, gathering her books, and packing her bag. She dried her tears, maintaining a composed exterior. Lu Qi remained oblivious, lost in his daydreams, yearning for the remaining months to pass swiftly so he could be liberated from the confines of school. Despite the original owner's excellent grades, he had no desire to study. He merely wished to relax and do nothing. Her close friend, Han Xiaoran, rushed over, asking, Enian, where are you off to with your bag? Su Enian replied hurriedly, There is something at home. I need to head back. Xiaoran, please hand in my leave request. Without waiting for Han Xiaoran to respond, Su Enian bolted out of the classroom. 10 minutes later, at the school gate, Su Enian spotted her mother, Xie Qing. Thank heavens, she had indeed taken a ride-hailing service. Upon seeing Xie Qing, Su Enian rushed into her embrace, bursting into tears. Chapter 23. What am I going to do? Of course, I shall strike you, impostor. Seeing her daughter in tears terrified Xie Qing, as she initially thought Su Yunyang was suffering from severe stomach pain. Yunyang, does your stomach hurt terribly? Hold on. Mommy will take you to the hospital. Su Yunyang shook her head, tears streaming incessantly. Silly child, don't frighten your mother. I tried calling your father multiple times, but couldn't he get through? I have no idea where he has gone. I intended to drive here, but you insisted I take a taxi. Had I known, I would have driven. Don't. Su Yunyang halted her sobbing and said, Mom, don't drive. Your car has been tampered with. Driving it would surely lead to trouble. While conversing with Su Yunyang, Xie Qing waved to hail a passing vehicle to take them to the hospital. However, Su Yunyang stopped her. Mom, let me be honest. My stomach doesn't actually hurt. I was just pretending to find an excuse to take a leave. Xie Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You're in your final year of high school. Why aren't you focusing on your studies? Why pretend to be sick? What on earth is going on? Su Yunyang sighed and said, Mom, I have something very important to tell you. What is it? Xie Qing was baffled by her daughter's thought process. Su Yunyang wanted to directly inform Xie Qing about Zhao Min tampering with her car. Yet, she was unsure how to broach the subject, as it would be implausible to say she learned it from her desk mates in her thoughts. Such an unbelievable notion would likely be dismissed by her mother. Moreover, she wished to verify whether her car had indeed been tampered with. Mom, let us take a taxi home first, go to the underground parking garage, find your car, and then I will explain everything that has happened. Although Xie Qing did not fully comprehend Su Yunyang's intentions, she nodded in agreement. Her daughter had always been obedient, and this unusual behavior suggested something was amiss. The mother and daughter took a taxi to the underground parking lot of the Su family mansion and located Xie Qing's car. Su Yunyang called the auto repair company to come and inspect the vehicle. After about 10 minutes, the repair staff arrived and conducted a thorough examination of the car, confirming that it had indeed been tampered with. Not only were the brakes faulty, but in the event of an accident, the airbags would not deploy, and the doors would lock shut, rendering them inoperable. Xie Qing stared blankly at her Bentley Continental, which she had driven for 5 years, unable to comprehend who would want to enter life. Su Yunyang, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsed to the ground. The car was indeed compromised. If she had not fortuitously overheard Lu Qi's thoughts, she might have lost her mother and become an orphan. A wave of dread washed over her, causing her body to tremble. Meanwhile, Xie Qing, after an initial moment of shock, found herself unable to stop the tears from flowing. She possessed 2 car keys. One main key was with her, and the spare was with her husband, Su Jinggang. Without a chauffeur, if it were not for Su Jinggang, who else could have accessed her car with the intent to harm her? Impossible. No way. Xie Qing spoke through her tears. Your father wouldn't he do this? It must be his driver, Old Wu. He must have taken your father's key to tamper with my car and frame me. But why would old Wu do such a thing? Xie Qing had helped him immensely when his mother fell ill, arranging for the best hospital and covering over 200,000 yuan in surgical fees without asking for repayment. Xie Qing, perplexed, had always lived a life of tranquility, never seeking conflict. Apart from her husband's business rivals, she could not fathom who would harbor animosity towards her, who would sabotage her car, who would wish for her demise. Those rivals could not access her vehicle. They lacked the key. In this world, anyone could be a potential threat, but her husband was absolutely not one of them. Thus, she did not suspect Su Jinggang. In truth, it was not Su Jinggang, but Zhao Min's vendetta against her stemmed entirely from Su Jinggang's actions. He was an indirect perpetrator. Su Yunyang regained her composure from the initial shock and calmly addressed Xie Qing. Mom, have you considered that old Wu had no motive to act against you? Perhaps someone else is responsible for the tampering. Xie Qing shook her head. It cannot possibly be your father. We grew up together, dated for 10 years, and have been married for 18 years. Our bond is too strong. Anyone could harm me, but it could never be your father. Hearing Xie Qing's unwavering faith in her father pierced Su Yunyang's heart with anguish. Her mother's deep affection and trust in her father were palpable. After 28 years of companionship, she had believed she married the right man, not realizing he was a despicable scoundrel. When the truth eventually emerged, how would her mother withstand such a devastating revelation? Sighing, Su Yunyang suggested, Mom, we should report this to the police. This situation borders on murder. Xie Qing nodded and retrieved her phone to dial the authorities. After Su Yunyang left the classroom, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief, as the space felt much more accommodating for a nap without the worry of judgment for neglecting his studies. How delightful! Upon returning home after school, Lu Qi found the house empty. His parents were absent, and neither were his sisters. Only he and the faux young master, Lu Jiang, remained. The two shared a meal together. Lu Jiang suppressed his disdain and animosity towards Lu Qi, grinning as he spoke. Lu Qi, next week our school is hosting a sports meet with various events: basketball, soccer, long-distance running, short-distance running, shot put, and standing long jump. Will you participate in any events? Lu Qi pouted, expressing his disinterest, not interested. Lu Jiang, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, Oh, it's only natural that you're uninterested. Lu Qi, you probably don't participate in such activities often, do you? Typically, when their parents and sisters were around, Lu Qi would indulge Lu Jiang's antics. However, with only the two of them and a handful of servants present, Lu Qi could not be bothered to maintain the faade. After finishing the last bite of his meal, he derisively stated, Wow, you're amazing. You're so involved and have such wide-ranging interests. Yet what does it matter? You're still just an impostor. The term impostor nearly sent Lu Jiang into a fit of rage, as it was the one thing he loathed to be called. Slamming his hand on the table, Lu Jiang shouted, Lu Qi, can you speak properly? What if you are the genuine young master? Those who are unloved are the true fakes. In this household, aside from our parents, no one else cares for you. Sooner or later, you will be ousted from the Lu family. Lu Qi rose from his seat, maneuvering around the table to approach Lu Jiang. With a feigned smile that didn't reach his eyes, he looked down at Lu Jiang, who felt a shiver of fear. What do you intend to do? With a scoff, Lu Qi delivered a resounding slap across Lu Jiang's face. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to strike you, impostor. Chapter 24. Understanding what truly defines a young master. Lu Jiang covered his face, his anger causing his complexion to take on a purplish hue. Lu Qi, you fool, do you dare strike me? Lu Qi took a couple of steps closer and smacked Lu Jiang on the other side of his face, which he had not covered. Realizing that Lu Jiang's rebirth was destined to lead to chaos, Lu Qi concluded that there was no point in evading his fate. Instead, he would take the initiative to create opportunities to expel Lu Jiang from the Lu family as soon as possible. At that moment, all of the Lu family's wealth would be his. How delightful to ponder. Come at me if you dare, Lu Qi provocatively challenged. After making his taunt, he discreetly took out his phone and began recording. Lu Qi had previously ensured that the Lu mansion was devoid of surveillance cameras. Thus, even if he struck Lu Jiang, no one would know. The servants might witness it, but they would certainly refrain from speaking the truth, as offending anyone could lead to dire consequences. Lu Qi, don't think that just because you're the biological son of the Lu family, you can do as you please upon your return. Let me tell you, those who are unloved are nothing but trash. Today, I will teach you a proper lesson, so you understand what it truly means to be a young master. Upon finishing his words, Lu Jiang lunged forward ferociously. Lu Qi narrowly dodged the attack. Feigning grievance, he replied, "Brother Jiang, I did not return to the Lu family to compete with you for anything. I simply long for familial affection, wishing to be with our parents and sisters, just to bask in the warmth of family love. Rest assured, I will not vie for anything with you. Please do not strike me." Lu Jiang, perplexed by Lu Qi's sudden shift in demeanor, quickly allowed his confusion to be overshadowed by rage. He was fully aware that the Lu family had no surveillance, a fact he had grasped since his rebirth. He loathed Lu Qi, having long desired to beat him senseless. According to the narrative of his previous life, Lu Qi was never his match. A few devious schemes would easily lead to Lu Qi being despised by everyone in the Lu family, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Lu Jiang's demise had occurred after Lu Qi's death, orchestrated by Zhang Yong, who had become his elder sister's husband. After acquiring the inheritance rights to the Lu family's wealth, he had enjoyed only a brief period of happiness before meeting a gruesome end in a foreign land. The Lu family's assets, after a series of convoluted events, had eventually fallen into Zhang Yong's hands. Thus, Lu Jiang's current priorities were clear. First, he needed to eliminate Lu Qi to deprive him of the inheritance, for he was now his most formidable rival. Second, he must thwart the relationship between Zhang Yong and his sister, Lu Songning. Coincidentally, Zhang Yong's affair with his secretary, Zhou Nana, had been discovered by Lu Songning, thus dismantling their bond without Lu Jiang needing to lift a finger. How splendid! Now, Lu Jiang could focus solely on dealing with Lu Qi, keeping an eye on Zhang Yong until he secured all financial power, after which he would devise a way to eliminate him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the hatred etched on Lu Jiang's face intensified, directed at both Zhang Yong and Lu Qi, who stood as an obstacle to his ascent. In this life, having been reborn, he deemed that all who obstructed his path to success and wealth deserved death. Huh, weren't you just so arrogant? Are you afraid now? I'll tell you. Today I'm going to beat you up. When our parents and sisters return home, I will turn the tables and claim that you struck me first. Oh no. It was indeed you who initiated the violence. As he spoke, Lu Jiang lunged at Lu Qi. He recalled that in his previous life, Lu Qi had always been a pitiful figure, relentlessly trying to please everyone in the Lu family, never daring to retaliate against the blows he received. Lu Qi had been slightly different these past few days, but it was merely the advantage of having just returned. The family's disdain for him had not yet deepened. Let us see how long you can flaunt your bravado. Lu Qi coldly observed Lu Jiang's assault. As Lu Jiang lunged at him, Lu Qi tucked his recording phone into his pocket. At this moment, video was unnecessary. Audio would suffice. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a barrage of punches on Lu Jiang's body, all the while crying out in feigned agony, "Ah, Brother Jiang, please stop hitting me. If you continue, I will have to retaliate." Though both stood at a height of nearly 1.8 meters, Lu Qi possessed a sturdier physique, having grown up in impoverished conditions and trained physically alongside his foster father. This gave him an inherent advantage over the pampered Lu Jiang. Lu Qi unleashed his strength, continuing to pummel Lu Jiang, deliberately avoiding strikes to the face, knowing that their parents and sisters would feel sympathy upon seeing such marks. Instead, he targeted areas less likely to reveal visible bruises. As he delivered blow after blow, Lu Qi wailed, "Ah, it hurts. Please, Brother Jiang, stop. For the sake of our parents, I will not retaliate. But if you continue, I swear I will fight back." Lu Jiang, infuriated by Lu Qi's duplicitous behavior, spat, "You scoundrel, today it will either be your demise or mine. Brother Jiang, if you keep striking me, I will fight back." Lu Qi retorted, "Did you not just say you were already hitting me?" Lu Jiang shot back, "Ah, that truly hurts. I am indeed fighting back now." Lu Qi cried, "You despicable green TBTCH. You wretched spawn. Trash." The two exchanged blows relentlessly, with Lu Jiang primarily on the receiving end. The servants, unable to watch any longer, rushed in to separate the two, but their efforts proved fruitless. Wang Ma hastily called Lu Yuanqing, urging him to return home. As Lu Qi was caught up in the fray, the system, Guagua, suddenly shrieked, "Host, host, trouble is brewing. Wang Ma's called your father, Lu Yuanqing, back. In 10 seconds, he will arrive at the door." Lu Qi quickly ceased his assault, delivering a swift kick to Lu Jiang, and in Lu Jiang's moment of shock, he punched himself in the nose. Ouch! Lu Qi clutched his nose, wincing in pain, blood streaming forth. Who knew that inflicting harm upon oneself could be so agonizing? Being a young master was no simple task. One must not only act, but also possess the spirit of a fighter, even being able to inflict pain upon oneself. As Lu Yuanqing entered the room, he was met with the sight of Lu Qi slumped on the floor, his clothes disheveled, one part even torn. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Lu Jiang, lamenting, "Brother Jiang, ever since before my return to the Lu family, you have sought to frame me. After my return, you have continued to target me in various ways. Since you detest me so much, perhaps I should leave the Lu family. I will inform our parents that I wish to return to the slums. I would rather live alone there, endure hunger and loneliness, facing the scorn of ruffians and being called a child without parents, than endure the indignation here." Lu Jiang could only stare in disbelief. Lu Qi, having briefly played the role of an actor, delivered a performance that was truly convincing. Lu Yuanqing, witnessing the scene and hearing Lu Qi's pitiable words, nearly succumbed to tears. His poor son, abandoned in his youth, had borne countless hardships. It had taken so long to bring him back, only for him to face Lu Jiang's relentless antagonism. With this thought, Lu Yuanqing's anger flared, and he charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Jiang's abdomen without hesitation. Chapter 25. If you wish to act, then act to your heart's content. "Father, please listen to me." With a forceful kick, Lu Yuanqing sent Lu Jiang sprawling several meters away, doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen, unable to finish his explanation. Lu Qi suppressed the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl into a smirk and continued his heartfelt performance. "Father, please do not strike my brother Jiang. It is not his fault. He has merely grown accustomed to the privileges of being the master of this household. It is my fault. I must have intruded upon your peaceful family life. I shall gather my belongings and take my leave." As Lu Qi spoke, he adopted a pitiable demeanor that tugged at Lu Yuanqing's heartstrings. "Master, the Lu family is hardly under the dominion of Lu Jiang." Lu Yuanqing seethed, striding forward to deliver another kick to the already prostrate Lu Jiang, this time landing squarely on his face. "Lu Jiang, I have admonished you repeatedly to refrain from antagonizing Cheer. Brothers should coexist harmoniously. What did you promise me? And what have you done? Just look at your behavior. It appears my words have entered through one ear and exited the other, disregarded entirely." With a resounding thud, blood erupted from Lu Jiang's nose. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, yet secretly delighted. The force of this blow far surpassed the one he had inflicted upon himself moments earlier. Reeling from the assault, Lu Jiang, both frightened and bewildered, disregarded the pain in his abdomen and nose, quickly kneeling and sobbing. "Father, he struck me first. He provoked me." Glancing at the nearby servants, Lu Jiang implored, "Father, you may ask Wang Ma. She will confirm that Lu Qi struck me first. He hit me and then continued to provoke me until I retaliated. It is truly not my fault. After all these years, do you not know who I am? You must believe me, father." "Wang Ma." "Yes, Wang Ma." Lu Jiang scrambled to Wang Ma, clutching her trousers desperately, pleading, "Wang Ma, you were present. Please tell my father who was truly at fault." Wang Ma glanced between Lu Qi and Lu Jiang, then at Lu Yuanqing. It was evident that the head of the household was siding with Lu Qi should she declare it was Lu Qi's fault. Her standing in the Lu household would be jeopardized. Moreover, Lu Jiang was hardly a model individual. He often looked down on the servants, resorting to violence and insults. Just recently, he had attempted to disgrace her granddaughter. Why should she defend such a scoundrel? Better to feign ignorance and remain silent. With a shake of her head, Wang Ma replied, "I am sorry, master. I was upstairs cleaning when I heard the commotion and came down. However, I do not know who struck first." Lu Jiang's heart sank in disbelief and rage. "Wang Ma, You are lying. You were clearly present and saw that Lu Qi struck me first. Why do you deceive me? Wang Ma kept her head down, refusing to speak. Lu Yuanqing turned to the other servants, but they all shook their heads, claiming they had not witnessed the incident. Lu Jiang, the little tyrant, had bullied them often, and they had no inclination to support him. Lu Qi produced his phone, opening a recording. Father, I am aware that Jiang has long harbored animosity towards me and often bullies me in private. Thus, I covertly recorded our conversation to prevent him from denying it. Lu Jiang exclaimed, "How dare you? The audacity of this bastard." The recording played, Lu Jiang's voice echoing throughout the living room. "Huh, weren't you just boasting? Afraid now? I will tell you, today I'm going to beat you up. When father, mother, and my sisters return home, I will turn the tables and claim you struck me first. Oh no, it was you who initiated the fight." Before the recording could finish, Lu Yuanqing was seething with rage. He hurled his phone onto the sofa and shouted at Lu Jiang, "Lu Jiang, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Effective immediately, I am revoking all your cards and funds. Your allowance is hereby canceled. No more money for you. If you wish to act, then act to your heart's content." What? Lu Jiang felt as though his heart were shattering, crying out in anguish, "Father, why? Why take back my money? That was all given to me." Lu Yuanqing retorted with a cold smirk, "Unless I reclaim your money, you will not grasp your errors. I have promised your mother time and again that Qi would treat you as a son, yet you persist in your underhanded schemes. I despise such deceitful behavior. You will only regain your allowance when you truly reflect upon your mistakes. Father, it is not my fault. It was his error." Lu Jiang continued to protest. "Enough," Lu Yuanqing bellowed. "If you must go to school, then hurry along and cease bothering me. I have had enough of this." With that, Lu Yuanqing ascended the stairs to take a rest, having no time to squander. A press conference awaited him in the afternoon to announce the dissolution of the engagement between the Lu and Zhang families. The thought of his daughter Sang Ning being deceived by a scoundrel for so long filled him with agitation. Once upstairs, Lu Qi retrieved his phone from where it had been thrown on the sofa. He went to the bathroom to clean the blood from his nose before retreating to his bedroom to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang seethed with resentment over the beating he had endured, the loss of his money, and the cancellation of his allowance. How could Lu Qi, once submissive and passive, now exhibit such defiance? Could he have been reborn? Impossible. He was the favored child of destiny, the one who would reign supreme. He must remain vigilant against Lu Qi's schemes. He would not allow himself to be recorded again. When his father's mood improved, he would plead for forgiveness, certain that he would be reinstated as the beloved young master of the Lu family. Meanwhile, Lu Qi would remain the despised outsider. At 3 in the afternoon, at the Haitian Grand Hotel in the capital, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Journalists from various television stations and popular media outlets had gathered, all eager for the unfolding drama. Standing on a makeshift stage in the hotel lobby, Lu Yuanqing, clad in a tailored suit that exuded authority, prepared to address the crowd. Beside him was his daughter, Lu Sang Ning, equally elegant in a white designer suit. Her striking appearance, with flowing brown waves cascading over her shoulders, exuded charm and grace. Lu Yuanqing began his address. "Esteemed guests, thank you for taking the time to join us at the Haitian Grand Hotel for this press conference. Today, we are here to announce the dissolution of the engagement between my daughter, Lu Sang Ning, and Zhang Yong of the Zhang family. As many of you are aware, my daughter was to wed Zhang Yong next month, yet he has betrayed her trust by pursuing another woman. Such a deceitful individual is unworthy of her. Therefore, I hereby declare that the engagement is null and void, and the Lu family will cease all business dealings with the Zhang family. Furthermore, I wish to inform all our business partners that those who continue to associate with the Zhang family will be regarded as enemies of the Lu family." After Lu Yuanqing concluded his statement, the media turned their cameras toward Lu Sang Ning, poised to speak, when suddenly, an unexpected figure burst into the scene. Chapter 26. Had I known today, why bother in the first place? Lu Songning was poised to address the journalists when, unexpectedly, Zhang Yong rushed in, pursued by a throng of security personnel. "No, I refuse to annul our engagement." Zhang Yong dashed to the foot of the stage, ready to ascend. only to be restrained by the approaching guards who firmly held his shoulders and began to drag him away. Defeated, he raised his chin and struggled with all his might. Songning, my darling, I do not wish to dissolve our engagement. I want to be with you. I want to marry you and be with you forever. Lu Songning gazed down at the disheveled Zhang Yong with an expression devoid of sympathy. His current state evoked not a shred of compassion within her. On the contrary, it only intensified her disdain. Had she known today would come, why had she bothered in the first place? His apparent display of love was merely a facade, driven by the fear that the Lu family would sever all ties with the Zhang family. The collapse of the Zhang enterprise was his greatest terror, and his pleas were not born of love. At the press conference, Zhang Yong's arrival was akin to throwing a ladle of water into a still pot of oil, causing a tumultuous eruption. The majority of journalists remained to inquire about Lu Songning's perspective on the matter, while a minority rushed outside to interview Zhang Yong, who had been expelled from the hotel by security. Brushing off the dust from his drenched attire, he lamented, "I am aware that I have committed a grave mistake, one that any man might make, succumbing to the seduction of my secretary, Zonana. Yet, my heart has always belonged solely to my fiancée, Songning. I deeply regret hurting her and do not wish to leave her. I only hope for her forgiveness. If she grants me that, I would willingly give my life for her." Zhang Yong's woeful declarations quickly spread through the media, igniting a considerable uproar online. Public opinion divided into two factions. One vehemently supported Lu Songning's decision to annul the engagement and terminate all collaborations with the Zhang family, expressing disdain for Zhang Yong's despicable behavior and calling for his expulsion from the capital, even from the country and beyond. The opposing faction argued that Zhang Yong's acknowledgement of his mistakes and his willingness to change rendered him a good man, asserting that his tears in front of the entire nation were a testament to his genuine remorse. They believed Lu Songning should forgive him and that the Lu family should not be so ruthless, nor should they prevent other businesses from collaborating with the Zhang family. Was it not cruel to force someone to the brink of despair? As the press conference concluded, Lu Yuanqing departed for prior engagements. When Lu Songning exited, a sudden downpour ensued. Emerging from the hotel, she beheld Zhang Yong standing at the entrance, drenched and holding a bouquet of roses. His clothes clung to him, soaked through, and rainwater streamed down his face, obscuring his features. Upon seeing Lu Songning, he staggered forward, pleading, "Songning, I truly love you. Please do not leave me." Lu Songning regarded the man before her with cold indifference. Folding her arms, she scoffed, "Zhang Yong, put away your insincere facade. Had I known today would come, why did I bother in the first place? What are you trying to portray here, and for whom?" As the driver brought the Bugatti to the entrance, her secretary, Qin Yi, held an umbrella over her. Lu Songning strode towards the vehicle with an air of aloofness. Zhang Yong rushed over, presenting the sodden roses before her. Wiping the rain from his face, he asserted, "Songning, my darling, time will prove my love for you. I will not give up." Lu Songning cast a glance at her bodyguard, who promptly kicked Zhang Yong away. "What a pathetic creature," she muttered as she climbed into the luxurious Bugatti. Inside the car, Qin Yi inquired, "Lu, do you think he is genuinely remorseful?" Lu Songning laughed coldly. "Remorseful? He is merely performing for the media, pretending to be the heartbroken lover to elicit sympathy, hoping to salvage the Zhang family's fortunes." "What a fool." Qin Yi nodded, impressed by Lu Songning's clarity. Even in love, she remained astutely aware, refusing to be swayed by a man's theatrics. However, Zhang Yong's portrayal of a heartbroken lover may sway public opinion in his favor. Qin Yi expressed concern. Lu Songning dismissed her worries with a scoff. "Is that so? If he can manipulate public sentiment, then so can I." Qin Yi's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, indeed, Lu, your brilliance shines through." Lu Songning's expression remained icy. "Qin Yi, Zhang Yong will undoubtedly seek out Zonana again. Ensure someone is monitoring them closely, capturing footage to circulate online and generate buzz. Furthermore, keep an eye on the Zhang family. Any opportunity to create public discourse should be seized. Investigate the Zhang enterprise thoroughly, and if any evidence arises, report it to the authorities." Qin Yi beamed with confidence. "Rest assured, Lu, I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly." She promptly made a call to investigate the Zhang group's finances. Understood, came the calm response from the other end. After hanging up, Qin Yi addressed Lu Songning. Lu, within a week, the Zhang group could very well vanish from the capital. In the afternoon, Lu Qi attended classes at school, but did not see Su Yunyang. He inquired of Guagua, "Where is Su Yunyang?" Guagua replied, "The campus belle is currently at the police station." Lu Qi asked, "What is she doing at the police station?" Guagua explained, "What else could it be? It's about her mother's car being tampered with. The police have already taken statements and apprehended suspects, Su Jingang, Zhao Min, and Old Wu." Well then, Lu Qi remarked, "That cold-hearted woman finally doesn't have to endure being without a mother." After school, Lu Qi habitually went to the cafeteria for a meal. Following lunch, he returned to the classroom for evening self-study. As he settled into his seat, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Whispers fluttered around the room, revealing shocking news. Lu Qi had bullied his younger brother, Lu Jiang. What a spoiled, ruthless young master he was. Upon returning to the Lu family, he exhibited such heartlessness. Was this not bullying? Poor Lu Jiang had been severely beaten, his face marred with bruises. And word had it that all his money had been confiscated by their father, leaving him without even pocket money. How pitiable. Even if he was not Lu Qi's biological brother, they had shared years of close companionship, fostering deep bonds. Yet, Lu Qi's return had shattered their familial ties. How excessive. The murmurs of his classmates were neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for Lu Qi to catch wind of their chatter. Indifferent, Lu Qi merely curled his lips. Everyone in the class now knew he had struck Lu Jiang at noon. Who else could have spread the word but that wretched Lu Jiang himself? Let them talk. It mattered little to him. Reputation was nothing more than a fleeting cloud on the horizon, insignificant and inconsequential. With 15 minutes remaining until self-study, he resolved to indulge in a nap. As Lu Qi prepared to rest his head on the desk, he noticed Lu Jiang limping into class too, making his way to Lu Qi's side. Chapter 27, Devious. How truly insidious. Lu Qi squinted his eyes, fixated on Lu Jiang without blinking. Lu Qi thought, this wretched fool. What scheme is he concocting now? Guagua chimed in. He is deliberately feigning weakness in front of you, trying to elicit sympathy. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Jiang extended a hamburger to Lu Qi, proclaiming, "Brother Lu Qi, I bought this hamburger while waiting in line at the Royal Bakery. I specifically purchased two, and this one is for you." Fearing Lu Qi might refuse, Lu Jiang urged, "Brother Lu Qi, please eat it while it's still warm. Even though you hit me at home this afternoon, I understand it was due to your bad mood, and I won't hold it against you." Lu Qi rolled his eyes, internally scoffing, "Wow, this despicable creature is relentless. He wants everyone to believe I'm the villain, that I'm the one bullying him, hoping to alienate everyone from me. Bah, this is all he can manage after being reborn? Such childish antics, repeatedly played out before me, is utterly tedious." Lu Qi rose from his seat, feigning gratitude as he accepted the hamburger from Lu Jiang's hands. He exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Jiang, how kind of you! You even bought an extra hamburger for me. How generous." Lu Qi unwrapped the hamburger, staring at it incredulously for a prolonged moment. He pointed at Lu Jiang, as if he were enraged, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, Lu Qi shrieked and smashed the hamburger across Lu Jiang's face, splattering cream, lettuce, and meat all over him, leaving him in a disheveled state. Lu Jiang. Lu Qi commenced his melodramatic performance. Brother Jiang, you were the one who insulted me at noon, claiming the Lu family fortune belonged to you and ordering me to leave, even striking me first. I only retaliated out of necessity. I know you harbor hatred towards me, but you shouldn't feign generosity by offering me a hamburger that you've spat upon." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in chaos. What? Lu Jiang's hamburger for Lu Qi was tainted with saliva? How revolting. Lu Jiang was indeed vile, provoking others while pretending to be the good guy. Oh please. Before Lu Qi arrived at our school, Lu Jiang was infamous for being a little tyrant. He is certainly no saint. The facade of a good person was merely for the teacher's eyes. Those who had been bullied knew his true nature. All right, I almost forgot he is a villain. Thankfully Lu Qi came along, or we'd still be suffering under his tyranny. Truly, Evil begets its own nemesis. In the midst of this uproar, public opinion swiftly turned in favor of Lu Qi. He smirked, contemplating what a fool Lu Jiang is, running over to deliver a hamburger only to be humiliated. Was that his true intention? Guagua interjected. Host, his aim extends beyond merely delivering a hamburger. Behind the scenes, he has been manipulating circumstances, extorting 400,000 from fifth sister Lu Yunka, which he gave to the class beauty to make her pursue you, creating the illusion of a romantic relationship. Once you develop feelings for her, he will instigate conflicts, leading to a breakup just before the college entrance examinations, ensuring you lose focus on your studies and fail to gain admission to university. After the exams, you'll have the class beauty discard you. In truth, she is unwilling to partake in this scheme, but her father was severely injured on a construction site last week and is currently in the ICU, leaving her family financially strained. Lu Qi responded, Is such manipulation truly possible? But wait, how can the class beauty's father afford to work at this school if he is just a laborer? Guagua clarified. The class beauty excels academically and was granted a special admission, with all tuition fees waived for 3 years. Lu Qi mused. It seems this school operates similarly to the real world. Guagua affirmed, indeed, quite similar. Host, this false heir will stop at nothing to undermine you. Once you grow closer to the class beauty and become romantically involved as the college entrance exams approach, the false heir will return to the Lu family and inform your parents. At that point, not only will you lose your academic focus, but your love life will also be in ruins. The Lu family will deem you unambitious and despise you, wishing to cast you out. Lu qui comprend truly devius. However, though my body may be only 18, my mental age is already 26. Such childish tricks cannot possibly affect me. While Lu Qi conversed with the system, Lu Jiang stood before him, angrily wiping the remnants from his face with the sleeve of his uniform. With a quivering voice, he accused Lu Qi. I noticed you hardly ate in the cafeteria today. Out of kindness, I bought you a hamburger to share. Yet you accuse me of salivating on it and even hit me. You've gone too far. With that, Lu Jiang snatched up the hamburger that had fallen to the ground and threw it onto Lu Qi's desk before storming out of the classroom. Damn it. Lu Qi retrieved a tissue from his pocket, preparing to clean the mess on his desk. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out to him, helping to wipe the table while gazing up with gentle eyes. Lu Qi, I believe in you. Lu Qi, though the class beauty was not as stunning as Su Yinian, she was still quite lovely. Lu Jiang was indeed insidious, even employing the beauty trap. Lu Qi quickly shook his head. No, I can handle it myself. Yet, Li Bingqing had already tidied the table. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the class bell rang. Li Bingqing flashed a warm smile at Lu Qi as she returned to her seat, glancing back at him with a charming smile. Lu Qi, I must admit, the young lady is quite attractive. Too bad, she is not to my taste. Saturday, the Su family estate. Yunian, Zhao Min has been released. Xie Qing exclaimed in indignation to Su Yunian, who was diligently working on her assignments in the study. What? Su Yunian gasped, leaping from her chair. How can this be? That car accident was clearly orchestrated by Zhao Min. It was attempted murder. How could she possibly be released? Xie Qing sighed helplessly and sank onto the pink bed beside Su Yunian's desk, her energy depleted. Zhao Min claims she wasn't responsible. It was her cousin who tampered with the car out of dissatisfaction with life, seeking to vent his frustrations on the wealthy. Su Yunian's eyes widened in disbelief. Dissatisfaction with life? But we haven't wronged him. Xie Qing shrugged. Who knows? Zhao Min's cousin turned himself in. Su Yunian remained silent for a moment before stating, Mom, I feel the truth no longer matters. What is important is that this so-called cousin is merely taking the fall for Zhao Min. She likely offered him a substantial sum. Xie Qing nodded in agreement. Su Yunian instructed, Mom, when Zhao Min returns, make sure to fire her. Yes, keeping such a person in the house is a disaster waiting to happen. She must go. Su Yunian had yet to disclose to her mother that Zhao Min was actually her father's mistress. Her mother placed too much trust in her father, and to avoid raising suspicions, this matter needed to be handled delicately. Chapitre 28. Just a rude country bumpkin. Since Zhao Min was released from the police station, She had been dismissed from her position as the family doctor by Xie Qing. During this period, she had not appeared before Su Yunyang or her mother, Xie Qing. Meanwhile, Su Jinggang, in an effort to avoid arousing suspicion, had been staying at home obediently. In front of Xie Qing, he often vocally condemned Zhao Min, labeling her as a bad person, heartless for treating her employer in such a manner, while showering Xie Qing with various comforts and affections, maintaining a fade of devotion. A week swiftly passed, and Su Jinggang could no longer suppress his desire to seek out Zhao Min. An investigator sent by Su Yunyang discovered him, capturing numerous photographs and videos. Seizing the opportunity to take her mother for coffee, Su Yunyang laid a stack of photographs before Xie Qing in a private room of the CF. Xie Qing stared in shock at the images, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. No, this cannot be true. Your father has treated me so well. He cannot betray me. He simply cannot. Su Yunyang gazed at her mother, whose mental state was nearing collapse, still clinging to the notion of her father's fidelity. Mom, please wake up. If Dad truly cared for you, he would never betray you. Look closely at the woman in these photos. It is Zhao Min. Remember the incident with the car? Now, what do you see? The one seeking to harm you is indeed Zhao Min, but it is likely that my father has tacitly permitted this. No, perhaps they are even colluding. Su Yunyang's words jolted Xie Qing, who began to recall past events, suddenly recognizing that Su Jinggang and Zhao Min had long been entangled. For instance, on Zhao Min's birthday, Su Jinggang had insisted everyone celebrate with her. He had expressed sympathy for Zhao Min, a single mother raising 2 children, and had invited them to stay at the Su residence, claiming the house was spacious and empty. Zhao Min's daughter, Zhao Feifei, attended the same school as Su Yunyang, and Su Jinggang arranged for the driver to drop both girls off daily, citing convenience. Zhao Min's son, Zhao Jinxian, suffered from a congenital heart condition, which Su Jinggang frequently worried about, lamenting the child's plight. All these signs pointed to Su Jinggang's unusual affection for Zhao Min. Yet Xie Qing had remained oblivious to the clues, and Su Yunyang, focused on her studies, had failed to notice as well. It was not their fault. Zhao Min had disguised her true intentions exceptionally well. As the family doctor residing with them, Zhao Min had always been obedient, assisting with household chores, thus endearing herself to both mother and daughter. Moreover, they sympathized with her plight as a single mother. Little did they know that she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mom, I understand your heart is heavy, but what you need to do now is not to cry or seek the truth from Dad. The truth is already clear. Zhao Min is my father's mistress, and those 2 children are undoubtedly his. You must remain calm and help me gather evidence of his infidelity so we can secure our family's inheritance and ensure he leaves empty-handed. Xie Qing nodded. You are right. Crying and causing a scene will only alert him. Yunyang, focus on your studies and preparation for the exams. I will handle matters at home. Rest assured, your mother is no mere decorative vase, content with indulgence. If it were not for me, the Su family business would never have flourished to this extent. Now that your father has found success, he wishes to forget his roots. I shall make him experience the consequences of such amnesia. Su Yunyang felt a sense of relief witnessing her mother's strength, having previously worried she might struggle to cope with the revelation. To her surprise, Xie Qing proved far more courageous than she had anticipated. Mom, from now on, remain vigilant around Dad. Wherever you go, try to have bodyguard to accompany you. Xie Qing gently patted Su Yunyang's hand, speaking softly, Do not worry, dear. Your mother is well aware of what to do. Lu Qi endured the monotony of daily school life, longing for a chance to sneak out for karaoke or to meet beautiful girls, yet he dared not. With the college entrance examination looming, indulging himself would surely incur the disdain of the entire Lu family. He feared being cast out, thus fulfilling the narrative set for the false young master, Lu Jiang. No, even in hardship, he must persevere for another 5 months until the exams concluded. After that, he would be free as a bird to soar wherever he pleased. On Saturday, Lu Qi slept in until midday, only to be awakened by his mother, Pan Feng. See ya. Hurry and get up. We're going to the Haitian Grand Hotel. Lu Qi, puzzled, asked Mom, Why are we going to the Haitian Grand Hotel? Pan Feng laughed heartily. Silly boy, I'm taking you to meet someone. Who will I meet, Mom? You'll find out when we get there. At the Haitian Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite, the whole family gathered. His father, Liu Yuanqing, eldest sister, Liu Songning, third sister, Liu Yinxin, fourth sister, Liu Xiaoye, and fifth sister, Liu Yonk. A bevy of stunning beauties surrounded him. Had he not been transported into this story, even as a minor internet celebrity accustomed to the presence of beautiful women, he would never have encountered such remarkable elegance in reality. Each sister was graceful and captivating, embodying the finest genes of a wealthy family. Alas, beneath their flawless exteriors lay a host of love-struck fools, particularly the dim-witted Liu Jiang, whose very presence was distasteful. As Liu Qi surveyed the room, he noticed another strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs whom he did not recognize. His father, Liu Yuanqing, beckoned him from afar. "Sure, come here." Pointing at the woman, he added, "This is your second sister." Liu Qi nodded and followed Pan Feng to sit beside her. Liu Yuanqing continued, "Didn't I tell you? Your second sister has been holding a multinational concert in America. She was supposed to return last week, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she just arrived today. We prepared a welcome feast for her. Quickly, greet your second sister." He then turned to Liu Qingru. "Qingru, this is your brother, Liu Qi. You missed him when we brought him home because you were in America." Liu Qi approached, putting on a show of politeness, and called out, "Hello, second sister." To his dismay, Liu Qingru replied with impatience, "Humph, just a filthy country bumpkin. I heard he stirred up chaos as soon as he arrived here. I don't know why we even brought him." Chapter 29. Can you compete with me? Liu Qi. Well, since I'm not welcome, I shall take my leave. This family holds no affection for the original owner. As Liu Qi turns to exit, he is abruptly halted by Liu Yuanqing. "See ya? Do not be angry. Please sit down." Liu Yuanqing, somewhat irritated by Liu Qingru's words, admonishes her. "Qingru, you have been away from home for some time and are unaware of the circumstances. I do not blame you, but you must refrain from speaking of your brother in such a manner. Indeed, during this period, some events have transpired within the household. Yet these occurrences are not due to cheer, but rather the actions of certain individuals." As he speaks, Liu Yuanqing casts a menacing glare at Liu Jiang, who sits opposite him. Liu Jiang, caught in this piercing gaze, flinches in fear and hastily stands to apologize. "Father, I realize my mistakes. I will never provoke brother Liu Qi again." Liu Yuanqing nods. "All right, enough of that. Today is your second sister's welcome banquet. It is meant to be a joyous occasion. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Everyone, let us eat. Yes, let us eat." They all respond, picking up their chopsticks, although they voice their intentions to dine. Witnessing Liu Jiang's earlier timidity has left a sour taste in their hearts. Liu Qi is indeed a cunning individual, having successfully captured their parents' affection upon his return, resulting in Liu Jiang not only receiving a beating from their father, but also having his allowance revoked. Third sister Liu Yinxin whispers to fourth sister Liu Xiaoye, "That bumpkin Liu Qi is truly bothersome. Whenever we are away, he targets Jiang. It's utterly disgusting." Liu Xiaoye nods in agreement. "Indeed, it is revolting. How could we have such a brother?" Fifth sister Liu Yunker leans in, saying, "Third and fourth sisters, let me tell you, Jiang is in a pitiable state. He has no money left. The other day, I felt sorry for him and secretly gave him 400,000. Please do not tell our parents." The three sisters sigh in unison, their disdain for Liu Qi growing deeper. Despite Jiang's prior misdeeds against him, Liu Qi should not harbor a grudge indefinitely. A true elder brother ought to show leniency towards his younger sibling. They wonder how he has managed to study for so many years without grasping such fundamental principles. Ugh. Next to second sister Liu Qingru, Liu Songning overhears the whispered conversations of the three sisters. She exchanges a meaningful glance with Liu Qi across the table, but chooses not to engage in their discussion. Though unfamiliar with Liu Qi, Liu Songning feels a sense of gratitude towards him following the incident with Zhang Yong. Had she not heard Liu Qi's heartfelt words, she would still be ensnared by the deceitful Zhang Yong, entirely unaware of his true nature. It is conceivable that had they married, she would have fallen victim to his treachery, losing her shares and endangering her family's well-being. In truth, Liu Qi has saved her and, by extension, the future of the Liu family. Pan Feng, oblivious to her daughter's discussions, raises her glass and exclaims, "Children, let us raise our glasses to celebrate Qingru's successful concert abroad. Cheers!" Indeed, Lu Yuanqing echoes, lifting his glass. "Here's to our star becoming ever more successful. Cheers!" The attendees follow suit, each offering words of praise that bring a radiant smile to Lu Qingru's face. Lu Jiang, eager to flatter, exclaims, "Second sister, I have always admired you since childhood. Growing up, I aspire to be a brilliant star like you. You are beautiful and kind, and as your brother, I take immense pride in you. Knowing you are returning today, I prepared a gift, hoping you will like it." After showering her with compliments, Lu Jiang retrieves a watch from his bag and approaches Lu Qingru. "Second sister, you're always so busy, constantly flying around for performances. I worry about your health, so I bought you this watch. It can monitor your heart rate, blood pressure, and even your sleep patterns. I hope you can take care of your health amidst your hectic schedule. After all, health is of utmost importance." As he speaks, Lu Jiang pretends to cough nervously, glancing apprehensively at Lu Qi before quickly averting his gaze, embodying a mix of helplessness and stubbornness. "This watch was purchased when I still had money. Thankfully, I bought it in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it now because, sigh, this is all my fault." He exudes an air of fragility, evoking sympathy. Lu Jiang secretly admires his own acting skills. "Lu Qi, what does it matter if you're the favored son? I have been reborn. I am the darling of fate. Do you think you can compete with me for the love of our family and the Lu family's wealth?" Indeed, Lu Qingru is so moved by Lu Jiang's words that tears well up in her eyes. The others present are equally touched. Panfeng glances at Lu Yuanqing, saying with a sense of pride, "Dear, our Jiang has grown up. He is so understanding now." Lu Yuanqing feels a twinge of guilt. Just days ago, he had severely punished Lu Jiang, confiscating all his savings and cutting his allowance. It seems he truly understands his mistakes. Perhaps after a few days of good behavior, he could return the money to him. Lu Qingru reaches out to accept the watch from Lu Jiang, wiping her tears as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude. "Jiang, you are truly wonderful to me. Having a brother like you is a blessing beyond measure." Turning to Lu Qi, she cast him a sidelong glance before leaning closer to Lu Jiang, whispering, "Rest assured, dear brother, with me around, no one will dare to bully you again." Lu Qi cannot help but chuckle at the sibling exchange, rolling his eyes as he continues to eat. Inwardly, he scoffs, "I once thought my second sister, an international star, would possess remarkable wisdom. Alas, she is just another fool." That watch from Lu Jiang was purchased for a mere $9.99 on a discount site. It is hardly capable of monitoring health, let alone being of any quality. She believes it is a treasure. How laughable. Lu Qingru, who is speaking, everyone present. "What? That watch was bought for $9.99? Lu Qi, foolish Lu Qingru, could you not see? Lu Jiang, despite being raised in the Lu family, has stooped so low as to skimp on a genuine gift, opting instead for a piece of junk. Guaguahaha. That is likely because his funds were confiscated. He used the 400,000 yuan given by fifth sister Lu Yunker to bribe the class flower Li Bingxing to frame you. Now that he is broke, he seeks to curry favor with Lu Qingru by purchasing a cheap imitation." Lu Qingru, can I hear Lu Qi's thoughts? All members of the Lu family. What? Lu Jiang actually used the 400,000 yuan from Yunker to bribe someone to frame Lu Qi? Lu Yunker. Did Jiang use the money I gave him for someone else? Chapter 30. The Distinction. Lu Jiang was oblivious to the inner thoughts of those around him, continuing to speak in a self-indulgent manner. "Second sister, aren't you scheduled to perform in Laos next month? Bring this watch with you. It will monitor your health and carry my concern for you, all right?" Lu Qingru nodded on the surface, holding the watch that Lu Jiang had given her. The pink rabbit design and rough material made her feel somewhat disheartened when she recalled Lu Qi's heartfelt words. Could it be true that Lu Jiang's watch was indeed bought for just nine yuan with free shipping? As an international superstar, how could she wear a watch that cost so little? Wouldn't that provoke laughter? "Second sister, let me help you put on," Lu Jiang said warmly. "Wow, it looks so lovely and adorable." After a few compliments, he continued earnestly, "Though this watch may not hold much value, it is filled with my brotherly love. In my eyes, you will always be that charming little girl, unchanged, and pink suits you perfectly. Indeed, pink was Lu Qingru's favorite color. While the watch was inexpensive, Lu Jiang's compliments were spot on, dispelling her earlier discontent. Regardless of where it was purchased, as long as it was bought by her brother, it represented a heartfelt gesture. The sentiment outweighed monetary worth. Moreover, their family was not lacking in wealth. They could easily purchase watches worth hundreds of thousands. Yet, the essence of affection was the most precious. Lu Qingru embraced Lu Jiang, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Jiang. My schedule is quite hectic, and I haven't had the chance to bring you a gift. Next time, I will take you shopping. You can buy anything you desire. Shopping? What a splendid opportunity. Lu Jiang's heart soared with joy as he glanced provocatively at Lu Qi. Lu Qi, take note. This is the difference. Second sister will take me shopping. Will she do the same for you? Though he felt gleeful inside, Lu Jiang feigned reluctance outwardly. No need, second sister. You must be exhausted from your travels and busy with various activities. You should take the time to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingru felt even more touched. Jiang, you're so considerate of your sister's well-being. It seems my care for you was not in vain. Lu Jiang nodded, believing it to be normal for a brother to care for his sister. By the way, he turned to Lu Qi, who was eating. Lu Qi, I overheard you mentioning that you would prepare a gift for second sister upon her arrival. Have you decided what to give her? Lu Qi, savoring his meal, nearly choked upon hearing Lu Jiang's question. He forced a smile, cursing inwardly. This brat, he just won't let up. Will he? I was only called by Mom to get up for a meeting. How would I know second sister was returning? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass me? Second sister, I apologize. I was just brought here by Mom at noon, and I had no idea you were coming back today. Had I known, I would have prepared a gift for you, Lu Qi explained. Yet, Lu Jiang refused to miss the opportunity to sow discord between Lu Qi and Lu Qingru. Second sister, Lu Qi indeed mentioned wanting to gift you something, but it seems he forgot today. No worries. He just transferred to our school from a regular one. So it's natural for him to be a bit overwhelmed with his studies. Plus, he hasn't spent much time with you. So it's understandable that their relationship is somewhat distant. It will improve with time. Sure enough, Lu Qingru's displeasure was evident. I am not someone who will accept just any trinket. Lu Qi thought to himself, Lu Jiang, you are truly wicked, deliberately implying I struggle academically and that I forgot a gift because of my distant feelings toward Lu Qingru. If that's the case, let it be. Casting a glance at Lu Qingru and Lu Jiang, Lu Qi sneered. You two share a deep sibling bond. I shan't interfere. After all, I believe even if I had purchased that 9 yuan watch, second sister would hardly wear it. However, since Jiang bought it, it is indeed a token of his affection. But Jiang, you needn't be so biased. You only gifted it to second sister. What about the other sisters? Since it's such a low price, you could buy one for each sister. If not, just send me the link and I will purchase it for you. After all, considering the 400,000 you receive from fifth sister, it's understandable if you're short on cash. Lu Jiang was taken aback. How could he possibly know that he had given the money to someone else? Lu Qi's comments diverted everyone's attention from the matter of Lu Jiang gifting the watch, nearly causing them to forget that he had spent 400,000 to frame Lu Qi. Suddenly, Lu Yunkai stood up and asked, Jiang, what about the money I gave you? Jiang, I'm asking you a question. Fifth sister, I used the money. Lu Yunkai appeared displeased. Jiang, you received that money just a few days ago. How could you have spent it all? What did you spend it on? Lu Qi interjected. What did he spend it on? Obviously, he used it to frame me. Everyone heard Lu Qi's inner thoughts. So, when Lu Yunkai questioned Lu Jiang, they remained silent, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Lu Yuanqing was filled with resentment. This ungrateful child, whom he thought had matured, was now proving to be worse than before. Pan Feng was also disappointed in Lu Jiang. How did this child become so inscrutable? Lu Songming looked at Lu Jiang coldly, then at Lu Qi, finding the children's bickering quite tiresome. Sisters Lu Yinshen and Lu Xiaoya exchanged incredulous glances. Had Jiang truly given the money to someone else to frame Lu Qi? Lu Jiang surveyed the opulent presidential suite. The grand round table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and a strikingly attractive family surrounded it, all now fixated on him. The room was eerily silent, where even a needle falling would be audible. Filled with confusion and anger, Lu Jiang wondered how Lu Qi, that rustic fool, could know he had given the money away. It was infuriating. Yet, as someone who had been reborn, he was not foolish. In an instant, he deduced the answer. It was better to say he had used the money rather than admit to giving it away, for that would jeopardize his plan to frame Lu Qi with this thought. Lu Jiang lowered his head, feigning a pitiful expression as he conjured a few tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry, fifth sister. I used the money. I can't recall what I bought, just some small items and a few meals for classmates who helped me. I apologize, father and mother and all my sisters. I squandered the money. It was my fault, and I promise to be frugal in the future. I hope you won't be upset." Lu Jiang had often employed this tactic. Deliberately portraying himself as wronged and pitiable had always yielded positive results. Indeed, the very next moment, second sister Lu Qingru chastised Lu Yunkai. Fifth sister, it was merely 400,000 yuan. Such a small amount. If Jiang used it, then so be it. Our family isn't short on money. Today is my welcoming banquet. Let us not spoil the mood over trivial matters. Lu Yunkai nodded. Since my sister has said so, what more could she possibly say? Chapter 31. What will you use to compete against me? As the welcome banquet concluded, each family member busied themselves with their own affairs. Lu Yuanxing and Pan Feng went to meet good friends, while the eldest sister, Lu Songning, returned to the company. Lu Jiang accompanied the second sister, Lu Qingru, on a shopping trip, with the third sister, Lu Yanxin, and the fourth sister, Lu Xiaoye, joining them as well. Lu Yanxin chuckled. Second sister, remember our agreement. You're covering all expenses today. Lu Qingru scoffed. Indeed, feel free to shop. After this concert, I'll easily earn over 50 million. Money is no object. Lu Yunka opted not to join her sisters on their shopping excursion. As a writer whose latest serialized work had gained some popularity, she returned home to update her manuscript. Left alone, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of boredom and, unwilling to head home, decided to explore. Having been in this world for over 2 weeks, she had yet to truly experience it. In her previous life, Lu Qi had a penchant for various nightlife venues. Although she was now 18, her identity as a senior high school student made such outings inappropriate. Thus, she sought a quiet place to enjoy some tea before perhaps indulging in a few games at an amusement park later. Once the tedious college entrance examinations were over and she entered university, life would surely improve. As Lu Qi strolled along the street, she stumbled upon a tea house named Star. She stepped inside, settled into a corner by the window, ordered a cup of tea, and idly played on her phone. Staring out the window, had her real self in the previous world been buried? No, the reality was that she was an orphan. Who would bury her? Her phone was filled with colorful distractions. Had the one who buried her deleted everything? Was her phone buried alongside her? If not, and if she had forgotten to set a password, would someone rummage through it? Had she known the moment before her demise, she would have mustered the strength to delete all the browser history, preserving her final shred of dignity as a man. Color. Such was a man's greatest love. Lost in her thoughts, Guagua suddenly chimed in. Host, trouble is brewing. Li Bingqing is on her way to coincidentally encounter you under Lu Jiang's remote instructions. Where is she? Lu Qi inquired. She has already taken a taxi and is at the entrance, Guagua replied. How does Lu Jiang know I'm at this tea house? A classmate from class 1 is working here, a lackey of Lu Jiang, who just messaged him saying you were at this tea house. Let her come. I have things to clarify with her. Lu Qi, what a coincidence to see you here, Li Bingqing said, approaching with a graceful demeanor in her white dress and 2 playful braids. Is this seat taken? May I sit here? Lu Qi glanced at Li Bingqing, a strikingly beautiful girl who, in her quest to pay for her father's medical bills, had forsaken her own desires to deceive others. Such a girl, while appearing pitiable, might resort to harming others for greater gains in the future. Perhaps it was time to draw her into a scheme to deceive Lu Jiang. No one else here. Feel free to sit, Li. What brings you here? Li Bingqing sighed. I had arranged to meet Zhao Feifei at the bookstore to look for study materials, but she has shown up. When I spotted you here, I thought I'd join you. Lu Qi suppressed a laugh at the girl's audacity. Zhao Feifei? Which one is she? Host, that would be the school beauty, Su Yunyan's half-sister. Zhao Min's daughter, Zhao Feifei. Guahua informed. Got it. Lu Qi gazed outside, where the bustling street contrasted sharply with the tranquility of the tea house. He pressed the call button on the table, and a waiter promptly approached. May I take your order? Lu Qi turned to Li Bingqing. Would you prefer tea or juice? Perhaps some desserts? Li Bingqing shook her head. No need. I'll just sit for a bit. Then I'll have some tea. Lu Qi instructed the waiter. Moments later, the waiter presented a pot of tea. Lu Qi poured a cup for Li Bingqing. She seemed somewhat anxious, given the nature of their deceitful encounter. Try the tea. See how it tastes, Lu Qi encouraged. Nodding towards the cup, Li Bingqing took a sip and murmured her thanks, but words faltered and silence enveloped them. In a corner to the east, Lu Jiang's lackey, Chen Xianpeng, was snapping photos of the pair. Breaking the silence, Lu Qi asked, How is your father faring? Li Bingqing's head snapped up. How do you know? Lu Qi smiled. I know your father is in ICU after an accident on the construction site, where the supervisor has fled, leaving you unable to seek accountability. Correct? Li Bingqing gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Leaning in slightly, Lu Qi lowered his voice. So Lu Jiang offered you 400,000 to deceive me, hoping to distract me from my studies, am I right? Overwhelmed, Li Bingqing began to sob softly. I'm sorry, Lu Qi. I didn't mean to deceive you. I had no choice. If I fail this task, Lu Jiang will take back the money. Lu Qi laughed heartily. Lu Jiang is quite devious. Ever since I returned to the Lu family, he has been scheming to oust me. How about we put on a little performance together? What do you think? Li Bingqing nodded. All right, thank you, Lu Qi. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang, burdened with various shopping bags, feigned fatigue and set them down to rest. He discreetly checked his phone for messages from Chen Xianpeng. Upon seeing the photos of Lu Qi and Li Bingqing, Lu Jiang's grin widened, revealing a crooked smile. Lu Qi, you never anticipated I would resort to such underhanded tactics against you, did you? Once you and your classmate become entangled, I'll capture more incriminating photos and videos to show our parents. When your classmate dumps you and your spirits are low during exams, let us see how you perform. If I excel and gain admission to a prestigious university, following the narrative of my past life, my father will entrust me with managing several of the Lu family's businesses. With memories of my previous life, I know precisely how to profit from them. Then, I shall devise a way to infiltrate all Lu family enterprises. What will you use to compete against me? Chapter 32. The Old Turtle and the Giant Tortoise. Lu Qi and Li Bingqing enjoyed tea at a CF, estimating that Chen Xianpeng, Lu Jiang's sycophant, had captured enough photos. Lu Qi addressed Li Bingqing. All right, you may head back now. Let us proceed according to our plan. Grateful, Li Bingqing nodded and expressed her appreciation once more. Thank you, Lu Qi. Once I get into university, I will surely find a way to repay you. Lu Qi shook his head, saying, There is no need for repayment. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, devoid of excessive entanglements. Li Bingqing fell silent, nodded, and exited the CF alongside Lu Qi outside. Zhao Feifei had already arrived, clad in a pink dress, resembling Li Bingqing in a sisterly ensemble. Her cascading black hair fell over her shoulders, and her fox-like eyes held a hint of allure. With a high nose and a petite mouth, every smile and frown revealed her as a quintessential green tea girl. Lu Qi mused that Li Bingqing was quite the actress, having even recruited a supporting character for her performance. However, this supporting character was Zhao Min's daughter, and the little green tea girl was far from innocent. Concerned that Lu Qi might misunderstand her intentions, Li Bingqing leaned in close and whispered, Lu Qi, I didn't intend to deceive you, but initially, Zhao Feifei and I truly planned to visit the bookstore together. It was merely a coincidence that these two matters coincided. Lu Qi, unfazed, replied, It's fine. Just follow the plan. You need not explain. I'm not concerned. Li Bingqing acknowledged with a soft "oh" and remained silent. Upon seeing Li Bingqing with Lu Qi, Zhao Feifei appeared somewhat surprised, although her astonishment was fleeting. She approached with a smile directed at Lu Qi, subtly radiating charm, and grasped Li Bingqing's hand, apologizing. I'm sorry, Bingqing. I was delayed due to some matters, so I've just arrived. I hope you're not upset. Li Bingqing shook her head. How could I be angry if you had something to attend to? Don't worry, I won't be upset. Let us go to the bookstore. The two girls walked hand in hand toward the bookstore. Lu Qi stood at the CAF entrance, watching the pair gradually distance themselves. During this time, Zhao Feifei glanced back at Lu Qi, but the distance rendered his understanding of her expression unclear. Guagua, be cautious of Zhao Feifei, the one who previously had ambiguous ties with Lu Jiang. Now she seems intent on ensnaring you with her charms. Lu Qi. Guagua, Zhao Feifei, and Su Yunyang are famously known as the ice and fire beauties at school. Su Yunyang is breathtakingly beautiful, but possesses a cold demeanor, earning her the nickname My Sister. Zhao Feifei, while slightly less stunning, compensates with her vivacious personality and sociability, hence dubbed Fire Sister. Her admirers are not fewer than Su Yunyang's. Yet she neither accepts nor rejects anyone, maintaining amiable relations with all. Lu Jiang pursued her previously, only to be rebuffed. Lu Qi pondered. Isn't he supposed to accept everyone? Why reject Lu Jiang? After all, he is the adopted son of a wealthy family, seemingly a paragon of privilege, especially with his rebirth granting him a protagonist-like aura. Guagua, Zhao Feifei's refusal of Lu Jiang stems from her desire to undermine Su Yunyang. She is acutely aware of her lineage as Zhao Min and Su Jinggong's daughter, yet she and her brother cannot acknowledge their father, existing as unacknowledged, illegitimate children. In contrast, Su Yunyang, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, openly calls Su Jinggong father every day, basking in her privileges and luxuries. Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei works tirelessly for the Su family under the guise of their family doctor. Her mother, Zhao Min, performing household chores akin to a servant. Although Su Jinggang discreetly provides for them, she feels inferior, harboring resentment towards Su Yunyang. Outwardly, they feign sisterly affection, but inwardly, Zhao Feifei loathes Su Yunyang, wishing her harm. Among her many suitors, Lu Jiang stands out as the most exceptional, yet Su Yunyang is indifferent to him. To retaliate against Su Yunyang, Zhao Feifei proposed that Lu Jiang pursue her. Once he has won her affection, he should then cast her aside, thereby severing their engagement and being with Zhao Feifei to satisfy her need to trample upon Su Yunyang. Lu Qi was taken aback by Guagua's revelations. Truly, as the gossip system, Guagua unearthed scandalous tales with each disclosure. Lu Qi contemplated the implications. Firstly, Zhao Feifei was not a virtuous individual. He had discerned that much. Secondly, Su Yunyang and Lu Jiang were indeed betrothed. How had he not heard of this in the 2 weeks since arriving at the Lu residence? It was evident that Su Yunyang held no affection for Lu Jiang, yet for reasons unknown, their engagement remained intact. Thirdly, Zhao Feifei aimed to retaliate against Su Yunyang by instigating Lu Jiang's pursuit of her, intending to humiliate her further once she developed feelings. Lu Qi sighed. Lu Jiang and Zhao Feifei were indeed an ill-matched duo, akin to a fly drawn to a rotten egg. No wonder Lu Jiang had employed Li Bingqing to deceive him. It seemed he had learned such underhanded tactics from Zhao Feifei. Clearly, neither of them possessed noble intentions. However, one must remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps there lies an opportunity to assist Su Yunyang in countering the favored son of fortune, Lu Jiang. For now, having ventured out, it was best to indulge in some leisure before returning home. Lu Qi hailed a cab, directing the driver to a nearby amusement park. His previous driver had already been dispatched back to the Lu residence. At the Starry Sky Entertainment Center, Lu Qi reveled in the exhilarating attractions: Ferris wheel, pendulum ride, slides, swings, carousel, roller coaster, and bumper cars. He shouted with glee while Guagua echoed his excitement within. Guagua, this is exhilarating. What a thrill. If only the host were not single. How delightful it would be to have a heroine accompany you in this joyous frenzy. Lu Qi, must you speak so foolishly? If you can't articulate properly, no one will mistake you for mute. Guagua, After a lengthy period of enjoyment, Lu Qi spent 300 yuan on tokens for claw machines, motorcycle racing, and VR experiences. When darkness fell, he savored a bowl of beef noodles before returning home. Today had been the most delightful day since his arrival. Little did he know, just as this joy lingered, he encountered someone at the community entrance. Zhang Yong. Chapter 33. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Lu Qi initially did not know Zhang Yong, but the system Guagua informed him of his identity. So there was no mistake. From a distance, Lu Qi observed Zhang Yong stepping out of a white Audi 8, standing at approximately 175 meters tall and clad in a white suit. He possessed a well-proportioned physique and fair skin. One could say he was rather handsome. Behind the Audi A8 trailed a small delivery truck. As soon as the truck arrived, Zhang Yong directed 4 employees to unload the cargo. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Lu Qi watched from afar, bemused. Zhang Yong first instructed them to inflate balloon columns and secure them to the ground. Then, he hung a banner between the 2 columns, adorned with bold artistic lettering that read, "Sang Ning, I love you. Please forgive me." At the bottom right corner of the banner, a smaller line in black ink stated, "Forever loving you, Yong." Once everything was set, Zhang Yong retrieved a loudspeaker from the Audi and shouted towards the residential area. "Lu Sangning, can you hear me? Lu Sangning, I love you. I am Zhang Yong. Lu Sangning, darling, I made a mistake before. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself. I will never give up on you. If you do not forgive me, I will shout at the entrance of the community with this loudspeaker, and at your company's door, until you forgive me. Ha ha ha." Initially, Lu Qi intended to head straight home, but he couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculous scene before him. He simply could not comprehend Zhang Yong. How could someone who seemed normal resort to shouting with a loudspeaker at the entrance of a residential area? How had Lu Sangning ever fallen for such a fool? It was utterly laughable. Lu Qi's laughter caught Zhang Yong's attention from afar. Squinting, Zhang Yong tried to discern who dared to mock him. Upon recognizing Lu Qi's face, he realized this was the younger brother the Lu family had retrieved 2 weeks prior. Zhang Yong had only recognized Lu Qi through others' videos. Tall and handsome, Lu Qi was unmistakable. Zhang Yong rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, is this not my dear little brother-in-law? Do you think this method of mine is particularly effective?" Lu Qi responded, "This fool certainly has some thick skin. Lu Qi, do you not recognize me? I am Zhang Yong, your elder sister Lu Sangning's fiancé, your brother-in-law." Lu Qi replied, "I have not heard of you, brother-in-law. However, I did hear that my elder sister recently annulled her engagement with a fool who betrayed her and was seen with a woman in a hotel. Could it be you?" Zhang Yong, upon hearing Lu Qi's accusation, did not grow angry, but instead sighed, wearing a sorrowful expression. "Lu Qi, I merely made a mistake that all men in the world might make. You too are a man. I believe you can understand this feeling. Yet now, I realize my error, but your elder sister refuses to forgive me." He grasped Lu Qi's hand, pleading, "Lu Qi, I truly love your sister. Please, help me by saying a few kind words on my behalf." Lu Qi scoffed. "And how do you propose I assist you?" "Go plead with your sister and tell her I hung a banner at the community entrance, begging her to forgive me. I now understand my mistakes and wish for a chance to redeem myself." Lu Qi shook his head. "Help you? I must be out of my mind to assist you. You wish to reconcile with Lu Sangning, marry her, and then infiltrate the Lu family's businesses to seize their wealth, and then cast me out? You think I'm that foolish?" However, Lu Qi was not about to pass up the opportunity to take advantage of Zhang Yong. After all, this foolish antagonist was ripe for the taking. "Lu Qi fin de reluctance. While assisting you is not entirely out of the question, but as you know, I have just returned to the Lu family, and I am unfamiliar with my surroundings. I am rather short on funds and living quite miserably." He raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers, winking at Zhang Yong and lifting his chin slightly. Zhang Yong understood immediately. Laughing heartily, he pulled out his phone. "Short on funds, huh? That's easily resolved. Although the Zhang family has ceased cooperation with the Lu family, we are still relatively well off. Add me as a friend, and I will transfer you some money." Lu Qi took out his phone, presenting his Alipay QR code to Zhang Yong. Coldly, he stated, "No need to add each other as friends. Just transfer the money directly to my account. Let's be clear, it's 2 million. If it's not 2 million, I have no intention of helping you. If I refuse, you will never get close to my sister." Zhang Yong exclaimed, 2 million? Why not just rob a bank? Come on, Lu Qi, how about 20,000 instead? 2 million is far too much. Lu Qi shook his head. Zhang Yong attempted to negotiate. All right, how about 200,000? That is still a considerable sum. You grew up in a slum and have never seen so much money, right? Pretending to turn away, he added, if you don't agree, I'll just go to Lu Jiayang. Don't regret it when he takes the money. Lu Qi laughed. Didn't you already approach Lu Jiayang? It's 2 million, no less. Zhang Yong was perplexed. How did he know? Without Guagua's revelation, Lu Qi knew Zhang Yong must have approached every member of the Lu family without success, particularly Lu Jiayang. While Lu Jiayang secretly wished for the demise of all Lu family members to claim their wealth, he certainly did not want Zhang Yong to marry Lu Sangning. Knowing Zhang Yong was a significant threat. If they married, Lu Jiayang would ultimately meet his end at Zhang Yong's hands. Lu Jiayang was no fool. He wouldn't assist Zhang Yong. With a determined bite of his lip, Zhang Yong declared, I'll transfer the money to you now if you help me persuade your sister. He thought, one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. It's just 2 million after all. If they consider me a fool, then I shall play along, waiting for the moment to seize the Lu family's fortune and eliminate them one by one, leaving no trace behind. Lu Qi laid down some ground rules. Let me clarify. Agreeing to help you comes with considerable risk. My family currently despises you, as if you were refused in a cesspit. Assisting you will make me the enemy of my entire family. Therefore, I can only speak to my sister on your behalf. Whether she is willing to see you or forgive you is entirely up to her, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. Of course, to prevent you from turning against me and claiming I extorted you, I must record our conversation. Lu Qi opened his phone and instructed Zhang Yong to speak into the camera, stating that he willingly gifted Lu Qi the money to relay a message, denying any fraud. After recording, Lu Qi instructed Zhang Yong, now, take the loudspeaker and continue shouting, so my sister hears your declaration. The louder, the better. When a woman is angry, it takes a grand gesture to pacify her. As for me, I shall return home. Rest assured, I will deliver your message. With that, Lu Qi turned and entered the community. His first action was to confront the property management. Is anyone here? How you conduct your business? There is someone outside with a banner, shouting with a loudspeaker, and you're not going to do anything about it? Chapter 34. I cannot bear to see you suffer, so I have come to witness your folly. In a property management office, the manager was engaged in flirtation with a young woman at the front desk. Their playful banter was punctuated by teasing jabs. The air crackled with the electric tension of infidelity. Upon seeing Lu Qi enter and announce that there was a commotion outside, the manager, Li Bo, sprang to his feet, his anger palpable. Who is causing a ruckus? Go handle it immediately. The concerns of the owners are our responsibility. We must maintain their peace. In truth, his urgency to resolve the situation was merely a pretext. Li Bo was eager to return to his flirtation with the young woman. As Lu Qi shared the news, he made his way home, while Li Bo and several employees set out to confront Zhang Yong. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi crossed paths with his sister, Lu Songning, and her bodyguard as they approached from the direction of the luxurious residence. Lu Qi thought to himself, fortune favors me. Lu Songning has come on her own, and Zhang Yong remains blissfully unaware, thinking I am the messenger behind this. How effortlessly this 200,000 can be secured. When the siblings met, silence enveloped them, each choosing their own path. Yet, Lu Songning cast a glance at Lu Qi, her expression thawing slightly. Had she not learned through Lu Qi's inner thoughts that Zhang Yong was a scoundrel, she might still be under his spell. Thus, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards Lu Qi, though her inherent pride forbade her from expressing it, even to her brother. As Lu Songning exited the community, Lu Qi trailed after her, concealing himself near the entrance to observe the unfolding drama. Although Guagua would relay the events to him later, nothing could compare to witnessing the spectacle firsthand. He was eager to see how Zhang Yong would be dealt with. Li Bo arrived at the scene ahead of Lu Songning. He was berating Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, did you not annul your engagement with the eldest daughter of the Lu family? What madness compels you to scream at our community's entrance? Ignoring Li Bo's words, Zhang Yong poured forth his heartfelt declarations. Lu Songning, I love you. Please, grant me a chance to redeem myself. Who among us is without fault? Forgive me, Songning. I truly love you. I know you can hear me. Deep down, you love me too, do you not? You only resent my deception, but I have realized my errors. Li Bo, unable to contain his irritation, lunged to seize Zhang Yong's megaphone. At that moment, Lu Songning had reached the entrance. One of Zhang Yong's employees stepped forward and whispered, "President Zhang, Miss Lu Songning has arrived." Zhang Yong looked up, confirming her presence. It appeared that Lu Qi had indeed sent money to facilitate this encounter. I must seize this opportunity to impress her. Feigning ignorance of Lu Songning's arrival, Zhang Yong continued his impassioned pleas. "Songning, these past days without you have rendered me a mere shadow of a man. I have come to realize that the most precious person was by my side all along, and only in her absence did I recognize her worth. Songning, I am truly remorseful. Please return to me, for without you, I cannot navigate this world alone." Li Bo, incredulous at Zhang Yong's audacity, watched in disbelief. This man truly lacks shame. He pressed forward to wrest the megaphone from Zhang Yong, joined by his 5 employees in the struggle. "Everyone in Jing City knows you had an engagement with Lu Songning, yet here you are, shamelessly begging after straying just a month before the wedding. Were you pretending to be a heartbroken lover?" Zhang Yong seemed impervious to Li Bo's tirade, clinging to the microphone despite the attempts to wrest it from him. "Songning, I was once a highborn heir, but for you, I would cast aside all pretense. Even if the world were to point and mock, I would boldly declare my love for you. Songning, I beg you, grant me an audience." In a desperate attempt to reclaim the megaphone, Li Bo and his employees pinned Zhang Yong to the ground, hair and faces being tugged as chaos ensued. Zhang Yong's 4 employees rushed to assist him, and a melee erupted. Lu Songning arrived at the entrance, momentarily bewildered by the sight of the fracas. Initially, she had intended to confront Zhang Yong after hearing his outcries, but now, witnessing the property management's intervention, she found herself merely a spectator. Lu Qi, equally exhilarated by the unfolding scene, mused, "Experiencing the drama firsthand is far more thrilling than hearing about it later. Zhang Yong, the shameless scoundrel, is quite the strategist. He saw my sister leave, but pretended not to notice, all to elicit her sympathy. Does he truly think she is that naive?" Lu Songning and Lu Qi were not far apart, and though his musings were somewhat muted, she caught every word. Hearing Lu Qi commend her intelligence brought a smile to her lips. When he questioned her presence, she had initially intended to observe the chaos and depart. To dispel any notion that she might reconcile with Zhang Yong, Lu Songning beckoned to her bodyguards. They swiftly approached, puncturing the inflated balloons Zhang Yong had prepared. With a series of pops, the once grand display crumpled to the ground, and Li Bo finally seized the megaphone. "You have the audacity to beg after abandoning your engagement. Why betray others if you knew this would be your fate? Such disgrace reflects poorly on all men." Li Bo scolded as Zhang Yong, in a pitiful state, scrambled to his feet and scanned the crowd. Suddenly, he was taken aback upon spotting Lu Songning. "Darling, I knew you could not bear to see me suffer. You will give me a chance to amend my ways, won't you?" He whimpered, collapsing at her feet. 2 bodyguards pressed against his shoulders, and one delivered a swift kick to his knee, forcing him to kneel. Lu Songning lifted her right foot, her stiletto gently tilting his chin upward, compelling him to meet her gaze. With a laugh, she declared, "Indeed, I cannot bear to see you suffer, so I have come to witness your folly." Chapter 35, Why Should I Forgive You? Zhang Yong, darling, why are you unwilling to forgive me? Lu Songning glanced at Zhang Yong's handsome face, now smeared with dirt from their earlier altercation. His white shirt was also tarnished with dust and footprints. A surge of anger welled up within her, reaching a boiling point. What had blinded her to see this scoundrel as a worthy partner? If not for the prestige of the Zhang family business, would she have ever cast a glance at such a despicable figure? How absurd! Why should I forgive you? Is it for your betrayal, your sordid actions? Or perhaps because you mistakenly believe yourself attractive? Or is it because the Lu family has ceased all collaboration with the Zhang family, and you fear their downfall? Lu Songning delivered her words like daggers, one after another, striking at Zhang Yong's heart. Caught in a moment of vulnerability, Zhang Yong could not admit that he feared the collapse of the Zhang family without their lucrative partnerships. He had to maintain his faade. "No, Songning, it's not because of that. It's because I truly love you, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you." He squeezed his eyes, attempting to summon tears. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Songning replied with a sardonic smile, lifting her shoe to his chin. A foreboding sensation gripped Zhang Yong's heart. He wanted to resist, but found himself helpless, forced to endure. After all, he had crafted a persona of deep affection. If enduring some pain could win Lu Songning back, what was that compared to losing her? Predictably, in the next moment, Lu Songning lifted her leg and struck Zhang Yong squarely in the face. Ah! The heel of her high shoe pierced into his mouth, causing him to cry out in agony. Clutching his mouth, he trembled, unable to utter a single word. Blood poured from his lips like scattered pearls. From a distance, Lu Qi observed the scene with delight as Lu Songning pummeled Zhang Yong. Although he was not the original owner of this life, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction witnessing the Lu family thwarting the antagonist. Zhang Yong's 4 employees, trembling with fear, attempted to intervene, but were met with a fierce glare from Lu Songning's bodyguard. Terrified, they retreated. Meanwhile, the property management staff began to scold Zhang Yong while discarding his belongings into a nearby trash bin. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Lu Qi decided to head home before his parents scolded him for staying out too late. He could not leave the Lu family, as doing so would invoke the original owner's lingering emotions, causing him inexplicable pain. He needed to bide his time until the college entrance examination was over. Just as Lu Qi turned to leave, he spotted Lu Jiang jogging towards him, panting as he reached the entrance where Lu Qi stood. Lu Jiang shot him an irritated glance and quickened his pace toward the commotion. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jiang charged at Zhang Yong, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Zhang Yong, weakened and unprepared, stumbled forward. The 2 bodyguards, caught off guard, released their grip on him. In a swift motion, Zhang Yong fell heavily to the ground, his forehead colliding with the pavement, swelling instantly into a prominent bump. "Zhang Yong, who the hell kicked me?" Lu Songning. Lu Qi couldn't help but think that Lu Jiang was trying to gain favor in front of Lu Songning. After kicking Zhang Yong, Lu Jiang stood with his hands on his hips, displaying a righteous indignation, and slapped Zhang Yong across the face. "Zhang Yong, listen closely. Do not pursue my sister any longer. A traitor like you does not deserve her. Stay away from her, or I will make it my mission to confront you every time I see you." Lu Songning was taken aback, astonished that the usually obedient Lu Jiang would resort to violence. However, she felt a surge of gratitude for his defense of her. "Thank you, Jiang," she exclaimed, touched by his actions. Lu Jiang glanced toward Lu Qi, feeling triumphant. He thought, "Look at me, I've defended my sister, and she is grateful. I must be the favored one in the Lu family." Lu Qi, unimpressed by Lu Jiang's display, turned and headed home. Upon reaching the first-floor living room, he heard Lu Yuanqing calling for him. "Cheer, is Zhang Yong still making a scene outside? Has your sister dealt with it?" Lu Qi nodded. "Yes, Dad. My sister is handling it." Pan Feng waved him over. "Cheer, come wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Lu Qi shook his head. "Dad, Mom, I was just playing outside and have already eaten. You all go ahead. I'll head upstairs to rest." Lu Yuanqing remarked, "Silly boy, you've eaten outside? No matter. You should join us for a meal. It's nice of the family to sit together and chat." He approached Pan Feng and said, "Dear, please call Songning and tell her to come home for dinner. If Zhang Yong continues to shout, we might just have to break his legs." Pan Feng frowned. "Oh, what are you saying? Breaking his legs would reflect poorly on us." Lu Yuanqing laughed heartily, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Wife, what is there to fear? We can always suppress it with trending news." Pan Feng rolled her eyes and dialed Lu Songning's number. "Songning, enough is enough. Come home for dinner. The food will get cold." On the other end, Lu Songning replied, "I'm on my way, Mom. I'm at the entrance." Initially reluctant to join for dinner, Lu Qi felt it would be impolite to decline when his father insisted on family time. Thus, he settled at the dining table. When Lu Songning and Lu Jiang returned, the family gathered for dinner. Lu Yuanqing, Pan Feng, the 5 sisters, and the Fo young master, all present and accounted for. During the meal, Lu Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Second sister, you're heading to Laos next month for a concert. How is your preparation going?" Lu Qingru removed an earphone and smiled at Lu Jiang. "There is still over a month to go, plenty of time. My assistant, Li Tian, will handle the arrangements." By the way, Lu Qingru continued, There's a singing competition next week. Jiang, I remember you've always wanted to participate in such contests. Are you considering giving it a try? Lu Jiang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He believed his musical talent rivaled that of his second sister. Had he not been in high school with parental restrictions on his career, he might have already become a household name. Absolutely. Second sister, please sign me up. I want to participate. Lu Qi, holding a small bowl of rice, chewed slowly, trying to minimize his presence in front of the family. Suddenly, Lu Jiang spoke up. Brother Lu Qi, I have heard that you possess a remarkable musical talent. Would you care to join the competition as well? Chapter 36, Your Desperate Pleasing ultimately becomes a joke. Lu Qi. Participate in a music competition? Ha ha ha. Is this fellow trying to make me die of laughter? In my past life, I was merely an obscure internet celebrity, rising through the ranks by singing in my live streams. Eventually, I gained fame and was even set to participate in a dating show, face-to-face with my beloved goddess, the most renowned singer in the country. Had I not met my untimely demise due to excitement, would I have found myself here? Now, this person actually expects me to join a music competition, to serve as their comparison, only to be embarrassed and have the entire Lu family deem me inferior? Ha ha ha, how laughable. Noticing Lu Qi's silence, Lu Jiang assumed he was intimidated and secretly snickered. Ah, Lu Qi, in your previous life, upon returning to the Lu family, you were both timid and pitiable. From the moment you stepped through the door, you desperately sought to please everyone. However, your words lacked the sweetness of mine, and your cunning was not as profound. Your academic performance fell short of mine, and you possessed no remarkable talents. In every regard, I surpassed you, with just a trivial display of my wiles. I could provoke your parents' wrath and earn the disdain of your 5 sisters. Your desperate attempts at pleasing others ultimately became a farce. Later, I even led to your demise. Since I have reincarnated in this life, I shall not grant you an easy passage. Just wait. I will torment you for a while. And once I've dealt with those who need addressing, it will be your turn. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiang gazed at Lu Qi, feigning innocence, and spoke again. Brother Lu Qi, the pressures of senior year are immense. One must occasionally unwind. Participating in a music competition could serve as a delightful respite, enabling better study habits. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Qi pretended not to hear and continued to eat, wearing a face devoid of confidence. A touch of feigned ignorance would only amplify the impact of the eventual slap in the face. The effect would be all the more pronounced. Lu Jiang continued, you see, despite your relentless studying, your grades still lag behind those of classmates who balance study with leisure. Brother Lu Qi, you ought to take a break, otherwise, the pressure will overwhelm you. It's merely a song on stage. It won't hinder your studies. We've had our misunderstandings, but I hope this competition can unite us as brothers on stage. Regardless of who wins or loses, we can bring glory to the Lu family. Throughout his discourse, Lu Jiang subtly belittled Lu Qi, insinuating that his diligent study habits were inferior to his own leisurely learning. His insinuations were crystal clear, almost explicitly stating that Lu Qi's dedication was no match for his casual approach. Lu Qi felt an urge to curse. I can surpass you without effort. If I truly applied myself, oh, you'd find it impossible to catch up, even in a helicopter. Yet, before the family, Lu Qi restrained himself. In such a setting, only a fool would invite animosity. Feigning difficulty, he expressed self-doubt and timidity. But I don't sing very well. I'm afraid I won't be able to compete. I've never participated before. Seeing their son's lack of confidence, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Recalling how he had lived in a slum for years, unaccustomed to the world, Lu Yuanqing encouraged Lu Qi. Jiang is right. Since there's a competition, why not give it a try? It could help build your courage and expand your horizons. Pan Feng nodded. Your mother and I both possess a strong musical inclination. I believe your singing won't be too shabby. It's all right. If you wish to participate, go ahead. Winning or losing is secondary. The most important thing is to gain experience and confidence. If you decide against it, that's fine too. When Jiang competes, we will be there to cheer him on. Yes, cheer. Lu Yuanqing added, concerned about placing undue pressure on Lu Qi if you don't wish to participate. There's no need. After all, exams are just a few months away. You can focus on your studies. Lu Qi feigned contemplation before saying, well, I think Jiang's words hold merit. Perhaps studying diligently is not as beneficial as learning joyfully. Dad, Mom, I might as well give it a shot. I've always lacked confidence, and I wish to challenge myself. Lu Yuanxing and Pan Feng nodded, believing their son should gain experience, especially as he was destined to inherit the Lu family business one day. Upon hearing Lu Qi's agreement to participate, Lu Jiang's heart soared with delight. He thought, the opportunity to overshadow Lu Qi has arrived. If I secure first place in the competition, the Lu family will see my excellence. Huh. Lu Qi, you country bumpkin, who has lived in the countryside for over a decade, what do you know of the world to compare with me? Lu Jiang inquired of Lu Qingru, second sister. Is this the singing competition organized by Century Huangyu? Century Huangyu is the entertainment company where Lu Qingru works, the largest in Huagua, comparable to Hollywood in the U.S. Lu Qingru confirmed. Indeed, this competition consists of preliminary, semi-final, and final rounds, divided into categories for children, youth, and seniors. It is a joint event by Century Huangyu and Huayang Television. The grand prize is 6 million. 6 million. That's a fortune. Lu Jiang was nearly ecstatic, having suffered financially due to his father's punishments lately. Were it not for his sister's clandestine support, he would scarcely afford snacks. Monday dawned, clear and bright. In Class 2 of senior year, the atmosphere remained lively despite the looming college entrance examination in over 5 months. During the break, laughter and chatter filled the room. Lu Qi sat at his desk, beside the school beauty, Su Yunian. Su Yunian appeared somewhat fatigued, her spirits low, yet her enchanting beauty remained undeniable. Lu Qi mused, "What's wrong with Su Yunian? She seems rather downcast." Guagua replied, "Her mother, Xie Qing's car was tampered with, leading to Zhao Min's arrest. But someone took the blame for her, and Zhao Min was released. Mother and daughter discovered that Su Yunian's father, Su Jinggang, had an affair with Zhao Min, and they are currently gathering evidence to confront him, which explains her current demeanor." Lu Qi nodded. Poor school beauty. She must tread carefully, gathering evidence without alarming the snake, and ensure her mother retains control over the company's shares to prevent Su Jinggang from discovering any issues and covertly transferring assets. Su Yunian feigned studying vocabulary, her ears perked, absorbing every word of Lu Qi and Guagua's conversation to glean useful information. Guagua continued, "There's another explosive piece of news. Zhao Min's daughter, Zhao Feifei, is indeed Su Jinggang's child but Zhao Min's son. The one with congenital heart disease, isn't Su Jinggang's offspring. He is the result of a one-night stand between Zhao Min and another man." What? Su Yunian was taken aback by this revelation, burying her head in her book, tears of joy welling up. "This is splendid. Zhao Jinxian is not my father's son. That scoundrel, who betrayed our family, deserves to learn the consequences of his actions. Betrayers of family never meet a good end. It serves him right." Su Yunian planned to return home after school that afternoon to share this delightful news with her mother. Lu Qi, propped up on his left arm, had dozed off in class. Now, he found it impossible to stay awake. After hearing the gossip about Su Yunian's family, he tilted his head, staring blankly out the window. At that moment, the class flower, Li Bingqing, approached him with a sweet smile. Chapter 37. You must not grow up in seclusion. Li Bingqing approached Su Yunian's desk and smiled sweetly at Lu Qi, who was seated nearby. "Lu Qi, we have a longer break this period. Shall we take a stroll on the playground?" Lu Qi, recalling their plan, nodded in agreement. Standing from her seat, she addressed Su Yunyang, Su School Beauty. "Could you please make way? I need to step out for a moment." Su Yunyang cast a glance at Li Bingqing, then expressionlessly stood up, allowing Lu Qi to pass. Together, they exited the classroom, igniting a flurry of whispers among their classmates behind them. What on earth is happening? Li Bingqing and Lu Qi. What's going on? Are they together now? Su Yunyang observed their departing figures with a cold gaze, her face remaining as unyielding as a glacier. Yet internally, she felt a discomfort she could not quite identify, a tinge of jealousy. Lu Qi and Li Bingqing intentionally walked closely together, passing by the window of Class 1, Senior 3, aiming to provoke Lu Jiang's jealousy. making him believe they were romantically involved. After all, if Lu Jiang intended to use charm to ensnare him, they would feign being entrapped to amuse him. As expected, when Lu Qi and Li Bingxing walked past the window, Lu Jiang, who had been chatting with classmates at a nearby table, abruptly stood up. He rushed to the door, his lips curling into a triumphant smile as he watched their retreating figures. Fantastic! As long as I don't focus on their studies, Lu Qi won't score well on his exams, and my chance will come. Even though I am the fortunate child of a rebirth, Lu Qi can never surpass me. However, for safety's sake, he must not be allowed to thrive. Every possibility must be stifled at its inception. The Lu family's fortune is mine, and mine alone. While Lu Jiang's mind raced with dramatic thoughts, he feigned surprise and asked a nearby classmate, "Was that Lu Qi and Li Bingxing? Why are they so close? Huh? Could there be a story there?" Several classmates craned their necks to peer outside, some speculating there could be a story, while others dismissed it. It's merely two classmates walking together. Don't overthink it. Lu Jiang nodded. Yes, you're right. It's just two classmates going down the stairs together. Nothing significant. Everyone, return to your seats. Lu Qi and Li Bingxing ran a couple of laps on the playground before returning to the classroom side by side. Lu Jiang felt triumphant, believing his plan had succeeded. Upon returning to class, Lu Qi asked Su Yunyang to let him pass again to return to his corner. After 2 requests, Su Yunyang reluctantly stood, her exquisite face marred by a frosty expression, transforming the surrounding atmosphere into an icy chill. Lu Qi, puzzled, wondered who had angered this icy beauty, but he dismissed it and resumed napping at his desk. Finally, the long-awaited noon break arrived, and Lu Qi stepped out of the classroom with Li Bingxing, heading toward the school gate. Suddenly, Su Yunyang stormed past them, visibly furious. Li Bingxing inquired, "Your desk mate seems unhappy. Did you provoke her?" Lu Qi shook his head. "Why would I bother with that little ice mountain? Her temper is quite peculiar." Ahead, the little ice mountain, Su Yunyang muttered, "Your temper is the odd one. Your whole family is strange." She huffed and sped ahead. As they walked toward the school gate, Lu Qi asked Li Bingxing, "How is your father's condition now?" Li Bingxing sighed. His life has been saved, but he will never walk again. Lu Qi comforted her. "It's all right. As long as he has his life, that's what matters." Li Bingxing nodded. Just then, someone called from behind, "Bingxing, Bingxing." Without turning, Lu Qi recognized the voice. Zhao Feifei, the little white flower. Li Bingxing turned around, and Zhao Feifei quickly caught up. Although clad in a school uniform, her face was adorned with subtle makeup, and her every gesture exuded an air of sophistication. "Bingxing, are you going to the hospital today? I don't want to go home for lunch. I want to accompany you to see your father." Zhao Feifei cooed sweetly. Upon seeing Lu Qi, she shyly smiled at him, casting flirtatious glances. "Oh, Lu Qi, are you going with us to visit Bingxing's father?" Lu Qi despised such insincere green tea types, always clinging to Li Bingxing with ulterior motives. He chose to ignore Zhao Feifei's chatter and quickened his pace. Rejected. Zhao Feifei's face flushed with a mix of red and white as she stomped her foot in frustration. Internally, she fumed. "What else with the attitude? You're merely a country bumpkin from slum. Speaking to you doesn't elevate my status. Just wait until I deceive Lu Jiang into winning Su Yunyang's affections and get engaged to him in college. Then I shall have my revenge." At the school gate, Lu Qi's chauffeur had already arrived in a Rolls-Royce, while Lu Jiang's driver pulled up in his Bentley. Each time their cars parked side by side, Lu Jiang felt a pang of discomfort, wishing he could oust Lu Qi from the Lu family and claim the luxury of the Rolls-Royce for himself. Returning home, Lu Qi found the house empty except for his second sister, Lu Qingru, and the servants. Lu Qingru lounged on the couch, snacking on seeds while watching television. Upon seeing Lu Qi and Lu Jiang, she bypassed Lu Qi to greet Lu Jiang instead. "Jiang, you're back from school?" Lu Jiang eagerly rushed over, sitting beside Lu Qingru and hugging her affectionately. Second sister, I missed you. Aren't you busy today?" Lu Qingru handed him a handful of seeds, replying, "No activities today. Just resting at home." They chatted and snacked on seeds, seemingly ignoring Lu Qi's presence. Lu Qi, unfazed, dropped his backpack and went to wash his hands. Aunt Wang had already set the dining table and respectfully announced, Miss, young masters, dinner is ready. Lu Qi nodded and sat at the dining table. Meanwhile, Lu Qingru and Lu Jiang continued their conversation and snacking on the couch, as if Aunt Wang's words had gone unheard. Lu Qi paid them no mind and began eating. Lu Jiang pointed toward the dining table and whispered, "Second sister, look at Lu Qi. He's already eating." Lu Qingru, noticing Lu Qi's disregard for waiting for them, replied with irritation, truly deserving of being from a slum. He lacks basic manners and etiquette. Lu Jiang smirked at Lu Qi, reveling in his misfortune. He wished to stoke the flames of their disdain further. "Don't be upset, second sister. Lu Qi isn't intentionally disregarding us. He grew up alone in the slums and wasn't taught proper etiquette." As soon as Lu Jiang spoke, Lu Qingru's anger deepened. Chapter 38. Where is your knowledge? Where is your upbringing? Lu Qi, no one has taught you manners, have they? Allow me to instruct you in proper decorum today. Lu Qi remained silent, continuing to eat. The chaos of the world outside did not deter his appetite. Lu Qingru stood beside the dining table, ignored by Lu Qi, her body trembling with fury. Lu Jiang quickly patted Lu Qingru's back gently, saying, "Sister, do not be angry. Take care of your health." He then turned to reprimand Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, my sister is speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Finally, Lu Qi finished his meal. Slowly rising from his seat, he carelessly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. He approached Lu Jiang and Lu Qingru step by step, his tone icy. "Lu Jiang, who are you calling deaf? And you, Lu Qingru, you wish to teach me manners? How do you intend to do so?" Lu Qi's words were frigid, his expression even colder. The chill emanating from him surged like waves. He had not intended to be so fierce, but according to the original plot of the story, aside from Lu Jiang, Lu Qingru had the worst relationship with the original protagonist. Regardless of how the original protagonist tried to appease her, she displayed nothing but disdain. Other sisters may have harbored contempt, but none were as overt as Lu Qingru. Thus, Lu Qi saw no need to play the nice guy in front of her. "Brother Lu Qi, you are so fierce." Lu Jiang was taken aback by Lu Qi's demeanor. He leaned closer to Lu Qingru, desperately shaking his hand. "Brother Lu Qi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you deaf. Please do not strike me. I saw you ignoring my sister, disrespecting her, which made me angry, and I inadvertently insulted you. I beg you, Brother Lu Qi, do not hit me." "Huh?" Lu Qi scoffed. "Lu Jiang, what are you pretending for? I have only been in the Lu family for 2 weeks. When would I have the opportunity to hit you? You, a grown man, feigning such weakness, as if I frequently strike you. You cannot even act properly. What a pathetic fool. If I wished to strike you, I would not need to pretend. I could simply do it." Internally, Lu Qi ridiculed Lu Jiang. This idiot, is he acting now? Deliberately pretending to be weak in front of Lu Qingru. Attempting to frame me, is he? Lu Qingru, blind and foolish. No wonder her fate is tragic, dying far from home. Lu Qingru. Hearing Lu Qi's inner thoughts again, she momentarily froze. Dying far from home? Who? Me? You are the one who will die far from home. Sister. I'm scared. Lu Jiang noticed Lu Qingru in a daze and hurriedly tugged at her hand. Sister, Brother Lu Qi looks so fierce. Indeed, Lu Jiang's words had an effect. Seeing Lu Qi's fierce expression, Lu Qingru quickly spread her arms to protect Lu Jiang. She glared at Lu Qi and scolded, "Lu Qi, you uncouth bumpkin. If you dare lay a hand on my brother Jiang today, do you believe I will let you leave this door?" Lu Qi snorted coldly and took 2 steps forward. Unceremoniously addressing Lu Qingru, he said, "Then I shall indeed strike him. Let us see what you can do about it." As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, he swiftly slapped Lu Jiang across the face. "Lu Jiang, you truly hit me, you filthy bumpkin. And you," Lu Qi pointed at Lu Qingru's forehead. "Let me tell you, do not think that just because you are my sister, I will not lay a hand on you. If you had even an ounce of sense, not being a blind fool, you would not side with this pretender against your own brother." Lu Qingru. Lu Qi. Realizing what was happening, Lu Qingru slapped Lu Qi. Lu Qi raised his right hand slightly and immediately grasped Lu Qingru's wrist. The system Guagua cried out in panic, "Host, release her at once. She is your sister. You cannot hit her. Do not hit her." Lu Qi sneered. She struck me first. Am I not allowed to retaliate? This fool, aiding a pretender against her own brother. I spit. Guagua. Host, calm down. Calm down. Lu Qi, the original protagonist, was weak and submissive, ultimately meeting a tragic end. I shall not endure. I will fight back, even if it means being expelled from the Lu family. With Lu Qingru's hand held firmly, she also heard Lu Qi's thoughts. Her anger intensified, blocking out all other information. The insults Lu Qi hurled at her echoed in her mind. Her blood pressure soared as she shouted hoarsely, Lu Qi, you bumpkin! No wonder Jiang says you are terrible. Look at your current state. I am your sister, yet do you show me even an ounce of respect? Where's your knowledge? Where's your upbringing? You do not even wait for your sister to eat, sitting there alone, and now you dare to strike Jiang before my eyes. Has your poor upbringing made you so arrogant and devoid of manners? Lu Qi forcefully released Lu Qingru's hand. The momentum nearly caused her to stumble backward, but she managed to steady herself. Lu Qi surveyed his sister, who was as delicate as a vase. What does it matter if you sing beautifully or shine on stage? Ultimately, you remain blind and foolish. Lu Qingru, you call me a bumpkin at every turn, but is this my own doing? Do I wish to be a bumpkin? Had the nanny not schemed against me and stolen me away, I too could have been a high and mighty heir raised in a wealthy family, rather than suffering in a slum, bullied and oppressed. As my sister, sharing blood ties, you do not assist me, but instead aid a pretender against me, belittling and insulting me. Whatever Lu Jiang says I am, you echo his sentiments. Are you devoid of any judgment? Why does he wish for me to be expelled from the Lu family? It is clear he desires the family fortune for himself, fearing I might contest him. Yet you, as my blood relative, my sister by the same mother, why do you consistently oppose me? Just because I did not grow up by your side, you wish to deny our blood relationship, do you not? Lu Qingru, you are truly despicable. What right do you have to call yourself an international superstar with such a demeanor? Fool! Lu Qi vented all the grievances he had harbored. Yet, these words were not solely for his own sake, but rather to voice the original protagonist's injustice. Upon expressing these thoughts, Lu Qi felt a pang of pain within, quickly fading into a sense of relief. It seemed the original protagonist's emotions were tugging at him. Lu Qi's barrage of words left Lu Qingru speechless. However, she quickly became enraged again, for she did not grasp the essence of Lu Qi's accusations. All she knew was that he was hurling insults at her, believing him to be excessively cruel, uncultured, and ignorant. What does it matter if you're my blood brother? If your character is lacking, you are worse than a brother raised by someone else. Ha! Lu Qi scolded. Since you believe in this pretender, I wish you both the best. Let us see how he treats you in the future. Sister, Lu Jiang, overhearing Lu Qi unveil his inner desire for the Lu family's fortune, hastily denied it. Sister, I have never wished to seize the Lu family's wealth. I only love you both so much that I fear losing your affection. My sole desire is to be with you. I have never harbored any other thoughts. Brother Lu Qi, please do not judge me with the mindset of a petty person. Do not sow discord between me and my sister. I understand this family originally belonged to you. It was I who occupied your life for 18 years, and I shall return it to you. As Lu Jiang spoke, she tearfully turned and dashed upstairs, feigning an intent to gather her belongings and depart. Lu Qi chuckled heartily. Lu Jiang, if you're going to leave, then leave swiftly. If you do not exit through that door today, do not blame me for looking down upon you. Lu Jiang. Lu Qi. Lu Qingru interjected, her voice raised. If Jiang were to leave, you can forget about remaining in the Lu family. I wouldn't care less. What is all this ruckus during the midday hour? Are there no classes this afternoon? Before Lu Qi could finish his words, the voice of their elder sister, Lu Songning, resonated from behind. Chapter 39. Is the eldest sister actually speaking up for Lu Qi? Lu Qi turned around and noticed. When did the eldest sister return? Did she hear what I just said? Lu Songning wore a stern expression as she glanced at Lu Qi and Lu Qingru, along with Lu Jiang, who was rushing upstairs to gather his belongings. It was the middle of the day, yet they were making quite a ruckus, lacking any decorum or the demeanor befitting siblings. As the eldest sister, Lu Songning managed 80 companies on behalf of Lu Yuanqing, and her serious demeanor exuded an air of authority. Lu Qi remained silent, giving Lu Songning a nod before turning to head upstairs for a nap. Lu Jiang, who had no real intention of leaving the Lu household, quickly descended the stairs upon seeing Lu Songning's return. With a pitiful look, he pleaded with her eldest sister. "This is not my fault or second sister's. It's all Lu Qi's doing." As he spoke, tears began to glisten in his eyes, a tactic he often employed to elicit sympathy from his sisters. However, Lu Songning did not yield to his theatrics. Instead, she snapped impatiently. "Enough. It's midday, and there's no peace. Go eat and take a nap. Don't you have class this afternoon?" Lu Jiang was taken aback, pondering. What is wrong with her? Isn't she also annoyed with Lu Qi? Why isn't she defending me? He simmered with resentment, vowing that once he acquired the Lu family assets, she would pay. Yet, faced with Lu Songning's serious demeanor, he dared not voice his thoughts and obediently made his way to the dining table, picking at the cold dishes before hastily retreating upstairs to sleep. Refraining from mentioning his desire to leave, Lu Qingru, noticing Lu Jiang had gone upstairs, stepped forward to explain, "Eldest sister, this situation is indeed not Jiang's fault. It's entirely Lu Qi's, that uncouth bumpkin, who shows no manners or decency." Lu Songning led Lu Qingru to the sofa, her tone contemplative. "Qingru, when Lu Qi first came to our family, I too looked down on him, finding numerous faults. Yet, had I not overheard his comments, I might never have realized that Zhang Yong was a scoundrel. If I had remained oblivious to Zhang Yong's true nature and married him, I would have been deceived emotionally, and his machinations could have jeopardized our family's businesses, leading to irreparable consequences. Thus, I hold no animosity toward Lu Qi. Rather, I am grateful to him. Many situations are not as they appear. Lu Qi's actions may simply be a means of self-preservation. I heard everything he said to you just now, and I found his reasoning quite valid. We cannot harbor prejudice against him due to his unavoidable upbringing. Had the nanny not taken him away, he could have grown up carefree beside us." Lu Qingru stared at Lu Songning in disbelief, unable to comprehend her sudden shift in attitude. "Didn't you always oppose Lu Qi's return and express disdain for him? Why are you defending him now?" Lu Songning did not respond directly, but pointed to her heart, indicating, "Did you hear what Lu Qi just expressed? Here, did you catch anything?" Lu Qingru squinted, failing to grasp Lu Songning's meaning. In truth, Lu Songning wished to inquire if Lu Qingru had heard Lu Qi's heartfelt admission about dying far from home. However, Lu Qingru was too preoccupied with Lu Qi's insults to notice anything else he had said. Lu Songning, unable to articulate Lu Qi's sentiments, gestured to her heart once more, prompting, "Qingru, you know we can hear Lu Qi's thoughts. Do you remember what he just expressed?" Lu Qingru, incensed, retorted, "Of course I remember. He was berating me in his mind. That wretched bumpkin, the more I think about it, the angrier I get." Just then, Lu Qingru's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. It was her assistant and close friend, Li Tian. "Hello, Sister Ru. Come sing karaoke and soak in the hot springs. We have a mysterious guest." Lu Qingru laughed. "Oh, who is it? Making it all so mysterious. You'll find out when you arrive. Waiting for you, moi. All right, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Lu Qingru turned to her sister, "Eldest sister, I'm off to have some fun." Li Tian mentioned a mysterious guest. "I have no idea who it could be, but they must be significant, otherwise she wouldn't have spoken to me like that." With a quick goodbye, Lu Qingru grabbed her bag and hurried out the door. Lu Songning, feeling uneasy, called after her, "Qingru, be careful out there." But Lu Qingru was already far away. Lu Songning shook her head, letting out a resigned sigh. Her Na'vi sister, despite being a star, lacked cunning. Given that Lu Qi's thoughts hinted at impending danger, it would not be without reason. Dying far from home, Lu Songning pondered, where could that be? With Lu Qingru constantly on the move, who could discern what constituted foreign lands? It was imperative to engage more with Lu Qi, to glean his thoughts and discover how to resolve the issues surrounding Lu Qingru. "Mom, I have something very important to tell you, and please do not share it with anyone." School beauty Su Yunyang returned home during lunch and recounted to her mother, Xie Qing, what she had overheard between Lu Qi and Guagua that morning. Considering that directly revealing Lu Qi's thoughts might be obstructed, Su Yunyang framed it differently. Mom, it's monumental news. Zhao Jinxian isn t my father's biological child. He is the offspring of Zhao Min's one-night stand. Xie gasped, a mix of shock and joy flooding her. Yunyang, is what you're saying true? Su Yunyang nodded emphatically. Absolutely true. Xie rejoiced. That's wonderful. Justice prevails against the wicked. After their excitement subsided, the mother-daughter duo began strategizing their next steps. Xie shed a few tears, transforming her sorrow into resolve. Yunyang, you must find a way to obtain Zhao Feifei's hair at school. I need it for a paternity test. If we could get Zhao Jinxian's as well, that would be ideal. Su Yunyang nodded. Mom, I will find a way to get their hair, but Dad is still unaware that we know about his infidelity. So you mustn't let on. Xie wiped her tears with a tissue, regaining her gentle demeanor. Don't worry, Yunyang, I know how to handle this. I won't let that pair of scoundrels continue to bully us. As they conversed, the sound of a car roaring outside signaled the return of Su Jin. Chapter 40. What is suddenly causing confusion? Shu, your father is back. The mother and daughter quickly ceased their conversation and shifted to a topic related to Su Union studies. The scoundrel Su Jinggang stood outside the door, his expression stern. Upon entering, however, he donned a cheerful facade. Spotting the mother and daughter, he began to take off his clothes and change his shoes while jovially inquiring, Oh, Union hasn't taken her nap yet? It's been several days since I've seen Daddy. Have you missed me? Suppressing all her inner disdain, Su Union nodded obediently, as usual. Yes, I missed you. Daddy, have you been tired from your business trip? Su Jinggang chuckled. My little cotton-padded jacket. Every time I go on a trip, you worry about me. How fortunate I am. Maintaining a smile on her face, Su Union felt a deep-seated resentment. If you truly valued me, if you were genuinely happy, you would have sought a mistress to deceive both me and my mother. What am I but a mere cotton-padded jacket? Zhao Feifei is undoubtedly your true cotton-padded jacket. TSK. Zhao Jinxian is the rightful heir to your family's fortune. Your family is the epitome of a warm, loving household, while we are merely your tea house. With simmering hatred, Su Union masked her feelings and approached her father, embracing him as usual when he spread his arms for a hug. Su Jinggang reached into the inner pocket of his tailored suit and pulled out a red box. What is this? He teased. Traditionally, Su Jinggang would bring gifts for Su Union and Xie upon returning from his trips, and in those moments, she felt like the happiest child in the world. She eagerly snatched the box from him and opened it to reveal a string of pearl bracelets. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. After presenting the gift to Su Union, Su Jinggang turned his attention to his wife, Xie, who feigned enthusiasm in greeting him, embracing her husband like a lively young girl. Darling, I've missed you so much while you've been away. Su Jinggang quickly wrapped his arms around Xie waist, exclaiming, Wife, I have a gift for you too. He retrieved another red box from the pocket of his suit. Xie pretended to be surprised as she accepted the box, opening it to find a pearl bracelet identical to Su Union's. You're so wonderful, darling, she said, blushing. After some light-hearted conversation, Xie headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Su Jinggang. He expressed surprise. Wife, why are you cooking yourself? Whereas Aunt Liang. As Xie busied herself in the kitchen, she explained, Aunt Liang's youngest son is getting married, so I granted her 3 days off. She has devoted her life to her son, and a wedding is a significant family event. I wanted her to have some time to relax and prepare. Darling, you're so considerate. Since no one is home these days, should we hire another maid? Su Jinggang inquired. Xie shook her head. It's all right. Aunt Liang will be back the day after tomorrow, and there's nothing pressing right now. Once the meal was served, Su Jinggang sat down to eat. In truth, he had already dined with Zhao Min earlier and returned home merely to maintain appearances. To avoid disrupting her mother's plans, Su Union ascended to her room for a nap. As Su Jinggang ate, Xie sat beside him and suddenly declared, Darling, I want to go back to work. Su Jinggang was startled, fearing she had uncovered something. Wife, why do you want to work all of a sudden? Leaning her head against his shoulder and feigning a coy demeanor, she replied, Darling, I've been so bored at home these past few years. I've grown tired of socializing outside and feel quite worthless, almost disconnected from society. I want to work. Please arrange a position for me. Wife, Su Jinggang gently urged. I think it's nice for you to stay at home, enjoying leisurely mornings and going wherever you please without a care in the world. No, darling. I genuinely want to work. Arrange a position for me in our company, or at least let me be a manager or your secretary. Su Jinggang felt a tinge of displeasure, suppressing his irritation as he looked at her quizzically. Didn't you say, I'm responsible for earning a living while you take care of your beauty? Why this sudden change of heart? Xie anticipated his response and pushed him playfully, fuming. Su Jinggang, you've always discouraged me from working, implying I lack ambition and have become a faded flower. You look down on me. I don't care. You must agree to let me work today, or I'll cause a scene at the company. Left with no choice, Su Jinggang remained silent for a while before finally conceding, Fine, I'll arrange a position for you. Xie anger quickly transformed into joy as she embraced him tightly, showering him with kisses on his cheek. Lu Qi awoke from his nap, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and clattered down the stairs, backpack in tow, preparing to head to school. In the living room, he encountered Lu Songning, who was on the phone, her expression as cold as ice. Upon seeing Lu Qi, she regarded him as a stranger. Earlier, she had defended him, yet now, it was as if that incident had never occurred. Lu Qi, indifferent, accepted his outsider status within the family, planning to endure until the college entrance examinations were over. Arriving at school, he approached the door of Class 3, Grade 2, and, just as he was about to enter, he noticed the school beauty, Su Yunyan, exiting the classroom with a small red box in her hand. As she passed by, she purposely bumped her right shoulder against Lu Qi. Lu Qi thought to himself, what did I do to provoke this little ice princess? He shook his head and entered the classroom with his backpack. Sitting at his desk, he randomly picked up a book to cover his face and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Su Yunyan, clutching the pearl bracelet gifted by her father, strolled to the doorway of Class 5. Standing by the window, she gently tapped on the glass and addressed a female classmate seated nearby. Could you please call Zhao Feifei? At that moment, Zhao Feifei was engrossed in reading a love letter from a suitor, the fourth letter she had received that day. The thought of being so popular at school filled her with a sense of superiority, perceiving herself as the captivating heroine while viewing her admirers as mere ants. With just a word from her, they would be compelled to comply. Reflecting on her charm, Zhao Feifei retrieved a small mirror from her desk and admired her reflection. Marveling at her flawless beauty, Zhao Feifei, someone is looking for you. As Zhao Feifei reveled in her allure, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by her classmate's call. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see Su Yunyan outside the window. This wretched girl, since her mother, Xie Qing, had dismissed Zhao Feifei's mother from her position as the family doctor. It had been days since Su Yunyan had sought her out. Now, her unexpected appearance suggested there was something amiss. Chapter 41. Unexpectedly, the campus bell has a dark side. Su Yunyan noticed Zhao Feifei sitting beside the desk, wearing a guarded expression, seemingly reluctant to emerge. She hastily called out, Feifei, could you step out for a moment? I need to speak with you. Zhao Feifei, somewhat impatient, nonetheless stepped out of the classroom out of curiosity. Su Yunyan tightly clutched the red box hidden within the voluminous sleeves of her school uniform. This was the exquisite pearl bracelet that Su Jin had just gifted her at noon. It appeared rather valuable, yet she feigned indifference. Su Yunyan intended to present the bracelet to Zhao Feifei, hoping to mend their relationship, while secretly seeking Zhao Feifei's and her brother Zhao Jinchuan's hair for a paternity test. Currently, Zhao Min had been expelled by her mother, Xie Qing, and was untraceable, while Zhao Jinxian had not attended school recently, complicating her search. However, the moment Zhao Feifei stepped out of the classroom, she casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a bracelet identical to the one Su Yunyan held. Yes, identical. The design and color were indistinguishable. Su Yunyan's heart sank, fury bubbling within her as she cursed silently. What a despicable father Su Jin is. How many matching bracelets did he purchase? Did he buy them wholesale? What do you want from me? Zhao Feifei snapped, her tone laced with irritation. Feifei. Su Yunyan silently gripped the red box in her sleeve. What was meant to be a gift for Zhao Feifei now seemed impossible to present. Despite the turmoil within, she maintained a facade of calmness, striving to appear amicable. I came to apologize. The incident regarding your mother was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Zhao Feifei retorted with disdain. Ha! Miss Su, didn't your mother, Xie Qing, terminate my mother's job? Now you come to tell me it was a misunderstanding? Do the wealthy enjoy toying with us poor folks? Su Yinyang shook her head. Feifei, I truly apologize. It was our fault for misunderstanding Aunt Zhao. I hope you can convey to her that I wish to meet her in person to extend my sincerest apologies. As she spoke, Su Yinyang felt a profound sadness. It was others who sought to harm her mother, yet here she was, enduring humiliation for the sake of gathering evidence, biding her time until she could confront the truth. Huh, you think saying sorry can erase the harm done? Dream on, Zhao Feifei scoffed. If apologies were effective, why would we need the law? Suddenly, Zhao Feifei leaned closer to Su Yinyang, whispering in a tone that only they could hear. If apologies were effective, I would kill you and your mother. Then apologize 1,000 times at your graves. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Students poured into the classroom, and teachers emerged from the offices. Zhao Feifei abruptly recoiled, letting out a loud scream as she fell backward. Ah, Su Yinyang, I bear no grudge against you. Why did you push me for no reason? Su Yinyang was bewildered. What? Zhao Feifei continued to lament. Su Yinyang, I have always regarded you as a close friend, almost as a sister. Yet, how do you perceive me? Why would you push me? Class 2 of senior year and Class 5 were separated by Classes 3 and 4. Being on the same floor, one could easily glimpse the commotion outside several classrooms. Lu Qi, resting his head on the desk, was roused from his slumber by the system's frantic voice. Host trouble. Su Yinyang has gone to Class 5 to confront Zhao Feifei, and it seems she has been ambushed. Seeing that Lu Qi remained unresponsive, the system grew anxious and used a jolt of energy to awaken him. Host, wake up. Su, the campus bell has been set up by Zhao Feifei. At last, Lu Qi stirred, mumbling 3 questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Gua gua. Don't joke around. Quickly, Su, the campus bell is in trouble. We must assist her. Lu Qi sat upright, forcefully pushing the window open to peer outside. Indeed, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of Class 5, creating a chaotic scene. How could Su Yinyang be so naive, falling for Zhao Feifei's tricks? Lu Qi Muzed, hastily exiting the classroom to reach the scene. He exerted all his strength to part the throng, finally discerning the situation. He was taken aback to see Su Yinyang sprawled atop Zhao Feifei, struggling to rise. Zhao Feifei winced, clearly pained by the weight. Su Yinyang held her ankle, massaging it while apologizing. Feifei, I truly didn't mean to push you. My foot twisted unexpectedly, causing me to lean forward and inadvertently shove you. Lu Qi exclaimed, wow. The campus belle, who usually appears so aloof, has this cunning side to her. He also found himself on the floor, realizing his ankle was more severely twisted than he thought. Ouch! Feifei, I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I hope you'll forgive me. Originally, Zhao Feifei aimed to frame Su Yinyang, tarnishing her image among peers. However, Su Yinyang, in a twist of fate, admitted to the push but clarified it was an accident due to her injury. Given the circumstances, the onlooking classmates had little to say, collectively assisting Su Yinyang to her feet. The mathematics teacher from Class 5 approached, observing the scene and merely advising students should treat each other kindly and with understanding. Now, everyone, please return to your classrooms. Only Su Yinyang, Lu Qi, and a few others remained outside. Allow me to assist you, Lu Qi offered, extending his hand. He added, fearing misinterpretation, do not misunderstand. I help you because we are classmates and desk mates. I noticed you were struggling to walk. It was not an act of chivalry or a desire to be a sycophant. Rather, he adhered to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Assisting Su Yinyang served his purpose of countering Lu Jiang and Zhao Feifei. In the original narrative, while Zhao Feifei was not the main antagonist, she played a significant role in each of Lu Jiang's schemes against the protagonist. Since he was now living in the protagonist's stead, he would ensure Zhao Feifei did not enjoy a peaceful existence. Su Yinyang gazed at the Lu Qi, astonished. In the next moment, she obediently extended her hand, placing it in his palm. With his support, she limped toward Class 2, feeling the warmth of his grasp. Her delicate hand, smooth as a green onion, stirred within his hold. Guagua. Host, you're the first boy in the entire school to hold the campus bell's hand. How does it feel? Luki, savoring the sensation, replied, wow. This is delightful. Who knew the campus bell's hand would feel so exquisite? Su Yunyang, overhearing their exchange, felt her cheeks flush and quickly withdrew her hand from his grasp. With determined strides, Su Yunyang held in her hand a small tuft of hair that she had hastily plucked from Zhao Feifei's head amidst the chaos. Chapter 42. How could one not feel sorrow? Lu Qi and Su Yunian arrived at the doorway of the classroom. The biology teacher, Chun Qinsui, was already at the podium, opening her book in preparation for the lesson. The two entered the classroom, reporting in as they took their seats. Lu Qi, disinterested in the lecture, stared blankly at the blackboard. He reminisced about his past life, where he too had traversed the arduous path of the college entrance examination, emerging victorious from a sea of competitors. Little did he expect to relive this journey after traversing to another world. Although the original owner was an academic prodigy, he had no desire to endure it once more. The only reason he remained seated in the classroom was to maintain appearances for the Liu family. Once the examination concluded and he entered university, life would surely turn joyous. In contrast to Lu Qi's aimless existence, Su Yunian was genuinely diligent in her studies. It was no surprise that she ranked first in Class 2 of the third year and consistently placed among the top 3 in the entire school. During this chemistry test, Su Yunian achieved a perfect score. Chun Qinsui, beaming with excitement, requested Su Yunian to stand and share her study methods with her classmates. Su Yunian gently fiddled with the hair she had just borrowed from Zhao Feifei, standing up with an air of composure. Coldly, she stated, "My study method is quite simple. Practice extensively." Chun Qinsui inquired, "Yunian, do you have anything else to share?" Su Yunian shook her head. "No." "All right, thank you, Yunian. You may sit down." Finally enduring until the end of evening self-study, Su Yunian returned home. Upon opening the door, she discovered the house shrouded in darkness. In the dimness, a small spark flickered on the sofa. It was so lonely, so helpless. The air was thick with the scent of women's cigarettes, accompanied by the faint sobs of her mother, Xieqing. A pang of sadness struck Su Yunian as she attempted to call out, "Mom." "Oh." Xieqing hurriedly extinguished the cigarette in her hand. Rising from the sofa, "Yunian, you're back." "Yes, I'm back, Mom." "Close your eyes. I'm about to turn on the light." "All right, go ahead." Su Yunian pressed the switch on the wall. With a soft click, the room was illuminated. Xieqing had already wiped away her tears, nervously explaining, "Yunian, don't overthink it. I was just bored and smoking alone. I'm not sad, really I'm not." Seeing her mother's evident sorrow and weariness, yet maintaining a facade of strength in front of her, made Su Yunian's heart bleed. Since discovering her father's infidelity, so much time had passed, and her mother always acted indifferent and carefree. Deep down, Su Yunian knew her mother was hurting. How could she not feel sorrow? After years of love and trust placed in a person who turned out to be a hypocritical and ruthless devil, anyone would feel heartache. Su Yunian walked over and gently embraced Xieqing, saying, "It's all right, Mom. If you're sad, just let it out. I'm old enough to understand these emotions." Xieqing tilted her head back at a 45-degree angle, forcing back tears that threatened to spill over, and said, "Just now, sitting alone in the darkness, reflecting on the past, I did feel a moment of gloom. But now it's fine. I don't want to cry anymore. I have to go work tomorrow. I need to look beautiful at the company so that everyone knows the chairman's wife is not just a worn-out woman, but a very beautiful and fashionable one." Su Yunian nodded. "Yes, Mom. You must go looking splendid. Don't let anyone look down on you." Xieqing smiled. "Exactly. I mustn't let others belittle me, nor let those little vixens in the company outshine me. Especially not that wretched Zhao Min." Sensing Su Yunian's concern, Xieqing added, "Sweetheart, truly, don't worry about me. Just focus on your studies. There's a tough battle ahead, and I understand that. Tomorrow, when I go to the company, I'll find a way to obtain the financial details to prevent that scoundrel and that shameless woman from secretly transferring our family's assets and undermining our company. The company isn't solely your father's. It represents my hard work too. If I hadn't chosen to return home to raise my family, I would have certainly been a prominent professional by now." Seeing her mother's demeanor filled Su Yunian with compassion. She hugged her tightly, saying, "Mom, you returned home for me. You've worked hard." Xie Qing shook her head. "It's not hard. Everything I do for my precious one is worth it. Oh, by the way, Mom, today I went to find Zhao Feifei. Initially, I intended to give her the pearl bracelet Dad gifted me to feign a good relationship, hoping to find out where Zhao Min and Zhao Jinxian are currently residing, so I could obtain a strand of Zhao Jinchuan's hair for identification. To my surprise, I saw Zhao Feifei wearing the same pearl bracelet as mine, indicating that Dad had bought one for them too. He truly is despicable." Xie Qing shook her head. "After 50 years of life, this is the first time I've seen a person so clearly." "Mom, you still have me." Su Yunian's tears streamed down her face. Lu Qi and Lu Jiang returned home, with his sister Lu Qingru and the family waiting in the living room. Lu Yuanqing called to his two sons, Qi'er, Jiang. "Come here. Your sister wants to discuss the music competition this Saturday with you." They set down their bags and approached the sofa. Lu Qingru sat there, holding two documents. Although she did not like Lu Qi, it was inappropriate to chastise him in front of their parents. With a stern expression, she addressed Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, this is a national youth competition. Are you certain you wish to participate? Don't embarrass me on stage with your off-key singing." Seeing Lu Qi remain silent, Lu Qingru pressed further. "Think carefully about whether you want to participate. If you don't, it's not too late to back out now. Once your name is officially submitted, there will be no turning back." Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng exchanged glances with Lu Qi. Pan Feng gently asked, "Chair, do you want to participate? If you do, go ahead, it's fine. Before the competition, your sister can coach you. Even if you don't sing well. It doesn't team matter. It's about building confidence." "Yes, cheer. Don't be afraid. Dad will cheer for you." Lu Qi nodded. "Damn, Mom. I've never had much confidence and have never been on stage, so I want to participate and broaden my horizons." Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of how well Qi'er sang, gaining experience was valuable. Lu Qingru rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "Puffed. He claims he lacks confidence? How come he had the audacity to scold me at noon? What a show." "Jiang." Lu Qingru's demeanor shifted to a gentle smile as she addressed Lu Jiang. "Here's the process document for the music competition. Take a look and prepare earnestly. Your sister has high hopes for you." Lu Qingru handed another document to Lu Qi, stating, "You chose to participate. Don't expect me to coach you. I can't help." Chapter 43. Lu Qi. "Oh, Lu Qi, what does it matter that you are my biological brother?" Lu Qi scoffed. "No need for my second sister to worry." Lu Qingru huffed, mocking, "If you don't care, then so be it. You are impressive and capable. Make sure you bring home a prize." Lu Yuanqing reprimanded Lu Qingru. "I've already said, this is just to build your courage. Whether or not a prize is won is inconsequential. As a second sister, how can you lack such grace? Why must you be so confrontational with your brother?" Pan Feng was also somewhat displeased. "Qingru, my child, you are an international superstar, yet you refuse to even guide your own brother. As the saying goes, do not forget those who helped you when you were prosperous, now that you have achieved success. Have you forgotten how he nurtured you? Mom, are you scolding me for him? You are actually reprimanding me for this country bumpkin?" Lu Qingru felt a surge of discomfort as she heard her mother scold her. For Lu Qi, her tone was laced with suppressed tears. From childhood, their parents had always doted on her and her elder sister, as well as their younger sisters and younger brother, Jiang, never sparing harsh words. Now, for a country bumpkin who had just returned for a few weeks, she was being scolded? Upon hearing Lu Qingru refer to Lu Qi as a country bumpkin, Pan Feng's face darkened. "Stop calling him a country bumpkin, Lu Qingru. Qi'er is your biological brother. You are grown up now. How can you be so ignorant?" "Umph." Lu Qingru ceased her retorts, but tears were on the verge of spilling. Her elder sister, Lu Songning, was nearby, looking at her phone. Upon hearing Lu Qingru's mockery of Lu Qi and their parents' reprimands, she glanced over but remained silent, lips moving without a word. Their third sisters, Lu Yinxin and Lu Xiaoye, were also present. Lu Yinxin rose from the sofa, approached Pan Feng, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Mom, please don't be angry." She then turned to Lu Qingru. "Second sister, don't argue with Mom. We wouldn't want her to have a headache again." Lu Xiaoye joined in, trying to mediate. "Mom, second sister, perhaps you both should say less. Lu Qi hasn't even spoken yet, and you are already quarreling. It's just a competition. I also believe the outcome is unimportant. What matters is the experience. Lu Qi stood awkwardly, initially wishing to remain silent, but now that silence would seem out of place. After all, the original mother was speaking up for him. Lu Qi approached Pan Feng and said, "Mom, you needn't worry about me. I'm fine." Pan Feng nodded, reaching out to touch Lu Qi's head, speaking with concern. "My Heir has worked hard. Don't worry, with your father and me around, no one can bully you." After saying this, she shot a glare at Lu Qingru. Lu Qingru immediately burst into tears. "Mom, I never said anything about him. How is that bullying?" Lu Qi thought to himself, "Fool, you returned only to be used by a fake young master, with no thoughts of your own." Lu Jiayong, witnessing the verbal spar between Lu Qi and Lu Qingru, felt a surge of delight. "Lu Qi, oh Lu Qi, what does it matter that you are my biological brother? The second sister cares for me. Second sister, today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday, and on Friday, I will return home after school at noon and in the afternoon. I hope you can tutor me then." Lu Jiayong seized the moment to flatter Lu Qingru. "Second sister, you are so impressive. Who in the world does not admire and respect you? I believe with your guidance, I will surely come in first." Lu Jiayong's flattery was effective, and Lu Qingru immediately brightened up, wiping her tears and shooting a glare at Lu Qi. Lu Qi scoffed inwardly. "Pa, shameless fake, sycophant." Lu Qingru retorted, "You are the one who is." The family enjoyed a late-night snack before each returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Qi returned to his spacious and bright bedroom, pushed open the glass door, and stepped onto the terrace. The terrace featured a champagne-colored sunshade, beneath which sat a transparent glass coffee table adorned with a vase of freshly arranged flowers, roses, lilies, and carnations, each color harmonizing beautifully and complementing the flowers planted at the terrace's edge. A gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air, undoubtedly orchestrated by his beauty-loving mother. To be fair, this so-called mother and father were genuinely good. However, as he contemplated the unfolding narrative, knowing they would meet a tragic fate, Lu Qi felt a pang of guilt. No, this must not happen. His several sisters might treat him poorly, but their parents had been quite kind, since he had taken the place of the original protagonist in this story. He felt a bond with his family and must find a way to prevent numerous adverse events from occurring. On either side of the coffee table stood two soft, pure white stools. Lu Qi sat on the terrace, sipping coffee and listening to music, pondering which song he would perform at the concert on Saturday. According to the storyline, Lu Jiayong was indeed musically gifted and sang beautifully. Surely, he would choose some well-known songs from this literary world to perform. As for Lu Qi, it was simpler. In the real world before he entered the story, society was stable, the entertainment industry flourishing, and countless celebrities and popular songs had emerged. All he needed to do was select a hit song from the real world to sing, which would effortlessly overshadow Lu Jiayong. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Following the competition's procedures, Lu Qi, accompanied by his parents and four sisters, made his way to the television station in the capital city. While it was termed accompanied, only his parents genuinely accompanied him. The other four sisters were there for Lu Jiayong, but under their parents' request for the family to present a united front. They all traveled together in two vehicles. Elder sister Lu Songning had an important international meeting to attend, so she was absent. This music competition had been promoted extensively across various platforms, television stations, newspapers, public accounts, and social media, nationwide, attracting numerous participants. As of now, the preliminary rounds had concluded. Lu Jiayong and Lu Qi were able to bypass the preliminary selection due to their second sister, Lu Qingru's intervention. The preliminary requirements were not stringent. As long as one could sing adequately, they would likely be selected. As the two luxury cars pulled up to the television station, the family disembarked one after another, only to be swarmed by a throng of reporters. Cameras and microphones were aimed squarely at the family. "Mr. Lu, are you accompanying your wife today to support your son Lu Jiayong in the Xia Good Voice competition?" "Mrs. Lu, your splendid attire today indicates your concern for your son Lu Jiayong's singing competition. How do you view the balance between study and interest?" Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng offered brief responses to the reporters' inquiries. After waving goodbye, They finally made their way through the doors of the television station, aided by the efforts of their bodyguards. Outside the entrance, Lu Qingru and her sisters were still surrounded by reporters, and even Lu Qi could not escape. Everyone directed their cameras toward Lu Qingru and Lu Jiayong. Hello. We hear that Lu Jiayong is a chosen musical talent, directly advancing to the preliminary round. Is that true? Lu Qingru remained silent. The reporters turned to Lu Jiayong, young Master Lu, as the only son of the Lu family. Do you have confidence in this competition? Upon hearing himself referred to as the only son of the Lu family, Lu Jiayong felt immense joy, his lips curling into a smile. He confidently proclaimed into the reporter's microphone, "It's just singing a small matter." The reporter pressed further, "Young Master Lu, have you been learning music since childhood?" Lu Jiayong glanced at his sister, Lu Qingru, beside him, and unconsciously began to flatter. "As you all know, my sister is an international superstar. Growing up in such an environment, I naturally developed a keen interest in music, and I must admit I possess a modicum of talent myself." As the reporters engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, Lu Jiayong felt akin to a radiantly brilliant star, with all the spotlight gleaming upon him. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had finally managed to push through the crowd, stepping through the revolving glass door of the television station. Aside from the Lu family and their bodyguards, no one else knew who he was. Lu Yuanqing and his wife looked at Lu Qi, who had just entered, with expressions of heartfelt concern. Their son appeared so lonely, so desolate. Lu Yuanqing turned to his wife Pan Feng and said, "Darling, I am considering organizing a family reunion in a few days to officially acknowledge our heir and restore his rightful place in the family. What do you think?" Chapter 44. A performance of 7 Mile Fragrance captivates all. Pan Feng's eyes overflow with tears. With her left hand clutching a designer bag valued at 930,000, and her right hand delicately arched in a graceful manner, Pan Feng gently dabbed the corners of her eyes with her fingertip. "Darling," she exclaimed, "not only must we hold a family recognition event for our son to trace his roots, but we shall also provide him with $1 billion for pocket money." Lu Yuanqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it shall be done." Lu Qi approached Lu Yuanqing and his wife, unaware of the significant discussion that had just transpired. Outside the glass doors, Lu Qingru, Lu Jiayong, and others remained surrounded by reporters, bombarded with questions. Dressed in a suit and tie, Lu Jiayong exuded the aura of a privileged young gentleman, albeit with a slightly effeminate demeanor. Like a star, wherever he turned, the cameras and microphones of the journalists followed closely. Lu Qi observed the scene with disdain. Inside the bustling television studio, the audience was densely packed. The Huaxia Good Voice singing competition was being broadcast live through the Jing City television station and various media platforms. Lu Yuanqing and his wife were invited to sit in a prominent position. Lu Qi, however, preferred to find a more central seat. Pan Feng called out to the staff, "That is my son. Bring him to sit beside us." Yet, Lu Qi repeatedly waved his hand. "Mother, it's unnecessary. I prefer sitting in the middle. It helps me remain calm during the competition. Being in front makes me nervous." Upon hearing her son's words, Pan Feng ceased her insistence and sat down contentedly with Lu Yuanqing. Lu Jiayong finally escaped the throngs of reporters, joining his sisters, Lu Qingru, Lu Yanxin, Lu Xiaoya, and Lu Yonk, who entered the studio, chatting and laughing. Thanks to Lu Qingru's celebrity status, the 5 siblings naturally found themselves seated near the front, not far from Lu Yuanqing and his wife. Approximately 40 minutes later, with all preparations complete, 6 youthful dancers performed an electrifying opening routine. "Good evening, everyone." The host's voice resonated, signaling the official commencement of the Huaxia Good Voice program. Due to prior promotions, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged to over 100,000 as the show began. The screen was flooded with comments, akin to a relentless tide. The host announced the contestants would draw lots. A large lottery machine was present on stage. As the host pressed a button, the machine whirred into action. In the presence of over 300 attendees and more than 100,000 viewers, the numbers and corresponding contestant names scrolled rapidly. When the machine finally halted, the contestants saw their draw numbers. Lu Jiayong was assigned number 8, while Lu Qi received number 38. Given the nature of the live broadcast, Lu Qi's number effectively marked him as the last contestant of the day. Wonderful. 8 is my lucky number. Victory is surely mine, Lu Jiang exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat upon seeing his number. Glancing at Lu Qi, who occupied a central position, he chuckled, 3-8. Lu Qi shot him an admonishing glare, prompting Lu Jiang to quickly avert his gaze. Scanning the room, he noticed the other contestants, each meticulously groomed, some exuding confidence while others appeared anxious. As contestant number 1 took the stage and sang a popular tune, he was promptly dismissed by the judges after just 3 lines due to his poor performance. Contestant number 2 fared better, earning the judges' approval after a half song. When it was Lu Jiang's turn, he confidently strode to the stage amid the cheers of his sisters. Microphone in hand. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Jiang, and today I will perform If You Can Come. If the wind knows there's fragrance in the rice fields, if the clouds have wings of their own, if hope can erase sorrow. It must be said that Lu Jiang possessed a modicum of talent. The song he chose was challenging, yet he performed it with remarkable ease, earning thunderous applause after just a few lines. The audience erupted with cheers of well sung. In a live stream, comments flooded the screen, akin to an unending river of support for Lu Jiang. Isn't this the son of the wealthy family? He's singing beautifully. Oh my, how effortlessly he tackles such a difficult song. Some are born into fortune, while others struggle. So handsome. By the way, does young Master Lu have a girlfriend? With looks and a beautiful voice, he is a strong contender for the crown. The host jubilantly proclaimed, "Congratulations to contestant number 8 for advancing." Lu Jiang raised his arms in triumph and dashed off the stage, where his 4 sisters enveloped him in hugs. It was Lu Qi's turn. He glanced down to find that Lu Jiang and his sisters had already departed. However, his parents remained, with his father intently watching the stage and his mother having dozed off. Lu Yuanqing stood and called out to Lu Qi, "Go Qi, your father believes in you." The shout roused Pan Feng, who gasped and clapped her hands against the chair in front of her, exclaiming, 8 tube. Lu Yuanqing gently nudged her, reminding her where they were, and she quickly stood alongside him to encourage Lu Qi, "Go son, winning or losing is irrelevant. What matters is participation." They only settled down again when staff signaled for them to do so. Lu Qi had prepared thoroughly the night before, selecting to perform 7 Mile Fragrance, a song that had taken the world by storm. He had recorded the accompaniment at home and brought it on a USB drive to hand to the production team. Calmly, he addressed the judges, "Good evening, esteemed judges. I will be performing my original composition, 7 Mile Fragrance." His words did not stir much reaction, as there were other contestants who had also written their own songs. However, as he began to sing, it became evident that his talent was undeniable. With just a casual effort, he performed, intending to let Lu Jiang lower his guard. After all, advancing was the goal. He would unleash his full prowess in the finals. Despite his attempt to conceal his skill, the judges were nonetheless impressed. They praised Lu Qi for being an 18-year-old high school student capable of composing such remarkable music, foreseeing a bright future ahead. The beauty of his lyrics and the melodic nature of his song were deemed exquisite. Viewers in the live room also acknowledged Lu Qi's talent, though they felt he paled in comparison to Lu Jiang. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Lu Qi successfully advanced, bringing immense joy to Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, who quickly called their daughters to share the delightful news, their words brimming with excitement. The couple embraced their eldest son in front of the audience, showering him with affection. The air was thick with the scent of elderly saliva, lingering on Lu Qi's face. Once Lu Qi finished his performance, the program came to a close. He and his wife, Lu Yuanqing, departed the television station alongside the audience. As they reached the entrance, the family prepared to leave when a sudden commotion erupted ahead. It appeared that a fight had broken out. Lu Qi stepped forward, only to be astonished to discover that the one engaged in the altercation was none other than the campus belle, Su Yunyang. Chapter 45, The Fate of a Family of Cannon Fodder. Oh no. To be precise, it was Su Yunyang's bodyguard engaged in a brawl with others. Su Yunyang stood in the middle, pleading, "Stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding." The combatants were Zhao Feifei, Zhao Jinxian, and their bodyguards. Su Yunyang is fighting here? Oh, I see. She intends to seize Zhao Jinchuan's heir amidst the chaos for a paternity test. Indeed. Host, your insight is commendable. Today, Su Yunyang attended the live recording of The Voice of Huaxia as an audience member, fortuitously encountering Zhao Feifei and Zhao Jinxian. Seizing the moment, she signaled her bodyguard to instigate a ruckus, allowing her to discreetly snatch a strand of Zhao Jinchuan's hair, thus achieving her objective. Luki remarked, "So, the campus belle appears cold yet is cunning and astute." Guagua replied, "Indeed." The venue was tumultuous, filled with clamor. Lu Yuanqing and his wife were engrossed in the spectacle, oblivious to Lu Qi's thoughts. Lu Qi stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Su Yunyang, how did you end up here?" Su Yunyang looked up, her face lighting up momentarily with joy, only to conceal it in the next instant. The bodyguards had ceased their altercation. Fortunately, neither party was harmed, and no one called the police, treating it merely as a minor incident among a crowd. Su Yunyang returned to her usual icy demeanor and said to Lu Qi, "I just came to watch the show." After speaking, she prepared to leave with her bodyguards. Suddenly noticing Lu Yuanqing and his wife looking her way, she hurriedly approached them, forcing a smile. "Hello, Uncle Lu." "Hello, Aunt Bun." Lu Yuanqing nodded. "Yunyang, you were here for the show as well?" "Yes, Su Yunyang replied. Uncle Elu, Aunt Bun. I must be going now." With that, she departed. Luki observed Su Yunyang's demeanor, which was no longer that of the frigid Ice Queen, but rather that of an approachable, demure neighbor. It was as if the person who had falsely accused Zhao Feifei days earlier was not her at all. Lu Qi shook his head. Alas, women are truly capricious. Shifting between various facades, Lu Yuanqing approached Lu Qi and inquired, "Sure, do you know Yunyang?" Lu Qi nodded. "Father, she is my classmate, and we even sit together." Lu Yuanqing expressed surprise, then chuckled. "Oh dear, how could I forget? By the way, Yunyang was originally betrothed to you, but after you were lost due to the nanny's negligence, we brought Jiyong back, leading to the engagement being assigned to them." "Cheer, don't harbor any thoughts about it." Lu Qi shrugged indifferently. "Father, I have no such thoughts. Romance is a natural occurrence. If they're fated to be together in the future, so be it." As the father and son conversed, Pan Feng approached, having just concluded a phone call. With a playful tone, she said, "Darling, you and our son should head back. I wish to linger a while longer." Lu Yuanqing teased, "My dear, where do you intend to go?" Pan Feng stomped her foot. "Oh, my old friends have invited me for a few rounds of mahjong. I'll return home afterward." Lu Yuanqing feigned indignation. "But you promised to accompany me for a round of golf." Pan Feng replied into the phone, "Hold on, I'm coming over right now." My husband is all talk and no action. After hanging up, Pan Feng draped her arm over Lu Yuanqing's shoulder, tilting her head to gaze at him. "Darling, I must tell you, while in the studio, I dreamt I won several rounds. Just a brief game, then I'll come home, all right?" Lu Yuanqing pretended to be upset and silent, but Pan Feng continued to plead, "If you don't let me play mahjong, I'll be humiliated in front of my friends." Imagine the gossip. Pan Feng is afraid of her husband. How embarrassing. Ultimately, Lu Yuanqing laughed, Fine, go ahead." But only a few games before returning home, Pan Feng, like a mischievous girl, gleefully exclaimed, "Got it, darling." With that, she opted for a taxi instead of their luxury car and departed. Lu Qi stood by, admiring the couple's affectionate relationship, a testament to their genuine love. It's a pity such a wonderful couple has raised a bunch of fools. 5 daughters, 1 son. In the end, none of them meet a good fate. Either they perish tragically or suffer grievous injuries. The fate of a family of cannon fodder. Lu Qi's thoughts were overheard by Lu Yuanqing, who silently vowed to protect his children at all costs, to safeguard his family. What? Lu Qi actually advanced? How could that country bumpkin possibly progress? In the Lu family's mansion, as Lu Jiyong and others were engrossed in playing a game, they received a call from their parents, announcing Lu Qi's advancement and commendation from the judges. Initially shocked, they soon became furious. Lu Jiyong, having performed 8th, returned home with his 4 sisters after singing, eager to indulge in games while their parents were away. In their minds, Lu Qi had no chance of advancing. They imagined he would merely receive scolding from the judges before being dismissed from the stage. Consequently, they did not bother to watch his live stream or follow his progress. However, just as they settled in for a game, the call came in, declaring that the country bumpkin had advanced. The third sister, Lu Yinxin, the fourth sister, Lu Xiaoya, and the fifth sister, Lu Yonk, remained relatively composed, refraining from berating Lu Qi, believing it was merely the preliminary round, where everyone's skills were lacking, and Lu Qi had simply been fortunate. The most incredulous of all was Lu Qingru, who believed Lu Qi lacked the talent to succeed. Yet, Lu Jiang was the most infuriated. Second sister, do you think Lu Qi bribed the judges? How else could he possibly advance with his level? Lu Qingru pondered, considering the possibility of bribery, but ultimately deemed it unlikely. The broadcast was live, and no one could manipulate events under the scrutiny of the camera, especially not that uncouth, ill-mannered bumpkin. Lu Qi returned to the Lu mansion in his father's luxury car. His father had arranged to play golf with friends and exited the vehicle early. Upon entering the living room, Lu Jiang's loud insults directed at Lu Qi echoed through the space, accusing him of being lucky to advance. Lu Qi entered the room and retorted, "Yes, I'm a country bumpkin and uncouth, but what does that make you? A counterfeit without known parentage." Lu Jiang despised being called a counterfeit. Veins on his forehead bulging with rage, itching to confront Lu Qi physically. However, with his sisters present, he could only express his grievances. "Lu Qi, knowing you are the biological one, why must you humiliate me like this? Do you think I don't wish to be the true child of our parents?" Just as Lu Qi prepared to deliver another insult, Guagua shouted, "Host, something terrible has happened." Lu Qi was taken aback. Something terrible? What could it be? Chapter 46. Drive him out of the Lu family. Guagua exclaimed, "Something terrible has happened. Your elder sister, Lu Songning, has been kidnapped." Lu Qi responded, "What? Lu Songning has been kidnapped?" "Yes, host. Hurry, you must go now, or it will be too late," Guagua urged. A sudden wave of panic washed over Lu Qi as he quickly turned to exit. The three sisters of the Lu family were engrossed in their games, completely oblivious to his inner turmoil. Lu Jiang believed Lu Qi's advancement was merely a stroke of luck rather than a testament to his abilities. Now that his true feelings had been inadvertently revealed, he was frightened and hesitant to enter the house. In an attempt to further ridicule Lu Qi and expose his true self in front of their sisters, Lu Jiang hastily followed him outside, trotting along while prattling, "Lu Qi, where are you going? Are you afraid we'll talk about your advancement? Let me tell you, don't get too proud. Your promotion is nothing but a coincidence." As they reached the living room door, Lu Qi, already irritable, turned back and sarcastically retorted, "You fool. Why should my advancement concern you? Why are you making such a ruckus? You thrive on seeking attention from me, don't you? Your very existence seems to revolve around irritating me. If you find life so burdensome, perhaps you should just leave. You, a wretched creature of unknown parentage, discarded by your family and now sheltered by the Lu family, should be grateful for a place to stay. If you can't manage that, then leave already. Spare me your incessant whining, you pathetic coward, relying on a group of women for protection." Having vented his frustrations, Lu Qi wasn't yet satisfied and delivered a swift kick to Lu Jiang's abdomen. "I told you to shut up. Enough. It hurts so much." Lu Jiang gasped as Lu Qi, having already made his escape, dashed out of the Lu family estate. He turned around to give Lu Jiang the middle finger, making a face as he did so. At the entrance, he called his driver, Xiao Li, to bring his Rolls-Royce over. He swiftly got into the car and drove away. There was no time to waste tangling with that fool Lu Jiang. Saving his elder sister was paramount. Fuming from Lu Qi's outburst and the kick he received, Lu Jiang was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he suddenly spotted his second sister, Lu Qingru, emerging from the house. He quickly silenced himself. Not only was it inappropriate to insult someone's mother, especially in front of his sisters, but it could also tarnish the refined image he had cultivated as polite, understanding, and delicately weak, someone in need of their protection. He could hurl insults at Lu Qi, calling him a country bumpkin when the sisters were around, because none of them held him in high regard. However, cursing their mother was a line he wouldn't cross, as she was still their mother. Lu Jiang mentally berated himself, finally calming the storm of resentment within. He would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Lu Qi in the future. Just wait. I will find a way to make you pay. Turning away, he pinched his thigh hard, and tears welled in his eyes. Lu Qingru, concerned, asked Jiang what is wrong. With a pitiful glance towards the direction Lu Qi had departed, he sighed deeply and shook his head. Second sister, just now, Lu Qi berated me and even struck me. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder if I should leave the Lu family and let him have everything back. Otherwise, he will always find ways to torment me. Seeing Lu Jiang's woeful expression, Lu Qingru felt a pang of sympathy. She gently patted his head, her voice filled with anger. Ugh, Lu Qi is truly despicable. I cannot fathom how our parents could bring him back. If I had known, it would have been better if he had perished outside. Lu Jiang leaned closer, wrapping his arm around Lu Qingru's. She continued to reassure him, "Don't worry, Jiang. If he continues to bully you, we will eventually drive him out of the Lu family." Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce sped along the road. Lu Qi contemplated calling the police. After all, such matters were best handled by law enforcement. As an 18-year-old high school student without any bodyguards or physical prowess, attempting to rescue his sister alone would be futile. He resolved that after this ordeal, he would take two actions. First, persuade his indifferent father to hire him a couple of bodyguards. Second, spend a few months training in martial arts at the Shaolin Temple to strengthen himself. Secretly, Lu Qi inquired of Guagua, "Is Shaoli trustworthy? Is he perhaps a pawn of the Lu sisters or Lu Jiang, capable of stealing my confidential information?" Guagua shook its head, "No. Shaoli is a driver selected by your father for you. So far, he has shown no signs of betrayal." Lu Qi considered this. While Shaoli had yet to betray him, the unfolding events might alter that. He was a cautious individual and did not wish to discuss sensitive matters in front of Shaoli. As the car headed towards the northern suburbs of the city, Lu Qi instructed Shaoli to pull over, feigning the need to relieve himself. Once out of sight, he made a call to report the kidnapping. Afterward, he returned to the vehicle and directed Shaoli to continue driving. Although he was unfamiliar with the route, Guagua's guidance ensured he would find his way. After nearly an hour, they arrived near their destination. The twilight deepened, and nightfall was imminent. Lu Qi told Shaoli, "Drive the car 10 kilometers away. If I don't contact you in 2 hours, call my father and have him send more bodyguards." Shaoli nodded, understood. "Remember, you can only seek help from your father and must not inform anyone else in the family. If I find out you've told anyone about my presence here, you will regret it." "Yes, young master." After Lu Qi exited the vehicle, Shaoli drove away. Guagua informed Lu Qi that Lu Songning was being held in a room within an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs, half a kilometer from their current location. The decision to disembark rather than drive directly to the factory was to avoid the noise of the vehicle attracting the attention of Zhang Yong and his bodyguards, who would then be on guard. Indeed, the kidnapper was Zhang Yong. Even without Guagua's revelation, Lu Qi could deduce that nefarious character would not easily relinquish the treasures he had schemed for over the years. Moreover, the Lu family had not only broken off their engagement, but had also terminated all collaborations with the Zhang family, issuing prohibitions against alliances with other families. If the Zhang family hoped to regain their former glory, their only option was to target Lu Songning. Following Guagua's instructions, Lu Qi dashed along the narrow path until he reached the periphery of the derelict factory. In the distance, he spotted 2 vehicles parked, a white Audi A8, unmistakably belonging to Zhang Yong, and a black commercial vehicle likely belonging to his bodyguards. 6 bodyguards stood nearby, idly smoking as they kept watch. To avoid detection, Lu Qi took a back route, stealthily maneuvering down the hillside behind the factory. Although I had reported to the authorities, the police would inevitably require some time to arrive from such a distance. I needed to remain observant and act accordingly. My feelings towards Lu Songning were rather indifferent. Yet I possessed 3 compelling reasons to rescue her. Firstly, Lu Songning was the biological elder sister of the original owner, and failing to assist her would subject me to the overwhelming emotional turmoil of the original owner, causing immense heartache. Secondly, should Lu Songning encounter misfortune, the plot might trigger a butterfly effect, hastening the downfall of the Lu family. As a member of the Lu clan, I would not fare well in such a scenario. Moreover, as long as the Lu family remained intact, I would still retain my status as a young master. Provided I survived, a portion of the eventual inheritance would surely belong to me. The Liu family, being prosperous and influential, would yield me a substantial fortune, potentially amounting to billions. Why would I forsake such opulence to become a tragic casualty? Absolutely not. I, Liu Qi, aim to preserve the Liu family's grandeur. Liu Songning, as the president overseeing 80 companies within the Liu family, was one of the pivotal figures in maintaining their prosperous legacy. Thirdly, the false young master, Liu Jiang, was desperately attempting to sow discord between myself and the Liu sisters. By saving Liu Songning, I would secure her immense gratitude, facilitating my path within the Liu family. Stealthily, I navigated through thorns and grass, reaching the embankment behind the factory. My body bore numerous scratches from sharp thorns, leaving me with red welts and even bleeding in some areas, creating a rather disheveled appearance. However, this was precisely the effect I desired. The more disheveled I appeared, the more Liu Songning would appreciate my efforts. I even scooped up a handful of dirt and smeared it across my face, crafting the image of a weary traveler rushing to the rescue. Guagua, host, for the sake of preserving the Liu family's splendor, give it your all. Liu Qi, give it my all? With such a high embankment and numerous thorns, you merely have to flap your gums. Why don't you give it a try? Guagua, it's still you who should go. After expending tremendous effort, I finally managed to slide down from the high embankment, my sports pants nearly torn to the point of revealing my underwear. However, upon reaching the bottom, I was left utterly dumbfounded. There was no way into the factory behind. Chapter 47. Cowardly yet affectionate Liu Qi. Guagua, you directed me to take a shortcut from here, but now you tell me there's south no road at all. Guagua, I'm currently experiencing a glitch. Let me think for a moment. Liu Qi, stop pretending. Tell me where the path is. Guagua, singing softly. May I inquire where the road lies? The road is beneath our feet. La 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 Liu Qi. If you keep rambling, I swear I'll unbind you. Guagua, in a frightened tone. Host, I made a mistake. You should go left. There's a corner. Do you see it? After you turn the corner and walk about 2 meters, you will find the path into the factory. Following the route, Liu Qi arrived at a dilapidated wall. Discovering no passageway, all that lay before him was a dog hole overgrown with weeds. Liu Qi, must I crawl through here? Is there truly no other option? Guagua, there are no other routes, host. This is the only way. The factory is surrounded by walls on 3 sides, and there are guards in front. If you don't pass through here, there is no other entrance. Liu Qi remained silent, hands on his hips, gazing at the sky for 13 seconds. He pondered the absurdity of a tall, handsome man like himself, wealthy and dignified, having to crawl through a dog hole today to save his sister, Liu Songning. It was truly a mix of laughter and tears. Guagua, crawl through, host. If you don't, someone may take advantage of your sister. Liu Qi. He crouched down, found a stick, and poked around the hole to ensure no snakes or rats lurked within. Once satisfied, he gradually curled his body and began to crawl inside. He crawled, and after half a meter, he entered a dusty room, choking on the dust that filled his mouth and nose, unable to cough. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the urge to cough. Host, your sister, Liu Songning, is imprisoned in a room at the far east of the factory. It used to serve as a cold storage. Liu Qi, cold storage? They don't freeze people there, do they? You mean, Guagua, what are you thinking, host? It's for freezing pork. Oh, and don't go directly into the cold storage. You need to head up to the 2nd floor. From the innermost position on the 2nd floor, you can look down and see the entire cold storage. Liu Qi, what about that scoundrel, Zhang Yong? Guagua, Zhang Yong took some potent medication 20 minutes ago and is currently waiting for its effects to kick in. Liu Qi, coward. Truly both cowardly and incompetent. It's still in love. Under Guagua's guidance, Liu Qi moved stealthily like a burglar, navigating numerous twists and turns until he finally reached the designated location. Peering down from the 2nd floor, the entire scene of the cold storage unfolded before him. In the middle of the room, Liu Songning was tied to a rickety wooden stool, her mouth gagged. Even bound, Liu Songning remained breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance, though her hair was somewhat disheveled. With a whimper, Liu Songning squirmed and struggled. Liu Qi watched from afar, hesitant to make a move. After all, he had already called the police. They should be on their way. As long as Lu Songning was not in immediate danger, he would continue to observe. At that moment, Zhang Yong entered the cold storage with a stern expression. Approaching Lu Songning, he yanked the gag from her mouth. Gasping for the dusty air, Lu Songning exclaimed, "Zhang Yong, what are you doing? Let me go." Zhang Yong, breathing heavily, ran a hand over his forehead, agitatedly pacing in circles. After a few moments of suppressing his emotions, he finally erupted, turning to Lu Songning and bellowing, "Lu Songning, I merely committed the same error as any man would. Why can't you forgive me? Huh? Although I was with Zhou Nana, you must understand why I did it. I have needs. I'm a normal man. We've been in a relationship for 3.5 years, and you never once. What was I supposed to do? Every night, I spent alone. You know how I felt? I was desperate, yearning for a woman's touch. And though I may have shared my body with her, my heart belongs to you. Isn't that enough? Why can't you understand? Why can't you forgive me? Speak up, Lu Songning. Answer me. Am I not right?" Listening to Zhang Yong's impassioned declaration from the second floor, Lu Qi had to cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. "Gua host. Be careful not to laugh out loud. Otherwise, the scoundrel will detect you." Lu Qi shook his head. TSK. How shameless. I've never seen someone make infidelity sound so refreshingly candid. Lu Songning below was taken aback. How could I hear Lu Qi's voice? Has he come? Listening intently, she could only hear Zhang Yong's agitated breaths. Feeling a twinge of self-mockery, Lu Songning thought, why would I think of Lu Qi at a time like this? He could never be here. I must be hallucinating. With a sigh, a wave of despair washed over her. She recalled being drugged at a CAF and waking up here, her family completely unaware of her abduction. By the time they noticed her absence later that evening, it might already be too late. She could only hope that during dinner, Lu Qi's thoughts would reveal her predicament, prompting her family to come to her aid. But such a chance seemed exceedingly slim. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought of this, yet her pride forbade her from crying. She raised her head, forcing the tears back. Sighing softly, she replaced her expression with one of icy indifference. Zhang Yong despised her cold demeanor. "Lu Songning, stop looking at me like that. It makes me feel worthless. I am so insecure in front of you. Yet for my plans, I must tolerate you. But I will no longer endure. You can pretend to be noble, but soon, I will have you begging beneath me." Lu Songning shouted vehemently. "Zhang Yong, you scoundrel. Let me go. I can overlook everything that happened today. Otherwise, my family will make you pay." Zhang Yong suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. "The Lu family? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Lu family is formidable. They imposed a ban on cooperation with my family, leaving us with nothing. But now, I shall see if the worn-out shoe I've played with still holds any sway in the Lu family. I refuse to believe you can maintain your icy demeanor in meetings, in the office, or when signing contracts." Lu Songning was taken aback by Zhang Yong's words. She shifted her tone. "Zhang Yong, if you let me go, I can convince my father to lift the ban." Too late. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth, forcibly lifting Lu Songning's chin, compelling her to look up at him. "Zhang Yong, let me go." Lu Songning struggled with all her might. Zhang Yong bent down and pressed his lips against hers. Lu Songning fought fiercely, shaking her head to evade his unwanted kiss. Zhang Yong tightened his grip on her chin. Chapter 48. Do you wish to witness my misfortune? Zhang Yong, resembling a frenzied wolf, bent down toward Lu Songning, intent on kissing her. Lu Songning turned her face away, evading his advance. "Zhang Yong, let me go, you beast." "Well, let go of me." "Zhang Yong, release me." Despite Lu Songning's desperate struggles, Zhang Yong persisted, as if he had not heard her, relentlessly attempting to overpower her. Although Lu Songning fought back vigorously, Zhang Yong failed to succeed. However, Lu Songning was utterly repulsed by his actions. On the second floor, Lu Qi observed the scene. "Is this man a dog?" Gua remarked. "Host, this is unbearable to watch. That scoundrel Zhang Yong is fully aroused." Lu Qi responded, "Oh, let me see. This is truly appalling. Disgusting." Gua added, "Disgusting. As a spectator system, I have witnessed countless scandals. Yet this is the first time encountering someone attempting to force himself upon another. Truly a disgrace to manhood. I can't bear to watch any longer." Lu Qi noted, The key point is, even if he succeeds, he is still so lacking. Guagua concurred. Indeed, compared to the host, he falls woefully short. If the host were to engage in such an act, it would surely be monumental, a display of boundless prowess. Lucci nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he glanced down at his own physique. Ah, my little brother, you truly are commendable. In the realm of eggs, he was a notable presence. Alas, there's no rush. One day, I shall take you out for some practical experience. The discussion between the two was overheard by Lu Songning. Initially, she thought Lucci's thoughts were mere hallucinations, but now she was certain Lucci was indeed present. Yet, what on earth were they discussing? What was this about? Lucci, where are you? Why do you remain hidden and not come to my rescue? Do you wish to witness my humiliation? As Lu Songning fervently resisted, shaking her head from side to side, her hands and legs, bound to the chair, struggled in vain. Zhang Yong, frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it! Lu Songning, you are forcing my hand." His body was ablaze with fervor, eyes bloodshot, spittle flying as he stared at the beautiful yet indifferent Lu Songning. For over 3 years of their relationship, he had always looked up to her from a place of subservience. Though he never voiced it, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for this feeling of inferiority. The sensation of being dominated by a woman was a profound humiliation for a man. However, he soon envisioned a scenario to reclaim his pride, intending to overpower Lu Songning. With that thought, Zhang Yong trembled with excitement, unable to contain a raucous laugh. In a sudden frenzy, he tore his own shirt into shreds, discarding it carelessly, revealing a set of 4 defined abdominal muscles. Not quite the legendary 8. To facilitate his intentions, Zhang Yong crouched down to untie the ropes binding Lu Songning's feet, muttering, "Don't be afraid, darling. I'll ensure you have your fill. My stamina lasts at least half an hour." From the second floor, Lu Qi observed, "This scoundrel!" Lu Songning cried out, "Zhang Yong, let me go. A forced union cannot bear fruit. Let's speak calmly." Zhang Yong, in a flustered attempt to untie the ropes, looked up with a mocking grin. "I sought you out once, but did you ever afford me an opportunity? It's too late now." Too late. In his hurried attempts, the ropes became tighter, causing Lu Songning's calves to ache painfully. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Songning felt tears welling up. Lu Qi had arrived. Yet why did he linger in the shadows, failing to intervene? Did he resent her for her indifference, having focused solely on Ji Yong? Fear gripped Lu Songning's heart, yet her pride remained intact. Even in such dire circumstances, she refrained from weeping audibly, choosing instead to await her release, planning to escape as soon as Zhang Yong untied her. Remaining composed and defiant, Lu Qi, watching from above, realized that he could no longer delay. "This scoundrel intends to devour my sister. The police have yet to arrive. I cannot allow him to succeed," Guagua interjected. "The scoundrel aims to consummate their union, thereby coercing your sister into marriage, seizing her share of marital assets, and nullifying the prohibition against the Zhang group." In the cold storage, Lu Songning, filled with dread. "No wonder Zhang Yong bound me. He harbors such intentions." Lu Qi seethed. "Zhang Yong, you vile wretch, a despicable creature. You are the one at fault, yet you shift the blame onto my sister." Guagua warned, "This is bad, host. The scoundrel has sent a henchman to the cold storage entrance to secretly record a live video." Lu Qi questioned, "Oh, he has such a penchant?" Guagua explained, "No, he aims to capture this footage so that your sister will be compelled to obey him. If she dares to defy him, he can use the video to threaten her. Your sister is proud and values her image. With such disgraceful footage, she will have no choice but to capitulate to the scoundrel's threats. Moreover, he possesses a potent physique capable of ensnaring souls. Even Zhou Nana bore him 6 children. If your sister were to become pregnant, the Lu family would truly fall under his control." As Lu Songning continued to resist, she listened helplessly. The ropes around her feet had been loosened by Zhang Yong. Lu Qi shook his head. "I cannot wait any longer. I must save my sister." In the cold storage, Lu Songning thought, So Lu Qi isn't here to mock me. He is stealthily hidden here to rescue me. How touching, Guagua cautioned. "But, host, perhaps we should wait for the police? The scoundrel has 6 bodyguards, plus the one recording. That totals 8. You lack combat skills. It is unlikely you could defeat them. Lu Qi retorted. 8? Is your math taught by a physical education teacher? No matter, my sister's honor is paramount, as is the future of the Lu family. I will rescue her. Guagua pleaded. Host, please don't. You may end up bruised and battered. Lu Qi turned, quietly searching the area for anything useful, such as a stick. To his fortune, he found one, though it was somewhat thick. Yet, he thought it would have to suffice. Grasping the hefty wooden stick, Lu Qi positioned himself on the second floor, pacing slowly as he sought the optimal angle. With all his strength, he hurled the stick toward Zhang Yong's back. Bang! The anticipated scene of Zhang Yong being struck down, foaming at the mouth, did not materialize. The previously quiet and dim surroundings erupted with Zhang Yong's furious roar. Who threw that? Who the hell is looking for death? In the next moment, the bodyguard wielding an Apple N8 HD phone, ready to record, along with the 6 at the entrance and the still aroused Zhang Yong, shouted in unison, rushing toward the second floor. Chapter 49. The gifts from a system are truly exceptional. The sound of hurried footsteps and angry shouts resonated through the dilapidated, silent factory, creating an atmosphere that was both jarring and somewhat terrifying. Lu Qi exclaimed, Damn, they've really come after me. How am I supposed to handle this one against 8? Lu Songming felt a surge of panic as she witnessed everyone rush to pursue Lu Qi moments ago. She had hoped he would come to her rescue, but now she wished he would not. At only 18, Lu Qi was still a child, and he stood alone against Zhang Yong and his 7 bodyguards. Those men, being bodyguards, were undoubtedly skilled, and their abilities were not to be underestimated. In her encounters with Zhang Yong, he refrained from retaliating against her, mainly because he had no bodyguards present, and he intentionally held them back, hoping to sway her emotions. However, in a direct confrontation, even with bodyguards, it was uncertain who would prevail. The thought of Lu Qi facing such odds alone twisted her heart with worry. Glancing towards the second floor, she anxiously shouted, Run! She deliberately omitted Lu Qi's name, knowing that Zhang Yong had not clearly seen who was upstairs, thus granting Lu Qi a better chance to escape. Guagua, in a state of urgency, instructed, Host, continue down this passage for about 10 meters to the end of the road, then turn right. There's a restroom ahead with a sturdy door. You can hide in there. Lu Qi grumbled, This is just pathetic. I crawled through a dog hole to get in, and now I have to hide in a restroom. Guagua replied, Well, host, just make do for now. Lu Qi had no choice but to comply. Channeling the spirit of his past triumph in school sprints, he dashed to the end of the corridor, swiftly turned right, opened the door, and slipped inside the restroom, locking the door behind him. Fortunately, despite the factory's decrepit state, the restroom door remained intact. Inside, he found a wooden stick, which he wedged against the door, securing it firmly in place. Just as he completed this series of actions, and before he could catch his breath, a loud banging echoed from the door. Who is inside? Come out and face me. I want to see who dares to ambush me. Lu Qi remained silent, surveying the cramped restroom. The walls were lined with old ceramic tiles, and the squat toilet was caked in a thick layer of grime. A rusted push-pull window sat next to the toilet, long since unused. He shook the window vigorously, hoping to find a means of escape. Guagua shook its head. Host, don't struggle. There's only a wall outside. No way to flee. Lu Qi inquired. How long until the police arrive? Guagua replied, approximately 15 minutes. Lu Qi asked, Can this door withstand 15 minutes? Guagua responded, No. It can only hold for about 5 minutes. Outside, Zhang Yong took a few steps back before he began to kick the door. Bam! 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 Lu Qi thought, What do I do for the remaining 10 minutes? Guagua simply stated, Endure the beating. Lu Qi sighed, Come on, door, hold strong. Don't let me down. Zhang Yong kicked the door repeatedly, but it remained steadfast due to the wooden stick barricading it. After several attempts, Zhang Yong rubbed his hands together and continued his assault. Lu Qi knew the door would give way in 5 minutes, prompting him to deeply ponder Guagua's capabilities, hoping to extract something useful, perhaps a surge of strength. He mused to himself, I can't just passively endure this. As a traveler, I should possess some remarkable skills. Surely, having crossed over, I should have something up my sleeve. Despite being an 18-line minor internet celebrity in his previous life, With a knack for singing, performing, and a hint of humor, he was academically a failure and defensively weak. Now, having transmigrated into the body of a wealthy heir, tall and strong, he felt he should possess formidable skills. "Let us see if the system can reveal any hidden treasures," he declared. "I want to unbind the system." Guagua, alarmed, replied, "Why would you want to unbind it, host?" "Because you're useless. Other travelers have systems that grant them incredible skills, making them almost godlike." Guagua fell silent, listening intently. "But all you do is gossip. When I'm about to be beaten, can you even help?" After a moment's contemplation, Guagua shook its head. Realizing it could no longer keep secrets, Guagua admitted, "Actually, my system isn't just for gossip. We have a system mall that offers various skills, such as enhanced appearance, sculpted abs, upgradable combat abilities, advanced medical skills, and extraordinary powers. However, unlocking these skills requires gossip coins, which you earn based on the significance of the gossip we discuss." Lucci interjected, "And how many coins do I have?" Guagua hesitated, then confessed, "In total, you've accrued 15,612 gossip coins, and I may have kept some for myself." Lucci was furious. "You mean to tell me that with such an extraordinary system, you never informed me? How many coins have you hoarded?" Guagua, apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, host. I shouldn't have kept them. I promise not to do it again." "Enough. You have a chance to make amends. I want to unlock the combat ability skill." "Is that possible?" Guagua responded, "It is possible, but you don't have enough gossip coins. However, you can use real money to cover the difference. The cost for basic combat ability is 999 gossip coins." Lucci mentally calculated, 99 million for basic combat? With the money I have, I could just spend 3 months training at the Shaolin Temple after the college entrance exams. Guagua urged, "You should buy it. In 2 minutes, the door will be kicked down. I acknowledge my mistake regarding the gossip coins and will extend credit for this purchase. However, host, you must strive to earn money in the future, repay debts, and acquire more advanced skills. There are other abilities as well. If you manage to purchase them all, you shall become invincible in this world." Bang, bang, bang. Lucci was so engrossed in conversing with the system that he failed to notice the bathroom door being relentlessly battered, with pieces splintering off here and there. It was evident that the door was on the brink of collapse. Outside, Zhang Yong could be heard declaring, "Brothers, keep kicking the door. Once we break in, make sure to give her a good beating. I have important matters to attend to." Important matters? Lucci was taken aback. Was he not merely intending to bully the elder sister? He quickly turned to Guagua and said, "Stop dallying. Hurry up and summon a basic combat skill. On credit." Guagua replied, "All right, right away." In the next instant, akin to a shiver during urination, Lucci felt a rush of warmth envelop him, his veins expanding. After a slight pain, a sensation akin to a purging of his very essence surged through him. A minute later, just as Zhang Yong's 7 bodyguard continued their assault on the door, it was on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a formidable fist broke through the center of the door. Chapter 50. Fortunately, with Lucci around, as the saying goes, when the sky rumbles, the divine descends. Lucci smashed through the bathroom door with a single punch, creating a large hole instantly. The door trembled violently before splintering into pieces. A flying shard struck a bodyguard squarely in the face, leaving him bloodied. Lucci emerged from the bathroom like a vengeful deity. Outside, the bodyguards gasped in shock and swiftly assumed combat stances. Guagua exclaimed, "Host, you are magnificent. Your entrance is exuding dominance, akin to a returning war god." On the surface, Lucci appeared calm and composed, yet internally, he was a bundle of nerves. "Are you certain that my basic martial prowess can take on 20? Or 20 bodyguards of average strength?" Guagua confidently replied, "Absolutely. Host, fight boldly. No one here can match you, not even if all the bodyguards and Zhang Yong teamed up against you." Lucci declared, "All right, I shall test the might of this basic martial prowess." Guagua added, "Basic martial prowess is just the beginning. There are intermediate, advanced, boss level, and god level skills. Host, strive to earn more melon coins and enhance your abilities." Without further conversation, Lucci engaged in combat with Zhang Yong's bodyguards. One bodyguard lunged forward, attempting a sweeping kick. Lucci easily sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a powerful kick to the bodyguard's abdomen, sending him tumbling from the second floor. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a pained cry. This not only startled the other bodyguards present, but left Lu Qi astonished as well. One bodyguard wondered, didn't they say the rich man's son was a country bumpkin, a coward? How is he so formidable? Lu Qi fretted, the police are on their way. He won't be dead from the fall, will he? Meanwhile, Zhang Yong, who was preparing to act downstairs, questioned, what on earth is happening? Lu Songning, with her hands raised above her head, was on the verge of being harmed when she noticed someone falling from above. She mistakenly believed Lu Qi had been thrown down by the bodyguards and cried out, Lu Qi, brother Lu Qi, Zhang Yong, do not harm him, release him, do not hurt him. Upon realizing that it was Zhang Yong's bodyguard sprawled on the ground, not Lu Qi, tears streamed down Lu Songning's face as she anxiously scanned the second floor. Where is Lu Qi? Is he being beaten? Zhang Yong, equally perplexed, looked up. Is that Lu Qi up there? How does he know about this place? And why are my bodyguards unable to subdue him? The bodyguard on the ground attempted to inform Zhang Yong of Lu Qi's martial skills, but the pain rendered him unable to utter a complete sentence. Meanwhile, Lu Qi continued to spar with the bodyguards. One approached menacingly, attempting to seize Lu Qi by the throat, while another attempted a sneak attack from behind. Lu Qi swiftly countered, blocking the throat hold with a powerful horizontal punch and delivering a spinning kick that struck the second bodyguard squarely in the groin. Painful cries echoed. The first bodyguard suffered a broken bone, while the second writhed on the ground in agony. Seizing the moment while the remaining 4 bodyguards were momentarily stunned, Lu Qi launched an offensive, landing punches and kicks that sent them all to the ground with resounding thuds. The dilapidated factory, long covered in dust, was bustling with chaos today. As the bodyguards hit the ground, thick clouds of dust enveloped Lu Qi, leaving him looking more like a victim than a victor. The wails of the bodyguards filled the factory with an eerie atmosphere, leading onlookers to believe it was haunted. Amidst the chaos, Lu Qi leisurely stretched his arms and yawned, marveling at the effectiveness of the skills bestowed upon him by the system. The fighting techniques felt as if they were ingrained within his very being, akin to muscle memory, enabling him to react instinctively to any approaching threat. Lu Qi dashed down the stairs, calling out to the bound Lu Songning in the center of the cold storage, sister, do not fear, I am here to rescue you. As he charged forward, Zhang Yong shouted, Lu Qi, how did you find this place? Who informed you? Lu Qi replied, do you wish to know? Come closer, and I shall tell you. Zhang Yong approached warily, only to attack the moment he was near. Now that you're here, don't expect to leave unscathed. However, the bodyguard stood no chance against Lu Qi, who swiftly overpowered Zhang Yong, knocking him to the floor and delivering a series of blows. He then kicked him in the stomach and viciously twisted his thigh, causing Zhang Yong to scream in agony. Stop pulling. It hurts. You fools, why aren't you helping me? The remaining bodyguards limped downstairs, but Lu Qi, eager to continue, was interrupted by Guagua's urgent voice. Host, the police have arrived outside. They will reach the scene in under a minute. Lu Songning was dumbfounded by the unfolding events, hardly believing her eyes. Was this truly the Lu Qi who had grown up in a slum, brought back by their parents? When had he become so skilled that 7 bodyguards could not subdue him? She felt a mix of shock, excitement, and disbelief. Can he truly hear my thoughts? And he knows martial arts. What other surprises and secrets does brother Lu Qi possess? Hearing Guagua's voice, Lu Qi exclaimed, what? The police are coming? Excellent. It's time to showcase my acting skills. Without warning, he fell to the ground, hastily smearing dirt across his face to appear disheveled and pitiful. Lu Songning was bewildered by his antics, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, the bodyguards exchanged glances and began to tighten their encirclement. Preparing to unleash a brutal assault on Lu Qi, he shouted, do not strike me, and do not harm my sister. The bodyguards were taken aback. What is happening? Are we attacking him? Zhang Yong, confused, asked, what is going on? Lu Songning worriedly inquired, brother Lu Qi, what is wrong? Guagua counted down, 10, 9, 8, 7. 1. Freeze. Police. In a state of utter astonishment, a group of armed police officers burst in. The scene before them depicted a room filled with dust, where a stunning beauty was bound to a dark wooden chair, tears in her eyes and fear etched on her face. Among the thugs lay a battered youth, curled on the ground with dirt and injuries marring his visage, a truly pitiful tableau. Upon seeing the police, the bodyguards raised their hands in surrender, while Zhang Yong, in a fit of panic, turned to flee only to be tackled to the floor by an officer, who swiftly cuffed him. As Lu Qi witnessed the arrival of the police, he fearfully rose to his feet, limping slightly. At that moment, an officer was already assisting Lu Songning in freeing her from her restraints. Lu Qi took a few steps toward her, but hesitated, caught between the desire to approach and the fear of doing so. "Guagua, how was my performance? Is she moved?" Guagua replied, "She is profoundly touched." On the surface, all appeared calm, yet beneath the facade, tumultuous waves surged. Lu Songning fixed her gaze upon Lu Qi for several seconds, engulfed by a profound sense of fear that emerged after a calamity. Had it not been for Lu Qi's younger brother today, would she have returned home unscathed? If she could not go back, what would become of her future? As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears streamed down Lu Songning's face. Typically composed and exuding an air of aloofness, she managed her company with an iron fist. However, in this moment, she felt an overwhelming fear, coupled with a sense of regret. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. How fortunate it was to have Lu Qi's brother by her side. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Lu Songning rushed forward and embraced Lu Qi tightly. Her voice choked as she called out, "Lu Qi, dear brother." Her body trembled, rendering her speechless. Chapter 51. A praying mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. The night had descended, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of terror. The wailing of police sirens pierced the tranquil expanse like a sharp blade. In a luxurious Lu residence, fifth sister Lu Yonk retreated to her room to update her novel. The readers were fervently urging her for more. Some sent love power, others inspiration capsules, and some even bestowed the title of King of Gifts upon her. As the fifth miss of a prominent family, she was certainly not short on funds. Yet, she relished the delightful sensation of her readers' encouragement and generous gifts. Meanwhile, her elder sisters, second sister Lu Qingru, third sister Lu Yinxin, and fourth sister Lu Xiaoya, were in the living room, engrossed in a frenzied gaming session with Lu Jiang. "Oh dear, Jiang, you've lost again. Why are you playing so poorly today? That's 3 games you've let me win. Is something on your mind? You seem distracted." In the face of her sister's inquiries, Lu Jiang did not deny it, but deftly shifted the subject. "Well, I do have a little something weighing on my mind. We have the chemistry competition next week, and I just remembered I haven't purchased the Olympiad materials yet. You 3 can continue playing. I'll step out for a moment." The 3 sisters regrouped for another round. Without looking up, Lu Qingru asked, "Jiang, it's nearly dark. Are the bookstores even open at this hour?" Lu Jiang glanced out the window, his expression somewhat pained. "I'll give it a try." Third sister Lu Yinxin chimed in as she played, "Fool, do you really need to go yourself? Just have Zhou Fu pick up a book for you." Zhou Fu was the family's old butler. Lu Jiang shook his head while grabbing the car keys. "No need, I prefer to choose one myself. Zhou Fu doesn't understand my tastes as well as I do." And with that, he headed out. As he drove out of the community, Lu Jiang first filed a police report. The dispatcher responded, "Strange. There have been 2 kidnapping incidents at that abandoned factory today." After hanging up, Lu Jiang sped toward the outskirts of the city. He played cheerful music, singing and swaying, his joy evident as a wide grin spread across his face. He was, of course, aware of Lu Songning's kidnapping. However, this was not part of the events from his previous life, where Lu Songning ended up marrying the scoundrel Zhang Yong, with no kidnapping involved. So how did he learn of Lu Songning's current predicament? Because it was he who had suggested the idea to Zhang Yong. He had told Zhang Yong that Lu Songning was rather proud and cared deeply about her reputation. If they could manage to abduct her, once the deed was done, she would surely listen to him. This explained why he had previously refused to assist Zhang Yong in reconciling with Lu Songning. He intended for Zhang Yong to fail repeatedly, driving him to desperation, ultimately making him heed Lu Jiang's advice. Did he genuinely wish to help Zhang Yong now? Certainly not. He merely sought to use Zhang Yong for his own ends. He was fully aware of the plan from start to finish. Everything was meticulously calculated. From Lu Songning's abduction to Zhang Yong's eventual humiliation, It was all part of his scheme. Lu Jiang gazed contentedly at the night sky, recalling the painful experiences of his past life, his heart racing with excitement. Being reborn was truly a blessing. This time around, he could accomplish many things he had missed out on in his previous life, seizing the Lu family's fortune and rectifying all past regrets. Lu Songning, oh Lu Songning, you never would have imagined that today's events were orchestrated by me, would you? Ha ha. Lu Jiang drove swiftly to the entrance of the abandoned factory. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the area. He switched on his flashlight, but saw neither Zhang Yong's car nor any bodyguards. He was not surprised. If he were Zhang Yong, he too would first dismiss the bodyguards before proceeding with his plans. After waiting by the roadside for about 15 minutes, he heard the distant sound of police sirens. With delight, he hurried into the factory, feeling elated. Zhang Yong must have succeeded by now. Given Lu Songning's proud nature, this incident would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. At that moment, he could obtain the live-streaming footage from Zhang Yong and, with the help of unscrupulous media, spread rumors that would drive Lu Songning to the brink of despair. Once the police arrived, he could accuse Zhang Yong of the crimes against his eldest sister, shifting the blame onto Lu Qi by claiming he had informed him of everything. He would frame Lu Qi as one of Zhang Yong's accomplices. When Zhang Yong was apprehended, Lu Songning would spiral into madness, and the Lu family would suspect and disdain Lu Qi. He would eliminate several formidable foes in one fell swoop. Ha ha! A praying mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird waits. I, Lu Jiang, am truly the favored child of destiny, the most astute among them. Ha ha! His heart swelled with joy as he strode into the abandoned factory, feigning anxiety as he called out, "Eldest sister, are you in there? Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." However, apart from the empty space, terrifying echoes, and a layer of dust, the factory was devoid of anything. Lu Jiang stood dumbfounded. Where were Zhang Yong and Lu Songning? Meanwhile, Lu Songning, Lu Qi, Zhang Yong, and their entourage had long been taken back to the police station for questioning. Zhang Yong denied any accusations of kidnapping, insisting it was merely a playful game between lovers. Lu Songning, regaining her icy demeanor, calmly recounted the details of her abduction. The police apprehended the individual who had drugged Lu Songning's coffee. He was actually one of Zhang Yong's subordinates, masquerading as a CAF employee. Zhang Yong and his cohorts accused Lu Qi of physically assaulting them. Lu Qi defended himself, stating that he was merely trying to rescue his sister and had indeed engaged with them, but they were the ones who had struck him. He had no knowledge of their injuries, questioning whether they had intentionally harmed one another to frame him. Lu Qi repeatedly emphasized that he was alone and could not possibly overpower a group of armed bodyguards. The police inquired, "How did you know your sister had been kidnapped?" Lu Qi replied, "I have a younger brother named Lu Jiang. He told me during a quarrel in the courtyard today." The police were taken aback. "What did he say?" Lu Qi explained, "He explicitly urged Zhang Yong to abduct my sister, and the location was at an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs of the city." The police asked, "Why would he share that with you?" Lu Qi responded, "Officer, let me reenact his exact words for you. Lu Qi, I don't mind telling you. I've already sent Zhang Yong to kidnap Lu Songning. The location is at an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs of the city. Ha ha, even if you find out, what can you do? By the time you arrive, the deed will have been done. I intend to eliminate every single one of you from the Lu family and see who dares to contest my inheritance." After giving their statements, Lu Qi and Lu Songning exited the station, preparing to return home, only to encounter two police cars parked at the entrance. The first vehicle's door swung open, revealing Lu Jiang, handcuffed as he stepped out. Chapter 52. What does he have against me? Enemies meet, tension rises. Lu Jiang, what is happening? How could they be here? And why is Lu Qi with Lu Songning? Where is Zhang Yong? Has he succeeded? Lu Qi, ah. Foolish Lu Jiang thinks he has played a clever trick, unaware that behind his plan lies a mighty eagle. Ha ha ha. Gua gua. The host is formidable. Lu Jiang incited Zhang Yong to kidnap Lu Songning, hoping to profit from the chaos. He believed his scheme was flawless, but encountering you, host, has turned his luck sour. Lu Qi. Delightful. Lu Jiang thought that by being familiar with the plot due to his rebirth, he could seize the initiative and manipulate events. Little did he know that the narrative has unraveled, leaving him powerless. Gua gua. Indeed, host. Wasn't the original title something akin to the fake young master's Rebirth and Rampage? Now, the fake young master has returned, destined merely to create chaos. While you take charge of the rampage. Lu Qi, exactly. Lu Jiang creates chaos while I wreak havoc. This is too amusing. Standing beside Lu Qi, Lu Songning listened intently to their conversation and felt an overwhelming fury almost burst from her throat. Having narrowly escaped a dire situation, she was saved by Lu Qi's brother. Yet, she was stunned to discover that Lu Jiang had instigated Zhang Yong to carry out such a treacherous act against her. Lu Jiang, why would he treat me this way? Throughout my life, have I not been kind enough to him? Whenever he needed something enjoyable, I would rush to fulfill his desires. Each time I returned from a business trip, regardless of the size of the gift, there was always something for him. When he fell ill, I took it upon myself to care for him in place of our mother. When he faced bullying at school, I used the Lu family's name to confront those tormentors' parents. Though he was adopted, the Lu family had always treated him as one of our own, nurturing him as if he were flesh and blood. How could he conspire with an outsider against me? How could he possess such a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog? Lu Songning furrowed her brow, feeling deceived, and as if her heart had been ripped from her chest. Though her exterior remained frosty, her inner turmoil was unbearable. Furthermore, according to Lu Qi's brother, this world exists within a book, and Lu Jiang has been reborn? And what does Rampage entail? Is he intent on killing me? Or Lu Qi's brother? Or our entire Lu family? Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, in that fleeting moment, Lu Songning's thoughts spiraled into confusion, and her feelings towards Lu Jiang turned icy with disgust. Lu Qi, smiling mischievously, addressed the handcuffed Lu Jiang, feigning ignorance. Oh, little Jiang, what on earth is happening? He then turned to the police, asking, Officer, what crime has my brother committed? 2 police officers held Lu Jiang in custody. One of them coldly replied, What crime? Filing a false report. What? Lu Songning was taken aback. Not only had he incited Zhang Yong against her, but he had also filed a false report. However, in an instant, she grasped the insidious plan, inciting Zhang Yong to kidnap and humiliate her, then calling the police to rescue her. Once she was harmed, Zhang Yong would be taken away by the police, and Lu Jiang would emerge as a misguided hero. What a vile scheme. Lu Jiang, oblivious to Lu Songning's burgeoning hatred, quickly shook his head, tears in his voice. Sister, you must explain to the police. I never intended to file a false report. I did to save you. Turning to the officers, he pleaded, Officers, this is truly a misunderstanding. I have been wronged. Please release me. With his handcuffed hands raised, he pointed at Lu Qi, exclaiming, Officer, it's him. He is the one who caused me to file a false report. Lu Qi retorted, What does this have to do with me? You claimed that sister was kidnapped, and in my eagerness to save her, I reported it. You must have some hidden agenda. Otherwise, how would you know she was kidnapped? Lu Jiang attempted to shift the blame onto Lu Qi. Lu Qi mockingly replied, Lu Jiang, you explicitly told me during our argument today that you sent Zhang Yong to kidnap sister and ruin the Lu family. If not for that, I would have been so reckless in trying to save her. I did not. You lie. Lu Jiang quickly adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with Lu Songning. Sister, please save me. I am truly innocent. Lu Songning coldly regarded Lu Jiang's theatrics, her irritation at its peak. In an instant, her fury surged, barely contained. Lu Jiang, you vile creature, who do you think you are fooling? Has the Lu family ever treated you poorly? Yet behind our backs, you engage in such despicable acts. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Or do you believe you are clever enough to manipulate everything, to toy with us as you please? You wish to rampage, to pave the way for your filthy future at our expense? Dream on, die in prison. You make me sick. Lu Jiang was left dumbfounded by Lu Songning's scathing words. What did this foolish woman mean? What rampage? Has she uncovered something? Or did Lu Qi say something? He attempted to continue explaining. Sister, you misunderstand me. Get inside. The police cut off Lu Jiang's protests, pushing him into the precinct. Outside the police station, Lu Qi and Lu Songning stood closely together. Lu Songning wore a stern expression, exuding coldness, while Lu Qi felt a chill run through him. Lu Qi, surely my sister doesn't believe I orchestrated Lu Jiang's entrapment? How else would I know she was kidnapped? Should I tell her I'm a character from a book and that all my information comes from my system? Guagua? Guagua. Your sister probably wouldn't believe that. Sigh. Such things are hard to swallow. Everyone would just see you as a monster. Lu Qi sighed, sigh. As they conversed, Lu Songning suddenly exhaled. Fatigue etched on her face as she patted Lu Qi's shoulder. Lu Qi, sister believes in you. Lu Qi. I'm pleased, but why do I suddenly feel so hungry? Sister, shall we dine together? A good meal might alleviate our sorrow. I'm not sorrowful. I only harbor hatred. As the city lights began to twinkle, illuminating the vibrant nightlife, the three Lu sisters remained indoors, engrossed in their games, oblivious to the chaos outside. Suddenly, Lu Yunk rushed down the stairs, exclaiming, "Third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, something has happened. Father has been trying to reach you. None of you are answering. Hurry, get dressed, and head to the police station." At the police station, Zhang Yong, unable to withstand the pressure, confessed to kidnapping Lu Songning, emphasizing that he had accomplices, more than one. The police called Lu Songning and Lu Qi, instructing them to return to the station. When the other four Lu sisters arrived, Lu Songning and Lu Qi had yet to appear. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng were in the lobby, vociferously reprimanding. Lu Yuanqing scolded, "That little scoundrel Zhang Yong dares to kidnap my daughter. He must wish for death." Pan Feng added, "I never imagined Lu Jiang would assist Zhang Yong in kidnapping his own sister. What kind of calamity is this?" Pan Feng continued, "And Lu Qi is one of the accomplices? Is this a sign that our family is doomed? Have both sons gone astray? Mother." Second sister Lu Qingru stepped forward, inquiring, "What exactly is going on?" Ji Yang's younger brother was supposed to be out purchasing materials for the chemistry competition. Yet here he is, having been taken to the police station. Pan Feng sighed heavily and recounted the entire incident to her four daughters. The daughters, upon hearing the tale, were filled with shock and indignation. They were astonished that Ji Yang's brother could betray his own elder sister, and infuriated that Lu Qi was also an accomplice in this betrayal. "Mother, where is Ji Yang's brother now? I need to confront him and uncover the truth," inquired the third sister, Lu Yinxin. Despite the police relaying the words to their mother, none of them could accept it without hearing it directly from Lu Jiyang. They simply could not bring themselves to believe it. Ji Yang's brother was cherished by all his sisters, having grown up together as if he were their own treasure. Although there were occasional squabbles with Lu Qi over affection, such a grave offense seemed utterly unfathomable. This was a crime. Could there be some misunderstanding? Pan Feng's tears flowed freely, her heart aching for her eldest daughter, Lu Songning, while grappling with the incomprehensible involvement of her two sons. With a heavy sigh, she responded to Lu Yinxin. "Lu Jiyang and Zhang Yong, along with that group of bodyguards, are currently detained. We're just waiting for Songning and Lu Qi to arrive." At that moment, Lu Songning and Lu Qi, who had been dining outside, returned. Lu Qingru, Lu Yinxin, Lu Xiaoye, and Lu Yunke rushed forward, encircling Lu Songning, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. They clamored to ask, "Eldest sister, how are you? Are you all right? What exactly transpired today? Did Zhang Yong truly kidnap you? Is Ji Yang's brother really an accomplice? Did Lu Qi also partake in this?" Before Lu Songning could respond, Lu Qingru turned and pointed an accusing finger at Lu Qi, her voice laced with fury. "Lu Qi, you country bumpkin, how could you incite others against your own sister? How could you commit such an act?" Lu Qi raised his right hand and struck her hand away. "You would do well to ascertain the facts before speaking. Do not lash out like a rabid dog. If you continue to insult me, I shall not hold back." Lu Qingru stammered, You. In the next instant, Lu Songning shook her head and addressed Lu Qingru. "Qingru, I am unharmed. This matter has nothing to do with Lu Qi. It was Lu Jiyang who endangered me. He is treacherously duplicitous and merciless." "What?" Lu Qingru and her sisters were left momentarily speechless. Chapter 53. A desire to end his life. Immediately the hall was filled with a cacophony of voices when two police officers entered. One of them shouted sternly, "Silence." "Have Lu Songning and Lu Qi arrived yet?" The two stepped forward and were escorted away by the officers. It was approximately 40 minutes before they returned, leaving everyone in the hall anxious and restless. Lu Yuanqing, who seldom smoked, found himself irritable and preoccupied, and he sent an aide to fetch cigarettes. Stepping outside, he took a deep drag, contemplating the day's events. If this ordeal stemmed solely from Zhang Yang's whims, the situation would not be so complex. Kidnapping, threats, attempted assault, extortion, each charge enough to incite outrage and warrant a lengthy prison sentence. The Lu family would hire the finest lawyers to ensure he faced the full force of the law. However, a troubling matter loomed. Both of his sons were entangled in this mess. Deep down, Lu Yuanqing had faith in Lu Qi, believing that he could not possibly commit such an act, and that the misunderstanding would soon be clarified. But what about Lu Jiang? The Lu family had treated him well. His actions were disheartening. After another 30 minutes, Lu Qi and Lu Songning finally emerged, accompanied by the two police officers. Seeing that Lu Qi had not been detained, Pan Feng felt a heavy weight lift from her chest. Along with Lu Songning, Lu Qingru and the others also sighed in relief. Despite their dislike for Lu Qi, the knowledge that he was not Zhang Yang's accomplice brought them some solace. Yet, the thought of Lu Jiang still being held dampened their spirits once more. Lu Qingru turned to Lu Songning, saying, "Sister, Jiang could never be Zhang Yang's accomplice. He must have been framed or there has been a misunderstanding. Please, speak to the police and get him released. He is about to take his college entrance exams. Let's not jeopardize his future." The others chimed in, "Yes, sister. Although Jiang may make mistakes, we all care for him deeply. He has no reason to ally with that villain Zhang Yong against his own sister. Indeed, I cannot fathom how Jiang could harm you, sister. This is a criminal matter. Surely he wouldn't dare." Pan Feng remained silent, hoping this was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Yuanqing flicked away his cigarette butt and entered the hall. Lu Songning glanced around and was struck by the sight of her aging father, her mother's red-rimmed eyes, and the anxious expressions of those around her. Once, she had unconditionally believed in her brother Jiang, but now, after hearing Lu Qi's heartfelt words and witnessing Jiang's actions, she felt nothing but disdain. Shaking her head, she struggled to articulate Lu Qi's sentiments, but ultimately said, "No, Lu Jiang is not as simple as he appears. He incited Zhang Yong to harm me and deliberately delayed reporting the incident. He is cunning." "What? It was Lu Jiang? Why would he do such a thing?" Lu Qingru exclaimed. "Sister, could it be that Lu Qi is intentionally slandering Jiang before you? Don't believe him. His aim is to drive Jiang away." Lu Qingru's words ignited Lu Songning's anger. She turned sharply and shouted, "I've already said that it was Lu Jiang who harmed me. Why do you continue to question Lu Qi? Have you forgotten that he is your own brother? Fool! Have you been brainwashed by Lu Jiang, used as his weapon? I tell you, do not trust Lu Jiang any longer. He fears that Lu Qi's return could threaten his claim to our family's fortune and is plotting to eliminate us all." Lu Qingru. "What? Is it really like this?" Lu Qi, hearing his sister's doubts, crossed his arms and stood to the side, thinking, what a foolish pig, utterly brainless. How can they still doubt Lu Jiang at this juncture while questioning me? If not for me, would sister even be standing here right now? I'm the one who saved her. Honestly, without Lu Jiang, this mindless crew would lead the Lu family to ruin sooner or later. Except for sister. At least she is wiser than the rest of you. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng. Lu Jiang, you ungrateful wretch. Why did you act in such a manner? Lu Qingru, Lu Yinxin, and the others had also heard Lu Qi's sentiments, leaving them all chilled to the bone. How could this be? Was it truly Lu Jiang who had done this? Why would he choose such a path? Lu Songning was overwhelmed by the chaos. The events of the day filled her with dread. Exhausted, she longed to return home and escape further conversation. Casting a glance at Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, she said, "Father, mother, if you have questions, go and ask Lu Jiang directly. However, he will never admit it. He is the epitome of hypocrisy. Once he is released, let him leave. If he remains in our house, he will eventually bring us to ruin. I am so tired. I wish to go home and rest." Lu Yuanqing nodded and instructed the butler, Zhou Fu, to summon a driver to take Lu Songning home. Turning to Lu Qi at the door, he said, "You should return with your sister. You both have had a taxing day." Lu Qi quickly agreed, and they departed for home. On the way, Lu Songming intended to ask Lu Qi how he had suddenly acquired these skills. But just then, she overheard a conversation between Lu Qi and Guagua. "Lu Qi, I feel so sleepy. Why am I so exhausted? And a bit hungry too." Guagua: "Host, you have just unlocked your basic combat abilities. Your body is still adjusting. Feelings of hunger and fatigue are normal. This condition should improve within 3 days." Lu Songming: "What is basic combat ability?" Listening intently, Lu Qi and the system fell silent. After a few minutes, Lu Songming turned to check on Lu Qi, who had somehow fallen asleep. At the police station, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng confronted the temporarily detained Lu Jiang. Lu Yuanqing's face darkened with anger. "Lu Jiang, tell us the truth. We have treated you well. Why would you wish to harm Songming?" Pan Feng added, "Child, have we not been kind to you? Have your sisters not treated you well? Why would you do such a thing?" Lu Jiang adamantly denied involvement. "Father, mother, I truly had no part in this. They're framing me. You know what kind of person I am. Mother, please believe me. I swear on my character. I love you both and my sisters dearly. How could I ever wish them harm?" Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng were aware that Lu Qi's sentiments were genuine, yet they lacked evidence to prove Lu Jiang's deceit. What puzzled them even more was why he would act in such a manner. The Lu family had treated him with kindness, providing for his needs, and he would even inherit a share of the family business one day. Lu Yuanqing addressed Lu Jiang. "Lu Jiang, we have never regarded you as an adopted son. You have always been treated as our own. Yet now, you commit such a grave offense. You truly disappoint us. Since Qi returned home, you have plotted against him. And despite my repeated assurances of equal treatment, you have disregarded my words. You wish to harm the family and monopolize all that the Lu family has? Do you think I, Lu Yuanqing, have thrived in business for decades by being naive? Lu Jiang, you have brought this upon yourself. Reflect on your actions." After the departure of the Lu couple, Lu Jiang gazed at their receding figures, his previously cheerful countenance instantly darkening. Those two old fools, their bias reaching the heavens, even took the time to humiliate me. Reflect? What a ridiculous notion. As long as I resolutely deny this matter, I will insist that Lu Qi and Zhang Yong have conspired against me. What the police? What you all? Who among you can truly bring me to account? Ha ha ha. Chapter 54. The Second Sister. Lu Qingru's second incident, however, Lu Jiang's excitement was short-lived. The police investigation results were soon revealed. Utilizing a range of technical methods for thorough investigation and comparison, the police reinterrogated the instigator of the incident, Zhang Yong, repeatedly informing him of the severe legal consequences he would face for lying. Through the use of lie detectors and various technological equipment, Zhang Yong ultimately confessed. It was Lu Jiang who had instructed him to carry out the act. "Zhang Yong, you claim that besides Lu Jiang, Lu Qi was also involved in the kidnapping. What is the truth?" The officer inquired. "Officer, I must have misremembered Lu Qi's involvement. My mind was blank at the time. He did not participate in the kidnapping, but he did assault me and a few of my associates. He should bear criminal responsibility for that, right?" Zhang Yong falsely accused Lu Qi out of spite for his status as a biological son of the Lu family, believing that he would inherit their fortune. Unable to attain it, he sought to destroy it, intending to drag Lu Qi down and tarnish his reputation, hoping to make the Lu family despise and misunderstand him, thereby jeopardizing his inheritance. Moreover, after Lu Qi had severely beaten him and a few bodyguards, Zhang Yong's resentment intensified, prompting him to falsely accuse Lu Qi of participating in the kidnapping incident. "Zhang Yong, are you asserting that it was Lu Jiang who directed you to kidnap Lu Songming, rather than merely encouraging you?" The officer pressed. Zhang Yong nodded affirmatively. Internally, he was cursing. "Lu Jiang, you wretched scoundrel! How dare you betray me, letting Lu Qi ruin my plans and nearly beat me to death? Just wait, I will make you pay." In Zhang Yong's mind, the only reason Lu Qi could find the abandoned factory's location and come there to brutally assault him was that Lu Jiang had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could Lu Qi have known of its existence? "I will inform the police that it was you, Lu Jiang, who instructed me to kidnap Lu Songming. You are the mastermind." Let us see how you handle this. On Wednesday, in the Liu family mansion, Liu Yuanqing received a phone call early in the morning, transforming from his usual calm and wise demeanor into a state of agitation. He began kicking and shouting in the living room, exclaiming, "That ungrateful wretch Liu Jiang! I always knew it was him. It truly breaks my heart. We have raised him for so many years in vain. We have provided him with everything. And this is how he repays us?" Hearing the commotion, the family members rushed out in their pajamas. Gathering on the third-floor balcony, they craned their necks to see below. When they learned that it was the police confirming Liu Jiang's guilt, Liu Songning felt an intense hatred for him, wishing for him to face the full brunt of the law. Liu Qi stretched lazily and thought, "I was wondering what was going on. It turns out to be about Liu Jiang. With such sinister intentions, wishing to frame me, he might as well prepare to spend his days in prison." The expressions of Liu Songning's sister soured, their moods dampened. Although they had previously learned of Liu Jiang's involvement, hearing the police's confirmation still stung. Though not a blood relation, they had grown up together for 18 years. Sometimes, the betrayal of someone close hurts more deeply than that of a stranger, for they know exactly where to strike to cause the most pain. After venting his frustrations, Liu Yuanqing gradually calmed down. Pan Feng emerged to drape a light jacket over him, saying, "Darling, it's chilly in the morning. Be careful not to catch cold." Liu Yuanqing nodded and sat down on the sofa, while Pan Feng settled beside him, urging him, "Do not dwell too much on this. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, we might as well consider him a dog we raised for all these years." Liu Yuanqing turned to his wife, noticing her reddened eyes. She too had been suffering, weeping daily, yet now she sought to comfort him. The son they had raised from infancy had turned out to be a traitor. Even though he wasn't their biological son, it was still difficult to accept. Liu Yuanqing nodded at Pan Feng, saying, "Indeed, let us just think of it as feeding a dog. Fortunately, we still have Qi." Pan Feng nestled against Liu Yuanqing, reminiscing about Liu Qi's tall and handsome figure, which reminded her of her husband in his youth. No, he was even more handsome. Her eyes sparkled with contentment. "Indeed, let's not be upset. Our beloved son is back. As long as Qi is by our side, nothing else matters." Liu Qi glanced at the clock. It was 8:30, and he had no classes today. The school granted a monthly day off on the 15th to alleviate student stress. Witnessing his parents embracing so warmly downstairs and hearing them express that their son's return was the most important thing genuinely touched him. So moved was he that he felt compelled to return to bed to bask in the warmth and love surrounding him. He swiftly turned and dove back under the covers. He slept until noon, and it was only when Wang Ma called him for lunch that he lazily got out of bed. Years of bad habits formed in the real world had made him accustomed to working hard during weekdays and being lazy during leisure, indulging in watching dramas and playing games, often fantasizing about being pampered by a wealthy woman. Now that he found himself dressed as a genuine young master of a wealthy family, he felt entitled to eat, drink, and sleep as he pleased. Descending to the living room, he found lunch already prepared. Liu Yuanqing was out, not at home. Pan Feng beckoned to Liu Qi, saying, "Sure, come eat." Liu Qi sat beside her, and she inquired, "Did you sleep well last night? You ran so far to rescue your sister and fought those villains. You must be exhausted. Let me check if you're hurt. How will Mom know I fought with those bad guys?" It must be that my eldest sister told her about the situation. Liu Qi shook his head. "Mom, I'm fine. The injuries are minor." He raised his chin for her to see the few scratches on his face. These marks weren't from a fight, but were acquired while taking a shortcut through branches behind the abandoned factory. Though it was indeed his own doing, it was also a result of his efforts to save his sister. Upon seeing his wound, Pan Feng's heart ached. "Oh dear, how can you say you're fine with such an injury? After lunch, I will take you to the hospital for some treatment." Liu Songning quickly stood up, examining Liu Qi's face. She had been too busy at the police station the previous night to check on her brother. Now, seeing his injuries, her feelings of gratitude and affection surged like a floodgate bursting open. The normally cold demeanor she maintained melted into tenderness and concern. "Liu Qi, thank you. I will take you to the hospital shortly." Liu Qi nodded. "Okay." The family sat down to eat. Midway through the meal, Liu Qingru's phone rang. Although the conversation was inaudible, Liu Qingru replied, You all go have fun. I don't feel like going out today. After hanging up, Lu Songning asked, was that your assistant, Li Tian, calling? Yes, she is my assistant and dear friend, Lu Qingru confirmed. Lu Qi interjected, oh dear. Still referring to her as an assistant and good friend. She nearly got you killed, and yet you remain oblivious, foolish girl. Lu Qingru, Lu Songning. Everyone else. What? Qingru is going to meet her demise abroad? Chapter 55. Riding on the cloud of departure, particularly for Lu Qingru. Her pupils dilated in astonishment. What did it mean? What was this talk of dying far from home? Suddenly, Lu Qingru recalled the last time when Lu Qi and Lu Jiang had a quarrel. She had sided with Lu Jiang, and Lu Qi had expressed similar thoughts about her, suggesting she would perish in a foreign land. At that time, she had been too engrossed in her argument with Lu Qi to pay heed. Each time, Lu Qi's innermost thoughts had proven to be prophetic. Could it be that her time was truly limited? The thought made Lu Qingru lose her appetite, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Pan Feng nearly dropped her bowl, and the hands of the other daughters holding their chopsticks began to tremble slightly. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone strained to hear Lu Qi's thoughts. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, the atmosphere had shifted. He continued to eat, casually conversing with the system. Lu Qi. Can you believe Lu Qingru? She is oblivious to such a prominent figure beside her. By next month, when she experiences hardship in Laos, it will all be too late. Sai, what exactly is the plot? Please elaborate. Guagua. Here's the situation. Next month, Lu Qingru will travel to Laos for a global concert. But the day after the concert, she will be deceived by her assistant, Li Tian, and taken to a hotel called Lang Barabang. Lu Qi, wolfish and chaotic? That hotel name sounds rather ominous, suggesting both disorder and factionalism. Guagua, facepalming. Host. It's not wolfish and chaotic at Lang Barabang, a well-known hotel in the capital of Laos. Lu Qi. Haha, I was just teasing you. Guagua. Hehe. Congratulations on successfully teasing Guagua. Woohoo Lu Qi. Please continue with the plot. Guagua. After being brought to the Lang Barabang Hotel, Lu Qingru will be secretly kidnapped and taken to northern Myanmar, where she will become a plaything for a petty leader. Lu Qi. From Laos straight to northern Myanmar. Intriguing. There's an insider. Guagua. Once in northern Myanmar, after the petty leader tires of her, she will be offered to his subordinates. They will coerce her, exploiting her influence as a star to deceive her fans into coming to Myanmar for illicit activities. Lu Qingru will lose her identity and never return home, eventually becoming a globally wanted fugitive, dying far from her homeland. Lu Qi, tragic. Truly tragic. However, given Lu Qingru's foolishness, neglecting her biological brother while supporting a false one against him, such brainless folly leading to her demise far from home is hardly surprising. Crash. Pan Feng's bowl fell to the ground, shattering into several large pieces, scattering tiny shards everywhere. This interruption cut short Lu Qi and Guagua's conversation. Mom, are you all right? Elu singing heredlistud to assist Pan Feng. Pan Feng shook her head, her face pale. I'm fine. Wang Ma came over to clean up the mess, intending to replace Pan Feng's bowl and chopsticks. Pan Feng said, no need, I'm full. After finishing his meal, Elu he addressed Pan Feng. Mom, I am done eating. Pan Feng replied, all right, good. Wait a moment. Accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Songning added, I want to go too. The three of them proceeded to the hospital for treatment. At the hospital entrance, Pan Feng advised Lu Qi, well, if Qi is fine, you can wander around a bit. No need to head home right away. Staying cooped up at home will only make you feel dizzy, which isn't beneficial for your studies. Concerned that Lu Qi might feel bored at home, Pan Feng encouraged him to go out and relax. Lu Qi thought to himself, that is exactly what I intended. Nodding, he said, all right, I'll go out for a stroll and play a couple of games before coming back. Once outside, he had his driver, Shaoli, take him for a ride in a Rolls-Royce. Unfortunately, at just 18 years old in this world, he did not possess a driver's license, preventing him from driving around. After the college entrance exams, he vowed to enroll in driving school and obtain his license. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was refreshing. Lu Qi rolled down the car window, admiring the bustling streets on either side. Thinking about being the son of a billionaire and the vast wealth that awaited him, his spirits soared. Connecting his phone to the Bluetooth, he played music, relishing the freedom of the moment. Shally, let us buy some barbecue supplies and find a picturesque spot. I want to sing there. Shiauli Nudda, driving to a nearby farmer's market. Together, they purchased a barbecue grill, some ingredients, seasonings, and charcoal. They also stopped by a music store to buy a guitar, an outdoor speaker, and a microphone. They headed to a scenic lake in the southern suburbs of the city called Pearl Lake. In the car, Shally remarked, Pearl Lake is beautiful and often crowded. People frequently come to fly kites and camp. Lucci agreed, appreciating the lively atmosphere, thinking it would be a great opportunity to earn some gossip coins. At a spot slightly away from the lake, Shally swiftly set up the barbecue grill and prepared the charcoal. The ingredients were already cleaned, requiring only grilling and seasoning. Shally brought 2 folding chairs from the car. Lucci settled into one, playing the guitar and singing. He sang a song titled Flowers Bloom from Farewells. Riding on the cloud of departure, drifting to an unknown horizon, carrying the words of my mother. Oh, gently wiping away tears, disregard the prattling crow. Swallow the dust and wind, and you shall gradually grow up. Shally was aware that Lucci had a decent singing voice, but he was astonished by how captivating it was. Such musical talent likely surpassed that of his sister, the singer Lu Qingru, by several leagues. Moreover, it was a song he had never heard before. Lucci remarked, Look at your astonished expression. Singing is my forte in the real world. How could it not sound good? Unable to resist, Shally asked, Young master, did you write this song yourself? Lucci nodded. After all, this is a world from a book. Anything I borrow from the real world is bound to be a classic. Lucci's exquisite voice resonated through the microphone, captivating everyone by the lake. People were drawn to him, gathering to record videos on their phones to upload online. Previously, when Lucci sang Chili Xiang at the preliminary round of China's Voice, he had only sung casually, not revealing his true vocal prowess. He had aimed to secure his advancement without exposing his strength to Lu Jiang, saving his real capabilities for the finals to decisively outshine him. With Lu Jiang now detained, there was no need for him to hold back. Several stunning young women approached him. They were college students from the Beijing Conservatory of Music, out for a picnic. To their surprise, they stumbled upon such heavenly music. Handsome, your singing is amazing. Excuse me, which school are you from? Not only do you have a beautiful voice, but you're also quite handsome. Can we exchange WeChat? You seem a bit familiar. Aren't you that guy from the last China's Voice? Lu. Someone nearby quickly interjected. Yes. It seems to be Lucci. Are you Lucci? Lucci smiled politely, nodding in acknowledgement. He allowed photos and videos, but declined to share his WeChat. Guagua chimed in. The girl on your far left is into girls. Lucci replied. So what? That is quite normal in today as society. The girl directly in front of you is fantasizing about what it would be like to have you pinned down on a bed. Lucci. The girl to your right, last night, used an enormous cucumber. Lucci. I wonder if she was hurt? Lucci sang several songs in succession. Shally was nearby grilling food, sprinkling seasoning. The crowd was captivated not only by Lucci's melodious voice, but also by the enticing aroma of his barbecue. Guagua was gleefully indulging in the spectacle around them. After exhausting his vocal cords, Lucci paused to rest, savoring the barbecue while listening to Guagua's gossip. A beautiful woman pointed to the grill and asked Lucci, Handsome, may I have a skewer? Lucci smiled. If you wish to partake, it will cost you 100 yuan per skewer. Although the barbecue was hardly worth that much, the overwhelming number of people made it insufficient to share. If anyone truly desired to eat, they would need to pay 100 yuan per skewer. Initially, Lucci merely intended to tease the young lady. To his surprise, she pulled out her phone and declared, I'll pay 200 yuan for a skewer. I want to. Lucci, is this young lady truly so affluent? Guagua, that woman who wants to eat the skewers will face misfortune in 3 minutes. 2 birds will fly overhead and drop 2 hefty droppings on her. Lucci opened his mobile payment code, receiving 400 yuan from the lady. Shally promptly handed her 2 skewers. Lucci pondered for a moment and thought, since I've taken her money, I should offer her a word of caution. Miss, I notice a darkness surrounding you. An unfortunate event will transpire in 3 minutes. I advise you to leave this place quickly. The woman scoffed, replying, Handsome, I concede that your singing is remarkable, but you cannot masquerade as a fortune teller and frighten me. What could possibly happen in 3 minutes? Ha ha, you crack me up. Recalling Guagua's words, Lucci instructed Shaoli, move the grill and the utensils back 10 meters to prevent any bird droppings from landing on the grill. He then addressed the lady. If you do not believe me, feel free to stand still. The woman burst into laughter. You're quite amusing. I shall stand right here and see what occurs. The 3 minutes elapsed. Lucci began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ah! The woman's scream pierced the air. Poo poo poo. In the next moment, she blew forcefully from her mouth. Lucci focused his gaze. A blob of bird droppings landed on the woman's head, while another entered her mouth just as she tilted her head back to scream. Her embarrassing predicament elicited laughter from the crowd. However, Lucci conceived a brilliant idea for making money. Chapter 56. One must forge oneself strong. Lucci pondered over potential avenues for earning money. Fortune-telling. He could specialize in providing divination services to others in exchange for compensation. After all, he still owed the system marketplace $90 million. Although he possessed over $100 million, he was reluctant to part with it for now. Perhaps he could ask his father for a little financial assistance to settle the debt to the system marketplace, and then venture into entrepreneurship to earn some pocket money and prove his worth. Currently, he held a basic combat power level with financial success. He could upgrade to intermediate and advanced levels, as well as acquire more formidable skills. The kidnapping of Lu Songning had imparted a crucial lesson. Without the system or combat power, he would have been powerless in such dire circumstances, merely a target for violence. In that scenario, not only would he have failed to rescue Lu Songning, but he might have also faced dire consequences himself, possibly even meeting a grim fate at the hands of Zhang Yang's bodyguards, whose actions could leave him discarded in an unmarked grave. One must forge oneself strong. Although Lu Songning had bodyguards, their lack of vigilance allowed Zhang Yang to exploit an opportunity. Even with bodyguards, what good were they if they could not offer lifelong protection? Ultimately, one must possess personal capability. Despite having traversed into the life of a true heir with a family fortune exceeding 1,000 billion, it was still the foundation laid by his father, Lu Yuanqing. If he could inherit that wealth and also embark on his entrepreneurial journey, it would be a mutually beneficial scenario. At that moment, a hapless girl who had unfortunately been targeted by a bird stood there, spitting out the remnants of her misfortune. Lucci instructed Shaoli to hand her a bottle of water. Shaoli retrieved a bottle of fresh mineral water from the barbecue supplies and offered it to the unfortunate girl, suggesting she rinse her mouth. The girl took the water and retreated a bit, swishing it around her mouth before spitting it onto the ground. After several repetitions, she finally managed to cleanse her mouth. Initially, the onlookers were amused by the girl's predicament, laughing heartily. However, upon realizing that Lucci had accurately predicted her unfortunate event, their expressions shifted to disbelief and awe. How did he know that the girl would encounter such misfortune? A voice from the crowd called out, "Hey, handsome, how did you know that girl was going to have bad luck?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, you must be just making random guesses." Lucci casually took a bite of a grilled potato, seemingly unfazed by the incident. A young girl laughed, "Don't tell us that bird is your relative." In a surprising twist, Lucci nodded and replied, "Indeed, that bird is a relative of mine. You are quite sharp." After enjoying a few skewers and a half-cup of mineral water, Lucci secretly conferred with Guagua. "What do you think would be a reasonable price for my fortune-telling services?" Guagua suggested, "Host, a price too low would waste your time, while too high would deter clients. Aim for a middle ground." Lucci contemplated this. A middle ground? Perhaps 800 yuan would suffice. Though it was a modest sum, it could sustain him for a while, allowing him to earn melon coins while establishing his reputation. Moreover, he could host live sessions, offering online fortune-telling for a couple of hours each day. Earning 800 yuan per reading while enjoying the process of helping others sounded delightful. Addressing the gathered crowd, Lucci proclaimed, "I am now accepting orders for fortune-telling on site, 800 yuan per reading, and if I am inaccurate, you pay nothing." A number of elderly individuals fishing by the lake Internet celebrities live streaming, and various women posing for photos turned their attention towards him, though the throng prevented them from seeing the unfolding events. Lu Qi continued, "As you all witnessed, I accurately predicted that the girl would encounter misfortune. It was not a curse, but rather a revelation of what was destined to occur. Regrettably, she did not heed my warning. Who among you wishes to have their fortune told? For 800 yuan, we can delve into your past and future. If I am correct, you pay, and if not, you owe me nothing." The crowd exchanged glances, having witnessed the earlier incident. However, many still regarded Lu Qi's prediction as mere coincidence. A slender man in the crowd laughed heartily. "Are you sure? If you don't get it right, I'll 1T pay." Lu Qi nodded solemnly. "Indeed. If I am incorrect, you owe me nothing." The man pondered for a moment and then asked, "Well then, can you tell me who I am?" Lu Qi responded, "Your name is Wang Zixing. You are 26 years old, reside in the Tongluan area of the north suburb, and you work as a programmer. Am I correct?" Wang Zixing was taken aback. "Wait, how did you know that?" Lu Qi replied, "As you are my first client, I will offer you a reading for free. Think carefully about what you wish to inquire. It's best to focus on something significant." Wang Zixing, overwhelmed with astonishment, blurted out, "I have a younger sister who went missing when she was 7. My parents searched for years, but to no avail. My mother passed away 5 years ago from longing, and my father's health has deteriorated. His lifelong regret is finding her. Can you help me discover where my sister is? Is she still alive?" Lu Qi reassured him, "Your sister is indeed alive and well. After going missing, she was abducted by traffickers, moved through several cities, and eventually taken to Shanghai, where she was forced to beg. During her escape, she was taken in by a family and has been living with them ever since. Currently, your sister works as a kindergarten teacher." "What? She is alive? That is wonderful," Wang Zixing exclaimed, his joy palpable as he jumped for joy. Grasping Lu Qi's hand, he implored, "Do you know her exact address? Please tell me." Lu Qi shook his head. "I've already offered you one reading, and now I've given you another for free. You haven't compensated me yet." "Of course. Let me get the money." Wang Zixing quickly rummaged through his pockets. Realizing he had no cash, he swiftly transferred 3,000 yuan to Lu Qi via his phone. Lu Qi, surprised, remarked, "You only needed to pay 800 yuan. Why send 3,000? Wang Zixing, filled with emotion, replied, "If I can find my sister, 3,000 yuan is nothing. I'll bring her to thank you and reward you with an additional 30,000 yuan." Lu Qi responded, "Is it truly that generous?" Guagua chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 yuan and an equivalent amount in melon coins." Lu Qi informed Wang Zixing, "Your sister currently resides at 302 Pingan Road, Yanbin Community, in the Songjiang district of Shanghai. She's getting married next month. Go and find her." "Wonderful." Wang Zixing, initially approaching this with a casual mindset, was astounded that Lu Qi had accurately revealed his name, address, and the whereabouts of his sister. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down his cheeks. "If I truly find her, I will publicly express my gratitude and fulfill my promise of 30,000 yuan." Wang Zixing repeatedly thanked Lu Qi before turning to make a phone call. "Dad, guess what? I have news about my little sister." Meanwhile, in the Lu household, Pan Feng sat alone in the living room, her face clouded with worry. Even her beloved Mahjong could not bring her solace. Lu Yuanqing received a phone call from Pan Feng and rushed over, his first question being, "My dear, have you truly heard about heir and the matters concerning Qing Ru?" Pan Feng nodded. "What should we do, my love? In just half a month, Qing Ru will be heading to Laos for a concert. Will she be in danger then?" Lu Yuanqing shook his head, having gleaned from Pan Feng's fragmented and roundabout expressions what might transpire. He reassured her, "Do not worry. My dear, I will handle this matter." Pan Feng nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Yuanqing turned to the butler, Zhou Fu, and instructed, "Zhou Fu, please assist me in investigating a certain individual." Chapter 57. To think they would dare to bully the Lu family is tantamount to courting death. Zhou Fu bowed respectfully and inquired of Lu Yuanqing, "Sir, who are we investigating?" Lu Yuanqing replied coldly, "Qing Ru's assistant, Li Tian. Conduct a thorough background check on her. exploring all connections, but do so discreetly. Understood, sir. After Zhou Fu exited, Lu Yuanqing dialed a number. Qingru, where are you now? Lu Qingru responded, Dad. I'm currently dining with friends. Qingru, hurry home. I need to discuss something important with you. But we've only just begun our meal. Lu Yuanqing's tone was commanding. Qingru, just find an excuse. Say there's an urgent matter at home. Return quickly. I have something significant to share. Oh, fine. Lu Qingru felt it was inappropriate to leave her guests as the host, but her father's serious tone indicated it was urgent. She decided it best to return home first. Turning to her friends, Lu Qingru said, Please continue eating. My dad called with an important matter, so I must head back. They nodded. Go ahead, Qingru. We'll manage just fine. Indeed, don't worry about us. To settle the bill. Lu Qingru. Upon arriving home, she found Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng wearing serious expressions in the living room. Lu Qingru approached and stood before her parents. Lu Yuanqing gestured for her to sit and lowered his voice. Kvingru, Ive instructed Zhou Fu to investigate Litian. Results will be forthcoming soon. Do not disclose this to anyone, and especially do not raise Litian's suspicions. Continue interacting with her as usual, but dispose of anything she offers you. Lu Qingru nodded, Dad, but I have a concert in Laos in 2 weeks. We invested heavily in promotions and ticket sales. If I abruptly cancel, it could severely impact my reputation globally. That is precisely why I summoned you. Act as if you know nothing and proceed as planned. The concert must go on, and you shall perform as intended. Rest assured, I will protect you. Yet, Lu Qingru remained anxious. Dad, what if something goes awry in Laos? It involves the northern Myanmar situation. Pan Feng, equally concerned, looked at Lu Yuanqing. Darling, please ensure Qingru's safety. I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to her. Lu Yuanqing stroked Pan Feng's head with a comforting smile. Do not worry, while I am here. Nothing will go amiss. Anyone who dares to bully the Lu family is simply courting death. The three of them continued to confer in hushed tones in the living room. At the edge of Pearl Lake, Lu Qi was singing while simultaneously offering fortune-telling services. Previously, he had predicted the survival of Wang, Zixing's younger sister, who was living in a household in the city. Wang Zixing was immensely grateful. Initially skeptical, the crowd had grown to admire Lu Qi profoundly. Some even shared videos of his singing and fortune-telling online. In no time, although the son of a wealthy family remained unrecognized, the title of a contestant from The Voice of China was firmly in Lu Qi's grasp. A freshly rested elder lady named Wu Salon squeezed through the crowd and addressed Lu Qi. Young man, could you please help me? Where's my old partner? He has Alzheimer's and went missing a year ago. I dream of finding him. Wu Zuolan was willing to invest, transferring 800 yuan to Lu Qi immediately after speaking. Observing her puffy face and dark circles, Lu Qi could tell she was distressed and often anxious. He said to her, Andy, your partner is in the backyard of your neighbor's house, beneath an apple tree bearing luscious fruit. Wu Zuolan. Collecting herself, she replied, Young man, please do not jest about life and death. Lu Qi shook his head. Annie, I am not joking. You must call the police immediately to assist you in locating him. What? Wu Zuolan felt a ringing in her ears. Her partner, could he truly be gone? She recalled. In the neighbor's yard, there is indeed an apple tree. Last year, I noticed fresh footprints beneath it, thinking it was just the neighbors clearing weeds. Could it really be? Seeing Wu Zuolan frozen in disbelief, Lu Qi urged, Annie, trust me and call the police right away. I would never deceive you. False reporting is a serious offense. Wu Zuolan hastily produced her phone to call the authorities. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. My goodness. If her partner is in the neighbor's yard, that could be a criminal case. Initially, I thought this young man was merely boasting, but having accurately predicted 2 situations, he has now implicated a criminal matter. Not only that case, but Wang Zixing's sister being abducted was also a serious crime. Oh, indeed. Seeing Lu Qi's accuracy, more people began to pay him for fortune-telling. Some inquired about financial prospects, others about promotions and wealth, and still others about finding a romantic partner. Lu Qi earned a staggering 13,400 yuan that afternoon. Wang Zixing gifted him 3,000 yuan, Wu Zuolan gave 800 yuan, and 12 others sought his fortune-telling services, each paying 800 yuan. Additionally, he earned an equivalent of 400 melon coins. Amid the astonishment of driver Xiao Li, Lu Qi returned home, satisfied. Had it not been for the approaching darkness, he would have lingered longer. Such lucrative endeavors should be pursued more. On the way back to the Lu family mansion, driver Xiao Li hesitated before finally speaking. "Young master, may I ask you to help me discern whether my ex-girlfriend betrayed me?" Lu Qi laughed. "Ah, you wish to know too?" Xiao Li nodded earnestly while driving. After a brief exchange with Guagua, Lu Qi reassured Xiao Li, "No, she did not betray you. The misunderstanding from before stemmed from a miscommunication. She has always held affection for you. Even after 3 years since your breakup, she hasn't sought another partner." Xiao Li was overjoyed. "Thank you, young master. I will reach out to her after work. I misjudged her, thinking she had fallen for my brother." Lu Qi nodded. "Very well. I'll grant you a half-day leave when I return home so you can see her." Xiao Li was overwhelmed with gratitude. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Qi was unaware that his videos had been uploaded online and had rapidly trended. Upon returning home that evening, he noticed his family gazing at him with unusual expressions. As he prepared to discuss the matter with Guagua, Lu Yuanqing beckoned, "Cheer, come here." As Lu Qi approached, Pan Feng stood up and embraced him, bursting into tears. Chapter 58. The Golden Black Card from Father, worth 2 billion. Lu Qi. What is happening here? Lu Yuanqing approached, gently patting Pan Feng on the back, and said, "My dear, do not be too disheartened. Our heir has returned home, and from now on, we shall treat him with kindness." Pan Feng nodded, releasing Lu Qi's sister Lu Yunkai, handed over a tissue. "Mom, quickly wipe your tears." "Lu Qi, what is this?" "Guagua, your video of singing and fortune-telling has gone viral today. Your parents feel sorry for you, having lived in a slum, enduring hardships. They believe you have struggled to earn money because you lack financial resources." "Lu Qi, my parents are truly wonderful, able to empathize with my hardships. Earning money is indeed a tough endeavor. I sincerely hope my father could bestow upon me 1 billion at once, so I may embark on a venture to prove my talents." "Tia," Lu Yuanqing said to Lu Qi, "Go wash your hands and come to dinner." Lu Qi nodded and went to wash up. Tonight's dinner was as lavish as ever, featuring Australian lobsters, king crabs, bird's nest soup, shark fin, and abalone, all elegantly displayed. In the center of the table lay a delicate fruit platter, perfect for cleansing the palate after indulging in such extravagant delicacies. Lu Qi mused, "Ah, living as a young master is indeed splendid, feasting on gourmet food at every meal. How I struggled in the past, barely filling my stomach with boxed lunches." He reminisced about his life as a viral internet celebrity, subsisting on boxed meals and playing minor roles, enduring a life that was less than dignified. Lu Yuanqing, mistaking his words for a recount of his life in the slums, sighed, "Alas, my chur, how pitiful it must have been for you to go hungry even with boxed lunches. I wonder how you managed all these years." With a heart full of sympathy, he placed a garlic crab leg on Lu Qi's plate. "Come, caer, et more." Lu Qi smiled. "Thank you, father." Pan Feng also offered an abalone. "Sure, try this. The flavor of today's abalone is exceptionally tender." "Thank you, mother." Lu Songning glanced at Lu Qi, saying nothing. Yet her eyes revealed her deep concern. The other sisters remained silent, including Lu Qingru, who had ceased speaking to Lu Qi since discovering that Lu Jiang was the true villain. The sisters paid little attention to the ordinary dishes, opting instead for exotic game or simple vegetarian fare. Had it not been for Lu Qi's return, Pan Feng would have instructed the chef to prepare a more modest meal, as the family typically favored simpler options. After dinner, Lu Yuanqing addressed everyone. "Children, starting tomorrow, I will assign each of you 3 bodyguards. From now on, no matter where you go, take them with you." Everyone nodded. Up until now, only Lu Songning had a bodyguard, and she had been kidnapped due to negligence on the day she failed to bring her guard along, resulting in her being drugged in a CAF. Following the incident, the CAF owner was apprehended by Lu Yuanqing, and the establishment's business was deliberately sabotaged, rendering it unsustainable. However, this event served as a wake-up call for Lu Yuanqing. highlighting the omnipresent dangers that necessitated greater caution for his children. Cheer, Lu Yuanqing said to Lu Qi, you two shall have 3 bodyguards. When you go to school, they will wait in the car with driver Xiao Li. Lu Qi, 3 bodyguards plus 1 driver? That leaves only 1 spot in the car. My freedom of movement will be severely restricted, and my Rolls-Royce 1T feel as appealing. Lu Yuanqing Laoqi Tatili, Xie. The bodyguards will not share the same vehicle with you. They will have their own dedicated cars. Lu Qi, that is splendid. After dinner, the family settled on the sofa for a brief conversation before retreating to their rooms. The atmosphere was heavy, weighed down by the betrayal of Lu Jiang and the possibility of Lu Qingru's impending demise abroad. Lu Qi prepared to ascend the stairs to sleep. Lu Yuanqing glanced at him, but said nothing. Lu Qi was oblivious to the exchange. Upon returning to his bedroom, he took a warm shower, changed into his pajamas, and had barely settled into bed when a knock echoed at the door. Cheer, it's us, your father and mother. Lu Qi, puzzled. What can my parents want? Guagua. Of course, they have something to discuss with you. Lu Qi called toward the door, coming. Slipping on his slippers, he descended from his bed and opened the door for Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng. Father, mother, do you need something? Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng entered the room. They addressed Lu Qi. Son, may we sit on your balcony and have a word? Though unaware of their intentions, Lu Qi nodded. Of course. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng walked to the balcony, where the fragrant blossoms filled the air with a delightful aroma. Lu Qi joined them. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqing opened his hand to reveal a golden black card. He handed it to Lu Qi, saying, Cheer, this card contains 2 billion. I intended to give it to you after your college entrance exams, but I wish to present it to you now, to instill a sense of security. Lu Qi. Lu Yuanqing's gesture left Lu Qi bewildered, a whirlwind of excitement and gratitude stirring within him. Lu Qi, oh my, 2 billion? Am I hearing correctly? Guagua, you heard right. Your father truly intends to give you 2 billion. Lu Qi, Evans, my father has bestowed upon me 2 billion. Could it be that my prayers have touched his heart? Outwardly composed, Lu Qi's inner self was already celebrating. Lu Yuanqing continued, Son, we've seen your videos of singing and fortune-telling online. We hope you prioritize your studies. Once you enter university, pursue whatever you desire. We will not hinder you. Pan Feng, holding Lu Qi's hand, added softly, Darling, you know that in affluent families, knowledge and culture are of utmost importance. Otherwise, while the employees may outwardly obey you, they may secretly look down upon you, thinking you're merely wealthy without knowledge or capability. However, we have not been part of your life for the past 18 years. Now that you are back, we do not pressure you to attend a prestigious university. We only wish for you to grow up happily, even if it means attending an ordinary university to gain knowledge and broaden your horizons. Lu Qi had always thought his mother, Pan Feng, lacked intellect, merely focusing on self-care and playing mahjong. Yet, it became evident that the matron of a wealthy family was far from a simpleton. One could only surmise that those lively mahjong games were a sophisticated means of socializing. The words spoken by Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng deeply touched Lu Qi's heart. Before arriving in this world, he had grown up in an orphanage, never experiencing the presence of his parents. It was not that they were gone, but rather that they had irresponsibly abandoned him. Upon arriving here and encountering the couple, Lu Yuanqing and his wife, I truly experienced the essence of paternal and maternal love. Lu Qi resolved to wisely invest the 20 billion he had acquired, rather than squander it. He intended to leverage the knowledge he had gained from the realities of society, along with the assistance of the system, to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. By earning money, he would purchase skills from the system's marketplace to continually enhance himself, while simultaneously increasing the wealth of the Lu family. Presently, the Lu family stands as the wealthiest in the capital, and it would not be long before he transformed them into the richest family in all of Huagua, and even the wealthiest in the entire world. Lu Qi assured his parents, Dad, Mom, rest assured, my primary focus will be on my studies, and I will undoubtedly achieve a score in the college entrance examination that will delight you. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqing and his wife felt great joy and wished Lu Qi a good night as they prepared for sleep. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at Lu Qi's door. Chapter 59. Why haven't we entered yet? Lu Yuanqing and his wife. Who is it? Lu Qi. Who could it be? Gua Gua. It's Wang Ma. Something serious has happened at her home. Lu Qi walked over, opened the door, and inquired. Wang Ma. What is the matter? Wang Ma stood at the door, her face streaked with tears, anxiously calling out, Young master. Lu Yuanqing and his wife emerged, and Wang Ma quickly knelt on the ground, softly weeping, Master, madam, I implore you to save my grandson. Having served the Lu family for over 20 years, Wang Ma had become akin to a family member. Seeing her tear-stained face, frail and helpless, stirred unease in Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng's hearts. Pan Feng hurriedly assisted Wang Ma to her feet, asking urgently, Wang Ma, what has happened? Wang Ma had worked for the Lu family for years and had a spouse at home. They had a son who was 35 years old and married, working as a delivery driver for Lu Yuanqing's company, while his wife managed their household and cared for their child. Whatever had distressed Wang Ma must have involved one of them. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, Wang Ma lamented, Master, madam, my grandson is missing. I've searched everywhere, but he is nowhere to be found. It has been an entire afternoon. I came to disturb your rest, hoping you could help mobilize people to search for him. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Pan Feng gently patted Wang Ma's shoulder, saying, Wang Ma, please don't panic. Take your time and explain what happened so I can have the master send someone to assist you. Wang Ma was still agitated, tears streaming down her face. Her grandson, Fan Xingxing, was 4 years old, a child born after 8 years of marriage, cherished beyond measure. The sudden disappearance of the little one was understandably distressing. This afternoon, my daughter-in-law was cooking at home, and Xingxing was playing at the door. Just a matter of 4 or 5 minutes later, when she went to check on him, he was gone. My son called me around 5 o'clock to inform me of this. I thought he must have wandered off to play, and advised them to search along the path. Yet now, it is already 10 o'clock, and he is still missing. My daughter-in-law has reported it to the police, and the Blue Sky Rescue Team is also assisting in the search. But I still feel uneasy, knowing that you and Madam have many friends and vast experience. I hope you can help send someone to find my little Xingxing. As she spoke, Wang Ma knelt again, pleading for assistance. Lu Yuanqing reassured her, Wang Ma, please rise. Do not fret. Send me a photo of your grandson, and I will have someone accompany the search. Oh yes. Wang Ma quickly stood up, retrieved her phone, and sent Lu Yuanqing a picture of Fan Xingxing. Lu Yuanqing began making calls. Zhou Fu, gather some people to help Wang Ma find her grandson. He called other subordinates. Notify all departments for an emergency assembly to assist Wang Ma in locating her grandson. Wang Ma expressed her gratitude repeatedly and requested to join in the search. Pan Feng turned to Lu Qi, saying, Qi, you have school tomorrow. Hurry to bed. Your father and I will help with the search. Lu Qi nodded, gently closed the door, and climbed into bed. However, sleep eluded him as he pondered Wang Ma's plight. Lu Qi, Gua Gua, what exactly happened to Wang Ma's grandson? Where could he be? Gua Gua, let me check. Host, the situation is dire. Wang Ma's grandson has been lured into the home of a neighbor, Granny Yang, and is now unconscious, hidden inside her washing machine. If we do not act soon, he may not survive the night. Lu Qi, what? How could it be so? That old woman is truly wicked. I must inform Wang Ma. Filled with urgency, Lu Qi sprang out of bed and dashed downstairs. He approached Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, who were preparing to leave. Dad, Mom, where's Wang Ma? Has she left? Pan Feng nodded. She just went out. Lu Qi rushed outside, calling out to Wang Ma, who was nearing the gate. Wang Ma, I know where your grandson is. You must call the police immediately. Wang Ma hastily returned, her anxiety palpable. Young master, have you found out where my grandson is? Lu Qi nodded. You need to call the police right away and have them check the neighbor's house for the child. If you delay, it may be too late. Wang Ma exclaimed. Xingxing is at the neighbor's? But, young master, when everyone was searching, we checked all nearby houses. And the police have already been to the neighbor's and found nothing. Lu Qi felt a surge of urgency. He hoped Wang Ma would heed his advice. Wing Ma, if you want your grandson to survive, you must listen to me. Call the police and insist they search the neighbor's house again, particularly Granny Yang's. Tell them you suspect she has hidden your grandson. What? Wang Ma was taken aback, nearly losing her balance. She quickly took out her phone to report. "Hello, officer. I suspect my grandson has been hidden by Granny Yang next door. Please, could you investigate again?" After ending the call, Wang Ma contacted her son and daughter-in-law, urging them to search Granny Yang's house for the child. To facilitate the situation, Lu Qi volunteered. "May I accompany you to search as well?" Though Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng hoped their son would rest, knowing he had school in the morning, they could not deny his insistence. Their son was old enough to make his own judgments. If he wished to go, then so be it. Lu Qi requested Xiao Li to drive them, including his mother, father, and Wang Ma, to the village near the southern suburbs. Upon arrival, they found Wang Ma's son, daughter-in-law, and a crowd anxiously gathered at Granny Yang's door. Lu Qi pondered. Why have they not yet entered to search for the child? Chapter 60. Earn hundreds and thousands of billions. Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law, Wang Ma could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "Why haven't you gone in yet? Hurry inside and find the child." Wang Ma's son, Fan Xianfu, anxiously replied, "Mom, Grandma Yang has gone dancing at the square and isn't home. She refuses to come back to open the door. We're waiting for the police to arrive. We can't just barge in or it would be considered trespassing." Lu Qi glanced at Wang Ma's son, Fan Xianfu, a man in his 30s, around 1.7 meters tall. The burdens of life had given him a beer belly, and his face bore the marks of time. It was rare to see someone maintain such composure in a situation like this. One might even describe him as somewhat stoic, in the face of life and death. What could be more significant? When he noticed the chairman and his wife had also arrived, Fan Xianfu felt both honored and intimidated. He approached Lu Yuanqing with a mix of deference and trepidation, greeting him. "Hello, chairman." "Hello, madam." Lu Yuanqing nodded dismissively, lacking the time for pleasantries. With a serious expression, he commanded his subordinates, "Kick the door down." Fan Xianfu, feeling a twinge of worry, protested, "But the police haven't arrived yet." Lu Yuanqing coldly retorted, "At this juncture, do we still wait for the police? They would be too late." Two subordinates immediately kicked open the door. Lu Qi followed Wang Ma and the others into Grandma Li's house, while the rest searched the premises. Lu Qi headed straight for the balcony, where he indeed spotted a washing machine tucked in the corner. It was covered with a filthy blanket, atop which lay a pile of debris. No wonder the child had been hidden within and gone unnoticed. The area was so dirty that it hardly attracted attention. With a swift motion, Lu Qi yanked open the washing machine door and pulled out the unconscious child. 4-year-old Fan Xingxing's complexion was deathly pale, barely a whisper of breath left. "The child is here. The child is here." Lu Qi shouted deliberately, as if he had just discovered the child by chance. Wang Ma and her son, Fan Xianfu, along with daughter-in-law Yang Mei, rushed over. In a frantic flurry, Fan Xianfu took the child from Lu Qi, fearing the worst. He cried out the child's name, his voice choked with sorrow. "Xingxing, Xingxing, what's wrong? Wake up, Xingxing, Xingxing." Lu Yuanqing reached out to check the child's breath, commanding loudly, "Quickly, get the child to the hospital." A few bodyguards stepped forward, cradling the child and preparing to exit. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, followed by the arrival of an ambulance. Police officers and doctors rushed in together. The doctors promptly began administering CPR, and fortunately, the child finally regained consciousness, though still in a state of shock. The ambulance whisked the child away for a thorough examination. After the ambulance departed, a relieved smile spread across Lu Qi's face. It was fortunate that the system, Guagua, existed. Otherwise, little Fan Xingxing would surely have perished tonight. Indeed, host, you have saved a life tonight, earning yourself a reward of 100,000 melon seeds. Guagua chimed in. Wow, such a bounty? Lu Qi mused, calculating in his mind. Saving one person earns 100,000 melon seeds. Saving 10 would yield 1,000,000. Saving 100 would grant 10 million. 1,000 would result in 100 million. I must save more people in the future to accumulate melon seeds and enhance my skills. Wait a moment, why didn't I receive 200,000 melon seeds for helping Wang Zixing and Wu Solon by the Pearl Lake? Lu Qi queried. Host, one was searching for his sister, who was alive and in no danger, and the other sought his spouse, who had already been buried alive by neighbors, thus no longer living. Therefore, you merely observed instead of saving a life, Guagua explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi chuckled. Then I shall position myself at the hospital entrance to offer fortune-telling. That way, I could potentially save many lives. Host, you might want to reconsider. Those at the hospital, even if you discern their ailments, can you cure them? Guagua retorted. Then can't you grant me a skill for healing and saving lives? Lu Qi pressed. Indeed, host, but hurry to earn melon seeds to purchase it. Just 2 billion will suffice for the genius doctor skill. Guagua replied. You scoundrel. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuanqing and his wife exchanged puzzled glances upon overhearing Lu Qi and Guagua's conversation. What were these melon seeds? Skills that could be purchased? Oh dear, why are you apprehending me? What have I done wrong? I am innocent. The 67-year-old Grandma Li, who had been dancing at the square, was being taken away by the police, her wails echoing through the streets. By the time Lu Qi and the Lu couple returned to their grand home, it was past midnight. Exhausted, Lu Qi lay down and fell asleep. The following morning, the sky was clear and bright. When Lu Qi arrived at the classroom, the school beauty, Su Yunyang, was already seated and diligently memorizing English vocabulary. With nothing pressing to do, Lu Qi took out his own vocabulary book and pretended to study. Feeling bored, host? Let us eavesdrop on the school beauty's juicy gossip, Guagua suggested. Ah, Guagua, you truly know me well, Lu Qi responded. By the way, Su Yunyang acquired hair samples from Zhao Min's 2 children, the 2 being Zhao Feifei and Zhao Jinxian. She conducted a paternity test. Guess what? Guagua continued. Lu Qi replied, what else could it be? It was confirmed that Zhao Feifei is Zhao Min and Su Jing'an's biological daughter, while Zhao Jinxian is an unknown child with no biological connection to Su Jing'an. Host, you are exceptionally astute, Guagua complimented. True. But haven't we already discussed this matter previously? Lu Qi remarked. Indeed, my memory sometimes fails me. How I yearn to play a game. I want to return home for lunch today. I'm off to game. Lu Qi declared. Excellent idea, host. Just wear a mask to avoid recognition, Guagua encouraged. Su Yunyang had been eavesdropping for some time, but gleaned no valuable information, only hearing Lu Qi express his desire to play games. Her expression darkened at this revelation. What sort of system was this that chose such a slacker as its host? Truly the most unfortunate system. Guagua remained silent. I'm innocent. I'm merely trying to persuade the host to earn melon seeds and acquire various skills. At noon, Lu Qi indeed did not return home. He called Wang Ma, informing her, Wang Ma, I want to be home for lunch today. Please instruct the chef not to prepare my meal. I'll eat outside. Wang Ma's garçon, Fan Xingxing, had been taken to the hospital the previous day for a full examination. Fortunately, aside from some minor injuries and marks on his neck, he was otherwise unharmed. Thus, Wang Ma returned to the Lu residence to resume her duties, refusing to take the day off, demonstrating an extraordinary dedication to her work. Lu Qi instructed driver Xiao Li to take him home. He stopped for a bowl of noodles near the school gate before hailing a taxi to the nearest arcade. After playing a few games, he quickly realized that the offerings here were rather lackluster. In fact, the games in this literary world were all quite subpar. Disappointed, he exited the arcade, contemplating his future plans post-exams. He intended to use the 2 billion his father provided to start business. Perhaps he could delve into the gaming industry, showcasing to this world the true potential of games. He envisioned bringing forth all the popular titles like the Bound series, League of Heroes, and Peacekeeper Elite. Hundreds of millions, even billions, could be earned. At the entrance of the arcade, Lu Qi reveled in his dreams of a splendid future. Suddenly, a group of thugs emerged from nowhere, each one menacing and eager, closing in on him with palpable hostility. Chapter 61. What troubles could the heir of the wealthiest family possibly have? Lu Qi was somewhat bewildered. Who are these people? Each one seems to come with ill intentions. Guagua replied, Host, these individuals have been dispatched by Zhang Yang's family to deal with you. Following the dissolution of the contract between the Lu and Zhang families, the Zhang family finds themselves without business opportunities. Moreover, their only son, Zhang Yong, has been apprehended by the police due to your report. The Zhang family now harbors intense animosity towards the Lu family, particularly towards you, wishing for mutual destruction. Lu Qi sighed. It appears I have unwittingly acquired an enemy. Guagua responded, indeed, there'll be more enemies to come. A group of people closed in on him. The leader, a young man around 25, adorned with ear studs and a nose ring, exuded a youthful exuberance. Zhang spoke up, hey, you must be that Lu. Qi, what a stroke of misfortune. Such narrow roads. Lu Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter. The seemingly sprightly young man was surprisingly tongue-tied, creating a stark contrast. Ha ha ha, do I even know you? Zhang Liang's expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, how dare you laugh? You may not recognize me, but I know you. Aren't you the so-called foolish son that the Lu family retrieved? The dozen or so followers behind Zhang Liang glared at Lu Qi, poised to act upon his command. Mimicking Zhang Liang's stammering, Lu Qi jested, haha, so the spirited young man turns out to be a little stutter. Seeing Zhang Liang struggle to articulate a complete sentence, one of his subordinates, Tang Mingwei, stepped forward, pointing at Lu Qi and shouted, Lu Qi, your family has ruined our Zhang family's business, and now my brother Zhang Yong is in jail. If you don't provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. Lu Qi surveyed the crowd, feigning fear, and asked, what do you intend to do? Zhang Liang stuttered, what? What we want? We intend to beat you to death. Yes. Tang Mingwei nodded. Beat you to death. Lu Qi trembled. If you dare to strike me, I will invoke self-defense. Zhang Liang gestured to his subordinates. Don't waste time talking to him. Just beat him up. The crowd surged forward. Lu Qi thought, finally, an opportunity to unleash my rudimentary combat skills. Guagua reassured him. Rest assured, your basic combat ability can easily handle 20 of Zhang Yang's bodyguards. Dealing with these lackeys will be a breeze. 3 minutes later, Zhang Liang and his gang lay defeated on the ground, some missing teeth, others bleeding from their noses, while others nursed dislocated arms or were incapacitated in a way that would severely affect their future progeny. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained unscathed. Zhang Liang, with a bruised face, glared at Lu Qi and, with a gap-toothed grin, exclaimed, didn't they say you were a fool? How could you fight so well? Tang Mingwei, clutching his bleeding nose, stammered, how do you possess such skills? Lu Qi laughed heartily, a bunch of fools. I have plenty of skills. If you dare provoke me again, I'll ensure you regret it. Since Zhang Liang instigated the conflict, they dared not call the police. Lu Qi, having suffered no losses, also had no desire to involve the authorities. They all returned to their respective homes, while Lu Qi was busy dispatching Zhang Liang and his gang. A coincidental observer was Zhao Feifei, the daughter of the mistress Zhao Min Zhao Feifei, who, outwardly presented as a demure girl, actually spent her days indulging in video games. Today, she had come out to find Lu Qi, irate for having her ally, Lu Jiang, imprisoned, now left without support. However, she stumbled upon Lu Qi surrounded by a group. Concealing herself in the shadows, she watched intently, wishing for the group to beat Lu Qi senseless. No, ideally, to death. To her astonishment, moments later, Lu Qi emerged unscathed while the group lay defeated at his feet. His fighting prowess was so appealing that it captivated Zhao Feifei entirely. Initially perceiving him as a mere simpleton from the slums, she was now struck by his exceptional skills. Zhao Feifei discreetly took a photo of Lu Qi post-brawl. His disheveled appearance somehow rendered him even more handsome. At that moment, she resolved that since Lu Jiang now had a criminal record, his prospects for a comeback were bleak. Clearly, the Lu family had abandoned him. If they were willing to rescue him, they would not allow him to languish in jail. Thus, in that instant, Zhao Feifei decisively turned her back on Lu Jiang and aimed to secure Lu Qi as her new ally. Observing Lu Qi's confident stature, she clenched her fist, motivating herself. In pursuit of love, a mere veil separates us. With my beauty, I shall surely win Lu Qi's heart. There is no one I cannot conquer. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, he had become the object of someone else's fantasies. In the afternoon, he attended school, dozing through 3 classes. During evening study, a math test was administered. About 10 minutes after the papers were distributed, the homeroom teacher, Gao Qiliang, spotted Lu Qi asleep at his desk. Gao Qiliang slammed the chalkboard eraser onto the desk. causing a cloud of chalk dust to scatter. The classroom was silent, with all students focused on their work, the only sound being the scratching of pens on paper. The sudden noise startled the students. The class beauty, Su Yunian, had long been annoyed by Lu Qi's laziness and thought, a slacker like him deserves a reprimand. Gao Qiliang's commanding voice boomed, Lu Qi, with only 5 months until the college entrance examination, I see you sleeping in class every day. Even if you're the heir of the wealthiest family, you still need to study hard. Awakened from his slumber, Lu Qi lifted his head, bleary-eyed, trying to focus on the bald-headed teacher before him. Oh dear, this little bald donkey. As the heir to the wealthiest family, what troubles could I possibly have? Do I even need to study? This is simply disruptive to my rest. Su Yunian thought to herself. How could he be so useless? Does he think being the heir means he can be lazy? I come from a decent family, yet I work hard. Gao Qiliang, unwilling to bow to authority, shouted again. Lu Qi, did you not hear me? Sleeping in class is unacceptable. If you don't get up to work on your test, I will call your parents. The mention of his parents sent a shiver down Lu Qi's spine. He quickly straightened his posture. Even the son of the wealthiest family feared a call home, especially now, as he needed to present himself well to his parents to secure some entrepreneurial funds. After all, a casual investment could easily amount to billions. Securing their favor was paramount. With this in mind, Lu Qi addressed Gao Qiliang. Teacher, I've already completed my test. If you don't believe me, take a look. Skeptical, Gao Qiliang approached Lu Qi's desk, picked up his test paper, and was instantly taken aback. Not only had Lu Qi completed the test, but he had also achieved a perfect score. The steps and answers were exemplary. Remarkable. Gao Qiliang's expression transformed from anger to astonishment and admiration. You rascal. You are nothing short of a genius. Su Yunian could only scoff. If it were not for the assistance of the system, he would be nothing at all. This time, Lu Qi could finally rest assured and doze off in the classroom. Gao Qiliang studied his exam paper at the podium, becoming increasingly satisfied with each glance. After the evening study session came to an end, Lu Qi returned home, only to find a throng of people gathered ominously at the entrance of the living room. Chapter 62. Why should I forgive you? Lu Qi. Why are there so many people? See ya. Lu Yuanqing's voice boomed from the living room. Come here. As Lu Qi approached, Lu Yuanqing gestured towards the cluster of bodyguards before them. Did I not mention yesterday that I would assign each of you 3 bodyguards? Upon further reflection, I have decided to increase that number to 4 for enhanced safety. As the youngest in the family, you may choose first. Lu Qi surveyed the formidable group of over a dozen bodyguards, each exuding an air of icy detachment. Their demeanor suggested considerable skill and composure in crises. Without hesitation, Lu Qi selected 4 individuals whose robust appearances signified their toughness. Dad, I want these 4. Lu Yuanqing nodded. From this day forth, these 4 will be responsible for your protection. Yes, we pledge to safeguard the young master with our lives. Please bestow us our names. The 4 bodyguards proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. Names? They desire names as well. Lu Qi pondered. Naming was not his forte. What would be appropriate? Perhaps wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. No, that sounded odd, all being single characters. Let me think again. How about swift wind, torrential rain, thunderous roar, and flashing lightning? Lu Qi chuckled, recalling the 4 guards from a novel he had once read. Lu Yuanqing's lips twitched, feeling as if he were naming horses. Suddenly, imagery of a verdant prairie flooded his mind, with gallant steeds frolicking across the expanse. However, since it was his son's choice, he relented. Very well, swift wind, torrential rain, thunderous roar, and flashing lightning. You shall follow the young master and heed only his commands. Yes, with Lu Qi having selected his bodyguards, the older sisters began their own selection. The eldest, Lu Songning, already had her own guards and did not partake in the process. The second, third, fourth, and fifth sisters each chose their own protectors. Lu Yuanqing understood his daughters well. Each bodyguard not only possessed formidable skills, but also maintained an appealing appearance. Selecting unattractive guards would surely dampen the spirits of his beauty-conscious daughters and tarnish the family's image in public. Once everyone had made their selections, Lu Yuanqing instructed Chef Lao he to prepare a late-night meal. The family gathered around the dining table to enjoy the feast. Cheer, Lu Yuanqing began in 2 weeks. Winter vacation will commence. Your second sister will be heading to Laos for a concert, and I would like you and Songning to accompany her. Also to explore the exotic scenery. Lu Qingru, hearing her father's words, kept her head down, silent. Just days prior, her parents had discussed this matter with her. To avoid a potential disaster abroad, they could simply cancel the concert in Laos. However, having invested so much already, a hasty cancellation could severely damage her reputation. Given her global influence and devoted fan base, she feared disappointing them. Thus, attending the concert was unavoidable. Moreover, Lu Yuanqing strongly urged her to go, emphasizing 2 objectives: to ensure a successful concert for her fans and to uncover the masterminds behind her assistant Li Tian's treachery. Although Li Tian was detestable, she was merely a subordinate. The true instigator remained hidden and must be identified. Lu Qi's involvement was essential, as his insights would guide their actions and ensure the plan's success. What? You expect me to accompany Lu Qingru to Laos? Lu Qi exclaimed incredulously. I refuse to go. Why would I assist that foolish Lu Qingru? Her fate is of no concern to me. Guagua. Indeed, host, you must decline. Lu Qingru has consistently allied with Lu Jiang against you since your return to the Lu family. There's no need to assist such a fool. Lu Qi. Exactly. She constantly praises Jiang, calling me a bumpkin. Now that her precious Jiang is incarcerated, you expect me to help her? What delusion! Lu Yuanqing anticipated this response. Hearing Lu Qi's thoughts, he understood the situation entirely. The others were equally aware, turning their gazes toward Lu Qingru, who remained silent, her face alternating between crimson and pale. Lu Songning and the other sisters could not find words. Having previously engaged in similar behavior towards Lu Qi, Lu Yuanqing turned to Lu Qingru, his voice rising. Lu Qingru, as the elder sister, you lack any semblance of responsibility. If not for Cheer unveiling Lu Jiang's treachery, you would still be deceived and continue to harm him and our family. Do not hesitate to apologize to Cheer. Tears brimmed in Lu Qingru's eyes as she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. But I was unaware of the circumstances. How can you blame me? Had I known Lu Jiang was a treacherous wolf, would I have aided him? Lu Yuanqing retorted, recognizing your mistake necessitates rectification. As an elder sister, you should set an example. Standing, Lu Qingru blushed, turning toward Lu Qi y apologize. Lu Qi scoffed, resolutely refusing to accept her apology. You think a mere sorry suffices after how you treated me? What gives you the right to expect my forgiveness? The atmosphere grew tense, caught between the father and his children. Lu Yuanqing and his wife exchanged troubled glances. However, the blame lay squarely with Lu Qingru. If Lu Qi chose not to forgive her, there was little they could do. Lu Songning stepped forward to mediate. Cheer, please do not remain angry. This situation indeed rests upon your second sister, who, despite being an international star, seems to lack common sense. Lu Qi remained silent. Lu Songning continued, Cheer, I must also apologize. Before your return, I believed Lu Jiang's slander against you without investigation. When you selflessly came to my aid, I realized how undeserving I was of being an elder sister. Therefore, I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. I promise to amend my ways and ensure you suffer no further injustices. Lu Songning's heartfelt words prompted Lu Qi to glance at her. Her slender figure, fair complexion, and cascading brown waves transformed her from the icy corporate figure into a caring sister. Lu Qi recognized her genuine remorse. Her attitude had shifted since the kidnapping incident. However, while he could forgive Lu Songning, Lu Qingru's transgressions were beyond pardon. Chapter 63. My parents are so wonderful, I do not wish for their demise. Lu Songning poured a small glass of red wine, bringing it over to Lu Qi, and poured herself a glass as well. She said to Lu Qi, Brother Lu Qi, let us raise our glasses together, to forget our past grievances, to support each other, and to elevate our Lu family. At that moment, Lu Songning's exquisite beauty radiated with joy, her heart and gaze solely focused on Lu Qi, Brother Lu Qi. You're the hope of our Lu family and the pillar for your sisters. I have made mistakes in the past, yet I have come to recognize my errors. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Qi mused. I never expected that the cold and aloof CO would apologize to me. Guagua chimed in, host. Your elder sister is truly remorseful. After the kidnapping incident, you have both faced life and death together, and she is deeply grateful to you. She feels guilty about her previous misunderstandings towards you and has secretly vowed to protect her only brother from now on. Lu Qi replied, indeed, this is how a wise sister ought to behave. He raised his glass to toast Lu Songning, Cheer's elder sister. The family listened to the heartfelt exchanges between Lu Qi and Guagua. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Qi. He had endured so much suffering outside, only to return home and face disdain from his sisters. They realized it was essential to educate their daughters to treat their brother with kindness and respect. After all, he was to be their future support and foundation. Lu Songning felt elated that Lu Qi could forgive and accept her. The third sister, Lu Yanxin, the fourth sister, Lu Xiaoye, and the fifth sister, Lu Yonk, silently enjoyed pastries and juice, choosing not to speak. They had witnessed how much Lu Qi had endured and had come to see through Lu Jiang's treachery. Lu Qi was the one who truly protected the Lu family. Though they felt gratitude, it did not reach the level of openly seeking forgiveness like Lu Songning. Lu Qingru, blushing, took a while before saying, I know I was wrong, but having grown up with Jiang, I did not understand Lu Qi. When Jiang said Lu Qi was not a good person, how could I not believe him? If it were you, would you not do the same? Everyone harbored feelings of guilt. Lu Qi downed his glass of red wine, and, looking at Lu Qingru, coldly remarked, that is precisely why you are foolish. You do not trust your blood brother, yet you allow a counterfeit to sow discord, and he has succeeded. Lu Qingru retorted defiantly, Lu Qi, I am your second sister. How can you speak to me like that? Do you not understand respect? With a cold scoff, Lu Qi replied, now you acknowledge you are my second sister? Yet when others spoke ill of me, why did you not stand up and defend me? Lu Qingru stammered you. Can you not keep bringing this up? Seeing the siblings on the verge of an argument, Lu Yuanqing slammed the table and bellowed at Lu Qingru. Lu Qingru, can you not keep your mouth shut for once? I have told you privately to act like an elder sister and take good care of your brother. Yet here you are, stirring up trouble? Fool! Lu Qingru scolded. Begin to cry, Dad. Why are you yelling at me? I have already apologized to him, saying I misunderstood him because I was unaware of the truth. He refuses to forgive me. What else can I do? Pan Feng also shouted, Lu Qingru, be quiet. Just look at your behavior. Is that how one apologizes? You show no sincerity. If Cheer does not forgive you, it is well-deserved. Lu Yuanqing understood that Lu Qi had suffered and that his emotional wounds were not easily healed. He did not force him to forgive Lu Qingru, but instead said, it is late. Everyone should wash up and rest. Lu Qi returned to his room. After washing up, he lay on his large, comfortable bed, engaging in casual conversation with Guagua. Lu Qi remarked, it is simply impossible for Lu Qingru to expect my forgiveness. Guagua responded, indeed, host is correct. Forgiveness is out of the question. However, a trip to Laos could be in order. Lu Qi retorted, hey, whose system are you, Lu's or mine? Why do you always side with them? You think I'd be fooled into rescuing Lu Qingru? Not a chance. Guagua replied, host, according to the plot, if you do not rescue Lu Qingru, the Lu family will send a fortune to Myanmar in an attempt to save her, ultimately failing to rescue her. Your parents will fall ill from worry, leading to their tragic demise. Without the Lu family's support, your position as the young master will be lost. Lu Qi exclaimed, my parents are so wonderful. I do not wish for their demise. The life of a young master is so comfortable. I do not want to lose it. After a long pause, just as Guagua thought Lu Qi had come to a conclusion, Lu Qi added, no, it is too dangerous to go there. I would rather not be the young master of the Lu family. Do not morally blackmail me. Guagua reassured him, do not worry, host. You can safely make the trip. You currently have the 2 billion your father provided, which can be used to purchase intermediate combat strength. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Intermediate combat strength. How many can one person take on? Guagua explained, if the opponent is unarmed, you can easily take on 100 trained soldiers. With bodyguards of considerable strength, you could face over 50. Lu Qi gasped, wow, that is incredibly strong. If I obtain god-level combat strength, wouldn't I be able to sweep through thousands of troops? Guagua corrected him. No, host, with boss-level combat strength, you can sweep through armies. God-level combat strength reaches the realm of supernatural abilities, capable of slaying various fierce beasts. However, you currently cannot attain God-level combat strength. That requires 20 billion. Lu Qi scoffed. With 20 billion, what use would I have for being a war god? How much does intermediate combat strength cost? 2 billion? Can't I just skip to advanced or boss-level combat strength? Guagua replied, that is not possible. It must be obtained step by step, no shortcuts. Intermediate combat strength costs 2 billion, and your funds are just sufficient. Lu Qi suggested, let me buy it on credit. Guagua countered, that won't work, host. Last time you still owe the system Mall 1 billion. That was already on credit, and credit can only be taken once. Lu Qi proposed, if credit can only be taken once, then I will first repay the previous 1 billion, and take the 2 billion on credit now. Guagua hesitated. That seems unwise, host. Lu Qi threatened, if you refuse, I will not go to Laos, causing the plot to falter, leading to the Lu family's economic decline. And I will either die or take my own life. Let us see whom you will bind next. Guagua relented, fine deal. However, host, you must strive to earn money. Otherwise, if the main system discovers I have granted you such credit, I will face consequences. You would not want your adorable Guagua to perish, would you? Lu Qi agreed. All right, I promise to start a business after returning from Laos. Guagua responded cheerfully, yay. Lu Qi urged, hurry and upgrade the combat strength. Guagua complied, all right. Now, I will deduct 1 billion from your bank card. Originally, it was 999 yuan. Let the remaining 1 yuan be my tip. Lu Qi replied, no problem. 3 minutes later, ding. 1 billion deducted from the bank card. Ding. Upgrading to intermediate combat strength, upgrading in progress. A feeling of discomfort washed over him, akin to a complete overhaul of his body. Every bone and muscle ached, causing Lu Qi to grit his teeth in agony. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Brother Lu Qi, may I come and talk? Chapter 64. Intermediate combat power is impressive. Lu Qi. Was my elder sister thinking at this moment? Lu Qi, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, grabbed a tissue from the bedside table and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Weakly, he shuffled to the door and gently opened a crack. Addressing his sister outside, Lu Songning, he inquired, sister, what do you need? I've already undressed and am about to sleep, so it's inconvenient for me to open the door. Lu Songning glanced at Lu Qi, noting his flushed face and beaded forehead. Her expression was one of instant understanding. At 18, he was already a grown man. It was natural to have needs. Without a girlfriend, one must resolve such matters independently. Lu Qi. Why is my sister looking at me like that? No worries. I won't come in if it's inconvenient. I primarily wanted to give you this card. Lu Songning extended her hand, presenting Lu Qi with a black card. Confused, Lu Qi accepted the card. Sister, what is this? In a hushed tone, Lu Songning replied, shh, don't let anyone else hear. This card holds 500 million. Use it as you wish, dear brother. We have plenty of money in our family. Lu Qi. This. Sister, Lu Qi, you needn't be polite. I previously misunderstood you, but now I know you are a good person. Take the money. With that, Lu Songning departed, leaving Lu Qi behind the door in a state of bewilderment. Being the son of a wealthy family is truly delightful. Lu Qi calculated his wealth. When he first arrived home, his father had gifted him 1 billion, and his mother had given him 500 million. He swindled Lu Jiang out of 500 million and deceived Zhang Yong for 200 million. Later, his father provided him with 20 billion, and just now his sister had given him 5 billion. Thus, his total wealth amounted to 57 billion. With such riches, he could rank among the affluent. How fortunate to traverse this literary world. Oh, the pain. For a fleeting moment, the thought of his immense wealth allowed Lu Qi to forget the pain. However, after a minute, the searing agony returned in waves, causing him to grimace. Guagua. When I exchanged for basic combat power, it wasn't this painful. Host, the higher the combat power, the greater the physical suffering. It's akin to a thorough cleansing of your body's sinews and marrow, with martial arts techniques gradually being transmitted to you. Hence, some discomfort is to be expected. Lu Qi. Fine, I'll endure, but this is unbearable. Guagua, as my system. Don't you feel sorry for your hostess suffering? Guagua. Of course I feel for you, host. Please don't let there be any traps waiting for me. Lucci. If I must endure such pain to assist you in progressing through the narrative, travel to the kingdom of Laos and confront the scammers from northern Myanmar. You ought to provide me with a Gatling gun or something as a supportive tool. Otherwise, even with formidable combat power, I stand no chance against those armed with firearms. Guagua. Indeed, there are traps waiting for me here. Host, during peacetime, I cannot provide you with firearms, but I can offer you a cold weapon as a gift. I'll place it in the system's warehouse for you to use in case of danger. Lucci. What cold weapon? Guagua. A baseball bat. Lucci, damn. The painful sensations persisted for at least half an hour. Just as Lucci felt he might roll on the ground in agony, the pain abruptly vanished. Suddenly, he felt as though his entire bloodstream had been refreshed, free from any impurities. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him, lifting the burdens from his body. Descending from his bed, Lucci stood on the spacious floor of his bedroom and attempted to practice the techniques swirling in his mind. Wow, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. In an instant, he felt like a martial arts master. If he were to travel back to ancient times, he would surely be a great hero. After practicing 3 times, he noticed it was already midnight. Lucci leaped back onto his bed, effortlessly sinking into sleep within mere seconds. The following day, ding, 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 the alarm clock on the table blared. Lucci, lost in a dream of kissing a woman, was abruptly awakened, feeling quite irritable. With his eyes closed, he reached out to the table, but found nothing. Upon another attempt, his hand encountered the jubilantly bouncing alarm clock. Smack! Lucci slapped the alarm clock, silencing it, and returned to slumber. Host, you must wake up. You'll be late. Unable to rouse Lucci, Guagua switched to vibration mode, causing Lucci to feel dizzy. Finally, he begrudgingly arose. Chef Lauhi had prepared breakfast, and Lucci casually ate a little before instructing his driver, Shaoli, to take him to school. Behind the Rolls-Royce was a Maybach, which housed 4 of Lucci's bodyguards. As the car sped along the road, Lucci rolled down the window, relishing the breeze. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. Upon arriving at the classroom, he discovered Su Yunyang already seated there, diligently memorizing vocabulary. Lucci couldn't help but exclaim, "Alas, the school beauty is so beautiful. Comes from a good family and works so hard. I ought to learn from her." He retrieved his vocabulary book, pretending to flip through it. Seeing Lucci's demeanor, Su Yunyang reacted as though she had seen a ghost. The slacker was actually trying to study today. The next moment, she heard Lucci's thoughts. "I'm a rich second generation. Why should I bother? I'd rather sleep." Su Yunyang. Finally, the last period of the morning arrived. Lucci was about to lay his head down on the desk to continue his slumber when he saw the homeroom teacher, Gao Chiliang, enter with a mathematics book. Upon reaching the classroom door, he rolled the book into a cylinder, repeatedly tapping it against his palm. Once inside, he pointed the rolled book at the class, gesturing several times before bellowing, "Silence. Look at yourselves. What do you resemble? With the college entrance examination approaching, observe your attitude towards studying. You're all chattering away, unaware of the need to seize every moment for learning." Upon exiting my office, "Your noise was the loudest on this floor." Quiet. Lucci sighed, pondering when this arduous routine would come to an end. "Guava, just hold on a little longer, host. Only 2 weeks until the break." The balding Gao Chiliang's shouts echoed. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone lifted their heads, staring intently at Gao Chiliang. Lucci found this scene unremarkable. Such occurrences unfolded multiple times each day. History is astonishingly similar. In his previous life, during high school, his homeroom teacher was just as loud, yelling at students daily with nearly identical lines. "I have an announcement. Next week, our school will host a winter sports meeting. Students interested in participating in various activities should register with the Labor Committee as per previous year's tradition. Everyone should actively participate. Don't just focus on studying and turn into a bookworm." The class collectively responded. "Didn't you just say we need to seize every moment for studying?" Upon hearing about the sports meeting, Lucci felt invigorated. Sleeping in class was dull. Engaging in sports sounded far more entertaining. Not only did he enjoy sports, but it also meant no classes. Naturally, the latter was the primary draw. Just as he was about to raise his hand to express his intent to participate in every event, he suddenly spotted Principal Huang approaching the classroom door. Standing at the entrance, he gently knocked on the door with his right hand. He addressed Gao Qiliang, saying, "Professor Gao, pardon my intrusion. I am in search of Lu Qi." Lu Qi replied, "What do you need from me?" Chapter 65. Has the plan been discovered? Lu Qi exited the classroom and inquired of Principal Huang, "Is there something you need from me, Principal?" Principal Huang replied, "Your father just called and asked you to return home after school for an important matter." "Ah," Lu Qi responded, returning to the classroom, a sense of confusion stirring within him. What could have happened at home that warranted the principal's personal message? Guagua interjected, "Host, the police are at your home looking for you. They're currently waiting in the living room." Lu Qi asked, "What do the police want with me?" Guagua replied, "Naturally, there's something they need to discuss. You'll find out when you return." Lu Qi retorted, "Isn't that stating the obvious?" Eventually, the school bell rang, and Lu Qi returned home, where he indeed found 2 police officers present. After exchanging greetings, the officers explained their purpose. They were investigating the case concerning Wu Zuelan. Who is Wu Zuelan? She was the elderly lady who had sought Lu Qi's fortune-telling services by the Pearl Lake. During that session, Lu Qi had mentioned that her husband was buried beneath the apple tree in the neighbor's backyard. Consequently, Wu Zuelan reported this to the police. Upon investigation, they discovered a skeleton buried beneath the very tree. DNA testing confirmed it was indeed Wu Zuelan's missing husband. Lu Qi asked the officers, "You don't suspect me of being an accomplice, do you?" The lead investigator, Li Renan, cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Qi, his serious demeanor revealing a hint of skepticism. "Lu Qi, can you explain how you knew Wu Zuelan's husband was buried under the neighbor's apple tree?" Lu Qi thought, "Clearly, the police suspect me of complicity." Guagua affirmed, "Yes, host, it's only natural to suspect you, since you were the only one privy to that information." Lu Qi replied, "Officers, this may sound unbelievable, but I derived this knowledge from my fortune-telling." Li Renan interjected, "Lu Qi, believe in science and shun superstition. Please speak truthfully. Every word you say is being recorded, and any falsehoods will bear consequences." Nearby, Lu Yuanqing puffed on a fine cigar, harboring his own concerns. He was aware that his son was innocent and that the information had come from Guagua, the voice within him. However, such matters were too esoteric to convey to the police. Moreover, any insight into Lu Qi's inner voice could not be disclosed by any means. Those who heard Lu Qi's thoughts could only interpret them in their own way, unable to communicate directly, initially intending to remain silent. Lu Yuanqing felt displeased upon hearing Li Renan's stern tone. He addressed the officer, "Officer, my son never lies. He truly possesses the gift of fortune-telling and is remarkably accurate." Li Renan glanced at Lu Yuanqing, a well-known tycoon of the capital, yet he was renowned for his integrity and impartiality, unwilling to bow to any nefarious influences. Li Renan coldly stated, "Lu Qi, if you claim to be able to tell fortunes, then prove it to me." Lu Qi chuckled, "Officer, if I can demonstrate my fortune-telling abilities accurately, will that clear my name?" Li Renan remained silent, waiting for Lu Qi's proof. Suppressing a smile, Lu Qi said, "Officer, I can see that there is a hole in the big toe of your left sock." Cough, cough. Li Renan inexplicably began to cough. Standing beside him, Officer Wang Hong, responsible for recording the case, was also present. Lu Qi pointed at Wang Hong, stating, "Officer Wang, you are wearing red underwear today? A gift from your wife for your zodiac year. However, during your last assignment, you exerted yourself too much, and there is a hole on the left side of your underwear. Is my prediction accurate?" Cough, cough. Wang Hong also began to cough uncontrollably. Lu Qi continued, "Officer Li, before you came to my home, your front left tire was punctured by a nail, and you had to replace it at Yong'an Tire Factory. Am I correct?" Li Renan was speechless. Wang Hong was equally a loss for words. After a lengthy inquiry that yielded no results, the officers had no choice but to leave temporarily. After lunch, Lu Qi strolled around the yard before retreating to his room for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, at the police station, a police car was parked outside. Investigators Li Renan and Wang Hong were discussing Lu Qi's earlier claims. Wang Hong asked, Captain Li, this is truly astonishing. How did Lu Qi know about our private matters? Li Renan shook his head. I do not believe in fortune-telling, but this situation is undeniably peculiar. Let's focus on resolving Wu Zuolan's case first, and then investigate this young man. Understood, Captain. At the same time, Lu Qi was enjoying a deep slumber. In another part of town, Su Yunyang and her mother were seated in the living room, engaged in conversation. Yunyang, focus on your studies. I will handle everything else. Do not worry, as it may affect your exams, Xie Qing reassured her daughter. Having known about her husband's betrayal for some time, Xie Qing felt much calmer discussing the matter now. Su Yunyang shook her head. Mom, rest assured, my studies will not be affected. In fact, Su Jing's infidelity has motivated me to excel. I will prove to him that I am far superior to his mistress's daughter. In the future, I will show him that betraying the family and choosing a mistress is the gravest mistake he could make. Xie Qing nodded. Yunyang, do not feel any psychological pressure. These are adult matters. Just focus on your studies. Su Yunyang playfully shook her mother's arm, saying, Oh, Mom, when I say it won't affect my studies, it truly won't. In the last joint examination, I ranked 3rd. Gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University should be no problem. Xie Qing looked at her daughter with pride. No matter how difficult life became, as long as her Yunyang was happy, she felt fulfilled. In the days ahead, regardless of the challenges that awaited, as long as her daughter was by her side, she would have the courage to fight. Mom, how is the transfer of the company's assets going? Su Yunyang inquired of Xie Qing. Almost complete. I have been discreetly distributing funds under various investment pretenses and reclaiming them under the guise of failed investments, all without a trace. We now have the paternity test results, along with evidence and videos of the affair. We are ready to file for divorce, and he will have to leave empty-handed due to his infidelity, Xie Qing explained. Su Yunyang nodded. Mom, if we want to win this case, we need to hire a competent lawyer. Indeed, Xie Qing agreed. Su Yunyang added, during this time, make sure to have several bodyguards with you wherever you go. You can never be too cautious with those unscrupulous people. Xie Qing nodded. I understand. After conversing for a while, Su Yunyang went upstairs for a nap while Xie Qing attended to her own matters. In her cozy pink bedroom, Su Yunyang lay on her bed when suddenly she heard her father, Su Jing, return home. Curious, she stepped out of her bedroom and concealed herself at the corner of the staircase to eavesdrop on Su Jing's conversation with Xie Qing. She overheard Su Jing say, Darling, I've always said that my job is to provide for our family, while you should stay home and look beautiful. I've noticed you've been quite tired lately, and it pains me to see you this way. You always mention wanting to hike at the Great Buddha Temple, so for our anniversary tomorrow, I've canceled all my engagements and will take you to watch the sunset. Upon hearing this, Su Yunyang felt an inexplicable sense of panic rise within her. Why did Su Jinggang suddenly suggest taking his mother hiking? Could it be that he has uncovered our plans? Chapter 66. Eliminate them. Downstairs, Xie Qing feigned enthusiasm in response to her husband's warm invitation. Oh dear, tomorrow marks our wedding anniversary. How could I have forgotten? Thank you, my love, for remembering our special day each year. Su Jinggang approached her as he always did, embracing Xie Qing and retrieving a gift from his pocket. Nothing more than some gold and silver jewelry. As Xie Qing accepted the present, her smile concealed any pretense from Su Jinggang. After all, who couldn't act? Darling, where's Nian? Is she taking her afternoon nap? Su Jinggang inquired. Xie Qing gestured for silence. Shoo, she just fell asleep. Let us not disturb her. Understood, my dear. Is there anything to eat at home? I crave your cooking, he replied. Xie Qing smiled brightly. You've had a tiring business trip, dear. Please sit on the sofa while I prepare a meal for you. With that, she entered the kitchen. Su Jinggang settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Just then, a text message chimed, prompting him to glance toward the kitchen and silence his phone. In the kitchen, Xie Qing had already noticed Su Jinggang's little action, but she was indifferent. Let the scoundrel revel for a few more days. Soon, their marriage would be dissolved. After the divorce, he would experience the pain of betrayal, understanding the futility of his endeavors. After dinner, when Su Jinggang sought intimacy, Xie Qing excused herself, claiming she had plans with friends, and stepped outside. Once she departed, Su Jinggang felt irritated, sulking on the sofa. Zhao Min's text Messages began to flood in. Frustrated, he retreated to the bathroom to make a call. "Hello, darling. Have you mentioned the divorce to Xie yet?" Zhao Min's anxious voice erupted as soon as the call connected. "Please, stop rushing me. Divorce isn't that simple. I need time," Su Jinggang retorted, displeased. "I don't care. You must address this matter swiftly, or I shall ignore you," she insisted. "Fine, I understand. I will handle it as soon as possible," he replied helplessly. At the stairwell's corner, Su Yimian listened coldly to Su Jinggang's phone conversation. "You must think she is asleep. Scoundrel, I will ensure you and your mistress pay dearly for your actions." "Lu Qi, are you sure you want to sign up for every sports event?" During the break in Class 2 of senior year, Lu Qi waved his hand at the sports committee member, declaring, "As long as it's not a girls' event, I can participate in all of them." The sports committee member was left astounded, his mouth agape. "You want to participate in all events? Basketball, football, table tennis, long jump, shot put, 100-meter sprint for 100-meter relay, 1,500 m run, 3,000 m run. All of them?" Lu Qi nodded, every single one. His declaration sent the entire class into a frenzy. The school, in its encouragement for students to compete, imposed no limits on how many events one could enter. Yet, to have someone like Lu Qi sign up for every event was unprecedented. Whispers floated among classmates. "Isn't Lu Qi just a typical rich second generation? He spends all day napping at his desk. His grades are mediocre. How good can his athletic performance be? Look at him. Despite his stocky build, he must face significant wind resistance. Is he adept at any of these activities? Does it matter? His father is the largest shareholder of this school. He is just here to have some fun. Actually, I heard he excelled in sports at his previous school. He might place well. To achieve a ranking at our school is absurd. You know, many of our students got in through financial means, while others were recruited for their athletic prowess." True. Sai, being a rich second-generation kid is fantastic. He can sleep through class and just participate in sports for fun, without a care for his future. What can we do? Some people are simply fortunate to have a good father. Lu Qi absorbed every word of their hushed criticisms. His initial intent to join the sports activities was merely for enjoyment. However, hearing the doubts of his classmates ignited a competitive spirit within him. The more they insisted he could not win, the more determined he became to secure first place in every event. He would show them. It was also a chance to test the effectiveness of his recently enhanced martial prowess. As the class bell rang, Lu Qi rested his chin on his hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Turning his head, he noticed the school beauty, Su Yimian, entering the room. The sky-blue uniform did little to conceal her alluring figure. With a high ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, she exuded vitality. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, while her delicate nose was perfectly set upon her fair complexion, adding an air of elegance. Her rosy lips, naturally tinted, curled slightly upward, radiating youthful charm that compelled one to steal glances. She walked in gracefully, taking a seat beside Lu Qi, even someone like him, accustomed to the beauty of countless internet celebrities and stars, couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Wow, she truly is stunning." Su Yimian heard Lu Qi's unspoken admiration as she sat down, and though she remained silent, a hint of pride curled at the corners of her mouth. "Su Yimian, you seem in good spirits today," Lu Qi remarked. Of course. Su Yimian's mother, Xie, has meticulously prepared to confront the scoundrel and intends to deliver a heavy blow post-divorce, Guagua chimed in. "Why wait until after the divorce to strike? Wouldn't it be better to act beforehand?" Lu Qi queried. Before the divorce, she needs to secure various assets and utilize evidence of the scoundrel's infidelity to file for divorce, ensuring he leaves with nothing. Afterward, she can present the paternity test results to infuriate him, effectively employing a dual-pronged approach, Guagua explained. That sounds clever, but what if the scoundrel and his mistress hatch a scheme to harm her before the divorce? Once the original partner is out of the picture, the assets could be mostly theirs. Tomorrow, the scoundrel plans to take Xie hiking, intending to push her off a cliff and fabricate evidence of his own fall. Guagua revealed, that scoundrel truly deserves punishment. But what if Xie refuses to go hiking? Lu Qi countered. In that case, the scoundrel and his mistress will resort to Plan B, Guagua replied. What plan? Divorce. Zhao Min will send her cousin to approach Xie, woo her, shower her with kindness, gain her trust, and eventually record their intimate moments to send to Su Jinggang. This way, Xie will be the one to initiate the divorce. Is it possible that Xie and Su Yinyan's scheme has been uncovered by the scoundrel? Lu Qi queried. The matter of the assets remains unknown to him. However, he is aware of their intentions to divorce, Guagua clarified. Su Yinyan sat quietly, absorbing Lu Qi and Guagua's exchange. She couldn't fathom how Su Jinggang could be aware of her and her mother's plans, as they had never involved anyone else in their discussions. Eager to continue listening to Lu Qi's thoughts, she was interrupted as the teacher entered the classroom. Lu Qi, undeterred, continued to gossip with Guagua, now speculating about the teacher's attire. Su Yinyan thought to herself, ugh, such a pervert. At 9 o'clock, after returning home from evening study, her mother, Xie, awaited her on the sofa, watching television. Su Yinyan gestured for silence and began searching the house. The living room, bedroom, study, and bathroom. She searched thoroughly for over 10 minutes. Finally, she discovered something in Xie's bedroom. Chapter 67. What Came Close. A tiny voice recorder. Tucked away at the inward curling edge of the bedside table, it was nearly impossible to spot unless one was particularly observant. Su Yinyang swiftly removed the recorder, placing it on the ground and crushing it beneath her foot. Xie face paled in an instant. Nia. Does this mean that everything we discussed has been overheard by Su Jinggang and Zhao Min? Su Yinyang, too, felt a flicker of panic. However, recalling Lu Qi's heartfelt words, she reassured herself that Su Jinggang had not eavesdropped on their financial discussions. He only heard about Xie discovering his infidelity with Zhao Min and her desire for divorce. Xie's anxious heart finally found some solace. Fortunately, our conversation in the bedroom was brief and focused solely on the affair. Su Yinyang nodded in agreement. Thankfully, most of their discussions took place in her bedroom, where the scoundrel Su Jinggang had not yet stooped to placing a recorder. Otherwise, all their plans would have been in jeopardy. The mother and daughter duo agreed that the next day, Su Jinggang would use their wedding anniversary as an excuse to take Xie hiking, but she would feign a stomach ache to avoid going. They were curious as to how Su Jinggang would react. Su Yinyang said to Xie, Mom, tomorrow is the weekend. I'll accompany you to find a new place to live. We must temporarily move out and not give that scoundrel and his mistress any chance to harm us. Xie nodded in agreement. Su Yinyang then returned upstairs to complete her homework. In the study, as she reflected on recent events, tears nearly escaped her eyes for a fleeting moment, but she quickly stifled them. Now was not the time for vulnerability. It served no purpose. What she needed to do was diligently revise for her exams, aiming for a prestigious university to repay her mother and be her strongest support. Later that evening, Lu Qi returned home after his evening study session. His father was out for a dinner gathering, and his mother had gone to play mahjong. His elder, second, third, and fourth sisters had yet to return from their shopping spree, leaving only his fifth sister, Lu Yunka, at home, engrossed in writing. Inspired by Lu Qi's thoughts, she had begun crafting a novel centered around eavesdropping on inner voices, which she published on the Tomato platform. Her first showcase garnered over 1 million readers, much to her delight. When Lu Qi arrived home, Lu Yunka was happily typing away in the study. He had a small bowl of late-night snacks and took a shower before sinking in his warm, comfortable bed, listening to soft music. He picked up his phone and played a few solo games, but soon found them tedious and tossed the phone aside. Honestly, the quality of game development in this world is abysmal. I can't wait until after the college entrance exams. Once I return from my trip to Wagyu next week, I shall embark on my entrepreneurial journey. I can no longer endure this barren gaming world. Is there no joy left in living? The next morning, Su Jinggang returned home, either intentionally covering his tracks or preparing for their wedding anniversary. He donned a stylish black casual outfit, his hair slicked back with mousse, seemingly placing great importance on the occasion. He had even put on the rings they exchanged at their wedding. Upon entering, he called out loudly, "Wife, I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us have a meal before heading out for a hike." Yet, no one responded. Finding it odd, Su Jinggang pressed on, aware that Xie was merely feigning. Yet he expected her to at least pretend. Suppressing his discomfort, He called out again, "Wife. Wife." Still, there was no reply. Frustrated, he stormed up to the second floor and into Xie Qing's bedroom, only to discover she was not home. Enraged, he dialed her number multiple times, but she did not answer. Fuming, he slammed his phone onto the sofa and lit a cigarette, his demeanor icy as he smoked. By noon, Xie Qing had still not returned, and with Su Yunyang also absent, Su Jinggang angrily left the house. Meanwhile, Xie Qing and Su Yunyang were busy furnishing their newly rented apartment. It must be said, having money allows one to be quite extravagant. Just that morning, Xie Qing contacted a real estate agent she had met days prior, and by noon, they had secured a rental. The impressive efficiency was thanks to the agent's commission of 50,000 yuan. The property was a charming 3-story villa with an approximate area of 400 square meters. The landlord, eager to relocate abroad, wished to sell, but required time for the transfer process. Thus, Xie Qing and her daughter decided to pay a deposit to rent the place, intending to deduct it from the final payment once the transfer was completed. The villa was fully furnished in a modern style. In reality, they had little to add, merely a few plants and flowers to personalize their space. Once they had arranged everything to their liking, they settled on the sofa together. Su Yunyang suddenly burst into quiet laughter, prompting Xie Qing to join in. They found humor in picturing Su Jinggong's frantic search when he returned home to find him absent. "Mom, when do you plan to file for divorce?" Xie Qing replied, "Initially, I intended to wait until after your college entrance exams to avoid affecting your mood. However, seeing how strong you are, I feel there is no need to wait. I shall submit the petition tomorrow." Su Yunyang nadit, reselot, oldait. "Have you secured a lawyer?" Xie Qing responded, "Yes, I have found the most renowned divorce attorney in the country. Cheer, wake up and have breakfast. This afternoon, accompany me to an event." The morning sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Lu Qi to squint and abruptly press the remote control on his nightstand, drawing the curtains to block out the light. He dozed until midday, only roused by his mother Pan Feng's voice. After freshening up, he descended to the first floor for a meal. Everyone else had already risen and was having lunch, while Lu Qi alone enjoyed breakfast. Sitting at the expansive dining table, he surveyed the spread of delicacies and mused, "Ah, life is so much more pleasant without that counterfeit Lu Jiang around. If he were here, who knows how he'd torment me at this hour." Guagua chimed in that fraud, as the mastermind behind the kidnapping, is likely facing a minimum sentence of 5 years. Coupled with filing false police reports, he might end up serving 7 or 8 years. By the time he's released, your little one will likely be ready for school. Lu Qi replied, "Indeed, such a heartless person deserves to be imprisoned for several more years." As Lu Qi's thoughts turned to Lu Jiang, the family collectively recalled the situation. Lu Yuanqing and his wife felt a sense of dismay. Having spent 18 years raising a thankless child, after all those years of worry and investment, they found themselves betrayed by a bloodsucker intent on harming his own family. Lu Songning and several sisters also felt discomfort, harboring resentment towards Lu Jiang's callousness. Lu Yuanqing slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "When Lu Jiang's case goes to trial, none of us should attend. Such a person does not deserve our presence." Everyone nodded in agreement, though no one spoke further. Someone like him was not worth their words. After finishing his meal, Lu Qi suddenly recalled his mother's mention of an event, asking, "Mom, what kind of event are you taking me to?" "Pan Feng smilet affectionately, Tia. Today is a gathering for my mahjong friends. They will bring their children along, and I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to mingle and perhaps meet a suitable girl for when you start college." Lu Qi exclaimed, "What? Even the rich second generation faces marriage pressure?" Pan Feng continued, "My son, rest assured, I hold the character of my mahjong circle sisters in high regard. Their daughters, raised under such commendable influence, will certainly not lead to any mishaps." Lu Qi hastily shook his head. "Mom, I am still young. I do not wish to discuss such matters." Quickly, he sought an excuse to slip away. Finding little entertainment outside, he had Shaoli drive him to the arcade where he had previously enjoyed games. His father's 4 bodyguards followed closely in a Maybach. Upon arriving at the arcade, Lu Qi strolled around before selecting a game to engage in, a thrilling zombie shooting adventure. Bang! The bullets flew, and the zombies screamed in terror, collapsing in droves. Just as he was engrossed in the game, Lu Qi suddenly felt something soft pressing against him from behind, as if two entities had leaned into him. Chapter 68. The urban trap deepens. The scheming woman is deceived. What is this? So soft and fluffy. Lu Qi was puzzled. Moments ago, in his quest for gaming comfort, he had summoned his 4 formidable bodyguards, chasing wind, storm, thunder, and lightning, to wait outside the gaming hall. With them around, no one could dare approach him. Turning around, he quickly realized the source of his distraction. Zhao Feifei, the sworn enemy of Su Yunyan, had inexplicably drawn near. She exclaimed. Upon noticing Lu Qi's gaze, she hastily clutched her chest and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Lu Qi. I didn't mean to bump into you. Someone pushed me just now, Zhao Feifei said, glancing around before shouting, which blind fool nearly knocked me over. The arcade was bustling with noise, and no one responded to her outburst. Zhao Feifei raised her voice again. Are all of you deaf? Who intentionally bumped into me just now? The crowd continued to amuse themselves, some casting her a fleeting glance, while others remained oblivious. Lu Qi, I truly apologize. I have no idea who pushed me, leading to this collision, Zhao Feifei said, feigning innocence, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. Lu Qi chose to ignore her, engrossed in his game. Such a scheming woman was hardly worth his attention. Acknowledging her would be an affront to his dignity. Gaming was far more engaging. Unfi, bang, zombies. I'm down. Seeing that her flirtation was failing as Lu Qi remained focused on his game, Zhao Feifei decided to move closer, deliberately pressing against Lu Qi's arm. Surprised, she remarked, Wow, Lu Qi, you play this game too? I often struggle to pass the levels. You're impressive. Completing tasks extends the time. Lu Qi. Get lost. Abruptly, he stepped away. Zhao Feifei leaned sideways, nearly stumbling as she followed him. Pretending to be upset, she exclaimed, Hey Lu Qi, why did you suddenly walk away? I almost fell. In that instant, Lu Qi contemplated simply leaving, but a new idea struck him. Haha, why not toy with someone like Zhao Feifei? Then, he could trample on her pride and infuriate her. She should know her place. She was the daughter of a mistress who disrupted other families. Did she think she could play games with him? Clearly mistaken. He was a some lovesick fool like Lu Jiang. He was an actor, and he would perform until she lost her mind. Feigning ignorance, Lu Qi loudly declared, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice earlier. Zhao Feifei perked up at his words, realizing there was potential for her. With a playful pout, she moved closer once more. Lu Qi suppressed his disgust and continued gaming, while Zhao Feifei settled onto a nearby chair. Suddenly, Lu Qi turned to her and asked, Are you deliberately getting close to me because you want to pursue me? Zhao Feifei's cheeks flushed, adopting a coy demeanor. Oh dear, you've discovered my little secret. I really do want to know if you would agree. Lu Qi chuckled, but I already have someone I want to study with. Feigning curiosity, Zhao Feifei inquired, Who is it? Lu Qi pondered. He hadn't met many girls here and didn't particularly fancy anyone. However, the icy visage of Su Yunyan suddenly flashed in his mind. Leaning closer to Zhao Feifei, he whispered, Su Yunyan, the school beauty, so stunning. Who wouldn't like her? Su Yunyan? Had Lu Qi mentioned anyone else, Zhao Feifei might not have reacted so strongly. But Su Yunyan was different. Zhao Feifei felt a surge of unbridled fury. She was determined to win Lu Qi over, vowing not to rest until she did. The mere thought of Su Yunyan infuriated her. Yet, while Zhao Feifei seethed inwardly, she maintained a sweet and gentle facade. Oh dear, there are other school beauties besides her. Why must you like her? You could like me too. I'm also a school beauty. Lu Qi considered her words, nodding. I think you are more beautiful than her. It's not impossible, but I can be rather proud, so you'll have to pursue me. Zhao Feifei giggled. Lu Qi, you're quite the joker. What should I do? Lu Qi pretended to deliberate. Oh, I think I'll pass. Su Yunyan is quite good. It's best not to break her heart. Zhao Feifei was incensed. Just tell me what I need to do for you to be with me when we're at university. Lu Qi ceased his gaming, turning to face Zhao Feifei earnestly. Feifei, you know I'm the son of a wealthy family. My family is quite affluent, but here I'm constantly overshadowed by Lu Jiang. On top of that, he has a fiancée, my classmate, the school beauty Su Union. Can you imagine how infuriating that is? Zhao Feifei scrutinized Lu Qi's expression, searching for any signs of deceit. As he spoke with fervent indignation about Lu Jiang, she found her belief solidifying. She understood the crux of their conflict. Lu Qi was the son of a billionaire, blessed with wealth beyond measure. He was tall and handsome, and Zhao Feifei recalled how effortlessly he had defeated numerous opponents in a recent brawl. If she could secure a marriage with Lu Qi, she would surpass all her suitors. While her family was decent, it paled in comparison to the Lu family. If she could forge a connection with Lu Qi, her father would regard her with newfound respect. The thought of Su Yunion's reaction fueled her delight. To assure Zhao Feifei of his sincerity, Lu Qi affectionately patted her head and said, "Feifei, I have high hopes for you. You understand." Zhao Feifei nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Monday arrived, and the Winter Sports Festival commenced as scheduled. Zhao Feifei, as the event's host, had donned heavy makeup and a fitted cheongsam. She was truly beautiful, her figure exceptional, though the sun shone in the winter sky. Its warmth was scant. Yet, Zhao Feifei was determined to shine. With her head held high and her voice clear, she hosted the event without a hint of the cold. Lu Qi stood listlessly among his classmates, microphone in hand. A curious student asked what the microphone was for, but Lu Qi remained silent. Moments later, Zhao Feifei, addressing the entire audience, boldly declared, "Now, I would like to take this opportunity to say something personal to Lu Qi from Class 3-2. Lu Qi, I wish you the best in your college entrance exams. Let us aim for our dream university together." Her declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. The teachers find it amusing. These vibrant and youthful children are indeed bold. Amidst the students, excitement erupts. What? Zhao Feifei has publicly confessed her feelings to Lu Qi? The renowned Zhao Feifei, one of the school's two most beautiful flowers, actually has someone she admires? Oh my. Pinch me, my heart is about to shatter. Ha ha ha. Lu Qi's lips curl into a smile as he finally puts the microphone to good use. Zhao Feifei, he asks loudly, "Is what you said true? Are you not joking?" Feeling somewhat bashful in front of so many people, Zhao Feifei recalls the encouragement Lu Qi offered her the previous Saturday, urging her to be a brave girl and confess her feelings. Instantly, she finds her courage. "Lu Qi, I mean it sincerely. I truly wish to attend university with you and walk together into the future." Lu Qi inquires once more, "Are you certain?" "This is not ist." Zhao Feifei affirms, "I am certain. Absolutely." She then addresses her fellow classmates. Lu Qi has successfully advanced to the semi-finals of The Voice of Huaxia. And now, let us welcome Lu Qi to perform his advancing song for everyone. Amidst the cheers, Lu Qi takes the stage with a microphone in hand. He surveys the crowd, a sea of faces before him. Yet, this spectacle does not intimidate him. In his previous life, he had sung on numerous grand stages. This little platform? Not a chance of fear. Clearing his throat, he projects with clarity and strength. Everyone's time is precious, so I shall forego singing. However, I would like to impart a message to my classmates. Please do not emulate Zhao Feifei. With the college entrance examination approaching, it is inappropriate to express such sentiments to boys. We ought to focus on our studies and contribute to the prosperity of our great nation. As far as I know, Zhao Feifei's academic performance has consistently been among the lowest in our class. I must urge you, Zhao Feifei, to dedicate yourself to your studies. Education should be your priority. And let me also clarify, I do not harbor any affection for you. If I were to seek a girlfriend in university, I would prefer someone akin to Su Union, pure, sweet, and adorable. As for someone like you, with your numerous ulterior motives, I would rather not waste another glance. Hence, in front of all the faculty and students, my answer to you is, I decline. Chapter 69, but why would he help me? Lu Qi finished speaking, elegantly descending the stage, leaving Zhao Feifei in a state of bewilderment, dumbly clutching the microphone as she stood there. Once she regained her composure, she found herself suddenly unsteady, almost toppling over. Fortunately, the male host beside her was quick-witted and supported her from behind. Despite her makeup, her youthful, fair complexion flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Having intentionally overlooked the biting cold of winter, Thinking she looked beautiful today, she now shivered as a gust of frigid wind swept over her. Inside, it felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling and gnawing at her, causing her immense pain. She felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. In the next moment, tears threatened to spill forth. Lu Qi, you scoundrel, you dare to plot against me. Do I have a vendetta against you? Yet, in front of so many people, she could not afford to cry. If she did, it would solidify the situation, and she would become the laughingstock of all. Even after the college entrance exams, she would still be mocked for this moment. Thus, after a brief shock and anger, Zhao Feifei swiftly adjusted her expression into a smile and proclaimed to the audience, "Classmates, what just transpired between Lu Qi and me was merely a skit. A playful jest, a small segment of our program. Our intention is to convey the importance of diligent study. Nothing else matters now, but education is paramount. If there is someone you admire, wait until you reach university to pursue them." The audience, having erupted in chaos at Lu Qi's words, found themselves momentarily at a loss upon hearing Zhao Feifei's explanation. After a brief silence, the commotion resumed, splitting the crowd into two factions. Some believed Zhao Feifei was confessing her feelings, merely seeking an escape after being rejected. Others speculated that it was a ruse between her and Lu Qi. For how could such a beautiful campus belle say such things without eliciting a reluctant acceptance? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Lu Qi returned to his place in the classroom, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. The campus beauty, Su Yunyang, stared at him in disbelief, puzzled as to why he would orchestrate such a scene. Was he truly helping me? But why would he do so? After all, we were merely ordinary desk mates. Could it be that he actually harbors feelings for me? Otherwise, why would he assert in front of the entire school that he would choose someone like me as a girlfriend if given the chance in university? He even described me as pure and sweet. At this thought, Su Yunyang's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson than Zhao Feifei's embarrassment on stage. Lu Qi, facing the astonished, shocked, and even resentful gazes of his classmates, stood confidently at his desk. Su Yunyang stood among the girls, a few rows ahead of Lu Qi, unable to resist. She glanced back at him. When their eyes met, she quickly turned away, feigning interest in the podium. Guagua host, your assistance to Su Yunyang against Zhao Feifei will surely earn her gratitude. Lu Qi, I'm not helping her. I simply cannot abide Zhao Feifei's character. I know her greatest concern is being outshone, so I deliberately used her to undermine her. Guagua, hee, I never realized you could be so benevolent. Lu Qi, there are many things you have yet to discover. Listening to Lu Qi's inner thoughts, Su Yunyang felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. To speak so boldly against Zhao Feifei in front of thousands of students and teachers must have made Zhao Feifei immensely uncomfortable. Well done. Zhao Feifei's mother is a mistress, disrupting another's home, and she herself is no paragon of virtue. She deserves such treatment. Su Yunyang stole another glance at Lu Qi. Why did he seem so cool today, particularly pleasing to the eye? It was proven that intermediate combat prowess was indeed formidable. Although his combat abilities had yet to be tested practically, Lu Qi dominated every event at the school sports meet, effortlessly claiming first place in long-distance running, sprints, shot put, and standing long jump. For Lu Qi, each event felt like child-esque play, requiring little exertion. Even when he possessed only basic combat skills, he had never experienced such ease. Now, he felt light and agile, completing a day of exercise without fatigue. In no time, Lu Qi became the most remarkable presence at the school. As the son of the city's wealthiest family, his status alone rendered him untouchable. Coupled with his dazzling performance at the sports meet, the entire school recognized that Lu Qi was not just a wealthy heir, but an exceptionally talented one as well. Many students at the school were not ordinary, but rather recruited athletes, nearly at the provincial level. Yet, even they were swiftly outmatched by Lu Qi. After 3 days of the sports meet, Lu Qi received so many awards that his hands grew sore from collecting them. The adoring girls in the audience were entranced, their eyes sparkling as they watched him receive his accolades. Each one reserved a special place in their hearts for Lu Qi, who, over the 3 days, became universally acknowledged as the school's heartthrob. However, This transient fame held little significance for Lu Qi, as he participated in the sports meet purely for his love of athletics. Yet, this was not the primary reason. The most crucial factor was his desire to verify just how formidable his intermediate combat prowess truly was. Following the sports meet, the final exams commenced. During the examination, Lu Qi thoroughly experienced Guagua's prowess. He answered every objective question in Chinese correctly. For the subjective questions, such as those requiring reading comprehension, Guagua provided him with modified correct answers for Lu Qi to write down. In the essay section, Guagua composed a response while Lu Qi merely adjusted it to reflect his own voice. He achieved full marks in English for the objective questions, crafting a casual essay on his own. For other subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry, he simply filled in the original answers. However, he intentionally left the later, more complex questions unanswered, as he did not wish to excel too conspicuously and draw undue attention from the school. Aiming to secure a position near the top, he did not need to be first. After the final exams, the holiday began. Heir, Friday is the day your second sister goes to Laos for a concert. Pack your things. You'll be flying there tomorrow with your elder and second sisters. Arriving a couple of days early will allow for better preparation for the concert, preventing any last-minute issues. Pan Feng advised Lu Qi that evening. He then turned to Lu Songning and Lu Qingru, asking, "Do you both have everything ready?" Both Lu Songning and Lu Qingru shook their heads in unison, indicating all was prepared. Lu Yuanqing reassured his 3 children, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Upon your arrival in Laos, someone will be there to assist you. Your bodyguards will accompany you, and I have also added 20 more personnel for your safety, along with hiring a security company to ensure your safe travels. You 3 will leave tomorrow, and I will join you on Friday, the day of the concert." Lu Qi nodded. Initially reluctant to assist Lu Qingru, he resolved to go for the sake of his parents and the future of the Lu family. Furthermore, during his time in the real world, he had witnessed the harm inflicted upon many of his compatriots in northern Myanmar. He intended to seize this opportunity to address those issues. The following morning, the 3 of them boarded a plane to Laos, accompanied by their bodyguards and 20 additional personnel. Chapter 70, How to Fight. Lu Qi, Lu Songning, and Lu Qingru, accompanied by their respective bodyguards and 20 hired thugs arranged by Lu Yuanqing, boarded a flight to Laos. As the airplane ascended, Lu Qi gazed out at the cerulean sky and fluffy clouds, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. In the reality before he traversed into this narrative, he had a dear brother who, shortly after graduating from university, fell victim to a scam in northern Myanmar, where he engaged in fraudulent activities. Eventually, due to poor performance, he was brutally killed by the local syndicate. The loss of his brother profoundly impacted Lu Qi, who vowed that if he possessed the power, he would obliterate that syndicate. However, in the real world, before he could even begin to enact his revenge, he had already perished. The desire for vengeance dissipated into mere shadows of hope. To his astonishment, upon entering this narrative, he discovered a parallel world with its own version of northern Myanmar, rife with similar nefarious activities. The hatred that had long simmered within him reignited fiercely. This journey to Laos was but a preliminary reconnaissance. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he was determined to eradicate the scourge of northern Myanmar. On board the flight, Lu Songning reassured the visibly anxious Lu Qingru, "Fear not, upon our arrival in Laos, we shall be met by our contacts. Father has arranged for a security company there. All shall be well." Lu Qingru nodded, though the thought of being a target for scammers still sent ripples of unease through her heart. To avoid raising suspicions, she instructed her assistant, Li Tian, to make the necessary arrangements in Laos, just as she had done for concerts in other countries. Upon her arrival, she could seamlessly check into her hotel and prepare for the concert. After a flight of 4.5 hours, they arrived in Vientiane, the capital of Laos. As they exited the airport, they were greeted by Li Tian, holding a sign and flanked by 2 hotel staff members. Behind them, hundreds of reporters and social media influencers eagerly awaited their arrival, cameras at the ready to capture every moment. Upon seeing Lu Qingru emerge with her sister Lu Songning and brother Lu Qi, a fleeting expression of confusion and anger crossed Li Tian's face, quickly replaced by delight. She masked her emotions with a bright smile, calling out, Qingru, Qingru, over here. I'm right here. Lu Qingru responded with her own radiant smile. Their reunion commenced with a warm embrace. Li Tian, in a playful tone, teased, "Oh Qingru, how lovely it is that you and your siblings share such a close bond. Your sister and brother have come along to accompany you for your concert in Laos." Lu Qingru feigned innocence, replying, "Oh, they're not here to accompany me. My sister is here for business negotiations, and my brother is merely here to broaden his horizons. They're not concerned with accompanying me." Li Tian expressed her regret. "I was unaware they were coming. I didn't prepare accommodations for them. Should I assist in arranging their hotel?" Lu Qingru shook her head. "There's no need. They have already booked their hotel and won't be staying with me." Li Tian lamented, "Oh, how could they have booked their hotel in advance? It would be so much better for everyone to stay together." Lu Qingru chuckled. "You know my sister prefers tranquility over noise." "Ah, yes, your sister does favor peace." "Well, it matters not. They're not far away. Should anything arise, a phone call will suffice." As they conversed, they made their way outside. Lu Qi observed Li Tian's retreating figure and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Lu Qi thought, TSK, that's the notorious Li Tian. Beguilingly charming, yet wickedly malicious. Guagua remarked, "Indeed. Just earlier, when she spotted you and your sister beside Qingru, her emotions were tumultuous. At first, she feared you would disrupt her plans, but then she seemed pleased, as it presented an opportunity to ensnare you for northern Myanmar." Lu Qi replied, "No matter. We shall feign ignorance and quietly observe her performance. Once she completes her routine, we shall deal with her abroad." Hundreds of reporters encircled them, shouting questions. "Miss Lu Qingru, what are your expectations for this concert?" "Miss Lu, your concert is in 2 days, yet you have arrived in Laos today to familiarize yourself with the local culture. Could you disclose which hotel you will be staying in?" The barrage of inquiries continued as Lu Qingru's bodyguards and the 20 hired thugs formed a barrier to prevent the journalists from encroaching. Following Li Tian's arrangements, the group proceeded to the largest hotel in Vientiane, the Mufan Hotel, for lunch. After their meal, Lu Qingru and Li Tian exchanged notes regarding the concert preparations, visiting the venue and rehearsing with the dancers. While Lu Qingru rehearsed at the stadium, Lu Songning remained anxiously by the concert hall, accompanied by their bodyguards. The 20 hired thugs were also present, and the security personnel arranged by Lu Yuanqing had arrived, numbering at least 70 to 80. Lu Yuanqing called Lu Qi, instructing, "Son, the 80 personnel from the security company and the 20 thugs are under your command. You must ensure the safety of your sisters." Lu Yuanqing entrusted this critical responsibility to Lu Qi, believing he possessed the requisite intelligence and, with Guagua's assistance, could foresee dangers. Lu Qi assured his father, "Father, leave the 20 thugs to me. The security personnel can be managed by my sister. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps." Though somewhat apprehensive, Lu Yuanqing was heartened by Lu Qi's confidence. He cautioned, "Son, remember, this is not our homeland. We must remain vigilant, prioritize safety, and should any issue arise, contact the authorities immediately. I shall arrive in Laos tomorrow." Lu Qi nodded. "Do not worry, Father. I will handle everything." After ending the call, Lu Qi, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, continued to explore the area, indulging in local delicacies and purchasing fresh goods. The grilled skewers were delightful, cleaner than those from other countries, and the offerings were refreshingly fresh. Lu Qi's bag brimmed with treasures, and the bodyguards, named Chasing Wind, Storm, Thunder, and Lightning, also filled their bags to capacity. As they observed their bulging pockets, the bodyguards exchanged exasperated glances, contemplating the impracticality of their situation should an emergency arise. However, Lu Qi remained unconcerned, confident that Guagua would guide them smoothly through any potential pitfalls. After enjoying their day, Lu Qingru's rehearsal concluded, and the trio gathered once more at the Mufan Hotel for dinner. As the dishes were served, Li Tian found an excuse to step out. Chapter 71. The deceivers are all among us. Lu Songning felt a twinge of concern as she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, creating a new group chat. The participants included herself, Lu Qi, and Lu Qingru. Lowering her gaze, she began to send a message to the group. ensuring that any pertinent information would be promptly shared among the three. Lu Qi, is Li Tian about to make her move? Should we still go ahead with dinner? Is there a chance the food could be tampered with? Lu Qi glanced up at Lu Songning, offering her a reassuring look. He replied, Sister, during dinner, let us avoid the central plate of stir-fried okra and fluffy eggs, and don't drink the tomato egg drop soup. It contains a sedative. The other dishes should be fine to consume. Lu Songning responded, understood. The trio quietly enjoyed their meal. At that moment, Li Tian returned, explaining that she had been out organizing matters related to the concert. Lu Qingru chose not to expose her, as the plan was to uncover her accomplices before revealing her true colors. Qingru, after dinner, I'll take you to the beach for some fun. We can rest at the hotel afterward, and tomorrow we'll take a day off before the official performance the day after. Lu Qingru nodded, rising from her seat and walking over to Li Tian, placing a hand on her shoulder, feigning the same warmth as before, seemingly oblivious to the impending events, thereby alleviating Li Tian's suspicions. Tian, you truly are my wonderful assistant, managing everything so meticulously. Li Tian smiled brightly, of course. When will you arrange for me to have a golden assistant trophy? Lu Qingru laughed. After this concert concludes, I'll grant you a short vacation, a week in the Maldives. Li Tian gasped with delight. Ah, the Maldives, Qingru, you are too kind. Lu Qingru replied, it's only fitting. After all, you treat me so well, my dear sister. Li Tian failed to detect any underlying implications in her words. Turning to Lu Songning and Lu Qi, she suggested, Songning, Qi, since you've come all this way, why not join us for some fun? Lu Songning shook her head, coldly stating, no, I have matters to attend to this evening. Lu Qi disregarded Li Tian entirely, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Qingru patted Li Tian's shoulder, saying, let us go. Once they exited, Lu Qi and Lu Songning followed suit. Outside the hotel, Lu Qi leaned closer to Lu Songning and whispered, tonight, Lu Qingru will be drugged and taken to northern Myanmar, but not while we are at the beach. It will happen after we check into the hotel. Sister, when the time comes, you must. Lu Songning nodded, I understand. Be cautious. Indeed, sister. Just focus on your own tasks. Do not worry about me. Night soon enveloped the surroundings. Lu Qingru was enjoying herself at the beach, and after becoming fatigued, she returned to the Langbilabang Hotel with Li Tian. Lu Qi was staying at the adjacent hotel with little to occupy his time. He busied himself with the novelty items he had purchased earlier in the day. At 11:30, while reclining in bed and listening to music, Lu Qi recalled the words spoken to him by Guagua during the day. Host, at 12:10 tonight, someone will disguise themselves as Lu Qingru and deliberately make a phone call to create the illusion that she has left the hotel. At 12:20, once her second sister Lu Qingru has gone to sleep, someone will rush in from the bathroom partition, drug her, and proceed with the kidnapping. The abductors will exit through a secret passage in the hotel, emerging in a dilapidated storefront at the north end of the street, where several trucks will be parked for vegetable deliveries. They will conceal Lu Qingru among the vegetables to escape unnoticed. Calculating the time, it was nearly upon him. Lu Qi rose from his bed, heading to the bathroom. Guagua. Host, there are hidden cameras in the bathroom as well. Lu Qi, how disgusting. They even watch people when they relieve themselves. Such hotels are truly sinister. It's no wonder people often go missing while traveling abroad. Many might have been taken in this manner. Guagua. Host, take 2 steps forward at a 45-degree angle to your left. There is also a hidden door. This hotel is identical to the Langbilabang Hotel next door. Luki, dumb. What a den of thieves. Guagua. The thieves are already in the monitoring room, observing your every move in the room. Once you fall asleep, they will employ the same method used on your second sister to abduct you. Lu Qi. Perfect if I'm locked up with Lu Qingru. I can follow the trail and discover who is behind this. After using the restroom, Lu Qi intentionally made a phone call from his room. Hello, sister. I'm quite hungry. Could you send someone to bring me some late-night snacks? After hanging up, Lu Qi lay back on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. At that moment, a faint mist of sedative wafted through the window as crevice. Lu Qi held his breath, ensuring that none of the mist entered his lungs. Yet he appeared to be unconscious. With an intermediate combat prowess, Lu Qi possessed numerous advantages. Beyond feeling light and agile, accomplishing tasks with ease, He also had the remarkable ability to hold his breath for approximately 30 minutes. This skill was unknown to him until today, as he had never encountered a situation that required it. It was only upon learning of the impending sedative that the system deemed it necessary to remind him. It was uncertain whether this was a temporary buff bestowed by the system or an inherent skill of his intermediate combat proficiency. Lu Qi heard the bathroom door creaking open, footsteps entering cautiously. Judging by the sound, there seemed to be 4 or 5 individuals. Someone reached out to check Lu Qi's breath, sneering, "Huh? So what if he's the son of a wealthy family? Outside there are 4 bodyguards and 20 thugs, utterly useless. They won't even know he's gone. Ha ha." Another voice chimed in, "Huh? By the time this kid wakes up, he'll be in the compound. I bet he'll scream like a baby. Scared? I reckon he'll wet himself, crying for his mommy." Lu Qi felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the plans ahead, he would have leaped up and given this bunch of fools a sound thrashing. Listening to their conversation, it was clear they were all fellow countrymen. Indeed, those who deceive are often their own kin. "Move him! Move him!" Lu Qi sensed himself being lifted by 2 individuals, taken through the bathroom and into a secret passage. They navigated through a maze of twists and turns. "Guagua, how long have we been in this tunnel?" "Host, we've been walking for 12 minutes. This tunnel is rather extensive." "Host, we are about to exit the tunnel and enter a dilapidated storefront. This location is primarily used for wholesale vegetables, serving as a cover for smuggling people into northern Myanmar. Put him down here. Bring over the burlap sack. Put on. Hurry up. Move it, you idiots, faster." Lu Qi felt a burlap sack enveloping him as 2 individuals tossed him into a cargo compartment filled with vegetables. Chapter 72. Entering the fray, Lu Qi was unceremoniously tossed into the back of a truck, fortunately cushioned by a thick layer of vegetables. When the produce made contact with his skin, he felt no pain. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as another object was hurled into the truck, striking Lu Qi. He bit down hard on his lip to stifle a cry of agony. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the gloom. "Drive straight to the old location. Brother Yang will send someone to assist us." Lu Qi felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't that the voice of that vile Li Tian? "Indeed, host. It is Li Tian. And she is also on this truck," Guagua confirmed. With a clang, the truck's door slammed shut, and soon after, the vehicle roared to life. Lu Qi opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. He raised his hands and gently pried open the burlap sack in which he was confined. The sack was riddled with tiny holes, allowing him to breathe comfortably, though the overwhelming scent of vegetables was dizzying. With minimal effort, he sat up amidst the pile of greens. The truck sped ahead, trailed by several other cargo vehicles. The driver believed that the trucks behind were filled with their own men, utterly unaware that Lu Qi had arranged for 20 thugs and 40 security personnel to accompany him. Originally, his father had organized a total of 80 security personnel, but Lu Qi chose to take only 40, reserving the rest to safeguard Lu Sanglin. Earlier that day, while indulging in various distractions and acquiring unusual trinkets, Lu Qi had orchestrated the arrangement of both the thugs and security staff. As the vehicle raced along, Guagua narrated their journey, detailing their surroundings. Lu Qi remarked, "While I can envision the places we've traversed through your descriptions, nothing compares to experiencing them firsthand. Can't you? Like other systems and novels, not only provide commentary, but also present the scenes visually? While it is not impossible, my current capabilities prevent me from doing so." "I require an upgrade," Guagua replied. "And how might you achieve that upgrade?" Lu Qi inquired. "Well, host, to be candid, I need melon coins for my upgrade," Guagua admitted with a chuckle. "Do you think I would let you swindle me out of my melon coins?" Lu Qi retorted. "No, really, host, I genuinely require those coins. I had hoped to discreetly consume some of your melon coins to facilitate my upgrade, but you caught me, hence my inability to progress," Guagua explained. "How many melon coins do you need for an upgrade?" Lu Qi pressed. "As a basic melon system, I can only narrate gossip through text. Upgrading to an intermediate system would allow me to present that information in video form, making it far more engaging. Achieving a higher level would enable me to project live gossip scenes visually. I could choose whom to show, reveling in their astonishment. The intermediate upgrade costs 100,000 melon coins, while the advanced level requires 10 million, Guagua elaborated. I will provide the funds. Expedite your transformation into an advanced melon system, Lu Qi commanded. Oh my! Host, you truly are my benefactor, Guagua exclaimed as it deducted 10 million from Lu Qi's account to commence the upgrade. During the upgrade process, Lu Qi glanced at the burlap sack beside him. He nudged it slightly, opening it further. Inside lay not the real Lu Qingru, but rather a decoy, arranged by Lu Songning. The substitute bore only a faint resemblance to Lu Qingru, yet, after the skilled application of makeup, could easily be mistaken for her by a casual observer, Li Tian included. However, the substitute was genuinely unconscious. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the vehicle finally reached the designated location set by the kidnappers. With a creak, the truck came to a halt. At this juncture, Guagua successfully upgraded to an advanced melon system, capable of seamlessly switching between verbal and video descriptions, or even combining both functions, narrating while displaying footage. Host, observe the situation outside, Guagua instructed, providing a visual feed of their surroundings. Several identical trucks lined the roadside, differentiated only by their license plates. Across the street, a pickup truck stood idle, where a bearded man leisurely puffed on a cigar. This man is Yang Shicheng, the brother Yang mentioned by Li Tian. In truth, he is the scion of a wealthy family from Laos. He previously pursued your second sister, Lu Qingru, not out of affection, but merely for amusement, intending to hand her over to the Northern Myanmar cartel. However, Lu Qingru found him unappealing, leading to his countless failed attempts to win her over. Now, harboring resentment, he plans to tarnish her reputation before delivering her to the cartel, Guagua explained. Is he not akin to that incompetent Zhang Yong, who delights in ruining reputations? How utterly repugnant. So he is the puppet master behind this? Lu Qi questioned. No, the true mastermind is not him. He is merely a pawn. The real orchestrator resides in northern Myanmar, the small leader of the area, Guagua clarified. Very well. I shall venture to northern Myanmar and dismantle his operations, Lu Qi declared. Host, with my upgrade to an advanced melon system, I can equip you with more than just a baseball bat. I can provide you with a Gatling gun with infinite ammunition, Guagua announced. Splendid, Lu Qi responded enthusiastically. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted their exchange. Lu Qi quickly held his breath, feigning unconsciousness as several men approached, lifting him and the foe Lu Qingru from the truck. With a thud, Lu Qi was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. Damn it, be gentle. This is the son of a billionaire. If you damage him, how am I to extract funds from his father? Yang Shicheng bellowed at his subordinates. A group of inept workers scrambled to appease him, promising, "We won't let it happen again, Brother Yang. We will be more careful next time." Yang Shicheng gestured with his chin, and someone promptly began to untie the burlap sacks. He discarded his cigar and crouched to examine Lu Qi closely. This boy isn't half bad, he mused, before shifting his gaze to the foe Lu Qingru. Suddenly, Yang Shicheng sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 73, How is it that you are afraid? Yang Shicheng exclaimed, glancing left and right. Lu Qingru's makeup appeared excessively exaggerated. No, this is certainly not Lu Qingru. In a sudden surge of agitation, Yang Shicheng drew his gun, the dark muzzle sweeping the room. He barked, "If this is not Lu Qingru, then who is it? I ordered you to bring Lu Qingru, and you dare to present me with a counterfeit. Do you all wish to perish?" In a fit of rage, Yang Shicheng pulled the trigger. A wave of panic washed over the crowd, their faces drained of color. What? What is happening? What does this mean? Chaos erupted in an instant. Li Tian was nearly paralyzed with fear. If this was not Lu Qingru, then where was the real Lu Qingru? Having betrayed her, she would surely not let Li Tian off the hook. As the crowd descended into turmoil, Lu Qi, concealed within a burlap sack on the ground, ceased his pretense of unconsciousness. The moment had come for him to act. He sprang up from the floor, seizing the opportunity to snatch the gun from Yang Shicheng's grasp while he was momentarily caught off guard. In a swift motion, Lu Qi leaped behind him, locking his left arm around Yang Shicheng's throat while aiming the gun at his temple with his right hand. Don't move. Yang Shicheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, feeling the pressure intensify at his temple. He had just pulled the trigger, and a moment's lapse could result in disaster. Hastily, Yang Shicheng raised his hands, cautiously turning his head to negotiate. Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's not be hasty. The gun is already cocked. Please remain calm, or someone might die. It's truly a misunderstanding. Lu Qi let out a cold chuckle, applying even more pressure with the gun against Yang Shicheng's temple. Yang Shicheng trembled uncontrollably. He had always been the one wielding the gun, ready to take lives at the slightest provocation. Now, the tables had turned, and he found himself at the mercy of another, with the gun still cocked by his own hand. The sensation of fear was entirely new to him. Yang Shicheng's 10 bodyguards, after a moment of shock, quickly regained their composure. One by one, they drew their guns, aiming them at Lu Qi. Kid, let go of Yang Ge. If you don't want to die, release him. They shouted. Do you really think you can take us all on alone? Lu Qi cast a derisive glance at the bodyguards. With his current abilities, they were no match for him. Even if they were skilled with firearms, their speed could never surpass his. The superiority of intermediate martial skills over beginner ones is primarily due to speed. After all, it is said that in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Do you truly believe you can take someone from me? What a bunch of fools. Lu Qi pressed the muzzle of the gun closer to Yang Shicheng's temple. Don't. The bodyguards instinctively recoiled, careful in their movements, fearful that Lu Qi might pull the trigger at any moment. Lu Qi addressed Yang Shicheng. I never imagined that the eldest son of a prominent financial family would be involved in human trafficking, colluding with swindlers from northern Myanmar in illegal activities. Surely, you have taken the lives of at least 800 people. Yang Shicheng was greatly alarmed by Lu Qi's words. No one here knew his identity. How could Lu Qi possibly be aware of it? He had always considered himself a citizen of Huagua, living here for 7 or 8 years, speaking fluent Mandarin. How could this young man know so much about his background? Wasn't he just a fool returned from a wealthy family? As Yang Shicheng's mind raced, he heard Lu Qi whisper in his ear, if you wish to live, you will do as I say. Yang Shicheng nodded vigorously. I don't want to die. I'll answer any questions you have. I promise to speak the truth. While conversing with Lu Qi, Yang Shicheng discreetly signaled to his bodyguards. One bodyguard deliberately raised his voice to distract Lu Qi. As long as you release Yang Ge, everything will be manageable. Meanwhile, 2 others stealthily retreated, plotting to ambush Lu Qi from behind. Lu Qi's kneeled. With the assistance of his system, he felt as though he had a 360-degree surveillance camera installed in his head. They thought they could ambush him? In a swift motion, Lu Qi redirected the gun, firing at both sides, and then quickly aimed it back at Yang Shicheng's temple. The speed of his actions was like lightning. Before anyone could react, the 2 bodyguards attempting to sneak up on him lay lifeless on the ground. This shocking scene petrified everyone. No one had anticipated that Lu Qi would actually pull the trigger. The individuals escorting Lu Qi turned to flee. Li Tian was equally terrified. She never imagined that Lu Qingru's brother was such a ruthless character. Without a second thought, she fled alongside those who had kidnapped Lu Qi at that moment. The bodyguards and security personnel stationed in the cargo hold, alerted by the gunfire, rushed out. Bang! 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 Yang Shicheng's bodyguards all fell to the ground, lifeless. Even those attempting to escape were not spared. Lu Qi commanded, leave that woman. One bodyguard fired at Li Tian's legs, causing her to scream and collapse. Another approached and, lifting her as though she were a mere dog, tossed her at Lu Qi's feet. Li Tian, enduring the pain radiating from her legs, knelt and begged for mercy. Please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Lu Qi kicked her in the mouth, laughing heartily. Too late. Yang Shicheng was already so frightened that he had lost control of his bladder. His black trousers became damp, gradually soaking through. The foul liquid dripped down his legs. For the first time, he truly felt how close death was. Previously, he had been the one to dictate the lives and deaths of others. Now, his own fate rested in someone else's hands. The visceral fear coursed through him, making every cell in his body tremble. Please don't kill me. I will do anything. I have money, a great deal of money. Lu Qi coldly regarded the gradually collapsing Yang Shicheng, a mocking smile playing on his lips. So you too can feel fear? Despite the countless heinous acts you've committed, sending so many to northern Myanmar, How many lives have you extinguished? Did they not feel fear when you so callously took their lives? Now that it is your turn, why are you afraid? Yang Shicheng was rendered speechless. He had believed everything was under his control, only to find himself ensnared by another. He attempted to retrieve his phone for help, but his hands lacked the strength to move. Lu Qi allowed him a moment to gather himself, and as he regained a bit of strength, Lu Qi instructed, "You will call the people in northern Myanmar and tell them that the person has arrived." Chapter 74. Brother Lu Qi, I worry about you. Yang Shicheng, trembling, dialed the contact in northern Myanmar. Lu Qi activated the speakerphone. "Hello, Brother Yang. How is the matter progressing?" Yang Shicheng glanced nervously at Lu Qi and replied, "The progress is smooth. The person is currently in my vehicle. I will deliver him to you, and you can send someone to receive him." The voice on the other end responded, "Understood." The call ended. Lu Qi instructed his bodyguards to escort Yang Shicheng into the pickup truck. Taking the passenger seat, he pressed the wooden gun against Yang Shicheng's waist. Just as the pickup was about to depart, a cacophony of vehicles roared from behind. The sound drew closer and stopped a mere 4 or 5 meters from the pickup. Lu Qi leaned out to see none other than Lu Songning and Lu Qingru. "Oh no," Lu Qi thought to himself. "What are these two doing here?" Guagua chimed in, "Host, your two sisters are worried about you facing this alone and have brought people to follow you." Lu Qi shook his head. Their presence would only complicate matters further. "Brother Lu Qi." Lu Songning hurriedly approached the pickup, while Lu Qingru exited another vehicle, rushing to Lu Qi's side. Lu Qi, brother." Lu Qingru hesitated, feeling ashamed, struggling to call him brother. Lu Qi commanded the bodyguards to bind Yang Shicheng's hands and stepped out of the pickup, ignoring Lu Qingru's presence. He turned to Lu Songning and said, "Sister, didn't I tell you to wait until I got to northern Myanmar before alerting the police? Why do you come now?" Lu Songning shook her head, glancing at the sprawled figures on the ground. A fleeting moment of terror crossed her face before she regained her composure. Though her concern for Lu Qi deepened. "Brother Lu Qi, are you hurt?" Lu Qi replied, "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Lu Songning continued, "I should have followed the plan, but I couldn't shake my worries about you. Although you possess martial skills, facing so many bandits alone is perilous. I truly fear you might not prevail. This matter involves inter-country relations. It's unwise to act now. Let us return and await a more opportune moment for revenge." Lu Qi shook his head. "Sister, your words hold merit. Yet this is a rare opportunity. I know what actions to take and what to avoid. You should return first." He pulled Lu Songning aside, speaking in a hushed tone where none could hear. "Sister, you haven't alerted the police yet, have you?" Lu Songning shook her head. "Not yet." Lu Qi whispered, "You and Lu Qingru should retrace your steps. You go back to your hotel, and Lu Qingru to hers. Find a way to disable the surveillance systems in both hotels concerning your rooms, while preserving the footage for mine. Then, you both should return to your beds, as if nothing happened today. Tomorrow morning, you will report to the police that I mysteriously vanished and demand an explanation." Lu Songning nodded, though she remained uneasy about Lu Qi's safety, considering he was still a child at heart, too young to venture into northern Myanmar alone. "Brother Lu Qi, I will ensure everything is handled, but it is undoubtedly dangerous for you to go alone. Many formidable individuals meet their demise there. We can seek revenge later." Lu Songning assumed Lu Qi's desire for vengeance was to help Lu Qingru, but in truth, he sought to avenge a close friend who had been wronged in the real world and to uncover the true nature of the northern Myanmar region. Lu Qi was not acting recklessly. Without Guagua's assistance, he wouldn't have dared to go. However, with Guagua by his side and his intermediate combat skills, he felt capable of handling a couple of hundred adversaries. Armed with infinite ammunition and a Gatling gun, victory seemed almost assured. This was an opportunity to strike while also framing the Lao and Northern Myanmar factions, a trifecta of benefits. "Do not fear, sister. I will act judiciously." Seeing the determination in his eyes, she acquiesced to his plan, knowing he had the system's support and his own strength. Meanwhile, Li Tian, upon seeing Lu Qingru approach, dropped to her knees, pleading for forgiveness. "Qingru, I beg you to forgive me. I never intended to harm you. It was under duress that I acted this way. Please, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, spare me." I promise I won't do it again. Lu Qingru regarded the pleading Li Tian with icy disdain, delivering several resounding slaps to her face. Li Tian, you wretched creature, though you're my assistant, I have always treated you as a sister, never as a subordinate. I have included you in my meals and outings, always considering you first. Yet you have chosen to betray me in such a vile manner. With each accusation, a slap followed, leaving Li Tian bleeding yet still begging for mercy. Qingru, I truly did not wish to harm you, but I was desperate for money. They offered me 20 million. With that, I could finally be free from being your assistant. You, the daughter of a tycoon and a star, cannot fathom my plight. Earning a mere 30,000 a month as your assistant, while selling you would grant me 20 million, money I could never earn in my lifetime. Lu Qingru felt her blood boil at Li Tian's words, a surge of rage overwhelming her senses. So, for 20 million, you would wish to see me dead? Li Tian, you are utterly vile. While seeking wealth is not wrong, doing so at the expense of another's life is tantamount to murder. Enraged beyond measure, Lu Qingru could no longer contain her fury. She stood up, commanding the bodyguards to hold Li Tian's chin and force her face toward her. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qingru stomped down on Li Tian's face with her high heel. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Li Tian as Lu Qingru left a deep imprint on her cheek, the heel injuring her chin as well. Lu Qi nodded at Lu Songning, then addressed the 20 henchmen and 40 security personnel accompanying him, instructing, you all should return to the hotel via the secret route. They nodded in agreement, adhering to the code of their profession, akin to ancient warriors bound by loyalty. They would never betray their master. To do so would invite retribution from the underworld. The Lu family could even hire mercenaries to eliminate them and their families. Thus, everything witnessed today would be forgotten upon their return. Each mission was distinct, and betrayal was never an option. Lu Songming watched as Lu Qi's pickup truck drove away before she climbed into her own vehicle. Lowering her window, she called out to Lu Qingru, Qingru, get in. Lu Qingru stood in a daze, suddenly shouting toward Lu Qi's departing figure. Thank you, brother Lu Qi. Hearing her voice, Lu Qi offered no response, still harboring a sense of resentment. As Lu Qingru watched the pickup recede, her heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with regret. Had it not been for her brother Lu Qi, she would have been captured and faced a future devoid of return to her homeland. Now, she felt immense remorse for her past treatment of him. Hoping to return home after this ordeal, I intend to fervently seek his forgiveness. Lu Qingru cast her gaze upon Li Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. Wretched woman, you are the instigator of this entire affair. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Lu Qingru seized Li Tian and forced her into the vehicle, preparing to subject her to exquisite torment, perhaps even to maim or kill her. In the pickup truck, Yang Shicheng was at the wheel, while Lu Qi occupied the passenger seat. And in the rear sat 4 bodyguards of Lu Qi. The vehicle sped along for approximately 5 hours before finally arriving at the rendezvous point. Chapter 75. On what basis do you believe I would spare you? Prior to arriving at the designated meeting place, Lu Qi instructed Yang Shicheng to halt the vehicle and allow his bodyguard to take over the driving. Lu Qi aimed a wooden gun at Yang Shicheng's head, compelling him to contact the accomplices of the scam and inform them that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving. When asked what the matter was, Yang Shicheng, adhering to Lu Qi's command, replied, the famous star, Lu Qingru, accidentally escaped, and I must return to retrieve her. When further questioned about the rich family's foolish son, Yang Shicheng, in a state of panic, glanced at Lu Qi and responded, the foolish son is still here, incapacitated and unable to flee. He has just regained consciousness. I will have my accompanying brothers bring him over. After hanging up, Yang Shicheng realized the gravity of his situation and began to plead for mercy. Brother, if you spare me, I will give you whatever you want. Just allow me to live. I beg you, brother. I am willing to offer all the wealth of the Yang family. Just grant me a chance at life. Please, brother. I implore you. Seeing Lu Qi remain unmoved, he broke down in tears. His wet trousers, which had barely dried, were soiled once more. The vehicle filled with an unpleasant stench. Lu Qi and the 4 bodyguards in the back nearly retched at the odor. Lu Qi coldly regarded the terrified Yang Shicheng and scoffed, Yang Shicheng, you must have taken many lives over the years. Did any of them plead for mercy before you dispatched them? Yang Shicheng, trembling with fear, nodded. What bloody tales do you carry with you? Care to share? Yang Shicheng shook his head, quaking in terror. I. He could not form a complete sentence. Lu Qi's voice turned icy. You treated our compatriots from Huagua in such a manner. On what grounds do you believe I would spare you? No. Yang Shicheng was drenched in sweat. My family is very wealthy. We have made hundreds of billions through business dealings with Huagua people over the years. I will give it all to you. Truly. All of it. Just grant me my life. Lu Qi did not respond to Yang Shicheng's pleas, but instead inquired. What was the typical price of a Huagua person during your transactions? Yang Shicheng pondered for a moment and replied, the price varies. Some are worth 30 to 50,000, others 7 to 8,000, and those from better families can be valued at 2 to 300,000. After he finished speaking, Lu Qi suddenly burst into laughter. So, others' lives are worth so little. On what basis do you think your life is valuable? In a state of panic, Yang Shicheng retorted, I am different from them. They are worthless lives. I have money. How could they possibly be compared to me? Lu Qi felt a surge of anger at Yang Shicheng's words, recalling his own good brother who had perished in the park. Now this villain, who trafficked people, dared to call those individuals worthless. The 4 bodyguards in the vehicle also felt furious at Yang Shicheng's remarks, as they too were Huagua citizens. However, they concealed their emotions, as they were bound to follow Lu Qi's orders. Scoundrel! Lu Qi grabbed Yang Shicheng by the collar and dragged him out of the vehicle. With a disdainful spit, he slapped Yang Shicheng across the face with such force that it left him swollen and knocked out 4 of his teeth. Lu Qi then delivered a punch to his right side and turned to the bodyguards, saying, This man is now in your hands. Do as you see fit. The bodyguards exchanged glances and seized Yang Shicheng, leading him into the hills. Lu Qi waited in the car until, after more than an hour, the bodyguards returned. He did not inquire about their actions, nor did he wish to know, assuming that whatever they did was justified. Driving the car was Chasing Wind, with Lu Qi in the passenger seat and the other 3 bodyguards in back. Throughout the journey, Lu Qi briefed the bodyguards based on the information provided by Guagua, ensuring that no mishaps would occur. When the people from the park arrive, you will return the same way. Remember, tomorrow morning, create a huge uproar about my disappearance. The bigger the fuss, the better. But do not point fingers at the park. Let it take 2 or 3 days before they find me. Yes, young Master Lu. The bodyguards nodded, though not entirely at ease. They complied without question. Chasing Wind drove according to Lu Qi's directions until they reached the transaction location. So this is the foolish son of the richest family? He looks pristine. He must be worth a fortune. Indeed, with this major deal, our performance will skyrocket this year. There were 10 accomplices, each wielding half-meter-long iron rods. The leader, Bai Shui, a tall, dark-skinned man in his 30s, bore the typical appearance of a northern Myanmar native but spoke fluent Mandarin. His eyes held a menacing glint, a testament to his long history of wrongdoing. Bai Shui proceeded to search Lu Qi, confiscating his identity card and phone. Naturally, Lu Qi had already deleted all group chat messages with Lu Songning and Lu Qingru from his phone, making them irretrievable, no matter how skilled the scammers were. Bai Shui toyed with Lu Qi's phone and told Chasing Wind, Storm, Thunder, and Lightning, All right, you can leave. We will take care of the person. The 4 were not suspected by Bai Shui, as different individuals had always handled the transport of Huagua people. The personnel was never fixed. Lu Qi, bound with ropes, was placed into Bai Shui's vehicle. The ropes were loose enough that he could easily free himself whenever he chose. The 4 bodyguards drove back, while Lu Qi was taken aboard the scammer's vehicle, which rattled as it moved forward. In Laos, at the Long Bi La Bang Hotel, Lu Qingru dealt with Li Tian and returned to her room. According to Lu Qi's instructions, she lay down on the bed but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Constantly worrying about Lu Qi, she feared he might encounter serious trouble in northern Myanmar. After 3 hours of restless tossing, it was already 3:30 a.m. Lu Qingru sent a message to Lu Songning. Elder sister, I cannot sleep. Lu Songning's reply was immediate. Neither can I. Lu Qingru, elder sister, what should we do? I am so worried about Lu Qi. He cannot be in any danger, right? Lu Songning, I am worried too. But judging by Lu Qi's composed demeanor, he likely has a plan. Let us wait until tomorrow morning. If there is no news of Lu Qi by then, we will take action. Lu Qi awoke to find himself in a cage, bound like a dog. The ropes were still tight around his wrists. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it." He had no idea how much time had passed. During the ride, Bai Shui had taken advantage of Lu Qi's inattention to administer anesthetics. Gua Gua had warned Lu Qi, but in his eagerness to infiltrate the park, Lu Qi willingly succumbed to the sedatives. Upon awakening, he found himself in this predicament. Gua Gua reassured him, "Host, do not fear. I have expelled all the anesthetic from your system. You merely need to play the part of being dazed." Lu Qi responded, "Aren't you just supposed to eat melons? How can you expel anesthetic from my body?" Gua Gua replied, "I was concerned about the host's well-being and applied for this skill from the main shop overnight." Heh. As Gua Gua added, "Host, I have also requested a dagger from the main shop for you, so that you may sever the ropes should you find yourself bound. If anyone approaches you, you could defend yourself with the blade." Lu Qi replied, "Gua Gua, you truly are my guardian." Gua Gua responded, "Of course." While Lu Qi conversed with Gua Gua, he noticed someone approaching. Chapter 76, The Gatling Gun Roars. A dozen individuals arrived. Among them the one who had come to escort him, Bai Shui. However, it was evident that Bai Shui was not the leader of this group, as he was currently bowing and nodding while introducing something to a man. The man appeared to be around 30, tall and muscular, with bronze skin that exuded strength, suggesting he had some martial arts background. His features were decent, with a roguish charm, and his piercing gaze hinted at a formidable character. Gua Gua, host. The newcomers are the minor leaders of the district, named Jiangfeng. According to the plot, your second sister, Lu Qingru, has become his captive. Lu Qi, so it's him. I'll take him down shortly. Gua Gua, host, for now, just play along. Let me scan the entire district's layout. When the fight breaks out, I'll guide you on how to escape. Bai Shui produced a key and unlocked the cage that held Lu Qi. Lu Qi had a cloth stuffed in his mouth and his hands bound with ropes. They had searched him thoroughly, and in their eyes, he resembled a fish on a cutting board, awaiting slaughter. Jiangfeng beckoned with his hand, and two subordinates immediately entered the cage to drag Lu Qi out. He feigned trembling fear as he stood before Jiangfeng, appearing bewildered and terrified. Jiangfeng wore a cold smile as he glanced at Lu Qi. He yanked the cloth from Lu Qi's mouth, his face alight with a malicious grin, as if he had just stumbled upon a gleaming nugget of gold worth 100 billion. He exclaimed, "You are the son of the tycoon? You look rather impressive." Lu Qi pretended to tremble, stammering, Who are you?" He scanned his surroundings, noticing the steel and iron bars encasing him, resembling a prison. "Where is this? Why do you capture me? Let me go at once." Jiangfeng reveled in the fear he instilled in others, relishing the control over life and death. "Where is this?" He mimicked Lu Qi's fearful tone, looking around like a madman, repeating, "Where is this? Where is this?" Laughter erupted from the group. Once the mirth subsided, Jiangfeng nodded to Bai Shui, who promptly presented his phone to Lu Qi. Bai Shui commanded, "Call your father immediately and tell him to gather 100 billion. Otherwise, he should prepare for the worst." Lu Qi feigned terror, replying, "Big brother, although my father's wealthy, 100 billion is no small sum. You must give him some time to prepare." Bai Shui shook his head, coldly retorting, "I don't have the luxury of time for your dilly-dallying. Will you make the call or not? Refuse, and you'll face severe consequences." Lu Qi was startled. "Of course, I will call, but I'm a bit hungry. Can I have something to eat first?" "Eating?" Bai Shui laughed heartily. "Brother, now that you're here, don't worry about meals. If I don't let you starve for a few days, how will you behave?" Lu Qi, feeling incensed, shot back, "Big brother, think about it. If you get 100 billion from my family, how many meals can you buy? If you deny me one meal now, I might refuse to call, and you won't get your money at all. Moreover, I assure you, if you harm me in the slightest, my father will not let you off." While Lu Qi threw his tantrum, Jiangfeng scrutinized his face, curious about his next move. "Kid," Bai Shui laughed, "this is the district, not a place for your tantrums. So, are you calling or not?" Lu Qi's stubbornness flared. "If I don't get a delicious meal today, I won't call." Bai Shui, enraged, lunged at Lu Qi. But Jiangfeng intervened, scolding, "Step back. If you injure him, how will you give me the 100 billion? Bai Shui complied, "Yes, brother Feng." Suddenly, Jiang Feng donned a smile, freeing Lu Qi from his bindings. Haha, little brother, let us talk things over amicably. Isn't it just a delicious meal? Cool me. I'll take you to eat. Eat. Once you get the money, you can eat dirt. Lu Qi thought to himself. Guagua, host, I have sent you the entire layout of the district, including entrances and exits. Review it now. Lu Qi quickly memorized the layout in his mind. Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Feng urged, come on, let us go eat. Lu Qi genuinely followed Jiang Feng out of the room, winding through various corridors until they reached the kitchen. Jiang Feng instructed the chef, quickly prepare 7 or 8 dishes. This young brother hasn't eaten yet. The chef cast a surprised glance at Lu Qi before igniting the stove. Lu Qi seated himself at the table, fixated on the chef's movements, while Bai Shui cursed as he exited. Jiang Feng sat across from Lu Qi, assessing him. In his mind, Lu Qi swiftly organized the information Guagua had provided. This was not the main district, but a smaller one, overseen by the minor leader Jiang Feng. There were 300 thugs in the district and 6,000 scammers, confined in 100 rooms, each housing 60 individuals. Lu Qi realized that by subduing Jiang Feng, he could gain control over the entire district. As the chef continued to cook, Jiang Feng's phone rang. Just as he prepared to step out to answer, a sharp dagger was suddenly pressed against his neck. Jiang Feng. Nearby, Jiang Feng's subordinates were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, positioning themselves between Lu Qi and Jiang Feng. Lu Qi commanded, tell your men to back off. Anyone who dares to act arrogantly will meet their end. Jiang Feng ordered, back off, everyone step back. His men slowly dispersed, but did not leave the room. They feared calling out to those outside, worried for Jiang Feng's safety. Lu Qi leaned close to Jiang Feng's ear, whispering, if you wish to live, take me to the surveillance room. Lu Qi intended to sabotage the district's surveillance system. Jiang Feng. Lu Qi pressed the dagger down, causing a spurt of crimson to blossom on Jiang Feng's chest. The latter, now drenched in sweat, pleaded, brother, don't be rash. Let us talk this over. Lu Qi, I asked you to take me to the surveillance room. Are you trying to stall? He pressed the dagger against Jiang Feng's throat, propelling him toward the right side of the kitchen. After walking over 10 meters, they entered the surveillance room. Indeed, Guagua had already informed Lu Qi that the surveillance room was adjacent to the kitchen, and the key was in Jiang Feng's possession. Lu Qi commanded Jiang Feng to unlock the door, and following Guagua's instructions, he dismantled the entire district surveillance system. Now, Lu Qi could act with greater ease. Jiang Feng, instruct your men to open all 100 cells for me. Jiang Feng stammered, brother, don't be rash. Let us discuss this. With a swift motion, Lu Qi coldly stated, are you challenging my patience? He raised the knife again, slicing a line across Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng gasped in pain, attempting to break free from Lu Qi's grip, but to no avail. He was a martial artist capable of taking down several opponents effortlessly, yet now, before Lu Qi, he felt utterly powerless, unable to muster even the slightest strength. Impatiently, Lu Qi urged, hurry up. Jiang Feng promptly retrieved his phone and called Bai Shui, instructing him to unlock all 100 prison cell doors. Host, all the cell doors have been opened. However, none of the fraudsters dare to step out, fearing they will be beaten or killed. Lu Qi remarked, what a wretched lot, deserving of their fate. After confirming that the cell doors were ajar, Lu Qi swiftly drew his knife, eliminating Jiang Feng in an instant. He then produced a Gatling gun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the guards. Chapter 77. Flattening the Fraudulent Park. Lu Songning and Lu Qingru spent a sleepless night, both emerging in the morning with prominent dark circles beneath their eyes. Lu Songning promptly called Lu Qi, but no one answered. A sense of unease washed over her, and she followed Lu Qi's previous instructions to report her brother's disappearance, emphasizing that he had vanished from the hotel and demanding the establishment take full responsibility. The police swiftly commenced their investigation. Lu Qingru, equally worried, accompanied Lu Songning as they exited the police station. Lu Songning spoke to her, Qingru, you have a concert tomorrow. You must not stay up late today, or you'll be in poor condition for your performance. Let us switch hotels so you can rest well today and be prepared for tomorrow. However, she couldn't shake the concern for Lu Qi's brother. Where was he now, and was he safe? Had she known better, she would not have agreed to let him venture into the park alone. Their father would surely be furious if he discovered they had allowed him to undertake such a perilous adventure alone. With a sigh, Lu Songming gazed up at the sky, which was ominously overcast, signaling an impending storm. Qingru, let us book another hotel. It looks like rain is coming. Lu Qingru nodded, and they secured another accommodation. They instructed their bodyguards to search both rooms thoroughly, but no hidden compartments were found, allowing them to settle in with some assurance. While Lu Qingru caught up on sleep, Lu Songming remained vigilant for any updates from the police or the park. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had worked tirelessly through the night and was now resting in a shabby inn, 20 kilometers from a park. This rundown establishment could hardly be called a hotel. It was merely an old inn. After a night of relentless effort, he had effectively subdued the entire park with his formidable firepower. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue from the night's exertions. If he were to exchange for higher-level combat skills, the results would be extraordinary. During his escape, Lu Qi had commandeered a motorcycle from the assailants. He rode it to the small town, arriving just as dawn broke, and succumbed to exhaustion, finding a nearby inn to rest. He slept until noon and then grabbed a few simple snacks before heading to the embassy in northern Myanmar. He deliberately left his phone in the park to create the illusion that he had been abducted from the hotel and taken to the park, now having escaped amid the chaos. With the surveillance systems destroyed by him, no one was aware of his actions within the park. The fraudsters confined in their cells. Upon hearing the gunfire outside, cowered in fear, not daring to approach the door, terrified that they might be the next victims. Over the years, they had been thoroughly subdued and instilled with a sense of servitude, living in constant fear of violence. The night was dark, and no one could discern who was firing the shots or who had decimated the park. As dawn approached, the gunfire ceased, and a profound silence enveloped the park. The inmates, unable to hear any sounds, felt a rising panic as they cautiously emerged from their cells, peering outside. The sight that greeted them was terrifying. The kidnappers, from the leaders to the lowly henchmen, lay lifeless on the ground, scattered about. One by one, the fraudsters stepped to their cell doors to observe. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Run! What are you waiting for?" In an instant, the 100 inmates surged forth from their cells like water splashing into a hot pan, rushing outside. In that moment, the air, tinged with the scent of blood, felt exhilaratingly fresh. For the first time in years, they tasted the sweetness of freedom, pouring every ounce of their strength into their escape, as if any delay would result in death. 6,000 fraudsters fled in all directions, creating a scene that was both awe-inspiring and heart-pounding. Later that afternoon, Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, accompanied by a team, arrived in Laos. Upon meeting Lu Songming and Lu Qingru, the family proceeded to the police station to inquire about the developments. The police informed them that hidden compartments had been discovered in the restrooms of 2 major hotels, and the managers of both establishments had been taken into custody. Preliminary assessments suggested that Lu Qi had been transported to northern Myanmar, and the investigation was ongoing. "North Myanmar?" Lu Yuanqing exclaimed, filled with concern. "Officer, my son went missing in your country. Whatever it takes, you must bring him back to me." Initially, Lu Qi had accompanied Lu Qingru merely to assist her in capturing Yang Shichong, with no intention of sending him to northern Myanmar, especially not alone. The officer reassured Lu Yuanqing, "Rest assured, our police will exert their utmost efforts to locate him." Upon exiting the police station, Lu Yuanqing attempted to call Lu Qi, but the line remained unanswered, causing a chill to settle in his heart. Pan Feng, overwhelmed by the situation, broke down in tears at the police station's entrance. "What are we to do? Our son, whom we worked so hard to bring back, must not come to harm. My heart cannot withstand any more turmoil." In his anxiety, Lu Yuanqing turned to their steward, Zhou Fu, and commanded, "Initiate the S-Class plan. Deploy mercenaries into the park." Zhou Fu nodded, "Yes, sir." Just then, a piercing scream from Lu Qingru interrupted. She rushed to Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, holding her phone in one hand while frantically tapping at the screen with the other. "Dad, Mom, look at this." Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng leaned in to see, their expressions frozen in shock at the explosive news from northern Myanmar. Fraudulent Park firefight. Fraudulent Park flattened by mysterious forces. Fraudulent Park heavy casualties. 6,000 people missing from Fraudulent Park. Jiang family youngest son Jiang Feng killed in firefight. Fraudsters seek help from embassy. There were written reports and videos of gunfire. Yet the footage revealed nothing but the sound of gunfire. Liu Yuanqing's complexion darkened progressively. The Fraudulent Park has been embroiled in a firefight. I hope she is unharmed. Sufu immediately proceed. Before Liu Yuanqing could finish, Liu Songning exclaimed, "Dad, the embassy is calling." Upon answering the call, her face lit up with joy. "Dad, it's Liu Qi's brother. It's Liu Qi's brother." Chapter 78. Sleeping until awakening naturally, counting money until cramping. Liu Yuanqing and his wife were so ecstatic they nearly leaped with joy. Wonderful! Wonderful! Qi is still alive. Wonderful! At the embassy in northern Myanmar, Liu Qi sat in the reception hall alongside hundreds of cyber fraudsters. The police approached for inquiries. Liu Qi recounted his tale without faltering. "Did you escape from the cyber fraud park?" "Yes." "How did you manage to escape?" "After I was bound in the park. I hadn't even had a chance to call home when I suddenly heard the sounds of gunfire. The cell doors opened one after another, so I ran. Fearing I couldn't flee barefoot, I rode away on one of their motorcycles." Each inquiry yielded the same narrative. His account paralleled that of the other fraudsters. Soon after, the embassy notified Liu Yuanqing's party to come and retrieve Liu Qi, who was successfully brought back. Due to irrefutable evidence, the owners of the two major hotels, Lang Bang and Chi Tian, were arrested, and their establishments were exposed worldwide. Their businesses would undoubtedly collapse. However, Liu Yuanqing had no intention of sparing them. Allowing his child to fall into danger was a debt that must be settled. Liu Yuanqing enlisted the help of an international top-tier lawyer and, together with other victims' families, filed a lawsuit against the two hotels. Of course, these two were not the only guilty establishments. Others, including neighboring hotels, would also be dragged into the sunlight. Yet, due to a lack of evidence, no one knew of Liu Qi's actions. The bodies of those who perished in the cyber fraud park tested positive for Gatling gun bullets. Yet none were found at the scene. Who had engaged in the gunfight? Who had obliterated the park? Who had released 6,000 individuals? This remained a mystery. Liu Qingru's concert drew throngs of people. Liu Qi, along with his parents and elder sister Liu Songning, occupied the front row. One must admit, Liu Qingru's singing was exceptional. Her status as an international superstar was well-deserved, showcasing undeniable talent. Yet, compared to Liu Qi, she fell just a tad short. Sitting in the audience, Liu Qi thought to himself that upon returning, he would engage in various money-making ventures and hold numerous concerts, dazzling everyone with his brilliance. After the concert, the family joyfully spent 3 days in Laos before returning home, indulging in luxury shopping and beachside leisure. Liu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, one a CEO and the other a CEO's wife, reveled like any ordinary couple. Liu Songning, with her more reserved demeanor, gazed contemplatively at the sea, displaying little change in expression. Liu Qingru, bursting with vivacity, played energetically by the shore and invited Liu Qi to join her. However, Liu Qi ignored her. She had previously looked down upon him and aided the fake young master in his schemes against him. Had he not saved her, she would still regard him with disdain. Helping her was for the sake of their parents and the Liu family. Ignoring her was a matter of personal principle and boundaries. Why bother with someone so oblivious to the value of familial love? After 3 days in Laos, the group returned to China. On the plane, Liu Qi reflected on the most satisfying aspect of the trip, having discreetly dealt with those harmful cyber fraudsters. As for the 6,000 individuals who had been deceived, whether guilty or innocent, the law would take its course. Some among them, after being deceived, had also scammed others. Nevertheless, he had only dismantled one small park. In total, there were 10 such parks. Once his conditions improved further, he would certainly return to eradicate the remaining 9, thereby liberating more compatriots. After all, many had been deceived, and many had been abducted. Upon returning to the Liu family's villa, Liu Qi indulged in a day and night of rest. He played games, listened to music, and slept soundly. With winter break upon him, he had ample time to relax. Liu Yuanqing and his wife were deeply concerned for their son well-being after his perilous return, so they did not disturb him. He was free to sleep and play as he wished. Life resumed its usual rhythm. His father flew around, signing contracts and attending significant events, while his mother busied herself with mahjong, attending various parties and engaging in lively games with her friends. Elder sister Lu Sanglin continued managing the company, which saw a significant rise in performance. Second sister Lu Qingru planned her next concert in another country. Third sister Lu Yanxin managed her beauty salon, boasting over 1,000 franchise locations nationwide. An impressive feat. Fourth sister Lu Xiaoya was a jewelry designer and owner of 3 jewelry stores, her designs being rare luxuries in the fashion world, commanding high prices. Fifth sister Lu Yunke, a writer, updated her works daily, earning a modest income while relishing her success. In short, each family member had their pursuits, and everyone was busy, except for Lu Qi, the sole idler. Upon returning home, his parents, feeling sympathetic for his struggles, gifted him 5 billion, suggesting he could explore investments and stocks during his leisure. His parents' words were, "Earning money isn't essential. Consider practice. After all, our family is wealthy. Spend freely." His elder sister also gifted him 2 billion as a token of appreciation for his contributions to the family and the nation. Even though he had a dislike for his second sister Lu Qingru, she generously bestowed 5 billion upon him in gratitude for saving her life. Though he might not have liked her, he certainly appreciated the money, accepting it with glee. With the money in hand, Lu Qi awoke each day with laughter from his warm bed. Having been a mere cog in the machine in his past life, he now relished the life of a wealthy heir, truly experiencing the joy of sleeping until naturally waking, counting money until his hands ached. Assessing his assets, he had previously amassed 657 billion, but after the system deducted 1 billion for purchasing basic combat power, he was left with 557 billion. Adding the recent acquisition of 2 billion, he now possessed 757 billion. Luki Muzed, Guagua, 7 billion is already substantial. In my past life, I would have been content to rest on my laurels. But now, with all circumstances in my favor, I aspire to transform it into 37 billion, 370 billion, or even 7 trillion. What do you think? Guagua replied, "As long as you possess the desire to earn, I can guide you to become the world leader in any field." Do you believe it? Lu Qi affirmed, "Absolutely. From today onward, let us strategize. I aim to become the foremost in the world, delving into every domain. Having traversed this journey, I cannot leave without achieving the pinnacle of success." Guagua concurred, "Indeed, we must plan. I aspire to be the system that produces the most extraordinary individuals. Just thinking about it is delightful." Lu Qi listed finance, construction, healthcare, education, retail, entertainment, real estate, hospitality, dining. The possibilities are endless. Let's tackle them one by one. Guagua suggested, "Let us begin with finance. You should open an account tomorrow, and I will guide you on which stocks to purchase." Lu Qi insisted, "Why wait for tomorrow? Let's do it today." Guagua continued, "Purchase these, and these. Hangang, Jiruan, Huafeng, Dongfeng, buy them all." Lu Qi questioned, "But these are soaring right now. Can we still profit?" Guagua reassured, "You know my capabilities. Buy." Lu Qi responded, "All right, let's proceed. I'll invest all 7 billion. I'll keep 570 million for personal expenses." On Friday evening, the family gathered for dinner. Lu Qi casually glanced up and suddenly noticed that third sister Lu Yanxin appeared somewhat pallid. Lu Qi. Chapter 79. The incident of third sister Lu Yanxin. Lu Qi. Why does Lu Yanxin's forehead seem a bit dark? Could it be that misfortune is looming? Lu Yanxin, who was dining? The entire Lu family. Everyone knew that Lu Qi was about to express his thoughts, and this time, his musings were directed towards third sister Lu Yanxin. The sound of eating gradually diminished, and soon, the clinking of cutlery was replaced by the silence of attentive ears, all straining to catch Lu Qi's revelations. Guagua. Host. Let me search for a moment. Ah, host, I lack sufficient energy to perform search. Lu Qi, what? Insufficient energy? Are you concocting excuses to deceive me? If you dare to trick me, you'll be the one suffering. Do you understand that? Guagua, host. Our system also experiences energy depletion. Usually, indulging in gossip is no issue, but during your journey to northern Myanmar, I feared for your safety. I applied to the system's marketplace to remove the anesthetics from you, and I also secured a dagger and infinite bullets for the Gatling gun. The energy consumed exceeded that of ordinary gossiping. Thus, I require a replenishment of energy. Lu Chi, how do we replenish it? Do I need to provide gossip coins? Guagua, no need for gossip coins, host. However, I must rest for 3 days. After significant energy expenditure, I require a 3-day recovery period. Lu Chi, so, you won't be able to indulge in gossip for 3 days? Guagua, correct, host. It's not that I can't indulge. It's just that if I continue, I want to be able to unleash any major skills for you. Typically, after a 3-day rest, I can manifest a skill. Lu Chi, oh, that is quite acceptable. Guagua, host, just wait for me. I will unleash skills for you. Lu Chi, all right. Skills are splendid. Rest well. Take your time. After all, Lu Yanxin doesn't take care for me at all. Ever since I returned home, she has treated me with indifference, preferring the false young master instead. Therefore, whether her forehead darkens is of no concern to me. I shall disregard her. Lu Yanxin, filled with trepidation. The anxious members of the Lu family. What calamity awaits Yanxin? After finishing his meal, Lu Chi ascended to his room, sitting on the balcony, inhaling the fragrance of flowers and listening to music. He found life to be exceedingly delightful. However, he felt a tinge of loneliness. Perhaps he should consider adopting a dog? In the real world, Lu Chi had once owned a stunning and well-behaved Chinese rural dog. He activated the intercom to summon the butler, Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, please procure a Chinese rural dog for me tomorrow. I wish to have a companion. Select one that is both beautiful and intelligent. Zhou Fu responded respectfully over the intercom. Understood, young master. Lu Chi placed the intercom on the table beside him and continued to leisurely enjoy his music and coffee. In the living room, the family remained engaged in hushed discussions regarding Lu Chi's revelations about Lu Yanxin's dark forehead. Lu Yuanqing sat silently to the side, lost in thought. Fan Feng, with a worried expression, whispered, what could possibly happen? I'm so anxious. Lu Yanxin herself was overwhelmed with dread, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Her voice quivered with emotion. Is Lu Chi's intuition so accurate? Will I meet my demise? Lu Songning attempted to comfort her. No. With Lu Chi around, you will surely be safe. Think about it. Whether it was me or your second sister, we both faced unchangeable circumstances, yet Lu Chi altered our fates. Fourth sister, Lu Xiaoye, expressed her concern. But Lu Chi's system Guagua has high energy consumption and cannot function for the next few days. What if something irreversible occurs to third sister during this time? Fifth sister, Lu Yunk, leaned in to join the discussion, nodding in agreement. Indeed, what if something happens in the coming days? Lu Qingru, sitting nearby, pondered for a moment before speaking. I have a solution. Everyone turned their attention to her. What is it? Lu Qingru lowered her voice. Did Guagua not say that it requires 3 days of rest before continuing its gossiping? Therefore, during these 3 days, Yanxin should refrain from going to work and remain at home. Who could possibly harm her here? Lu Yuanqing, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I believe Qingru makes a valid point. As long as Yanxin stays at home for these 3 days, even if something monumental occurs, no one can harm her. Yanxin, you shall not leave the house. Stay safe until this period passes. Lu Yanxin nodded. Yes, that seems the only option. Lu Yuanqing addressed Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, enhance the home security during this time. Ensure that not even a mosquito can enter. Zhou Fu bowed. Yes, sir. The next morning, Lu Chi descended for breakfast. Today's meal consisted of crab meat porridge, prepared with a deep-sea king crab valued at over 6,000. The porridge was not only nutritious, but also delectable. After breakfast, Lu Chi sat in the garden pavilion, observing the gardener pruning the flowers. Soon, Zhu Fu approached, cradling a small rural dog in his arms. Lu Qi. This is quite impressive. Adorable. Zhou Fu set the dog at Lu Chi's feet, saying, Young master, I had someone search all night, and this morning I personally inspected it. I assure you, this is the most beautiful dog in the entire pet market of the capital. Lu Chi gazed at the plump little creature, his eyes sparkling with delight. The small rural dog, with its golden fur, was soft and silky, exuding warmth and brightness. Its short, stout legs supported its chubby body, and upon seeing Lu Qi, it wagged its tail furiously, nearly toppling over due to its rotundity. Lu Qi scooped up the little rural dog, charmed by its cuteness, and laughed. From now on, your name shall be Dun Dun. Lu Qi praised Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, you have done an excellent job. I am very pleased. As Zhou Fu bowed and retreated, Lu Qi continued to play with Dun Dun in the pavilion. On the second floor, Lu Yuanqing and his wife watched Lu Qi frolicking with the puppy below. Regardless of past lives or present, he perceived his son as a child at heart, fond of animals. Pan Feng remarked, "Our Qi is handsome, intelligent, brave, and compassionate. He has inherited all my finest traits." Lu Yuanqing, somewhat unconvinced, replied, "My dear, while I concede that our son is intelligent, brave, and compassionate, attributing his handsomeness to you seems rather far-fetched. He clearly resembles my younger self." Pan Feng glanced at Lu Yuanqing and then at Lu Qi in the pavilion, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, he does resemble you." "Ah, no, my husband, he is simply your youthful, upgraded plus version." As the couple conversed, a sudden, sharp voice pierced the air, startling them. Third sister, what has happened? Someone come quickly. Is Yinxin in trouble?" The couple was taken aback, swiftly turning to rush towards Lu Yinxin's room. Chapter 80. Could it be that Qi Heir's heartfelt voice corresponds to this? Lu Yuanqing and his wife rushed upstairs and burst into Lu Yinxin's room. They found Lu Yinxin collapsed on the floor, unconscious, surrounded by their fifth daughter, Lu Yunke. The other daughters were out, leaving only Lu Yuanqing and his wife, their third daughter Lu Yinxin, fifth daughter Lu Yunke, and their son Lu Qi, along with a group of servants and bodyguards. Yinxin, what happened to you?" Lu Yuanqing was the first to enter the room, calling out loudly for Lu Yinxin. Pan Feng followed closely, grasping Lu Yinxin's hand and shouting, "Heir, what is wrong? What happened?" The couple felt a wave of panic. Because Qi Heir had mentioned that Yinxin appeared ill, they had advised her to refrain from going to work for the past few days. They had thought that staying at home would keep her safe, but now she had fainted. Could it be that Qi Heir's intuition was correct? Was something truly wrong with Yinxin? As Lu Yunke quietly sobbed, she spoke to her parents, "I don't know either. I just typed 1,000 words. Planned to take a break and chat with my sister, but when I entered the room, I found her lying on the floor." Just then, the butler, Zhou Fu, rushed in and urgently told Lu Yuanqing, "Sir, I have called an ambulance. It will be here shortly." Lu Yuanqing nodded. Zhou Fu approached, crouched down, and checked Lu Yinxin's breath. He confirmed she was breathing. He pinched her philtrum, and with that, Lu Yinxin regained consciousness. Weakly, she looked at her parents and asked, "Dad, Mom, what happened to me?" Lu Yuanqing helped her sit up and asked, "Yinxin, why did you faint? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yinxin shook her head, "Dad, I'm not sure. I didn't sleep last night, and when I got up to use the bathroom this morning, I felt dizzy and fell. I don't remember anything after that." Pan Feng, holding Lu Yinxin's hand, asked anxiously, "Yinxin, are you still feeling dizzy? How do you feel now?" Lu Yinxin shook her head, "Mom, I still feel a bit lightheaded." Lu Yunke began to cry again, her tears streaming down her face. "Sister, you're not going to be in any serious trouble, are you? You won't die, will you?" Lu Yuanqing felt an ominous premonition, but knew he could not frighten Lu Yinxin further, lest her anxiety manifest into something more severe. He gently reproached Lu Yunke, "Child, what could possibly happen to your sister? She likely just needs rest. Please refrain from speaking such inauspicious words." Lu Yunke fell silent, lowering her head and continuing to weep. At that moment, the sound of the ambulance could be heard. The bodyguards rushed in, using a stretcher to carry Lu Yinxin out to the ambulance. Lu Qi was still playing with his chubby dog, Dun Dun, in the gazebo, teaching it how to stand, sit, and obey commands. He noticed the bodyguards hurriedly bringing Lu Yinxin down, followed by his anxious parents and the quietly sobbing fifth sister. Lu Qi was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had noticed Lu Yinxin's pale complexion, and today something had happened. Was she dying? "Qi Heir," Pan Feng called out, "your sister just fainted. Come on, we need to take her to the hospital." Lu Qi replied, "Can I say I don't want to go?" The driver, Zhang Yingyan, had already brought the Rolls-Royce to the entrance. Lu Yuanqing waved to Lu Qi. "Qi heir, hurry and get in the car." The doctor administered oxygen to Lu Yanxin as the ambulance sped away. Lu Yuanqing and his wife, along with Lu Yunke and Lu Qi, climbed into the Rolls-Royce, which raced after the ambulance. Upon arrival at the hospital and after a series of examinations, it was confirmed that Lu Yanxin was not suffering from any illness. The doctor stated that her fainting was due to lack of rest. Relieved to hear that Lu Yanxin was fine, the family returned to their luxurious home. Back home, Lu Yuanqing and his wife realized that Lu Yanxin's anxiety had kept her awake at night, affecting her health. Lu Yuanqing reassured her, "Yanxin, you must not be overly anxious. Just stay home and rest for a few days. Don't worry, I will take care of everything." Lu Yanxin nodded. Pan Feng comforted her, "Exeter, do not be afraid. There will be a way when we reach the mountain. The boat will straighten itself when it gets to the bridge." Lu Qi felt a sense of boredom at home. He had just invested 37 billion in stocks. It would take time to see results. The only thing he wanted to do was play games. But the offerings at the arcade were utterly dull and did not satisfy his needs. Once his stock investment paid off, he planned to develop real-life games. He thought of heading to a nightclub, but due to his identity, it was not feasible for the time being. Everything had to wait until he entered university. As Lu Qi pondered his options, he suddenly remembered the last time he went to a barbecue spot by the Pearl Lake in the southern suburbs. He could go there to sing and have a barbecue. Without hesitation, Lu Qi took 4 bodyguards with him to the market to buy barbecue supplies, instructing driver Xiao Li to head towards the southern suburbs. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was feeling utterly bored, while on the other side, Su Yunyang, after the holiday, was busy helping her mother, Xie Qing, organize various divorce documents. One day, the mother-daughter duo took a thick stack of materials, driving to the courthouse while chatting and laughing. As they sped towards the courthouse in their Bentley, a runaway dump truck suddenly charged towards them. Xie Qing reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel to the left. The dump truck narrowly missed the Bentley, but lost control and crashed into a nearby tree. The car was wrecked, and the occupants were seriously injured. Due to the forceful maneuver, Xie Qing's car flipped over. Su Yunyang was thrown from the vehicle, suffering only minor scrapes on her elbow and knee, while Xie Qing fell into unconsciousness. Su Yunyang crawled up from the street, witnessing the overturned Bentley still emitting black smoke, its wheels spinning due to inertia. Alarmed for her mother's safety, she cried out in despair, "Mom, Mom, are you okay? Don't scare me. Hang on, I'm coming to save you." Like a helpless little girl, Su Yunyang knelt beside the car, weeping uncontrollably. Good Samaritans passing by sprang into action, joining forces to lift the car and rescue her mother. After her initial panic, Su Yunyang quickly regained her composure and called for an ambulance. This urgent scene was coincidentally witnessed by Lu Qi, who was on his way to the southern suburbs for a barbecue. Lu Qi rolled down the car window and saw Su Yunyang kneeling by the roadside, crying before she suddenly composed herself to make a phone call. He was taken aback, wondering what had happened to the school beauty. The next moment, he realized what was unfolding and instructed driver Xiao Li to stop the car. Chapter 81. Could you please help me? The crowd assisted Su Yunyang in lifting the overturned car to rescue her mother. The vehicle had been righted, but Su Yunyang's mother, Xie Qing, lay unconscious, unresponsive. A small wound on her forehead bled profusely. With tears streaming down her face, Su Yunyang tore a large piece of cloth from her clothing, fashioned it into a wad, and pressed it against her mother's injury to stem the blood flow. She cried out in desperation, "Mom, Mom." No matter how she called, Xie Qing remained in her stupor. Desperate to pull her mother from the wreckage, bystanders cautioned her against moving Xie Qing, fearing further injury. They advised her to let her mother lie in that position until the ambulance arrived. "Stay calm, young lady. Any movement could aggravate her injuries," they reasoned. Taking their advice to heart, Su Yunyang refrained from touching Xie Qing, instead gripping her hand tightly, anxiously awaiting the ambulance's arrival. She murmured repeatedly, "I'm sorry, Mom. It's all my fault. I should have protected you better. If only I hadn't taken a break from school. I would have sensed what was coming through my desk mate's thoughts, and this tragedy could have been averted." Lost in her thoughts, she lamented that the break from school had prevented her from continuing classes with Lu Qi, thus missing the opportunity to hear his thoughts, which might have saved her mother. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she wished fervently to be by Lu Qi's side again, where she could hear his thoughts daily, ensuring her mother's safety. Why did the break have to happen? She thought. How I longed for school to resume, so I could sit next to Lu Qi and hear his voice, allowing my mother to receive timely warnings and protection. Meanwhile, Lu Qi's driver, Xiao Li, parked the Rolls-Royce by the roadside as Lu Qi exited the vehicle. Su Yunyang's focus remained solely on her mother, completely unaware of Lu Qi's presence. From the car, Lu Qi had already grasped the gravity of the situation. He had previously discussed with Guagua that Su Yunyang's father, Su Jinggang, was attempting to be with his mistress Zhao Min, who was pressuring him to divorce Xie Qing. Su Jingyang's intentions were nefarious. He plotted to eliminate Xie Qing under the guise of an accident while hiking on their anniversary. When she declined to go, his plan was thwarted. Guagua had mentioned that if Su Jingyang's first plan failed, he would resort to his second scheme, determined to acquire the family fortune. The rapid execution of that plan left Lu Qi astonished. "How is your mother?" Lu Qi asked Su Yunyang softly as he approached her. Kneeling on the ground, clutching her mother's hand, Su Yunyang looked up at Lu Qi, momentarily surprised before her sorrow overtook her again. "I don't know. My mom is unconscious," she sobbed, the tears flowing even more fiercely. Lu Qi glanced at Xie Qing, noting her pale visage and unresponsiveness. Even if she survived, it would likely be a long recovery. Poor Su Yunyang, he thought. Just before her college entrance examination, her mother is in this dire predicament due to a scoundrel. He pondered whether she had the strength to endure the upcoming challenges. However, Lu Qi felt a twinge of confusion. Guagua had mentioned that Su Jinggang and Zhao Min's secondary plan involved Zhao Min's cousin deceiving Xie Qing to gain her trust, eventually leading to compromising evidence that would force a divorce, placing the blame squarely on her. Why would Su Jinggang anticipate that Xie Qing was unaware of his relationship with Zhao Min and their two children? He had believed himself to be skillful in deception. Observing Su Yunyang's helplessness, Lu Qi found himself torn between amusement and sympathy. He had always perceived her as a strong character, yet here was a glimpse of her vulnerability. Choosing to remain silent, he squatted beside her, waiting for the ambulance together. Finally, the sirens wailed as two ambulances arrived, one for Xie Qing and the other for the driver of the construction vehicle, who was also gravely injured. Police vehicles soon followed. Medical personnel swiftly assessed Xie Qing, loading her onto a stretcher and administering initial treatment to halt the bleeding. They placed her on oxygen and hooked her up to a heart monitor before transporting her. While the police gathered evidence, Lu Qi felt detached from the situation, ready to pursue his plans for a barbecue and singing by the lakeside. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Su Yunyang clutched his left sleeve with both hands, her large almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, her pale face streaked with sorrow. Recognizing her distress, she quickly retracted her hand, feeling embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Lu Qi inquired. Su Yunyang opened her mouth, but remained silent. Unsure of her thoughts, Lu Qi turned to depart. But she summoned her courage and implored, "Lu Qi, could you please accompany me to the hospital for my mother?" "Why should I go with you?" Lu Qi replied, surprised. In that instant, disappointment flickered in Su Yunyang's eyes. Pride urged her to abandon her plea, yet uncertainty loomed over her mother's condition. She desperately wished for Lu Qi's support, hoping he could offer guidance. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, "I'm worried about my mother. I hope you can help me, at least as classmates." Lu Qi mulled it over and ultimately agreed, "Fine, I'll accompany you." After all, Su Yunyang was an adversary of Lu Jiang, who was, in turn, his own rival. Thus, assisting Su Yunyang was akin to aiding a friend, though he would never admit her beauty had any influence on his decision. "All right, I will go with you. But you can take the ambulance while our car follows behind," he instructed. Grateful for Lu Qi's agreement, Su Yunyang hurried into the ambulance as the medical team prepared. Lu Qi's Rolls-Royce trailed closely behind. On the way, Lu Qi lamented to his driver, Xiao Li, "Why do I have such bad luck today?" The reticent Xiao Li replied coolly, "Young master, today has indeed been busier than usual. You first went to the hospital with the third miss, and now you're accompanying a classmate's ambulance." Lu Qi chuckled helplessly, "That's just my luck." Upon arrival at the hospital, Xie Qing was swiftly wheeled into the emergency room. Chapter 82. He deserves to go to hell. Outside the emergency room, Su Yunyang sat weakly on a chair in the corridor, anxiously awaiting news. Lu Qi, observing her helpless and pitiful demeanor, took a seat beside her and reassured, "Do not worry. Your mother will surely be all right." Though Su Yunyang refrained from vocalizing her sorrow, tears flowed down her cheeks like a torrent, cascading down to her chin and pooling on the floor. The silent tears reflected her profound heartache. Lu Qi remained by her side, providing silent support as they awaited news. Nearby, the driver, Xiao Li, along with bodyguards chasing wind, storm, thunder, and lightning, stood vigil. After a while, Su Yunyang rose again, pacing anxiously at the entrance of the emergency room. More than an hour had passed, yet Xie Qing had still not emerged. Suddenly, Su Jinggang arrived, rushing to the door of the emergency room, where he seized Su Yunyang by the shoulders, his voice laced with urgency. "Yunyang, where is your mother? How is she?" Su Yunyang regarded this man, her biological father, a creature more beastly than human, with a cold stare. "Su Jinggang, my mother is still in surgery, and you come here to pry for information. Do you wish for her to die?" Internally, Su Jinggang harbored the hope that Xie Qing would perish. Yet he knew he had to maintain a facade before his daughter. He quickly shook his head and adopted a serious tone. "Child, what are you saying? I rushed here as soon as I heard about your mother's accident. How could you think that of your father?" "Huh." Su Yunyang saw through his pretentiousness and felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. Resisting her rage proved futile. The volcano within her erupted. "Su Jinggang, put away that hypocritical facade. What are you pretending for? Do you dare deny that today's accident was not your doing?" Stunned by her sudden accusation, Su Jinggang questioned how she could possibly connect the accident to him when he had always concealed his true self so well. "Su Yunyang," he thundered, "how dare you speak to me like that? What tone is this? I worked tirelessly for your and your mother's comfortable life, and now you dare to imply that I am involved in this? Are you even my daughter? I would never wish harm upon your mother." Su Yunyang scoffed, her voice laced with scorn and determination. "Su Jinggang, stop pretending. My mother and I have long seen through your disgusting facade. You will pay for your actions. Mark my words. You ungrateful girl." Su Jinggang bristled, attempting to assert moral superiority through anger. In a fit of rage, he struck her across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed painfully in the corridor. Su Yunyang covered her face, feeling the weight of betrayal from her father for the first time. She would not cry or question him about his violence. Since discovering Su Jingyang's treachery against both her mother and herself, his status in her heart had plummeted from the heavens to the depths of the earth. Su Jinggang, taken aback, could hardly believe that this ungrateful daughter dared to glare at him. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, observing this family drama with keen interest, suddenly clapped his hands. "Su Yunyang, well done." The driver Xiao Li and the 4 bodyguards joined in the applause, not out of amusement, but to align with their master's sentiments. Without uttering a word, Su Yunyang's chest heaved with emotion. Enraged, Su Jinggang lunged forward, ready to retaliate against her. Lu Qi raised his chin, and bodyguards chasing wind and storm swiftly intervened, pulling Su Jinggang aside. Struggling against their hold, Su Jinggang shouted at Lu Qi, "Do not forget your own surname and identity. This is a matter of the Su family, not yours." Lu Qi stood and circled Su Jinggang, a smile playing on his lips. "Su Jinggang, do remember that our families are intertwined through marriage. If I had not lost my way, I would have been betrothed to Su Yunyang, since I did not return to the Lu family. That little wretch Lu Jiang took advantage and married her instead. He is no true son of the Lu family. The engagement should have been mine. Thus, helping my fiancé, he is hardly meddling in your affairs. If you are not morally bankrupt, I should call you father-in-law, but you are not worthy of such respect." With that, Lu Qi returned to his seat as chasing wind and storm escorted Su Jinggang out of the hospital. "Take him outside to avoid his feigned concern," Lu Qi instructed. Once Su Jinggang was removed, Su Yunyang looked at Lu Qi with gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Qi." At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of security in his presence, despite the fact that he had struck her biological father. After all, a man capable of betraying his family and attempting murder did not deserve the title of father. His punishment was long overdue, He deserved to descend into hell. Upon hearing Lu Qi mention that he was supposed to be her fiancé, Su Yunyang felt a mix of disbelief and a hint of pleasure. As she expressed her thanks, Lu Qi gazed at her, taking in her flowing hair, sparkling eyes, and casual yet striking attire. Yet, the large handprint on her face marred her beauty, creating a dissonance that tugged at his heartstrings. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pity for her. The impulse to ruffle her hair became irresistible, and before he knew it, he had reached out. Sorry, Su Yunyang, he stammered, retracting his hand. My hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Will you be upset with me for striking Su Jingang? Su Yunyang shook her head resolutely. Not at all. A couple of slaps is nothing. I will ensure he descends into hell. Lu Qi nodded in agreement, and they fell silent, anxiously awaiting news outside the emergency room. After another hour passed, the door to the emergency room finally opened. Chapter 83. Is Lu Qi going to leave his bodyguard to protect me? A weary doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the emergency room, visibly exhausted from their efforts to save Xie. The moment the door swung open, Su Yunyang rushed forward, grasping the doctor's arm, and inquired, Doctor, how my mother? Has she been saved? The doctor removed his mask, revealing a look of relief mixed with satisfaction, as if he had successfully pulled someone back from the brink of death. He replied, there was intracranial hemorrhage, but we have stabilized her for now. However, the subsequent course of her condition will depend on various factors. She remains in a deep sleep, but if all goes well, she should awaken in 2 to 3 hours. Su Yunyang nodded fervently. Thank you, doctor. May I see my mother now? The doctor shook his head. Not at the moment. The emergency room is a sterile environment, and your presence could hinder her recovery. Doctor, I can change into sterile clothing. Just a quick glance, please, she pleaded, but the doctor remained resolute. No, the patient must be monitored in the ICU for several days until her vital signs stabilize completely before she can be moved to a regular ward. You cannot visit during this time. Oh, fine, Su Yunyang replied, her disappointment evident. Yet, she quickly reassured herself. As long as her mother was saved, waiting a few more days was a small price to pay. As the doctor returned to the emergency room, Su Yunyang stood at the ICU's entrance, her palms pressed together in silent prayer. Heaven, please protect my mother. At that moment, Lu Qi's stomach audibly grumbled, reminding him of his hunger. He turned to Su Yunyang and said, Since you can't see her now, how about I take you to grab something to eat, and then we can come back? Su Yunyang nodded. At this moment, she had no one else to rely on. Her father had become a despicable man, harboring malicious intentions toward her mother, who now lay in the emergency room. She had always been aloof and had few friends. Her former best friend, Zhao Feifei, had become a source of resentment after Su Yunyang discovered she was the illegitimate child of Su Jingang. Furthermore, Zhao Feifei often targeted Su Yunyang, wishing for her downfall, all while enjoying her status as the true daughter of the Su family. It was safe to say that Su Yunyang had no one she could trust. Except for Lu Qi, perhaps it was because she could hear his thoughts and receive guidance from him that she felt a sense of peace in his presence. The two walked out of the hospital, with Lu Qi leading the way and Su Yunyang following. For bodyguards and a driver accompanied them. Upon exiting, they encountered numerous food vendors, primarily street stalls and small restaurants. Lu Qi, unfazed by the options, had grown accustomed to various cuisines during his time as a minor internet celebrity, often subsisting on boxed meals while on the go for performances. Thus, he had no particular preference for food. After moving into the Lu family, he had indulged in gourmet delicacies, and now he found himself in a position where he could enjoy either extravagant meals or street food. Worried that Su Yunyang might not be accustomed to the latter, Lu Qi suggested, how about I take you to a hotel for a meal? However, Su Yunyang shook her head. I'm not in the mood. Let us just find a casual restaurant for some rice. Lu Qi regarded her quizzically. He had assumed that the daughter of a wealthy family would be accustomed to a life of luxury. Yet here was Su Yunyang, willing to dine at a modest roadside eatery. His admiration for her grew significantly in that moment. Very well, let's find a simple restaurant then. The group entered a quaint eatery and settled at a large round table. The restaurant was not crowded, and it appeared clean and well-kept. Lu Qi ordered stir-fried rice with shredded potatoes, while Su Yunyang opted for beef with celery. The bodyguards and driver each order their preferred dishes, showcasing their diverse tastes. In the kitchen, the owner and chef were busily preparing meals. The owner's wife leaned in and whispered to him, "Darling, make sure the food is delicious. I have a feeling those people out front are not ordinary customers. What brings them to our little place?" The owner nodded. "Absolutely. It will be delectable and plentiful. Those folks look formidable. The leading gentleman appears to be from a wealthy family, and the girl seems to be from a well-off background as well. The others must be their bodyguards." The owner's wife expressed her confusion. "Why would such people come to eat here? Are they looking to experience a different lifestyle?" The owner shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps those rich second-generation individuals are tired of fine dining and wish to try something more commonplace." The owner's wife clucked in surprise, feeling both honored that such patrons chose their humble establishment and anxious about potentially offending them. However, her worries proved unfounded. Once the rice dishes were served, Lu Qi and his companions devoured their meals with enthusiasm. Lu Qi praised the flavors and portions, secretly chuckling at himself for having once thought that gourmet food surpassed street fare. Perhaps he had simply grown weary of luxurious dining. After their meal, Lu Qi suggested to Su Yunyang that they go to Pearl Lake for a barbecue and singing. Su Yunyang shook her head. "I want to stay in the hospital and wait for my mother to wake up." Concerned that Lu Qi might grow bored with her company, she added, "If you have other plans, feel free to go. My mother is now out of danger. I truly appreciate your companionship." Lu Qi contemplated for a moment, realizing that staying there would indeed be dull. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would do him good before returning. "How about we exchange WeChat? That way, we can stay in touch." He pulled out his phone and opened the QR code. Su Yunyang scanned it and added him as a friend. "Heartbroken Kitten?" Lu Qi asked, noticing her username. Su Yunyang blushed slightly. "Yes." Lu Qi accepted her request, successfully adding her as a friend. "Great, I'll reach out later." He then departed with his driver, Xiao Li, and bodyguards, Windchase, Storm, and Thunder. After walking a few steps, Lu Qi paused and turned back to Su Yunyang. "How about this? I'll leave Thunder and Lightning here to ensure your safety. If anything arises, don't hesitate to call me." Su Yunyang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lu Qi was leaving his personal bodyguards to protect her. "Thank you, Lu Qi," she whispered, deeply touched. Previously, she and her mother had their own bodyguard assigned by Su Jinggang, but she feared they might be traitors. She had planned to find new guards, but before she could do so, her mother had fallen into peril. Now, Lu Qi's offer to provide his personal bodyguards filled her with immense appreciation. Being the son of a wealthy family, Lu Qi undoubtedly had top-notch security. As Lu Qi exited the hospital with Xiao Li, Windchase, and Storm, he instructed Xiao Li, "Let us head to Pearl Lake Park. We still have barbecuing and singing to do." In the car, feeling bored, Lu Qi scrolled through his phone casually. Suddenly, something caught his eye. What the heck? Chapter 84. Fame is a double-edged sword at that moment. An unexpected call from his elder sister, Lu Songning, came through. Lu Qi pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lu Qi, have you seen the news? You've become famous across the internet," she said. Lu Qi sighed, replying, "Sister, that was just me helping a couple of people with fortune-telling during the barbecue at Pearl Lake Park. I never anticipated that they would search for me online." Lu Songning nodded, her tone shifting from its usual coldness to that of a concerned sister. "Lu Qi, what will you do? Are you going to get in touch with them?" Lu Qi shook his head. "No, I want to contact them. Let them be." "All right, be careful, Lu Qi. Don't let any ill-intentioned people take advantage," she cautioned. "It's fine, sister. You needn't worry. I know what I'm doing." After hanging up, Lu Qi pondered the news surrounding him. The first piece reported on a programmer named Wang Zexing, who, guided by Lu Qi, found his long-lost sister in the Shanghai market. Unsure of how to reach Lu Qi, Wang Zexing posted a heartfelt video online, expressing his gratitude and hoping Lu Qi would contact him in return, promising a reward of 50,000 yuan. In his emotional video, he proclaimed Lu Qi to be a great person and expressed a desire for Lu Qi to assist more in need. While Wang Zexing's video merely ignited the search for Lu Qi, the next viral sensation came from a grieving woman, Wu Tsulan, who wept online, pleading for help. She recounted her own experience of seeking Lu Qi's fortune-telling by the shores of Pearl Lake, revealing that her husband had been missing for over a year due to dementia. Lu Qi had deduced that her husband was buried beneath the apple tree in their neighbor's backyard, prompting her to alert the authorities, thereby unraveling a murder case. Though heartbroken by her husband's fate, Wu Zilong felt immense gratitude towards Lu Qi for giving him a chance for justice. She, along with her children, cried out online, hoping to reach Lu Qi to express their profound appreciation. Both Wang Zixing and Wu Zilong's videos surged in popularity, garnering billions of views, millions of shares, and countless comments. People flocked to seek Lu Qi's guidance. Single individuals yearning for love, entrepreneurs seeking fortune, and those mourning lost family members wishing to reconnect. Lu Qi reflected, indeed, fame can be a burden and notoriety can be overwhelming. After striving so hard in his previous life to be a person of renown, he found this unexpected form of fame quite disconcerting. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt by the lakeside. Strangely, the number of people gathered was 20 times greater than usual. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, the system had been under repair for 3 days, leaving him oblivious to the sudden influx of visitors. From a distance, it appeared there were at least 1,000 individuals, some barbecuing, others flying kites, painting, singing, live streaming, or simply daydreaming by the water. Pearl Lake had transformed into a trendy gathering spot. As Lu Qi and his companions disembarked, his bodyguards, chasing wind and storm, set up for the barbecue, while the driver, Xiaoli, brought out Lu Qi's guitar. Seated on a small stool, Lu Qi began to sing while enjoying the barbecue. Gradually, the crowd's attention shifted towards him. They realized that Lu Qi was indeed the star of both viral videos, igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. Many had come not merely for leisure, but to await Lu Qi's arrival, as Wang Zixing and Wu Zilong's stories had originated at Pearl Lake. The crowd eagerly sought the chance to encounter him. As some observant individuals recognized Lu Qi as a contestant from China's Voice, the excitement grew. Others even uncovered that he was the long-lost son of a wealthy family, adding to the anticipation surrounding him. Suddenly, the crowd erupted, Lu Qi. Hurry! That person singing is Lu Qi. Yes, that's him. Incredible. A father, overcome with emotion, fell to his knees, pleading, Lu Qi, please help me. My son was abducted by traffickers 10 years ago, and we Haven Tea found him. Please, tell me where he is. An elderly woman cried out, Lu Qi, my daughter-in-law has left. Can you help me find out when my son will meet someone new? Lu Qi was astounded by the internet's power, how a single video could catapult him to fame by the afternoon, drawing throngs to Pearl Lake seeking his guidance. It was truly overwhelming. People clamored for his autograph, while others knelt, desperate for his insights. What began as a simple barbecue and a leisurely song was rapidly becoming untenable amid the cacophony of voices. Lu Qi addressed the kneeling individuals. I will return here in a few days to assist you. But remember, it's 800 yuan per reading, no exceptions. The individuals, tears streaming down their faces, expressed their gratitude profusely. After spending a little more time there, Lu Qi gathered his belongings, took his guitar, and departed in the Rolls-Royce. Inside the car, he mused to himself that the life of a celebrity was far from ideal. There was hardly any personal space. No wonder celebrities are often accompanied by bodyguards and throngs of enthusiastic followers. It was an overwhelming sensation. Upon returning to the Lu family mansion, Lu Qi spotted a crowd gathered at the entrance, ordinary people and reporters alike, awaiting an interview. He instructed his driver, Xiaoli, do not stop, drive straight in. Once inside, Lu Qi finally felt a sense of relief, playing with his dog in the garden. As the clock approached 6, Lu Qi's phone chimed with a message from Su Yinian. Lu Qi, my mother has woken up. Elated, Lu Qi responded, that's wonderful. We must not let the wrongdoers triumph. After replying to Su Yinian, he put his phone down, addressing Xiao Li and his bodyguards. Rather than venturing far, let's barbecue in the garden. Chasing wind. Inform Chef Lao he to prepare some barbecue supplies. The rest of you set up the grill, and Xiaoli, bring me my guitar. 15 minutes later, everything was ready. The air filled with smoke and melodious singing. The villas were sufficiently distanced, allowing Lu Qi to sing without disturbing the neighbors. Enjoying the barbecue and serenading the evening, Lu Qi found the experience extraordinarily delightful. Xiaoli, chasing wind, storm, you should join me in feasting. With his invitation, They joined in without hesitation. As twilight approached, the garden lights illuminated the surroundings. Lu Qi planned to return indoors for a shower and rest. He intended to call Jing Lei and Shan Dian to inform them that they would be staying at the hospital for a few days, helping to look after Su Yunian and her mother. He planned to have Chasing Wind and Storm replace them the next day. However, upon connecting with Jing Lei, Lu Qi was startled to hear sounds of a scuffle on the other end. Chapter 85. Master Lu, what brings you here? Lu Qi was taken aback. What was that sound of scuffle? Something had occurred over there? Quickly to the hospital, he instructed his driver and bodyguards. The force swiftly departed. Watching Lu Qi's hurried silhouette, Wang Ma anxiously called out, "Young master, should we collect these items?" Referring to the barbecue equipment, food, and guitar. Lu Qi had already dashed away. Without a response, Wang Ma hesitated, uncertain whether to gather them or not. Just then, on the third floor, the third sister, Lu Yinxin, and the fifth sister, Lu Yunker, shouted, "Wang Ma, don't collect them for now." "Yes, let us leave them be," Lu Yunker added. Confused as to why they wouldn't collect the items, Wang Ma heard Lu Yunker exclaim, "Don't collect. We're coming down for a few skewers." "Oh, understood," Wang Ma replied, realizing the two young ladies wished to indulge in some barbecue. She hurried to inform Chef Lao He, prepare some more ingredients. The third and fifth young ladies wished to eat. Lao He, puzzled, replied, "But the young ladies never eat such things," claiming they are junk food. "Why the sudden desire for barbecue today?" Wang Ma retorted, "Oh, why question it? If the young ladies want something, let them have it. It's not our place to comment. Just ensure the food is delicious." Lao He nodded, a hint of guilt and a smile on his aged face, of course. As long as the young ladies are pleased. Lu Yinxin and Lu Yunker quickly descended the stairs. Earlier, while Lu Qi and the bodyguards were barbecuing downstairs, they had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, nearly driving them mad with hunger. They had been secretly observing from the balcony on the third floor, wanting to come down for a couple of skewers, but feeling too shy to do so, especially since they weren't familiar with Lu Qi after all. When Lu Qi first arrived at the Lu family, they had aided Lu Jiang in various schemes against him, leaving a lingering sense of animosity. They had intended to wait a few days before treating themselves to a proper meal outside when they noticed Lu Qi rushing out. Although unaware of the circumstances, they were delighted to seize the opportunity to enjoy some barbecue. Once Lu Qi returned, they would simply tidy up and restore everything to its original state, ensuring Lu Qi wouldn't suspect a thing. In the pavilion, the barbecue grill was set up with glowing coals, and skewers sizzled and smoked above them. Nearby, large plates overflowed with vegetables and meats. Chives, potatoes, enoki mushrooms, chicken legs, beef, cucumbers, chicken feet, scallops, clams and foil, hot dogs, various meatballs, eggplant, green beans, fish, black tiger shrimp, and more. Seated beside the grill, Lu Yinxin inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells divine." Unable to resist, Lu Yunker grabbed a skewered potato slice, dipped it in chili powder, and stuffed it into her mouth. "So delicious," she said to Lu Yinxin, "Sister, this is too good. You must try." "All right," Lu Yinxin replied, taking a skewer of grilled enoki mushrooms. Under Lao He's guidance, she sprinkled some chili powder and scallions on top before savoring it. "Oh my goodness, this is incredible." Lu Yinxin and her sisters had never tasted barbecue before, as her mother always insisted that street food was unclean and unsanitary. They never anticipated it could be so delectable. Chef Lao grilled the chicken feet, clams and foil, placed the scallops on, and let's have a few more skewers of enoki mushrooms. "Oh, it smells so good. Lao He, you should have some too." "Wang Ma, come enjoy a skewer." Meanwhile, driver Xiao Li sped toward the hospital with Lu Qi, Chasing Wind, and Storm. They rushed to the entrance of the intensive care unit, but found no sign of Su Yunian or her bodyguards. Lu Qi dialed Jing Lei's number, who replied helplessly, "Young master, we're at the police station." "The police station?" Lu Qi exclaimed. "What about Su Yunian? Is she also there?" Jing Lei nodded. "Yes, there was a fight. They're all here." Lu Qi. He instructed Xiao Li to drive them to the police station. Inside the precinct, a group stood in a line. Su Yunian, Zhao Feifei, Zhao Jinxian, and their bodyguards were present. The police inquired about the reason for the altercation, with both sides presenting their accounts. Su Yunian asserted Zhao Feifei and Zhao Jinxian came over, insulted my mother, and personally attacked me. Zhao Feifei retorted, "My brother? And I merely wanted to check on Aunt Xia. Has she been released?" Both sets of bodyguards claimed, "We were only trying to mediate." Since neither party bore visible injuries, the police offered a stern warning before allowing everyone to leave. As Su Yunian and the others were yet to exit the station, Lu Qi arrived, striding into the hall. Police Chief Li Rena noticed Lu Qi, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Wasn't he the same young man who had helped solve cases involving Wu Zuelan? How curious that he had come here again. Li Rena approached with a smile. "Master Lu, what brings you here?" Taken aback by the title, Lu Qi paused for a moment before laughing. "I'm flattered. I'm here to collect my bodyguards." "Your bodyguards?" Li Rena glanced at the departing group, puzzled as to how they could belong to him. "Haha, Officer Li, those two are Jing Lei and Shandian. They are indeed my bodyguards," Lu Qi explained. Li Rena inquired, "Aren't they Su Yunian's bodyguards? How can they be yours?" Lu Qi chuckled, "They're my bodyguards, momentarily lent to Miss Su." Oh, Li Rena nodded. "Goodbye, Officer Li." Lu Qi turned to leave, but paused when Su Yunian approached, her eyes glistening. Just as they were about to speak, Li Rena called out, "Master Lu, I need to discuss something with you. Would it be convenient for a private chat?" Lu Qi. The officer seemed oblivious to the young lady in need of comfort. Li Rena's serious gaze hinted at urgency. Just then his subordinate, Wang Hong, approached and eagerly exclaimed, "Lu Qi, you're here. We need your assistance with something. Could you step inside for a private discussion?" Feeling inexplicably compelled, Lu Qi agreed. "All right." He turned to Su Yunian and the bodyguards, saying, "Wait for me outside. I'll be back shortly." Despite having maintained a cool demeanor earlier, Su Yunian's expression softened at his words, resembling a bashful girl. Although she said nothing, she obediently nodded, following Li Rena and Wang Hong deeper into the station. Lu Qi pondered what matters they could possibly want to discuss. Could it be about the recent incident in northern Myanmar, seeking to investigate him? "Please come in." Li Rena gestured, opening the door to his office as the three entered. Chapter 86. Officer Li's request. Li Renan's office was spacious and bright, adorned with standard office furnishings. Two long black and red desks faced each other by the window, each equipped with a desktop computer. Adjacent to the computers were printers and various upright document holders, along with pens and markers. Along the wall, 2 rows of filing cabinets contained an array of case files. Beside the cabinets sat a black single sofa, with a coffee table positioned in front of it. The atmosphere, befitting a place of investigation, exuded a sense of solemnity even within an office setting. "Master Lu, please take a seat." Li Renan gestured for Lu Qi to sit on the sofa, while he himself took a chair opposite. Wang Hong brewed a cup of tea for Lu Qi, saying, "Authentic Westlake Longjing, do try it." He then pulled up a chair beside Li Renan. Lu Qi felt no trepidation, merely a hint of surprise. He looked at Li Renan and Wang Hong, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Gentlemen, you did not summon me merely for a cup of tea, did you?" Li Renan shook his head, his demeanor shifting from earlier levity to seriousness. "Lu Qi, even if you had not come today, we intended to seek you out." "Why is that?" Lu Qi inquired. "We have encountered a particularly perplexing case and wish to enlist your assistance," Li Renan explained. Lu Qi laughed heartily. What could be so pressing? "Gentlemen, solving cases is your domain. I am merely a student. What could I possibly know? Please, do not jest with me about such matters." Li Renan patiently awaited Lu Qi to finish speaking before responding earnestly. "After much contemplation, I believe that aside from you, no one else can unravel this situation." Wang Hong added, "Indeed, Lu Qi, the case of Wang Zexing and Wu Zuelan could not have been resolved without you. Even if it had been solved, it would have taken an inordinate amount of time. We are aware of your capabilities. This case is particularly unique and tragic, and we hope you can provide some guidance." Curiosity piqued, Lu Qi asked, "What case are we discussing?" With a heavy sigh, Li Renan continued, "Last week, a criminal incident occurred at the Baisher mining site in Nanjia town. A worker named Wang Yong suddenly died under mysterious circumstances." Lu Qi listened attentively, remaining silent. Li Renan sighed once more before elaborating. "Wang Yong's wife has been bedridden for 3 years, and he has 3 children, the eldest in college, the second in senior high school, and the youngest in junior high. He was the sole breadwinner for his family. With Wang Yong's sudden demise, his wife's plight is dire, and the children's education hangs in the balance. The crux of the matter is that we cannot ascertain how he died. Lu Qi found the situation rather amusing. Shouldn't your role as police officers involve seeking clues and investigating the case? Why come to me? Wang Hong interjected. The mining site has surveillance cameras, but upon reviewing the footage, we found no leads. All we saw was Wang Yong exiting the steel-structured dormitory when he suddenly appeared to be strangled, collapsing to the ground, and then he was gone. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it truly that dramatic? Wang Hong nodded. Yes, it is quite absurd. In our thorough examination, we have uncovered no clues. Medical evidence indicates that Wang Yong did not suffer from any sudden illness. He died from asphyxiation. We find ourselves at an impasse, and that is why we seek your help. We know of your talents, and if you could provide us with even a hint, we would be immensely grateful. Lu Qi remained silent, internally musing. I still have a few days before I can truly help. Even if I wished to assist, I'm a loss. Furthermore, what use is your gratitude to me? Why should I seek your appreciation? Li Renan's voice remained calm. Yet there was a palpable sense of desperation. Lu Qi, if you could help clear Wang Yong's name, it would be a significant contribution not only to his wife and children, but also to society at large. I know you possess extraordinary insights. If you are willing, you could unravel this matter. Lu Qi was reluctant to involve himself further, wary that meddling could lead to more complications. He addressed the two officers, Officer Li, Officer Wang. I truly find myself unable to assist in this matter. I urge you to revisit the scene, diligently review the surveillance footage, and utilize your professional expertise to secure justice for Wang Yong. My duty lies in my studies, and I prefer not to become entangled in such issues. Sipping his tea, Lu Qi stood to leave. As he reached the door, Li Renan suddenly called out, Lu Qi, I hope you will reconsider. By the way, Wang Yong's son is your classmate, Wang Chenggue. Wang Chenggue? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Wasn't he the student who had recently transferred to his senior high class? The one unjustly accused of bringing cigarettes into the classroom, alongside Qiuyu, Hixing, and Zhangde, an image of a diligent, gentle boy who, despite being bullied, remained silent flashed before Lu Qi's eyes. That boy was indeed Wang Chenggue. Lu Qi knew that Wang Chenggue came from a difficult background, having been admitted to the elite school due to his exceptional exam scores. At this prestigious institution, many students were admitted for their talents in music or sports, not solely based on financial means. Wang Chenggue was known for his dedication to studies, his amiable nature, and his participation in class activities, never instigating conflict. It was shocking to learn that such a tragic event had befallen him. However, Lu Qi was hesitant to express his thoughts without concrete evidence. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Wang Yong's demise, even though curiosity gnawed at him. He turned to Li Renan and replied, Officer Li, I understand. I will consider your request. With that, Lu Qi departed. Outside the police station, Su Yinian and her bodyguard awaited him. To Lu Qi's surprise, Zhao Feifei and Zhao Jinxian were also present. Lu Qi, Su Yinian approached. Could you accompany me to see my mother? Lu Qi glanced at her and nodded slightly. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Feifei suddenly stepped forward to block Lu Qi's path. Lu Qi was taken aback. Is this crazy woman out of her mind? Zhao Feifei spoke. Lu Qi, may I have a moment alone with you? Alone? Lu Qi scoffed. Zhao Feifei, do you really think you are worthy of speaking to me? With that, he averted his gaze from her and took Su Yinian's hand, stepping into the Rolls-Royce. Inside the car, Su Yinian's face flushed, her heart racing. She could still feel the warmth of Lu Qi's strong grip. Remembering how he had defended her, a sense of warmth enveloped her. Oblivious to her thoughts, Lu Qi asked, What happened today? Why did you and Zhao Feifei end up in a fight? With a sigh, Su Yinian recounted the events. After my mom, Xie woke up, she was moved to the intensive care unit. I was waiting outside when Zhao Feifei and Zhao Jinxian suddenly appeared, provoking me, even asking, Why is your mom so resilient? Why doesn't she just die? That is when I lost my temper and ended up fighting with them. Upon hearing Su Yinian's account, Lu Qi's expression darkened. For now, Refrain from taking any rash actions. Wait until the dumper truck driver regains consciousness. The police will summon him for questioning. Su Inian nodded in agreement. The Rolls-Royce made its way toward the hospital. Suddenly, Lucci noticed someone at the entrance of the municipal government, holding a banner high while kneeling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Lucci was astonished to discover that the individual was none other than Wang Chungue. Chapter 87. Mother is in trouble. Beside Wang Chungue knelt two other young individuals. Upon closer inspection, their features bore a striking resemblance to one another. Lucci pondered whether these were the siblings of Wang Chungue, as mentioned by Li Rena, his brother and sister. Who else would kneel beside Wang Chungue, holding a banner to seek justice for their father? Lucci instructed the driver, Xiao Li, to stop the car, disembarked, and approached Wang Chungue directly. A fleeting moment of surprise crossed Wang Chungue's face upon seeing his classmate, Lucci, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. With his head bowed and tears streaming down, he could no longer meet Lucci's gaze. To Wang Chungue's left knelt what was presumably his elder brother, appearing slightly older, his countenance etched with profound grief. To the right was his sister, a frail young girl with a sallow complexion, clearly a victim of malnutrition. Children from impoverished families often suffer from inadequate nourishment and clothing, perpetually engaged in struggles for survival, only to concede in the face of adversity, much like Lucci's own childhood. Before he traversed into this narrative realm, Lucci had endured a challenging upbringing, ultimately emerging as a minor celebrity, on the verge of reaping the fruits of his labor, only to meet an untimely demise. Fortunately, he had arrived in this world as the son of a wealthy magnate, bolstered by a system that granted him an elevated status in this merciless realm. Witnessing the plight of Wang Chungue and his siblings stirred memories of his own unfortunate past. Remaining silent, Lucci stood for a moment, offering Wang Chungue a tissue. Wang Chungue, do not grieve excessively. Circumstances will surely take a turn for the better. Wang Chung accepted the tissue, tears cascading like pearls, unceasing in their descent. Thank you, Lucci, he replied, his voice barely audible. He ceased speaking, tears still flowing. Yet his posture remained resolute as he knelt upright. It is said that a man kneels before heaven and earth, had it not been for his father's sudden demise. How could Wang Chungue, a robust young man, be found kneeling here, regardless of the curious, bemused, or sympathetic glances from passers-by? Lucci could no longer bear to witness this heartbreaking scene. However, the system, Guagua, required 3 days of rest to rejuvenate its significant abilities, while merely observing was unproblematic. Abandoning the opportunity for skill enhancement seemed a waste. Lucci cautiously suggested to Guagua, shall we simply indulge in Wang Chungue's plight and forego the skill? Guagua shook its head. Host, including today, I have already rested for 2 days. Once tomorrow passes, I will possess a major skill. It would be unwise to relinquish that now. Let us wait just one more day. The day after can be spent aiding him. This will also allow the police to exert some effort, preventing them from relying on you for every incident. Lucci nodded in agreement. Indeed, allowing the police to take initiative was prudent. By waiting just one more day for skill acquisition, it might yield something invaluable. He acknowledged Wang Chungue with a nod before returning to his vehicle and departing. At the city hospital, Xie lay in a hospital bed, her head wrapped in bandages and an oxygen tube inserted in her nose. Her condition appeared stable, and she was relatively alert. Su Yunyang donned sterile clothing and entered to call her mother, asking, "Mother, it's me, Yunyang. Do you still recognize me?" Xie responded faintly, nodding slightly. She remained unaware of the altercation involving Su Yunyang and Zhao Feifei, Zhao Jinxian, which had resulted in their detention. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing her from undue worry. Lucci accompanied Su Yunyang and hired 2 nurses to care for Xie. After spending over an hour at the hospital, he decided to leave, entrusting chasing wind and torrential rain to stay behind while he took thunder and lightning home to rest. As he left, Lucci instructed Su Yunyang to call him if anything arose. Su Yunyang nodded in affirmation. As Lucci took a few steps forward, he suddenly turned back, teasingly remarking, "Don't feel embarrassed. Had it not been for the pretender, Lu Jiang, usurping your place. You would have been my fiancé. Su Yunyang fell silent. At his words, her fair complexion flushed a delicate shade of crimson, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, captivating in its beauty. At the Liu family residence, Liu Yanxin and Liu Yunkai had been enjoying Liu Qi's barbecue since his departure. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, their elder sister, Liu Songning, and second sister, Liu Qingru, returned from work and joined the feast. By 6:30, the fourth sister, Liu Xiaoya, arrived, drawn in by the enticing aroma, and squeezed in to partake in the barbecue. As they reveled in their meal, suddenly, a horn honked at the entrance. "Oh no, Liu Qi is back," cried the fifth sister, Liu Yunkai, grabbing a skewer of potatoes and dashing inside. The third sister, Liu Yanxin, and the fourth sister, Liu Xiaoya, quickly followed suit. As if they were mice fleeing from a cat, their hearts racing. Liu Songning called out, "What are you three running off for?" But all she received in response was the sound of hurried footsteps and fleeting figures. Now, only Liu Songning and Liu Qingru remained in the pavilion, both still savoring their meal. Liu Qingru jested, "Elder sister, if your employees were to see us indulging in barbecue, they would be utterly astonished. They'd surely exclaim, 'Is this really our ice-cold CEO? Our CEO eating barbecue? Surely I must be dreaming.'" Liu Songning laughed in response. "Your fans would truly be flabbergasted to see you devouring your food so voraciously. But really, elder sister, I'm accustomed to such antics. This is my normal demeanor, and won't tarnish my image. Your contrast is far too stark." As they exchanged laughter, Liu Qi returned, surprised to find his elder and second sisters enjoying the barbecue he had left behind. "Elder sister, would you like me to join you for barbecue?" Liu Songning called out. Liu Qi shook his head. "No. Elder sister, you enjoy your meal. I've eaten already and am feeling a bit tired. I wish to rest." Liu Songning nodded, "All right." As Liu Qi stepped into the hall, their newly adopted dog, Dundu, scampered over, happily following Liu Qi. He picked it up and took it to the bathroom in his bedroom for a bath, leaving it fragrant and drying it with a hairdryer. The butler, Zhou Fu, brought in a cozy dog bed for Dundu, placing it beside the floor-to-ceiling window, directly facing Liu Qi's bed, allowing him to see the plump, adorable little creature at a glance whenever he turned toward the balcony. After 10 o'clock, Liu Qi sent a message to Su Yunyang, receiving confirmation that all was well, and prepared to sleep. Just then, his elder sister called. Picking up the phone, Liu Qi heard his sister's anxious voice. "Liu Qi, are you asleep? If not, come out with me. Mother is in trouble." Chapter 88. The malefactor of cursing Liu Qi was taken aback. Had something happened to his mother? What could it be? Given that his mother was the wife of a billionaire and surrounded by numerous bodyguards, all exceptionally skilled, it seemed improbable that anything could disturb her in the capital. Yet, his elder sister's urgency and her call for him to join them raised a multitude of questions in Liu Qi's mind. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He quickly dressed and hurried downstairs. His small, plump dog, Dung Dung, stumbled down after him, rolling down the stairs due to his short legs. Liu Qi picked up the little creature and said, "I have something important to attend to. You stay here and be a good boy." Dung Dung appeared to understand. Or perhaps he did not, as he stared at Liu Qi with wide, innocent eyes. In the hall, Liu Songning and several sisters were anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Liu Qi, they exclaimed, "Hurry!" and dashed out the door. Dung Dung, barking a few times, slowly climbed back up the stairs to his doghouse in Liu Qi's room to sleep. Liu Songning and Liu Qingru got into Liu Qi's car, while the other three sisters took another vehicle. With 5 sisters, Liu Qi, and their bodyguards, the entourage comprised over 20 individuals, setting off grandly toward the Xingyan Grand Hotel. The Xingyan Grand Hotel featured 6 floors of accommodation, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors designated for KTV and cocktail lounges, while the 10th floor housed a mahjong parlor. A group of ladies, often bored, would gather there to play mahjong. Upon arrival, they found the entrance surrounded by Liu family bodyguards, who were protecting someone at the center of the venue. All the windows above were shut tight, preventing anyone from peering outside. Driver Xiao Li parked the car, and Liu Qi and the others rushed into the crowd, only to find their mother, Pan Feng, sitting on the ground, as if bewitched, her face pale. Though her eyes were open, they were vacant, and she muttered incomprehensible words in an unfamiliar language. Lu Yuanqing attempted several times to lift Pan Feng, but was unable to do so. He had to ensure the area was tightly secured, forbidding anyone upstairs from looking down to prevent his wife from being embarrassed. Seeing his children arrive, Lu Yuanqing remained silent, his heart filled with concern and sorrow for his wife. Lu Qi dashed toward Pan Feng, shaking her hand in an attempt to rouse her. "Mom, what's wrong? Mom, Mom," he called out repeatedly, but Pan Feng continued her incantation, not responding to any of Lu Qi's pleas. Lu Songning, Lu Qingru, and the other sisters rushed over, shaking Pan Feng and crying out, "Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare us. What has happened? Call for an ambulance." A chorus of anxiety filled the air. Yet Pan Feng remained immobile, lost in her strange recitation. Lu Qi reached out to pull Pan Feng up, but she suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. "Wife, Mom." The family was horrified, scrambling to her side. A bizarre occurrence unfolded. Just then, Lu Yuanqing realized he could finally lift Pan Feng. What on earth is happening? It feels as though she has been possessed. An ambulance arrived, and Lu Qi carried Pan Feng inside. At the hospital, various tests revealed that aside from slightly elevated blood pressure, there were no other issues. Moreover, Pan Feng had returned to her normal self, able to eat, drink, walk, and move as if nothing had occurred. Astonishingly, she had no recollection of her previous mutterings. "Wasn't I playing mahjong? Why have you brought me to the hospital?" she queried, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Qi was equally perplexed. Since her physical state was sound, they took Pan Feng home. Once back, Lu Qi asked, "Mom, who were you playing mahjong with today? Any new faces?" Pan Feng shook her head. "No new faces, son. What happened?" Lu Qi sighed. "Oh, Guagua, enough with the skills. My mother's situation is serious. Just tell me, what happened to her?" Guagua replied, "The host, your mother has been cursed by someone." Lu Qi, cursed? Who did this? Guagua, it's a faction called Inuzi, known for using curses to harm others. Lu Qi, how can I find this faction or the person who cast the curse? Guagua, host, nothing will happen today. Your family should rest. Stay home tomorrow, and the day after, I will uncover who is behind this. Lu Qi, Guagua, can't you hear? I don't want to use skills. I want to know who intends to harm my mother. Guagua, all right, host, that person is currently on the 8th floor of Xingyan Hotel, dancing in a lounge. Lu Qi, how dare they bully my mother? They must not wish to live. Let us go. I'm going to confront this person. With that, Lu Qi rushed out, hopped into his Rolls-Royce, and, accompanied by bodyguards Thunder and Lightning, returned to the Xingyan Grand Hotel. They took the elevator to the 8th floor, entering a lounge called Hi Hi Hi. Inside, the atmosphere was tumultuous, glasses clinked, vibrant lights flashed, creating a dizzying effect. A crowd of men and women swayed to the music, reveling in the lively ambience that matched the lounge's name. Lu Qi, accompanied by his bodyguards, pushed through the throng, wondering, with so many people, who is it? Guagua responded, see that person in the center with red hair dancing the most energetically? That's her. As Lu Qi squeezed into the center, he was taken aback. A girl around 18 or 19. Guagua cautioned, host, do not be deceived by her appearance. She is not merely a girl of 18 or 19, but at least 75 years old. Lu Qi, that's absurd. He gestured to Thunder and Lightning, who quickly advanced and seized the red-haired girl. Murong Xiaolin, the girl, interrupted her dancing, shrieking, who are you? What do you want? Let me go. Two big guys bullying a little girl. If you don't release me, I'll call the police. Murong Xiaolin, the name of the red-haired girl, belonged to the Inuzi curse faction. Seeing her struggle, Lu Qi stepped forward and, amidst the loud music, chuckled. Murong, old lady. What a coincidence. I didn't know you enjoyed dancing too. Chapter 89. Beautiful girl versus old hag. Murong Xiaolin was momentarily stunned before vehemently denying. Young man, what are you saying? What old lady? I'm only 18, still a cute and lovely young girl. She found herself helplessly restrained by Thunder and Lightning, the subordinates of Lu Qi, and struggled to free herself while questioning Lu Qi in confusion. Young man, we have no grievances between us. I was dancing here quite well. Why are your men holding me? Let me go. Lu Qi sneered coldly and replied, it's inconvenient to talk here. let's step outside. He gestured to Thunder and Lightning to escort Murong Xiaolin out. Lu Qi understood that someone capable of casting curses was certainly not an ordinary character. True to his suspicions, before they reached the door, Murong Xiaolin intentionally shouted loudly, "Help! Help! The rogue is harassing me." Among the dancers, 7 or 8 with bleached hair immediately halted and rushed over, surrounding Thunder and Lightning. They shouted, "Who dares? In broad daylight, you dare to abduct someone. If you don't want to die, let her go. Quickly release her." Lu Qi stood with his arms crossed, knowing that in terms of strength, these raucous individuals were no match for Thunder and Lightning. The real threat was that old hag, Murong Xiaolin. The security guard from the dance hall also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The head of security first attempted to mediate. "Please, let us resolve this outside. Don't cause a disturbance here." However, Murong Xiaolin shrieked in protest. "Are you security guards incompetent? My personal safety is at risk. They're trying to drag me away, and you still suggest we resolve it outside? No, I refuse to go." The head of security, caught in a dilemma, turned to Lu Qi and asked, "Young master, could you ask your men to release the girl?" Lu Qi remained silent, watching the head of security with a mocking expression. He thought to himself, "Not bad. He seems to know who the boss is." "Very well," Lu Qi replied to the head of security. "This old hag is a thief. She stole my Rolex watch just moments ago. I can let her go, but only if she returns it." Lu Qi was not lying. He had discreetly slipped his Rolex into her pocket while pretending to converse with her. No matter how skilled she was, she would never anticipate Lu Qi's swiftness. The reason someone with intermediate combat skills could take on many opponents was precisely due to their speed and the element of surprise. At Lu Qi's revelation, everyone present stared in astonishment at Murong Xiaolin, who was being restrained by 2 bodyguards. Although the music continued to play, the dancers had all halted, gathering around to watch the spectacle. Watching such drama unfold was always an amusing pastime, and spectators could be found everywhere, irrespective of the occasion. Even Murong Xiaolin herself was incredulous, glaring at Lu Qi with fury. "You're talking nonsense. When did I ever steal your Rolex?" Lu Qi smirked. "Old hag, what will you say if I find it?" Onlookers were puzzled, grumbling about how such a beautiful girl could be referred to as an old hag. With her hands restrained, Murong Xiaolin confidently retorted, "If you can't find it, you must give me an explanation today." Lu Qi nodded. "That is only natural." In the midst of their exchange, Lu Qi turned to a nearby blonde girl. "Excuse me, beautiful, could you help me search her clothes?" The girl, captivated by Lu Qi's charm, swooned for a few moments before approaching to check Murong Xiaolin's attire. Soon enough, she discovered a Rolex watch tucked away in Murong Xiaolin's pocket. Lu Qi leaned closer to her. "Now there is nothing to discuss, is there? Take her away." Thunder and Lightning prepared to escort her out, but suddenly, Murong Xiaolin's demeanor shifted. With a powerful tug, she yanked her hands inward, causing Thunder and Lightning to collide with each other, unable to withstand the force. With this momentum, she leaped away. Thunder and Lightning, having crashed into one another, both sported large bumps on their foreheads and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Ha ha ha!" Murong Xiaolin stood amidst the crowd, scrutinizing Lu Qi. Lu Qi, in turn, assessed her. "Kid, you may appear young, but you're quite composed. Trying to frame me for the Rolex theft? Speak, what is your relationship with the wealthy matron Pan Feng?" Lu Qi laughed coldly. "Murong, old hag, if you can curse her, surely you can deduce my connection to her. Now, tell me, why you wish to harm her? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this room." Murong Xiaolin suddenly smiled ominously. "You arrogant little brat, so bold at such a young age. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten?" She turned to the 8 young men who had defended her earlier, instructing one, "You, go disable the surveillance cameras. The rest of you, come at him." One of the young men rushed to unplug the camera while the other 7 surrounded Lu Qi. As Thunder and Lightning rose from the ground, they stood protectively in front of Lu Qi, ready to fight. Thunder whispered to Lu Qi, "Young master, you should leave. We can handle this." Lu Qi shook his head, signaling that he would retreat. Although his bodyguards were tasked with protecting him, they had never witnessed his capabilities and thus were unaware of his strength. "Engage." Lu Qi commanded Thunder and Lightning. They charged into the fray, clashing with the 7 young men in chaotic combat. The onlookers were startled, screaming as they rushed toward the exit of the slow dance hall. A group of security guards stood frozen, unsure of whom to assist, only able to shout, "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once." But no one heeded their calls. Within 2 minutes, all 7 young men lay defeated on the ground. Lu Qi observed from the sidelines, knowing that his bodyguards were formidable. As for why they couldn't handle the old hag, Murong Xiaolin, it was simply because she was exceptionally skilled, and only he could contend with her. Murong Xiaolin watched Lu Qi intently, scrutinizing every expression on his face. To her, he was merely an ignorant youth, relying on his capable bodyguards to challenge her without recognizing his own limitations. Little brat, not bad at all, figuring out my true age. Now, care to guess my real capabilities? She taunted. Bah! Lu Qi spat derisively. You ugly old hag. With that face, you dare to claim me as your son? You're not worthy. As the two exchanged barbs, Lu Songning, Lu Qingru, and others arrived with bodyguards in tow, concerned for their children. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng had also come along. Chapter 90. Ah, is that still our son? Lu Qi, Lu Qi. Lu Songning and Lu Qingru rushed forward, calling out loudly. See ya. Song. Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng also hurried over, shouting Lu Qi's name. Lu Qi sighed. Can I just fight in peace? As Pan Feng entered, she spotted Murong Xiaolin and, pointing at her, exclaimed, Son, I was playing mahjong with this person today. Everyone else is familiar, but she has a new face. Everyone turned to look in the direction Pan Feng was pointing. Previously, when they were at home, Lu Qi and Guagua's heartfelt exchanges had been overheard, and everyone knew that their mother had been cursed. They also understood that Lu Qi was here to find the person who had cast the curse. Observing Pan Feng's finger directed at Murong Xiaolin, everyone found it quite peculiar that the one responsible for the curse was a girl of merely 18 or 19. Only Lu Yuanqing trembled slightly as he gazed at Murong Xiaolin. How could it be her? Murong Xiaolin noticed Lu Yuanqing as well. With a half-smile, she remarked, Lu Yuanqing, it's been a long time. How have you been? Lu Yuanqing did not respond to her, stating instead, Sister Murong, there is no enmity between us. Why must you target my family? Murong Xiaolin let out a cold laugh, remaining silent, and gestured with her chin towards Lu Qi beside Lu Yuanqing. Is this your son? Lu Yuanqing nodded. Yes, he is my son. Murong Xiaolin's expression suddenly darkened, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Qi, lost in her thoughts, not uttering another word. Lu Qi turned to Guagua and inquired, Do you know this old hag? Guagua replied, Host, this time it's your father's past coming back to haunt him. Back in the day, your father was so handsome that it stirred the hearts of many. Once, while traveling, he accidentally wandered into a strange village as Guagua spoke. Lu Qi, Pan Feng, Lu Songning, and Lu Qingru listened intently, occasionally glancing curiously at Lu Yuanqing and Murong Xiaolin. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Yuanqing cleared his throat and said to Pan Feng, Dear, I've made a dinner reservation. Shall I take you out for a bite? Pan Feng shot Lu Yuanqing a displeased look, but continued to indulge in Guagua's gossip. No dawdling, continue. Lu Qi urged. Guagua continued. Your father got lost for 3 days and nights without finding his way out, and due to dehydration, he fainted. Later, he encountered a beautiful red-haired girl who saved him. They spent a week together, and the girl confessed her feelings to your father. He was about to agree when he saw her removing her makeup that night. Go on. Lu Qi urged. Guagua continued. After she took off her makeup, she was no longer a beauty, but rather a hideous old hag. Your father was only 20 at the time, while the old hag was 45. Terrified, he tricked the old witch into letting him leave the village and ran away. Unexpectedly, the old hag found her way here using some method. Now, at 75, she remains infatuated. Who would look at her, being both old and ugly? Upon hearing Guagua's words, Lu Qi looked at his father with sympathy. Having read numerous novels, he mentally drafted a new story, tentatively titled He Flees. She pursues. His wings cannot save him. It certainly had the flavor of a popular novel. Lu Songning and Lu Qingru also felt sorry for Lu Yuanqing. Lu Songning whispered, Dad is so unfortunate. Lu Qingru shook her head. No, Mom is the one who suffers. An innocent person has become a tool for revenge against Dad. In a bid for affection, Pan Feng dramatically threw herself into Lu Yuanqing's arms, sweetly calling him husband in front of Murong Xiaolin. Murong Xiaolin's expression darkened further, and with hands clasped, she prepared to retaliate against Pan Feng. Not good. The old hag is about to attack your mother. Guagua warned. Lu Qi instructed the others. You all step back. Pan Feng and the others hesitated, unwilling to leave Lu Qi unprotected, loudly declaring their intention to guard him. Lu Qi shook his head. Quickly go. I don't need your protection. Only then do they step back. The security guards, sensing the tension, stood at the doorway and observed. In a swift motion, Lu Qi lunged at Murong Xiaolin, delivering a punch to her face. Murong Xiaolin sidestepped just in time, surprised at the boy's remarkable prowess. In the next moment, Lu Qi moved like lightning, appearing before Murong Xiaolin once more. In her astonishment, he ripped off the mask concealing her true face. Ah! She screamed. The beautiful red-haired girl was gone, replaced by the visage of a bald, hideous old witch, her face riddled with spots, grotesque and repulsive. Lu Qi grimaced, nearly retching at the sight of the old hag. How disgusting. You're practically on your deathbed. What are you chasing after love for? Isn't it pathetic? You've never been cared for or loved, so you cling to someone, right? The old hag despised being scorned and loathed having her misguided beliefs in love mocked. I will kill you. I will kill you. Enraged, she lunged at Lu Qi, engaging him in combat. The old hag was formidable. One punch shattered the wall, and another obliterated a chair, leaving the onlookers outside aghast. Terrified by her repulsive appearance, they trembled at her formidable skills, instinctively retreating, some even reaching the elevator. A few discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the thrilling scene. Host, strike her left shoulder, extinguish her soul lamp. Prevent her from casting any more curses. Guagua urged. All right, I'll do it, Lu Qi replied. Seizing the moment when the old hag was off guard, he delivered a powerful slap to her left shoulder, shattering it. The old witch was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, shattering the tiles around her. And my husband, is this still our son? Lu Yuanqing and his wife could only marvel at their son's unexpected strength, having only known he possessed the Guagua system, never realizing he had such formidable martial prowess. This doesn't add up. Was he raised in the slums? Who taught him these skills? Lu Songning and Lu Qingru shared similar sentiments. Though Lu Songning had witnessed Lu Qi's fighting skills once, during a rescue when he had decisively defeated Zhang Yong and his subordinates, yet she hadn't anticipated his abilities to be this extraordinary. Confronting such a terrifying old hag, he was more than capable. Lu Qingru, having never seen Lu Qi fight before, now felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had taken him for granted and always targeted him. She resolved to amend her ways and hoped for a closer bond with her brother in the future. Lu Qi's bodyguards, astounded by his incredible strength, were left speechless. They whispered amongst themselves, why do we need to protect someone so formidable? One of him could easily take on dozens of us. Despite their musings, the two bodyguards rushed to assist Lu Qi, however. In the next moment, the infuriated old witch began chanting incantations. Suddenly, a snake appeared in the room. Lu Qi thought he was seeing things. Before he had the chance to rub his eyes, he noticed another snake, followed closely by a third, a fourth. Chapter 91. The old man's old melon. As the old witch chanted incantations, serpents began to slither out from behind her, entwining around her body, their tongues flicking as they exhaled a soft hiss. The numbers multiplied, swelling to 20 or 30, creating an eerie and terrifying spectacle. Outside the door, onlookers trembled in fear, their legs quaking uncontrollably, paralyzed by terror and unable to flee. The group of yellow-haired ruffians who had clashed with thunder and lightning, along with the one who had vandalized the surveillance cameras, crawled to the old witch's side, baring their teeth. A few even licked the piercings on their lips. Eager to assist the witch in her confrontation with Lu Qi, thunder and lightning positioned themselves on either side of Lu Qi. Despite their fear upon witnessing the mass of serpents, they resolutely stood by their master, unwilling to abandon their post. Bodyguards for Lu Yuanqing and Lu Songning rushed in to protect Lu Qi. Lu Yuanqing shouted, "Cheer, come back!" Murong Xiaolin is a practitioner of the Yin Valley-esque curses, skilled in various forms of sorcery and deception. Be cautious not to fall under her spell. Lu Qi shook his head, feigning calmness while secretly feeling a twinge of panic. Throughout his life, he had harbored a deep aversion to soft-bodied creatures, not just snakes. But even earthworms and caterpillars would send chills down his spine. Facing these serpents, which gazed at him with predatory intent, was particularly daunting. Fortunately, he had the system Guagua by his side. Guagua reassured him, "Do not fear, host. These are not real snakes. They are merely illusions conjured by the old witch. If they attack, ignore them and charge forward. Wield your knife to sever them." Lu Qi inquired, "Is there not a single real snake among them?" Guagua replied, "Let me check. Ah, there is one genuine snake. The rest are mere illusions. That snake bears a red heart on its head. If you eliminate it, all the others will vanish." Lu Qi glanced at the mass of serpents surrounding the old witch and indeed spotted one with a red heart coiled on her forehead, appearing less menacing than the others. Almost adorably naive. Yet, it was the true threat among the serpents. Guagua continued, "Host, find a way to shatter the witch's right shoulder and disable her sorcery lamp." "What sorcery lamp?" Lu Qi asked. "The old witch possesses a lamp on each shoulder. The one on her left, known as the soul lamp, allows her to cast curses on those whose birth information she knows. The lamp on her right, the sorcery lamp, enables her to employ various illusions to mislead her opponents, leading them to their own demise." Lu Qi remarked, "The old witch is indeed malevolent." While Lu Qi conversed with Guagua, the old witch continued her incantations, summoning the serpents to attack him and his bodyguards. Outside, the captain of the security team at the bar was so frightened he nearly lost control of his bladder. Grateful he had not intervened earlier, realizing that both parties were beyond his capability to confront. The young man was the son of Lu Yuanqing, the wealthiest in Beijing, and the woman was a monstrous witch. Provoking either side would lead to disastrous consequences. He trembled back, dialing the bar owner to urge him to come quickly and devise a plan. The owner shouted back, "Call the police, you fool." The security captain pressed the emergency number. "Hello? Is this the police?" "There's a fight." "Yes, a fight, and there are snakes involved. Hurry." In the blink of an eye, several bodyguards found themselves ensnared by the serpents. They struggled to grasp the snakes by their necks, desperately preventing any bites. Despite their formidable skills, the serpents were unnaturally agile and elusive. In a natural setting, these snakes would never have been able to approach the bodyguards. Yet, under the old witch's spell, they moved with uncanny speed, forcing the guards into a precarious battle. Only Lu Qi fought effortlessly, dispatching the snakes with ease, wielding a dagger that had seemingly appeared in his hand. The dagger, a gift from the system. Aside from the dagger, he had stored infinite bullets and a Gatling gun in the system's inventory. Given the current situation, retrieving the Gatling gun was impractical. But the dagger could easily be explained as something he had casually picked up from his bag or found in the bar. After all, the surveillance footage had been compromised by a yellow-haired ruffian, so even if the police arrived, they could not access any recordings. Suppressing his disgust and fear, Lu Qi navigated through the writhing mass of tongues, striking precisely at the snake with the red heart, severing its neck. Murong Xiaolin emitted a shrill scream as she witnessed the destruction of her cherished serpent. My snake! You wretch! I will kill you. I will end you. You shall pay for my snake with your life." Upon the death of the red-hearted snake, the other serpents vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. The bizarre scene left the onlookers trembling in terror. Had it not been for someone recording the events, no one would have believed that snakes had been present. Lu Qi laughed heartily. "Old witch Murong, did you not anticipate that I would recognize your true serpent?" Murong Xiaolin's face contorted in rage, her mouth agape, and in her agitation, her false teeth fell out, revealing a gaping, dark cavity that made her appear even more grotesque and terrifying. Lu Qi could not help but grimace. The sight was more horrifying than that of a witch. However, there was no time to dwell on her repulsiveness. It was imperative to shatter her right shoulder's sorcery lamp. Lu Qi feigned a few moves with the old witch before swiftly darting behind her, striking her right shoulder with force. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The old witch collapsed to the ground, grimacing in pain. Just as Lu Qi prepared to deliver a few more strikes, a commotion erupted outside. Someone burst in, declaring, "Don't move! Police!" In a moment of distraction, the old witch twisted and contorted, rising from the ground like a wraith. She scattered a cloud of black powder towards Lu Qi and the bodyguards before darting out the door. Lu Qi, evading the dark powder, missed the chance to restrain the old witch. The bodyguards hastily retreated, but one was too slow, getting black powder on his elbow. The fabric of his sleeve burned away instantly, revealing the skin beneath, which began to rot at an alarming rate. Everyone gasped in horror at the venomous attack. Meanwhile, the police officers, stunned by the unfolding scene, could only watch as the old witch escaped. Lu Qi cursed under his breath, "Damn, you've ruined everything." The head of the criminal investigation team, Li Renan, finally regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. After her, a swarm of officers rushed down the stairs. While Li Renan stepped forward to question Lu Qi, "What on earth is happening here?" Chapter 92. Is it likely related to Wang Yang's sudden death? Lu Qi sighed and remarked, "As you can see, we have encountered an old witch. Just look at her formidable combat prowess." Li Renan responded seriously, "This individual exhibits peculiar behavior. I shall review the surveillance footage shortly." Lu Qi shook his head. "Officer Li, that may not be feasible. The old witch has already instructed her subordinates to disable the surveillance here." As they conversed, the head of security rushed over, reaching Li Renan's side breathlessly. "Officer, I have the footage. He exclaimed. Li Renan nodded and took the security chief's phone, scrutinizing the recorded clips. The footage began with the old witch dancing at the slow shake bar, capturing her using illusions to command snakes against Lu Qi and his bodyguards. Right up to the conclusion. After viewing the video, Li Renan fell silent. As the captain of the city's criminal investigation team, he had managed numerous cases. Yet this bizarre incident, aside from Wang Yang's unexpected demise, stood out. The old witch, who appeared to be a youthful beauty of 18 or 19, grotesquely transformed into an ugly old woman of 70 or 80 when her disguise was removed. Moreover, she could conjure dozens of serpents to confront others. And the black powder she unleashed possessed corrosive properties. It was all exceedingly strange, truly perplexing. Even more bewildering was Lu Qi, the son of a wealthy family, who, along with Wang Hong, had investigated his background. He had lived in a slum throughout his life. His foster parents treated him well, and he had always been academically competent and athletically capable, with no particular distinguishing traits. After being taken to his biological parents' home, nothing extraordinary had transpired. How had he suddenly acquired the ability to predict fortunes and gain such formidable strength overnight? Li Renan felt a headache coming on, despite his staunch belief in science. He found himself reluctantly contemplating the possibility of the supernatural. Upon the arrival of the police, the group of blonde-haired individuals accompanying the old witch fled hastily. Li Renan wandered through the slow shake bar, searching for any trace of evidence, but found nothing. At that moment, his subordinate Wang Hong called, exclaiming, "Captain Li, the old monster escaped, but we apprehended 3 blonde-haired individuals." Li Renan instructed, "Bring them all back to the station." Lu Qi turned to leave with Lu Yuanqing, Pan Feng, and others when the security chief rushed over, blocking their path. Hey, you cannot leave." Lu Yuanqing and the others remained silent, dozens of eyes fixed on the security officer. Under such scrutiny, the security chief felt a twinge of fear, his body involuntarily trembling. However, he reminded himself of his duties as security personnel, tasked with overseeing the venue for his employer. The security chief stuttered, steeling himself. As the saying goes, damaging public property necessitates compensation. During your altercation, you destroyed many items, and you must compensate for the damages. Lu Qingru retorted, "The fight was not solely our fault. Why don't you demand compensation from the old witch? If anyone should pay, it should be her as well." The security chief scratched his head, feeling conflicted. Logically, both parties should share the responsibility, but that old witch is terrifying. Who would dare confront her? Besides, capturing her is nearly impossible. Lu Qingru scoffed, "So, you are merely a coward who bullies the weak. You cannot catch the old witch, so you come to us? Do you know who we are?" Do you understand the consequences of crossing us? The security chief glanced at Lu Qi, then at Captain Li Renan, and finally at the group before him. He whispered, I know. You are the Lu family, the wealthiest in the capital. This is old Master Lu, and you are the star Lu Qingru. However, regardless of who you are, damage to property requires compensation. Lu Yuanqing nodded, admiring the security chief's courage. Despite his fear of authority, he maintained his dignity and fulfilled his responsibilities. A rare quality indeed. The security chief was correct. One should compensate for the damage caused. You security guard, be quiet. Lu Qingru attempted to continue her tirade, but was halted by Lu Yuanqing. In a gentle tone, Lu Yuanqing addressed the security chief, do not worry. When your employer arrives, inform him to assess what items were damaged and how much compensation is due. We shall cover it, including the losses incurred from customers frightened away tonight. The security chief nodded. I hope old Master Lu speaks truthfully. Lu Songning coldly stated, the Lu family does not lack funds. Establishments like yours could be purchased by the thousands or tens of thousands. Just inform your employer, and as long as the demands are reasonable, we shall cover it. The security chief was overjoyed. Just then, the owner of the Slow Shake Bar, Huang Kia, arrived. With his yellow hair and an air of arrogance. He sported multiple earrings and a nose ring. Accompanied by a group of 7 or 8 individuals, he entered and immediately slapped the security chief across the face. You're useless. Am I feeding you to sit idly? There are disturbances, and you do nothing to evict them. Useless. Get your things and get out. The security chief hurriedly explained, Boss. Today is a bit unusual. The girl who was fighting is an old witch. Huang Kia slapped the security chief again, barking, Old witch? You're the old witch. Useless. But, boss, this is old Master Lu, who has promised to compensate for the damages. Compensate my foot. Huang Kia slapped the security chief once more. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the security chief retaliated with a slap of his own, declaring, Huang, I am your employee, not your dog. Even if I am not performing well, you should not humiliate me like this. How dare you? Huang Kia exclaimed, touching his stinging face. Lei Song, have you grown bold enough to strike me? Brothers, attack. Before a group could rush forward, Li Renan shouted, Stop. Huang Kia suddenly realized Captain Li Renan was present and quickly adopted a subservient tone, understood, Officer Li. We will cease immediately. Turning his attention to Lu Yuanqing, Huang Kia, having only seen a crowd when he approached, now realized he had provoked the wealthy family. He quickly bowed and apologized. My sincere apologies, old Master Lu. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me. Lu Yuanqing had no intention of pursuing the matter. Damages should indeed be compensated. Assess the damage yourself, and we will compensate what is due. Huang Kia nodded, then rapidly shook his head. Having endured both blows and humiliation, the security chief, Lei Song, was enraged enough to forego his wages and turn to leave. Lei Song, Lu Qi called out, I admire your courage. Would you consider joining me? Lei Song hesitated, pondering whether such a skilled individual would need a bodyguard. Lu Qi discerned his thoughts. It is not as a bodyguard, but as my assistant. In essence, a runner and aide. After a moment of contemplation, considering his ill wife and needy child at home, Lei Song declared, All right, young Master Lu, I will work for you. As the Lu family prepared to depart, Li Renan called out to Lu Qi, I hope you can accompany us to the police station. Lu Qi replied, What? Are you trying to pin this on me? Concerned for Lu Qi, the Lu family followed him to the police station. Upon arrival, Lu Qi was summoned to the captain's office for questioning, while the rest of the Lu family remained in the lobby, awaiting further developments. In the office, Li Renan said to Lu Qi, do you not find it rather intriguing that the old witch with whom you fought today may very well be connected to Wang Yong's sudden demise? Chapter 93. It seems there is truth to the rumors. Lu Qi exhibited no discernible emotion, merely stating in a composed manner, Officer Li, investigations rely on evidence, not mere conjecture. Li Renan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sharpness of Lu Qi's mind despite his youth. Lu Qi remained silent, curious to discern Li Renan's intentions. Li Renan rose and approached the computer desk, retrieving a USB drive from the locked drawer. He inserted it into the computer and beckoned Lu Qi over. As Lu Qi approached, he observed the video from the day of Wang Yong's sudden death. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. However, towards the end of the footage, near the far right wall of the quarry, he glimpsed a shadowy figure darting past like an eel. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the old crone, Murong Xiaolin, with whom Lu Qi had clashed earlier that day. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and Lu Qi understood why Li Runnin had suggested that the old witch might be connected to Wang Yong's demise. There was indeed substance to the rumors. Li Runnin paused the video and removed the USB drive, stating, "There is another piece of information we have yet to disclose. Prior to Wang Yong's untimely end, numerous snakes inexplicably appeared at the quarry, one of which bore a peculiar red star upon its head, reminiscent of the red star snake shown to me by security chief Lei Song." Lu Qi remained silent. The mention of snakes resonated with the old witch's notorious reputation. "By the way, do you know anything about the woman you fought today? Where does she reside?" Lu Qi contemplated briefly before divulging all he knew about Murong Xiaolin to Li Runnin. It seemed prudent to let the authorities handle the malevolent sect known for their sinister practices. Inguzi? Li Runnin furrowed his brow. With AI Lao Mountain being so vast, how will we locate this sect? It's a daunting task. Do we have a specific route map? No, Lu Qi replied without hesitation. I can only deduce the basics. I am no oracle who can pinpoint exact locations. I can provide a general vicinity. Besides, I am not your bureau's free laborer to assist you with every trivial detail. What is in it for me? Captain Li, the person has been brought in, announced Wang Hong from outside the door. Lu Qi exchanged farewells with Li Runnin and exited the office. Upon stepping outside, he saw Wang Hong escorting a yellow-haired man, who immediately displayed a mixture of animosity and fear upon Lu Qi's arrival. Lu Qi nodded at Wang Hong and proceeded to the lobby to leave with his family. Returning home after a long day, Lu Qi noted the time had surpassed 3 in the morning. The exhaustion finally hit him. After a quick foot soak, he entered his bedroom to find his little dog, Dun Dun, nestled in his cozy spot, asleep. Upon seeing Lu Qi, Dun Dun perked up, trotting over with sleepy enthusiasm, wagging his tail in request of affection. Lu Qi gently patted his head, encouraging him to return to slumber, while he himself collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep almost instantly. He remained in a deep slumber until noon the next day, having been allowed to rest by Wang Ma, who refrained from waking him for breakfast. It was not until midday that Wang Ma softly knocked on his door, inquiring, "Young master, would you like to have lunch?" Now awake, Lu Qi replied, "Yes, I would." Wang Ma went downstairs to instruct Old He to prepare a balanced meal of meat and vegetables, complemented by Lu Qi's favorite, deep-sea Australian lobster. Today, only his third sister, Lu Yanxin, was at home. Even his fifth sister, Lu Yunker, who typically preferred to stay indoors writing, was nowhere to be found. However, Lu Yanxin did not join them for lunch, remaining in her room to attend to company matters. During her absence over the past 3 days, there had been numerous issues at the company, most of which the manager had handled. If anything required ultimate decision-making, they would reach out to her. After finishing his lunch, Lu Qi messaged Su Yonyan, inquiring about her mother's condition. Her prompt response indicated that her mother had regained consciousness. Setting down his phone, Lu Qi sat in the garden pavilion, watching Dun Dun frolic in the grass while enjoying a film on his tablet. Nearby stood bodyguards Jing Lei and Shan Dian, along with the assistant Lei Song. Halfway through the movie, Lu Qi paused it and instructed Jing Lei and Shan Dian to switch shifts with Chue Feng and Bao Yu, allowing them to return for some rest. Chue Feng and Bao Yu were currently stationed at the City People's Hospital to protect Su Yonyan's mother. The two men clasped their fists in salute and respectfully replied, "Understood." Once they departed, Lu Qi turned his attention to Lei Song, who stood rigidly beside him, no longer clad in yesterday's security uniform, but rather in casual attire that appeared slightly worn and wrinkled. This suggested either a lack of self-care or a modest financial situation. Lu Qi scrutinized Lei Song and asked, "Do you know why I wanted you to work with me yesterday?" Lei Song shook his head. "Because you possess integrity," Lu Qi proclaimed. Surprised for a moment, Lei Song quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Lu. Rest assured that I will diligently fulfill my duties as your assistant." He then stood tall, stepping forward with his left foot and saluted with a comedic military gesture. Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle at his clumsy display. Lei Song, with your hefty build, you dare call yourself an assistant? Senior assistant. Senior assistant. Lei Song quickly corrected himself. Lu Qi laughed heartily. Brother, work diligently by my side, and I will reward you with a monthly salary of 30,000. If you impress me, I'll grant you a year-end bonus of 100,000. Huh? Lei Song could scarcely believe his ears. 30,000? 100,000 bonus? Lu Qi nodded affirmatively. Still in disbelief, Lei Song recalled that during his time at the bar, others earned only 4,000 a month, and, as a team leader, he received an additional 500. Totaling 4,500. Such a sum had been enough to drive him to work tirelessly. When Lu Qi offered him a job, he had known he was the son of a wealthy family, but he never anticipated such a generous compensation. Seeing Lu Qi's serious demeanor, Lei Song clasped his fists and bowed repeatedly, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Bosso. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Very well. Lu Qi nodded, and Lei Song stepped aside. Lu Qi resumed watching the movie before enjoying a cup of coffee prepared by old he while sitting in the pavilion, lost in thought. He reflected on his current assets. Firstly, wealth. His 37 billion had been entirely invested in stocks, and within 2 to 3 days, he would be able to utilize the profits for further investments. He also had 57 million in cash available for minor investments. Secondly, strength. Presently, he possessed intermediate combat skills, enabling him to fight effortlessly and with agility, capable of taking on multiple opponents. His system storage held a dagger, an infinite ammo Gatling gun, and a baseball bat. Chapter 94. What is the young master searching for? After contemplating for quite some time, Lu Qi realized that aside from possessing several billion and a moderate level of combat prowess, he seemed to lack anything truly remarkable. Today marked the third day of the system's recommendation for him to rest and recuperate. Lu Qi addressed the system, Guagua, saying, "You mentioned that after 3 days of rest, you would bestow me with skills. Well, today is the third day. Where are my skills?" Guagua replied, "Master, didn't you say last night that to save your mother, I should temporarily forego my rest and let you have some watermelon? That means my rest time is not yet complete." Lu Qi sighed. This troublesome system, always deceiving its own master. Fine, I shall take matters into my own hands. He turned to Lei Song and instructed, "Please bring me the kitchen knife." Lei Song nodded. Understood. Half a minute later, Lei Song returned, holding a large kitchen knife, and presented it to Lu Qi, saying, "Young master, here is the knife you requested." Lu Qi examined the knife with satisfaction, deliberately holding it up to the warm winter sun to admire its sheen. The blade, made of platinum, glimmered brightly. He placed the knife against his neck. Guagua exclaimed, "Oh no." Lu Qi retorted, "Guagua, I haven't pursued you for the incident with the watermelon coins. Yet here you are, attempting to deceive me again by withholding skills. Even if you cannot provide skills, you must find another way to assist me." The system responded, "Host, please remain calm. Allow me to request an extension from the main system to see if I can grant you another line of credit. You already owe the main system 2 billion for the previous level of combat prowess, and this time, it will also require 2 billion. You can repay it next week when your stocks sell. Is that agreeable? You must repay, or I risk losing credibility and incurring the wrath of the main system, which could lead to my demise." Lu Qi nodded. "Very well. Rest assured, I shall repay it next week." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Qi awaited Guagua's response. In the next moment, a series of remarkable skill entries began to scroll before his eyes. Heaven-defying looks, enhanced size, technological mind, 36 techniques for flirting, business genius, universal healer. Guagua informed him, "Host, you may select one of these skills to acquire. Remember, you can only choose one. Selecting multiple will only validate the first." Lu Qi pondered as he observed the scrolling entries. First was heaven-defying looks. In his previous life, his appearance was already exceptional, and now, inheriting the fine genes of Lu Yuanqing and Pan Feng, he was considered top tier in Huagua. This option was unnecessary. Next was enhanced eyes. Lu Qi discreetly glanced at his own endowment, which was already maximized. This skill proved superfluous. Regarding technological mind, he decided to postpone this choice, as he was not particularly interested in high-tech matters at the moment. As for 36 techniques for flirting, it was entirely unnecessary for him. With his striking looks, musical talent, combat prowess, and being the son of a billionaire, he naturally attracted numerous admirers without having to flirt. Lastly, the most valuable skill appeared to be universal healer. Lu Qi pressed the button for universal healer, and a prompt appeared. Would you like to load this skill? He confirmed his choice. In an instant, the words, universal healer, began to shimmer in unusual colors, transitioning from gold to purple and then to a multitude of hues, ultimately coalescing into a vibrant orb of light that surged into Lu Qi's mind. He experienced no immediate sensations. Guagua explained, host in 3 minutes. A warm current will flow through your body, bringing you great comfort. You will gain the divine eye, enabling you to scan others' bodies and detect ailments. Additionally, the system store contains a medical kit. Should you need to treat someone, you can summon it with your thoughts and utilize the silver needles within. Employing traditional Chinese medicine principles. Lu Qi nodded, seated himself, and closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the 3 minutes. Indeed, after 3 minutes, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes and gazing into the distance, his vision was significantly clearer than before. Eager to test the efficacy of his newfound skill, he called out, Lei Song, come over here. Lei Song approached, and Lu Qi extended his hand, saying, allow me to take your pulse and see if there are any health concerns. Lei Song chuckled, young master, you must be joking. I, a sturdy man, have no ailments whatsoever. I am in perfect health. Silence, let us see for ourselves, Lu Qi replied, placing his hand upon Lei Song's wrist to commence the pulse-taking. In truth, Lu Qi did not genuinely need to take Lei Song's pulse with his divine eye skill. He could scan Lei Song from head to toe as if performing a nuclear resonance scan. Any health concerns would be immediately apparent. As Lu Qi examined him, Lei Song discreetly observed Lu Qi's expression. Typically, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners would listen intently to the pulse in a serene manner. Yet Lu Qi was scrutinizing him from head to toe, inspecting his eyes, nose, abdomen, and even lower. Just as Lei Song was growing incredulous, Lu Qi spoke in a low voice. Lei Song, you are perfectly healthy, except for one area. Lei Song struggled to suppress laughter, thinking, this hardly seems like a medical examination. Lu Qi pointed to Lei Song's lower region. You are lacking in duration. Lei Song felt exposed, realizing Lu Qi had accurately discerned his predicament. With your condition, it rarely exceeds 8 minutes. Sometimes, it's over in just 2 minutes. Overwhelmed, Lei Song lamented. Young master, there are occasions when it lasts less than a minute. It's hard enough to coax my wife into undressing, only to find it's over before it begins. You truly are a miraculous healer. Please, grant me a remedy, so I can reclaim my manhood. Lu Qi laughed artidi. That is an easy fix. With that, Lu Qi focused his thoughts, and a silver needle appeared in his hand. Having awakened the universal healer skill, he instinctively possessed a wealth of medical knowledge spanning all disciplines. Sit here in this chair, Lu Qi instructed Lei Song, who had previously harbored doubts about Lu Qi's abilities. However, after the earlier diagnosis, he now fully believed in Lu Qi's prowess. Obediently, Lei Song complied and sat down. Lu Qi approached, adjusting Lei Song's clothing slightly before beginning the treatment. In the distance, Wang Ma and Lao He, who were busy with their tasks, looked on in astonishment. Wang Ma could not help but inquire, Lao He, what do you think our young master is doing, with his head buried in Lei Song's lower region? Chapter 95. This young man is quite suspicious. Keep a close watch on him. Oldie shook his head, his expression inscrutable. How could such a bright and cheerful young man have such peculiar interests staring at others? Groins? Wang Ma stifled a laugh, struggling to connect this with contemporary internet slang that today's youth often use, such as by he, shuang nan, or gui. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. This could not be discussed lightly. Regardless of which internet buzzword might describe such a fine young man, he remains a good person. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, engrossed in administering acupuncture to Lei Song, was oblivious to the inner musings of Wang Ma and old He, as his focus was solely on his task. His mind was filled with an extensive array of medical knowledge far surpassing conventional human learning. With a divine perception that allowed him to observe every meridian in the human body, Lucci skillfully administered 3 needles at various points, including the Chichong and Jamai acupoints. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Lei Song did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly reveled in the warm sensation radiating from his thigh, which swiftly enveloped his entire body, evoking a delightful feeling within him. "Young master," he exclaimed with excitement, "I feel a bit firm." Lucci chuckled lightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the system within him chimed in, "This symptom requires complementary medication. The drugs you seek are available in the system's marketplace. Focus your attention to make a purchase." Closing his eyes to concentrate, Lucci envisioned a virtual panel before him, featuring various sections, including agriculture, medicine, and technology. Disinterested in the others, he navigated to the medical section and purchased a male enhancement pill. After deducting 1,000 melon coins, a black pill appeared in his hand. "Take this pill immediately and try its effects tonight when you return home. If it proves effective, bring me 1,000 yuan tomorrow as payment for the medicine. Our salaries are separate. We must keep our accounts clear, even among brothers," Lucci instructed. Eagerly, Lei Song accepted the pill and tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. "Young master, if you can help me become a real man, I'd gladly forego my entire salary for the month. It's worth it." Lucci shook his head. "No need. 1,000 yuan will suffice." After spending roughly 20 more minutes in the pavilion, he rose and directed driver Xiao Li to take them straight to the Baisher mining area in Nanxiao Town, located in the western suburbs of the capital. Lucci desired to investigate the situation regarding his classmate Wang Qinggui's father personally, hoping to catch a few wrongdoers. In northern Myanmar, at Zone 1, a tall and robust middle-aged man with dark, rugged skin scrutinized a video on his phone with a furrowed brow. His silk attire was impeccably smooth, indicating substantial value. The video depicted a brave young boy outsmarting a vile old witch who, after cursing him with a snake spell, was swiftly vanquished by the boy's red-hearted snake. "This boy is quite suspicious. Keep a close watch on him," the middle-aged man commanded his subordinates, who nodded in agreement as they exited the room. A graceful woman, swaying as she approached, settled herself on the man's lap. With a snap, she ignited a cigar and delicately placed it between his lips using her slender fingers adorned with a sparkling diamond ring. One hand caressed his muscular chest while the other wrapped around him from behind, her voice sweetly inquiring, "Brother Kun, what is this young man's background?" Jiang Shankin inhaled deeply from the cigar, his piercing gaze revealing a deep-seated animosity. His son, Jiang Feng, the leader of Zone 9, had perished during a violent clash on the very night they attempted to kidnap this boy named Lucci. Jiangfeng was shot over 20 times, with no indication of where the bullets originated. For half a month, Jiang Shankin had been relentlessly pursuing the culprits, yet found no leads. Later, it came to light that the violent incident coincided with Lucci's abduction, during which Lucci remained unharmed, while all 6,000 employees of the zone fled. Jiang Shankin's attention shifted to Lucci unexpectedly. He obtained valuable information from the video and various investigations revealing that this boy was the biological son of a wealthy family, retrieved from the populace. Prior to returning to the Liu family, he possessed no remarkable traits beyond good academic performance and decent athletic ability. However, upon his return, he inexplicably acquired martial arts skills and even claimed to be able to read fortunes, raising significant suspicion. This Lucci is quite peculiar. Though I do not believe in fortune-telling, his sudden proficiency in martial arts is suspect. I suspect he either experienced a fortuitous opportunity or was deliberately concealing his abilities. Huang Qianing furrowed her brow. "Brother Kun, what do you mean by opportunity?" Jiang Shankin remained silent, discarding his cigar and pulling Huang Qianing into his embrace, his hands beginning to wander. "Dad!" At that moment, a handsome young man burst in, exclaiming, "Dad, is there any news about Brother Feng?" Jiang Shankin released Huang Qianing, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Xiaohu, you're here? Come look at this video." Zhang Hu took Jiang Shankin's phone, opened the video, and gasped in shock, his mouth agape. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shankin asked, surprised. Zhang Hu shook his head. "Nothing. I just found the snakes in the video terrifying. I've feared soft-bodied creatures since childhood. I'm especially terrified of snakes. All right, Xiaohu, Jiang Shankin said gravely. Inform all zones to refrain from bringing anyone in for now. The whole world is watching us. We must avoid drawing attention. Zhang Hu nodded, understood, Dad. I'll return to my work now. At the Baisher mining area in Nanxiao town, following the guidance of the systems map, Lu Qi navigated the familiar grounds of the mining site. Due to a recent incident involving the sudden death of a worker, operations have been suspended. Save for the distant barking of dogs from a nearby village, the mining site was eerily silent. Lu Qi climbed over the back wall, successfully evading surveillance and the front gate's guards. After surveying the area, he found nothing amiss. He circled the spot where Wang Yong worked, but discovered no clues. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Host, someone is approaching. From the northwest corner. Lu Qi looked up toward the northwest corner of his position and beheld a pair of eerie, crimson eyes staring back, accompanied by a grotesquely pockmarked face. Chapter 96. Why so proud, you little rascal? Lu Qi, who is this wretched creature? Gua Gua. It's the old witch. Have you forgotten? Lu Qi shook his head. I don't recall the old witch looking like this. Her eyes weren't crimson, and though her face was unattractive, it didn't have so many pits and scars. Furthermore, this person appears at least 20 years older. Gua Gua, host. The old witch was severely injured by you last night and has been hiding in this mining site to recuperate. Her current appearance is somewhat withered, which is why she seems different from before. Lu Qi furrowed his brow and scrutinized her again. Indeed, the contours matched those of the old witch. During their altercation last night, the arrival of the police had momentarily distracted him, allowing the old witch to escape. Now that they had crossed paths again, there was no chance of her slipping away. Clearly, Lu Qi was intent on vanquishing the old witch, and she was equally determined to deal with him. After all, the confrontation had shattered both her soul lantern and spell lantern, rendering her unable to use her sorcery. For a poison master reliant on such arts, losing her abilities equated to becoming utterly powerless. Thus, the old witch Murong Xiaolin was hiding in this mining site to slowly heal before seeking revenge on Lu Qi. Little did she expect him to find her here. It was truly a case of adversaries meeting, igniting fierce animosity. Murong Xiaolin, Lu Qi laughed. Why don't you take a page from Wang Baochuan and forage for wild vegetables? With your appearance, do you think you have any chance with my father? You're not worthy. Do you need a mirror? I can lend you one. You're simply too hideous. Indeed, his words incensed Murong Xiaolin. She bared her teeth and charged at him with a roar. Lu Qi leapt up and delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying several meters away. How? Murong Xiaolin emitted a bizarre shriek. Lu Qi rushed over and kicked her in the chest. She staggered backward, vomiting violently. Suddenly, Lu Qi noticed something amiss. Murong Xiaolin had expelled a large, bloody mass from her mouth. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to resemble a human heart, still pulsating on the ground. Gua Gua. I didn't just kick out Murong Xiaolin's heart, did I? Gua Gua. No, host, that isn't Murong Xiaolin's heart. It belongs to someone else. Lu Qi. Please don't scare me like that. I can't be so unlucky as to stumble upon a cannibal case, can I? Gua Gua. Host, as the saying goes, there are no coincidences. You've indeed stumbled upon one. In the corner of the kitchen, there lies a man, a former worker of this mining site, who returned to collect tools and was unfortunately seen by the old witch becoming her meal. Lu Qi. This is just unbelievable. While Lu Qi conversed with Gua Gua, Murong Xiaolin, in a frenzy, charged toward him, vowing to kill him. She screamed, "You wicked man! I will slay you! I will slay you!" However, the disparity in strength was too great. Once more, Murong Xiaolin was sent flying by Lu Qi's kick. With a thud, she crashed to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. Lu Qi scanned the surroundings and spotted a thick rope on the ground. He hastily approached, picked it up, and bound Murong Xiaolin. He then took out his phone and called Li Runin. Captain Li, I'm at the Baisher mining site. The old witch who escaped last night has been captured. But there's a troubling matter. The old witch has consumed one of the workers here. You must come quickly. After ending the call, Lu Qi stood still, gazing at the bound Murong Xiaolin. Her crimson eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Qi thought to himself that this old witch was cunning. A mere rope might not hold her. Gua Gua remarked, "Host, this rope won't restrain the old witch. She'll find a way to wriggle free. To truly secure her, you must seal her primary acupoints." For Lu Qi, who had mastered the skills of a divine physician, sealing acupoints was childish play. He closed his eyes, focused, and instantly produced several long silver needles in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qi inserted the silver needles into Murong Xiaolin's acupoints. She let out a heart-wrenching, terrifying scream. While Lu Qi battled Murong Xiaolin, driver Shaoli stood by. His skills were on par with Lu Qi's other bodyguards. The reason he didn't assist was that Lu Qi had instructed him to stay put, confident he could handle the situation in a moment. Security Captain Lei Song had also been told to watch Lu Qi's performance. Meanwhile, Jing Lei and Shan Yu had returned from the hospital, and upon learning Lu Qi was at the mining site, they had followed him closely. Despite knowing Lu Qi's prowess far surpassed theirs, they remained vigilant. 20 minutes later, the wail of police sirens echoed throughout the mining site. Lu Qi had sent his location, and Li Run, accompanied by Wang Hong and a dozen officers, burst in, each armed. Clearly, they were still wary of the old witch's peculiarities. After all, not everyone possessed Lu Qi's extraordinary martial skills or had the advantage of a system to assist them. Lu Qi, Li Run, and instructed his subordinates to drag the old witch into the vehicle and approached Lu Qi. "Thanks to your help in this matter, I will recommend you for commendation." Lu Qi shook his head. "Captain Li, it's not about helping. This person has wronged my mother. I merely sought revenge." Li Run, unfazed, chuckled. "You young rascal, why so proud? You should consider applying to the police academy. We need talents like you." "Thank you for your kind words, Captain, but I'm not particularly interested in your line of work. By the way, you should check on the person devoured by the witch." Li Run nodded and, along with Wang Hong and others, entered the kitchen of the mining site. Moments later, sounds of retching echoed from the kitchen. Lu Qi knew this situation was dire. As a witness and proof of the incident, he was inevitably invited for tea. He found it increasingly tiresome. By the time Lu Qi returned home, it was already 6 in the evening and dinner was ready. After washing his hands, he joined his family at the table. His mother, Pan Feng, asked Qi, "I haven't seen you all afternoon. Where have you been playing?" Lu Qi shook his head and recounted the events of the afternoon to his family.